Letter 8. The Trent Valley. Sir, as I am to begin this circuit from the river Trent, and to confine my observations to that part of Britain which the Scots and Northumberlanders, and others on that side, call North by Trent. It seems necessary, at least it cannot be improper, to give some description of the river itself, and especially the course which it runs, by which, adding a little river called the Weaver, and a branch of it called the Dane in Staffordshire and Cheshire, the whole island of Britain is, as it were, divided into two parts. The river Trent is rated by ancient writers as the third river in England, the two greater being the Thames and the Severn. It is also one of the 6 principal rivers which running across the island from the west to the east. All begin with the letter T. Namely, the Thames, Trent, Tees, Tyne, Tweed, and Tay. The Trent is not the largest river of the 6, yet it may be said to run the longest course of any of them, and rises nearer to the west verge of the island than any of the other. Also it is the largest, and of the longest course of any river in England, which does not empty its waters immediately into the sea, for the Trent runs into the Humber, and so its waters lose their name before they reach to the ocean. It rises in the hills or highlands of Staffordshire, called the moorlands, receiving, from the edge of Cheshire, and towards Lancashire, a great many, some say 30, and that thence it had its name, little rivulets into it, very near its head. All which may claim a share in being the originals of the Trent. Thus it soon becomes one large river, and comes down from the hills with a violent current into the flat country, where, being increased by several other little rivers, it carries a deeper channel, and a stiller current. And having given its name to Trentham, a small market town in the same county, it goes on to Stone, a considerable town on the great road to Westchester. The original of its name is very uncertain, as is the case in most other rivers of England. That it takes the name of Trent, as above, because of its receiving 30 rivers into it, or because there are 30 several sorts of fish in it, or that, like the Tibiscus in Hungary, it is 3 parts water, and 2 parts fish. All these the learned and judicious Mr. Camden rejects, as I do for the same reason, namely, because they have no authority for the suggestion. One branch of the Trent rises within 1/4 mile of the Dane, viz. from a moor adjoining to, or part of a little ridge of hills called Molecop Hill, near Congleton, and is within 22 miles of the Irish Sea, or that arm or inlet of the sea which the Mersey makes from Frodsham to Liverpool and Highley Lake. And as the Dane runs into the Weaver, and both into that arm of the sea, and the Trent into the Humber, which opens into the great German Ocean, those rivers may be said to cut the island across in the middle. It is true, the northern part is much larger than the southern, now Scotland is united. Otherwise the country south by Trent, including Wales, is by far the largest, but it must be allowed still, that the country south by Trent is the richest by far, and most populous. Occasioned chiefly by the city of London, and the commerce of the Thames. As for the cities of Bristol, Exeter, and Norwich, which are large and very populous, and in some things drive a prodigious trade, as well in merchandise as manufacture, we shall find them matched, if not outdone, by the growing towns of Liverpool, Hull, Leeds, Newcastle, and Manchester, and the cities of Edinburgh and Glasgow, as shall be shown in its place. The Trent runs a course of near 200 miles, through the 4 counties of Stafford, Derby, Nottingham, and Lincoln. It receives, besides lesser waters, the larger rivers of the Sow from the west side of the county, and from the town of Stafford, the Tame from Birmingham and Tamworth, the Soar from Leicester. And the Dove and Derwent, 2 furiously rapid streams, from the Peak of Derby, the Idle, a gentle navigable stream from Retford and Nottinghamshire, with part of the Witham, called the Fosdyke from Lincoln, also navigable. And the greatest of them all, the Don, from Doncaster, Rothram, and Sheffield, after a long and rapid course through the moors called Staincross on the edge of Derby, and the West Riding of Yorkshire. The Trent is navigable by ships of good burthen as high as Gainsborough, which is near 40 miles from the Humber by the river. The barges without the help of locks or stops go as high as Nottingham, and farther by the help of art, to Burton upon Trent in Staffordshire. The stream is full, the channel deep and safe, and the tide flows up a great way between Gainsborough and Newark. This, and the navigation lately, reaching up to Burton and up the Derwent to Derby, is a great support to, and increase of the trade of those counties which border upon it. Especially for the cheese trade from Cheshire and Warwickshire, which have otherwise no navigation but about from Westchester to London. Whereas by this river it is brought by water to Hull, and from thence to all the south and north coasts on the east side of Britain. 'Tis calculated that there is about 4,000 ton of Cheshire cheese only, brought down the Trent every year from those parts of England to Gainsborough and Hull. And especially in time of the late war, when the seas on the other side of England were too dangerous to bring it by long sea. Thus much for the river Trent. The towns standing upon it, and especially on the north shore or bank are but few, at least of note, beginning at the mouth of it, and going up the stream. All the towns, such as Burton, Stockwith, Gainsborough, and Newark, are on the south bank, and consequently have been spoken to already. The only towns of any note that are to be found on the north bank of Trent, are Nottingham, and the other Burton, of which I shall speak in their order. At present, as I took a different circuit in my writing, I must do so in my account of it also, or else if my pen does not follow my foot, I shall wander rather than travel, at least in my paper, whatever I did on my horse. The counties north by Trent are few, but most of them large, I mean on the side of England, viz. York, which I shall call 3 counties, as it is divided into 3 ridings, and are large counties too. And Lancashire, which is very large, Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire, which are the most southerly, are but small. I shall begin there, and take them together. As I am travelling now cross the island, and begin at the mouth of Trent, the first town of note that I meet with is Nottingham, the capital of that shire, and is the most considerable in all that part of England. The county is small, but, like the Peak, 'tis full of wonders, and indeed there are abundance of remarkables in it. 1, 'tis remarkable for the soil, which on the south part is the richest and the most fruitful, and on the north part the most wild and waste, and next to barren of any part of England within many miles of it. 2, for the fine seats of noblemen and gentlemen, not a few, such as the Dukes of Shrewsbury, Kingston, Rutland, Newcastle, and several others. But as I purpose to begin at the south entrance, I mean at the town of Nottingham, I shall speak a little of that before I describe the country about it. Nottingham is one of the most pleasant and beautiful towns in England. The situation makes it so, though the additions to it were not to be nommed. It is seated on the side of a hill overlooking a fine range of meadows about a mile broad, a little rivulet running on the north side of the meadows, almost close to the town, and the noble river Trent parallel with both on the further or south side of the meadows. Over the Trent there is a stately stone bridge of 19 arches, and the river being there joined into one united stream, is very large and deep. Having, as is said, but lately received the addition of the Dove, the Derwent, the Erewash, and the Soar, 3 of them very great rivers of themselves, and all coming into the Trent since its passing by Burton in Staffordshire mentioned before. The town of Nottingham is situated upon the steep ascent of a sandy rock, which is consequently remarkable, for that it is so soft that they easily work into it for making vaults and cellars, and yet so firm as to support the roofs of those cellars 2 or 3 under one another. The stairs into which, are all cut out of the solid, though crumbling rock, and we must not fail to have it be remembered that the bountiful inhabitants generally keep these cellars well stocked with excellent ale. Nor are they uncommunicative in bestowing it among their friends, as some in our company experience to a degree not fit to be made matter of history. They tell us there, speaking of the antiquity of Nottingham, that the hill where it was built, was called the Dolorous Hill, or the Golgotha of ancient time, because of a great slaughter of the Britons there by King Humber, a northern monarch. The same who, being afterwards drowned in the passage of the sea between Hull and Barton, gave name to that arm of the sea which is now called the Humber, and which receives the Trent, and almost all the great rivers of Yorkshire into it. They also tell us, those caves and cellars, mentioned above, served the people for a retreat in those days, from the pursuit of their enemies, and that from thence the town took its first name, which was Snottingham, which signifies hollow vaults in a rock, speluncarum domum, or, as Mr. Camden observes, the British word was tue ogo bok, that is, the same as the Latin, and meant a house of dens, or secret caves to hide in, but this is remote. Besides the situation of Nottingham towards the river, it is most pleasantly seated to the land side, that is to say, to the side of the forest on the north of the town. And here they have, a most pleasant plain to accommodate the gentlemen who assemble once a year, at least, for the manly noble diversion of racings, and chiefly horse races. 'Tis a most glorious show they have here when the running season begins. For here is such an assembly of gentlemen of quality, that not Banstead Down, or Newmarket Heath, produces better company, better horses, or shews the horse and master's skill better. At the west end of the town there is a very steep hill, and the south side of it a cliff, which descends in a precipice towards the river. On this hill stood an old castle, but when, we know not. So that if we may plead its antiquity, 'tis only because we have no account of its beginning. The oldest thing that we read of it is, that there was a tower here which the Danes obstinately defended against King Alfred, and his brother Athelred. This castle, or some other building in the room of it, remained till the time of the late wars. 'Tis evident it was standing in the reign of Queen Elizabeth. Mr. Camden says, William the Norman built it. And, as he says, it was done to awe the English. It was so strong that nothing could ever reduce it but famine. After this it was repaired and beautified, or rather rebuilt, by Edward IV, who added fine apartments to it, which Richard III, his brother, enlarged. It was so strong, it seems, that it had not been subject to the ordinary fate of other fortified places, namely, to be often taken and retaken, for it was never stormed, that is to say, never taken sword in hand. Once it was indeed taken by surprise in the Barons' Wars by Robert Earl Ferrers, who also plundered the town, city, 'twas then called. The stories that people tell us here, of one of the Davids, King of Scotland, kept prisoner in it, I believe little of, any more than I do that of Roger Mortimer Earl of March, and his being hid in a vault underground in this castle. Whence being discovered, he was taken, brought to justice, and hanged for treason. Yet the place where they say he was taken, is shewed still to strangers, and is called Mortimer's Hole, to this day. It is true, that here are such places. Mr. Camden also gives an account that in the first court of the castle there is a way down by a great many steps to a vault underground, where there are chambers cut out of the stone, and the people offered to carry us down the same. But we did not like the aspect of it, so we ventured rather to take their words. Whoever built this great castle, for the dispute lies only between William the Conqueror and William de Peveril, his bastard son, I say, whoever built it, we know not, but we know who pulled it down. Namely, the government, upon the Restoration, because it had been forfeited, and held out against the Royalists. After the Restoration Cavendish, late Marquis of Newcastle, entirely bought it of King Charles II. Or of the Duke of Buckingham, to whom he would have sold it, and, having bought it, went to work immediately with it, in order to pull it quite down, for it lay, as it were, waste to him, and useless. In the year 1674 he cleared the old foundations, a small part excepted, and founded the noble structure which we see now standing. And which, through several successions, has revolved to the present branch of the House of Pelham, now Duke of Newcastle, who has beautified if not enlarged the building, and has laid out a plan of the finest gardens that are to be seen in all that part of England, but they are not yet finished. They take up, as they tell us, 80 acres of ground in the design, and would, no doubt, be exquisitely fine, but it requires immense sum to go on with it. In the great church of St. Mary's in Nottingham, we see the monument of the Plumtrees, an honourable family, who built the hospital at the bridge end, also the family of Hollis Lord Houghton, Earl of Clare, and afterwards Duke of Newcastle, lie buried here. But the learned Dr. Thornton, in his Antiquities of this county, having copied all the epitaphs and inscriptions in the churches of this town, if I should repeat them, it would look as if I wanted matter to fill up. Just the contrary of which is my case to an extreme. The beauties of Nottingham, next to its situation, are the castle, the marketplace, and the gardens of Count Tallet, who, in his confinement here as prisoner of war taken by the Duke of Marlborough at the great battle of Blenheim, amused himself with making a small, but beautiful parterre, after the French fashion. But it does not gain by English keeping. There was once a handsome town house here for the sessions or assizes, and other public business. But it was very old, and was either so weak, or so ill looked after, that, being overcrowded upon occasion of the assizes last year, it cracked, and fright the people, and that not without cause. As it happened, no body was hurt, nor did the building fall directly down. But it must be said, I think, that Providence had more care of the judges, and their needful attendants, than the townsmen had, whose business it was to have been well assured of the place, before they suffered a throng of people to come into it. And therefore we cannot deny, but it was a seasonable justice in the court to amerce or fine the town, as they did, as well for the omission, as for the repair of the place. We are told now that they are collecting money, not for the repair of the old house, but for erecting a new one, which will add to the beauty of the town. The Trent is navigable here for vessels or barges of great burthen, by which all their heavy and bulky goods are brought from the Humber, and even from Hull, such as iron, block tin, salt, hops, grocery, dyers' wares, wine, oil, tar, hemp, flax, and the same vessels carry down lead, coal, wood, corn, as also cheese in great quantities, from Warwickshire and Staffordshire. By which the commerce of these counties is greatly increased. As I have mentioned already. When I said the bridge over Trent had 19 arches, I might as well have said the bridge was a mile long, for the Trent being, at the last time I was there, swelled over its ordinary bound, the river reached quite up to the town. Yet a high causeway, with arches at proper distances, carried us dry over the whole breadth of the meadows, which, I think, is at least a mile. And it may be justly called a bridge, on several accounts, as another at Swarston is called, which is full a mile in length. Nottingham, notwithstanding the navigation of the Trent, is not esteemed a town of very great trade, other than is usual to inland towns. The chief manufacture carried on here is framework knitting for stockings, the same as at Leicester, and some glass, and earthen warehouses, the latter much increased since the increase of tea drinking. For the making fine stone mugs, teapots, cups, and the glass houses, I think, are of late rather decayed. As there is a fine marketplace, so is there a very good market, with a vast plenty of provisions, and those of the best sort, few towns in England exceeding it, to say nothing of their ale, as having reserved it to a place by itself. As they brew a very good liquor here, so they make the best malt, and the most of it of any town in this part of England, which they drive a great trade for, sending it by land carriage to Derby, through all the Peak as far as Manchester. And to other towns in Lancashire, Cheshire, and even into Yorkshire itself. To which end all the lower lands of this county, and especially on the banks of Trent, yield prodigious crops of barley. The government of Nottingham is in the mayor, 2 sheriffs, 6 aldermen, coroners and chamberlains. 24 common council, whereof 6 are called juniors, the rest of course, I suppose, may pass for seniors. I might enter into a long description of all the modern buildings erected lately in Nottingham, which are considerable, and of some just now going forward. But I have a large building in the whole to overlook. And I must not dwell too long upon the threshold. The forest of Sherwood is an addition to Nottingham for the pleasure of hunting, and there are also some fine parks and noble houses in it, as Welbeck, the late Duke of Newcastle's, and Thoresby, the present noble seat of the Pierponts, Dukes of Kingston, which lies at the farthest edge of the forest. But this forest does not add to the fruitfulness of the county, for 'tis now, as it were, given up to waste, even the woods which formerly made it so famous for thieves, are wasted. And if there was such a man as Robin Hood, a famous outlaw and deer stealer, that so many years harbored here, he would hardly find shelter for 1 week, if he was now to have been there, nor is there any store of deer, compared to the quantity which in former times they tell us there usually was. From Nottingham, a little mile west on the road to Derby, we saw Woollerton Hall, the noblest ancient-built palace in this county, the mansion of the antient family of Willoughby, now Lord Middleton, created baron in the late Queen Anne's time. The house, the gardens, the great hall, the monuments of the family in the church of Woollerton, and the pedigree of that noble family, are well worth a stranger's view. The park, walled in with a new brick wall, is much finer than the great park adjoining to the castle of Nottingham, being much better planted with timber, whereas that at Nottingham was all cut down, and sequestered in the late wars. This house, all of stone, was built by Sir Francis Willoughby, second son of the Honourable Willoughby Esq., slain in the 4th of Edward VI. In the rebellion or tumult at Norwich, anno 1546, and Dame Anne, daughter of the Marquis of Dorchester. The first and eldest son, Sir Thomas Willoughby, dying unmarried. The stately fabric shews the genius, as well as the wealth, of the founder. The hall, at the first entrance, is so high that a man on horseback might exercise a pike in it. The figure of building, as an artist said of it to me, was rather antic than antient. The architect is noble, and the order of building regular, except the 4 pavilions of the Doric order on the top, which they all edge is inexcusable in architecture. Some, who excuse the design, will have it to be, that the upper building is an attic, and set on to grace the other. But I must be allowed to differ from that opinion too. However it be, take it all together, the building is far beyond any thing in this part of England, of equal antiquity, Belvoir, or Beauvoir Castle excepted, and even not that for excellence of workmanship. One of the ancestors of this noble family, Sir Richard Willoughby, was judge of the Court of King's Bench for almost 30 years, from the 3rd year of King Edward III to his 33rd year. In which time he greatly advanced the honour and estate of his family. Another branch was less fortunate, though not less famous, namely, Sir Hugh Willoughby, the famous navigator and searcher out of new discoveries. Who, after many extraordinary adventures in the reign of Queen Elizabeth, went at last in search of the north-east passages of Nova Zembla. And having beaten up and down among the ice a long time, was at length driven into a small fuel or inlet of the sea, near the Mer Blanche, or White Sea. And being out of his knowledge, was there found the next spring frozen to death with all his ship's company, every one of them. The monuments of this antient and wealthy family, for many years past, are still to be seen at Woollerton Church. Some of them are very magnificent, and others of them being very antient, are solemn even in their very ruins. For monuments of men, like men, decay. Having thus passed the Rubicon, Trent, and set my face northward, I scarce knew which way to set forward, in a country too so full of wonders, and on so great a journey, and yet to leave nothing behind me to call on as I came back. At least not to leave me out of my way in my return. But then considering that I call this work, a tour, and the parts of it, letters, I think, that though I shall go a great length forward, and shall endeavour to take things with me as I go, yet I may take a review of some parts as I came back, and so may be allowed to pick up any fragments I may have left behind in my going out. I resolved indeed first for the peak, which lay on my left hand northeast. But, as I say, to leave as little behind me as possible, I was obliged to make a little excursion into the forest, where, in my way, I had the diversion of seeing the annual meeting of the gentry at the horse races near Nottingham. I could give a long and agreeable account of the sport itself, how it brought into my thoughts the Olympic games among the Greeks, and the Circus Maximus at Rome, where the racers made a great noise, and the victors made great boasts and triumphs, but where they chiefly drove in chariots, not much unlike our chaises, and where nothing of the speed, or of skill in horsemanship could be shown. As is in our races. It is true, in those races the young Roman and Grecian gentlemen rode, or rather drove themselves, whereas in our races the horses, not the riders, make the show, and they are generally ridden by grooms and boys, chiefly for lightness. Sometimes indeed the gentlemen ride themselves, as I have often seen the Duke of Monmouth, natural son to King Charles II, ride his own horses at a match, and win it too, though he was a large man, and must weigh heavy. But the illustrious company at the Nottingham races was, in my opinion, the glory of the day, for there we saw, besides 11 or 12 noblemen, an infinite throng of gentlemen from all the countries round, nay, even out of Scotland itself. The appearance, in my opinion, greater, as it was really more numerous, than ever I saw at Newmarket, except when the King have been there in ceremony, for I cannot but say, that in King Charles II. time, when His Majesty used to be frequently at Newmarket, I have known the assembly there have been with far less company than this at Nottingham. And, if I might go back to one of these Nottingham meetings, when the Mareschal Duke de Talad was there, I should say, that no occasions at Newmarket, in my memory, ever came up to it. Except the first time that King William was there after the Peace of Ryswick. Nor is the appearance of the ladies to be omitted, as fine and without comparison more bright and gay, though they might a little fall short in number of the many thousands of nobility and gentry of the other sex. In short, the train of coaches filled with the beauties of the north was not to be described. Except we were to speak of the Garden of the Tuileries at Paris, or the Prado at Mexico, where they tell us there are 4,000 coaches with 6 horses each, every evening taking the air. From hence I was going on to see Rugford Abbey, the fine seat of the late Marquis of Halifax, but was called aside to take a view of the most famous piece of church history in this part of the whole island. I mean the Collegiate Church of Southwell. Paulinus, Archbishop of York, was, so antient record supplies the tale, the founder of this church, having preached to the people of the country round, and baptized them in the river Trent. The antient words imports Christianize them, by dipping them in the river Trent. Whether our Antipedo Baptists will take any advantage of the word, I know not, but I cannot see any doubt but that antiently baptism was performed in the water. Whether it was performed there by immersion, putting the person into the water, or pouring the water upon him, we know not, neither do I see any extraordinary, much less any essential difference in it, be it one way or the other. But that is not my business, especially not here. The reason of naming it, is to give you the pious occasion which made the good bishop build this church, namely, that having converted a whole province, or part of one at least, he was desirous they should not want a place of worship to serve God in. The thing which makes this foundation the more remarkable, is, that though it was surrendered into the king's hands, with all the rest of the religious foundations, in the reign of King Henry VIII, yet it was restored whole as it was before, in the 35th of the same reign. But because I love to speak not for myself in cases where good authorities are to be had, and that in a cursory view of a place, such as that of a journey must be, the outsides or appearances of things only are to be seen, or such farther knowledge as may be obtained by report of inhabitants. For I copy nothing from books, but where I quote the books, and refer to them. I say, for this reason I give you an account of this venerable pile, its foundation and present constitution, from a reverend and very good friend, and one of the present prebendaries the place, and whose authority I do. And the reader may depend upon, as follows, viz. An account of the town and church of Southwell. Southwell, in the county of Nottingham, is about 9 miles north-east from Nottingham, 4 miles west from Newark, 8 south-east from Mansfield, and about 2 south-west from the river Trent. The soil of it rich clay and merly, the air very good, and well watered, the river Greet runs by it. It is a market town, and the market day Saturday, it is remarkable for no sort of manufacture. There is in it but one church, which is both parochial and collegiate, which, I think, is the case of no other in England, except Ripon in Yorkshire. The parish consists of Southwell, and the hamlets of East Rope, which joins to Southwell on the east, Westrope, about 1/4 of a mile west of Southwell, and Normanton, about a mile north. It contains about 350 families. There is a parish vicar so called, who is generally one of the vicars choral, whose business it is to visit the sick, bury the dead, etc., the preaching part being performed by the prebendaries. This vicarage was lately augmented by Queen Anne's bounty, which benefit fell to it by lot. The collegiate church consists of 16 prebendaries or canons, 6 vicars choral, an organist, 6 singing men, 6 choristers, a register to the chapter, a treasurer, an auditor, a verger, etc. The prebenda are all in the gift of the Archbishop of York. All the rest of the members disposed of by the chapter. The foundation of this church is doubtless very antient. It is generally supposed to be founded by Paulinus, the first Archbishop of York, about the year 630. The church was, by the several members thereof, viz. the Archbishop, the prebendaries, vicars choral, chantry priests, and by the chapter, surrendered to the king, 32 Henry VIII. As appears by the records in Chancery. And was actually in the king's possession, until by Act of Parliament, Anno 35 Henry VIII. It was refounded, and restored to its antient privilege, and incorporated by the name of the chapter of the Collegiate Church of the Blessed Mary the Virgin of Southwell. Afterward, by the statute for the dissolution of chantries, Anno Primo Edward VI. It was conceived, that the said church was again dissolved. But the members of the church did not quit their possession till the 4th and 5th of Philip and Mary, when Griffin, the Attorney General, exhibited an information of intrusion against the chapter, pleading the Crown's title to their lands. By virtue of the Act of Edward VI. But upon full hearing it was adjudged that the chapter was not adjudged within the said statute, and therefore the bill was dismissed, and the chapter continued to enjoy their rights and privileges. Queen Elizabeth confirmed the same, and gave statutes to the said church, with this preamble, Elise. Dei Grat. Regina, Endc. Delectus subditus nostris, capitulo, Ceterisque, ministris ecclesiae nostri colic. Bedi Mariae Virginis de Southwell per illustrissimum patrem nostrum hen. 8. Nuper regem ong fundati. Notwithstanding this, in King James's reign, the same plea was revived against the church, by the then Attorney General, and met with the same success, that is, was dismissed. And King James, in the 2nd year of his reign, by letters patent under the Great Seal, confirmed and established the said church in perpetuity, according to the refoundation and restitution thereof by King Henry VIII. There is no dean of this church, but the evidentiary for the time being has the government of it. And one of the prebendaries, by the statutes, is obliged to be resident, which at present is by agreement and by consent of the Archbishop, performed by every one in their turns, and each prebendary keeps residence a quarter of a year. Most of the prebendaries, I think 12 of them, have prebendal houses in the town of Southwell. But those being let out on lease, they now keep residence in a house built for that purpose about 30 years ago, in the east end of the College of the Vicars, which house is ready furnished, and kept in repair at the charge of the chapter. The prebendaries preach in their turn every Sunday morning, and on such festivals, and as preaching is required. In the afternoon on Sundays there is a lecture usually preached by the residentiary for the time being. The chapter of Southwell have a peculiar jurisdiction, and there are 28 parishes subject to it, to most of which they have the right of presentation, besides some others in Lincolnshire and Yorkshire. This jurisdiction is exercised by a commissary or vicar general, chosen by the chapter out of their body, who holds visitations, and twice a year. And besides these, there are 2 synods yearly, to which the clergy of the county of Nottingham pay their attendance. And a certain number of the prebendaries, and others of the considerable clergy, are appointed commissioners, by a commission granted by the Archbishop of York to preside at the synods. There are many privileges belonging to this church. One of which is, that every parish and hamlet in the county pays certain small pensions yearly to the church, called Pentecostal offerings. There are houses for the vicar's choral adjoining to the residence house, built about a square, with a gate locked up every night, and the key kept by the residentiary. There are but 5 of the vicars have houses allotted them in the college. The other vicar, being parish vicar, also has a vicarage house in the town. There are prayers twice every day at the usual hours, and likewise at 6 or 7 in the morning, from Ash Wednesday to St. Matthew's Day. The civil government of the jurisdiction of Southwell is distinct from the county at large. It is called the Soke of Southwell cum Scrooby, which is another town in this county. There are about 20 towns subject to this jurisdiction. The Custos Rotulorum, and the Justices of the Peace, are nominated by the Archbishop of York, and constituted by a commission under the Great Seal of England, who hold their session both at Southwell and Scrooby, and perform all other justiciary acts distinct from the county. There is no Custos Rotulorum yet appointed in the room of Lord Lexington, who died about 2 years ago. But a new commission is expected as soon as the Archbishop is confirmed. The names of the present prebendaries and prebends are The Reverend Mr. Geo Mompesson. Oxton I Pars. Mr. Tho. Suborn. North Muscombe. Mr. John Pigott. Beckingham. Mr. Edward Clark. Dunham. Mr. Benjamin Carter. Sacrista. Mr. Stephen Cooper. Normanton. Mr. Samuel Birdmore. Oxton 2 Pars. Mr. Thomas Sharp. Norwell Overall. Mr. Robert Ade. Woodborough. Mr. John Lloyd. South Muscombe. Mr. Robert Marsden. Norwell Palishall. Mr. John Abson. Eton. Mr. Humphrey Brailsford. Norwell 3 Pars. Mr. Ree. Wood, present reside. North Severton. Mr. Henry Cook. Rampton. Mr. Edward Parker. Hallowton. The present Vickers. Mr. Benjamin Cooper. Mr. John Barnard. Mr. Charles Benson. Mr. Samuel Bird. Mr. Joseph Ellis. Mr. William Hodgson. An organist. 6 singing men. 6 choristers, besides 6 more. Boys who attend as probationers. The present register and auditor. The treasurer. The verger. Mr. Jos Clay. Mr. George Cooper. The fabric of the church is at present in good and decent order. It is a strong building of the Gothic order, very plain. I remember to have met with this passage in some of our old writings. That when the dispute was about the dissolution of the church, I think in King James's reign, among other things, it was urged by the chapter, that the church of Southwell was a plain fabric, free from all superstitious ornaments. That there were no painted figures in the glasswork, nor images, nor so much as a niche capable of placing an image in, which I think is true. And from hence too it has been conjectured concerning the antiquity of this church, that it was probably built, before image worship was practiced or thought of in the Christian church. This church was a great part of it burnt down in the year 1711, by lightning, of which I find this memorandum in one of our books, viz. On Monday the 5th of November, 1711. About 10 o'clock at night, the top of the ball on one of the south spires of this collegiate church of Southwell was fired by lightning, which, backed by a furious wind that drove it almost directly on the body of the church, in a few hours burnt down the spire and roof, melted down the bells, and spared nothing that was combustible, except the other spire, till it came to the choir, where, after it had consumed the organs, it was by singular providence stopped and extinguished. This is a pretty exact account, to which I must add, that the damage was computed at near 4,000 L. Which great misfortune was happily repaired by the industry of the chapter, joined with the help of the then Archbishop of York, Dr. Sharp, who not only contributed largely themselves, but by their solicitations obtained a brief, which, with the liberal contributions of several of the nobility and gentry, and the inhabitants of Southwell and its neighbourhood, enabled them to repair the church, and to put it in as good order as it was before the fire. Among the benefactors ought particularly to be remembered with gratitude the last Duchess Dowager of Newcastle, who, at the intercession of the Archbishop, kindly seconded by her chaplain Dr. Brailsford, now Dean of Wells, L. gave 500. Dr. Sharp, Archbishop, 200. The late Duke of Leeds, 200. The Earl of Thanet, 50. The late Duke of Rutland, 60. Bartholomew Burton, Esq, 30. Sir William Dawes, late Archbishop, 100. The church is built in form of a cross, a great tower in the middle, in which are 8 bells, and 2 spires at the west end. There is a handsome chapter house on the north side of the choir. The length of the church from east to west is 306 feet, of which the choir is feet, the length of the cross aisle from north to south is 121 feet, the breadth of the church 59 feet. On a pillar at the entrance into the choir, is this inscription: Sint Regis Nutritiae Tuae and Regina. Nutrices. Ecclesiam Hanc Collegiatam and Parochialum. Fundavit Antiquitas. Refundavit Illustrissimus Henricus Rex Octavus. Eduardo Lee Archiepiscopo Eberac. Intercedent. Sansavit Serenissima Elisabetha Regina. Et vino sans eborum Archiepiscopo mediant. Stabilavit Prepotentissimus Monarcha Jack. Rex. Henrico Howard Comite Northamp. Aliisc. Supplicantibus. Sint Sicit Orab and Zeb, Zeba and Salmana. Cadicunt Hereditate Posidemus. Sanctuarium Dei. There are no very remarkable monuments in this church, only one of Archbishop Sands, which is within the communion rails, and is a fair tomb of alabaster, with his effigies lying on it at full length. Round the verge of it is this inscription. Advinus Sandis Sacri Theologii Doctor, postquam Vigorniensum Episcopatum annos ex, tota demp tribus demptus Londinensum jacissat Ebersensis sui Archiepiscopatus anno 12-inch vitae autumn LXAX. Obiit. Julie X, AD 1588. At the head of the tomb is this inscription. Cujus hic reconditum cadaver jacet, genere non humilis vixit, dignitate locoque magnus, exemplo major. Duplici functus episcopatu, archiepiscopali tandem amplitudine illustris. Honores has mercatus grandi precio, meritus virtutibusque homo hominem amalitia and vindicta innocentissimus, magnanimus, apertus, and tantum necius adulari. Summi liberalis ac misericors, hospitalis optimus, facilis, and in sola vitia superbus. Silicet haud minora, quam locutus est, vixit and fut. In evangelii predicand. Laboribus ad extremum usque halitum mirabiliter assiduus. A sermonibus aegis nunquam non melior dissiders. Facundus nolbat esse invitabator, ignavos, sedulatitis sui conscius, odrat. Bonus literas auxit pro facultatibus, ecclesiae patrimonium, volo rem deo consecratum decut, intactum defendit. Gratia, qua flariuit, apud illustrissimum mortalium Elizabethum, efficit, ne hanc, in qua jacet, ecclesiam ti jacentem cerners. Venerant Presel. Utrius memorandum fortuni exemplar. Catanta cura gesseris, multa his majora, animo ad omnia semper impavido, perpessus es, careers, exilia, amplicimarum facultatum emissions, quod omnium difficilium innocens perfore animus sensuavit, immanes calumnias. And si reuna votis tues mimer, quod Christo testimonium etiam sanguine non preberis, adamen, ca in prosperis tantos fluctus, and post eronum tot adversa, tandem quietus semterni portum, fessus mundi, dece sciens, reparisti, eternum laeter. Vice sanguinis sunt sudors tuae, abiae lector, nec ista sias, tantum ut siveris, sed ut imiteris. At the feet under the coat of arms. Verbum Dei mane in eternum. Round the border of another stone in the south aisle of the choir. Hic jacet Robertus Surlby, generosus, quandam famulus Willielmi Booth Archiepiscopo Eberac. Ca obiit 24. Die mensis Augusti, AD 1480, cujus animi propitiator Deus. Amen. On a stone fixed in the wainscot under one of the prebendal stalls in the choir, is this inscription, very antient, but without a date. Hic jacet Wilhelmus Talbot, miser and indignus sacerdos, expectans resurrectionem in signo thou. I suppose it means a tau to denote a cross. On the south side of the church in the churchyard. Mi pedi quando terris, homo commortum mediteris sic contritus eris, and pro me quero, presseris, without name or date. Here was formerly a palace belonging to the Archbishop of York, which stood on the south side of the church, the ruins of which still remain, by which it appears to have been a large and stately palace. It was demolished in the time of the rebellion against King Charles I, and the church, I have heard, hardly escaped the fury of those times, but was indebted to the good offices of one Edward Cludd, Esq. One of the Parliament side, who lived at Norwood, in the parish of Southwell, in a house belonging to the Archbishop, where he lived in good esteem for some time after the Restoration. And left this estate at Norwood, which he held by lease of the Archbishop, to his nephew Mr. Bartholomew Fillingham, who was a considerable officer in the Exchequer, and from whom Bartholomew Burton, Esq., who was his nephew and heir, inherited it, with the bulk of all the rest of his estate, and who now enjoys it by a lease of 3 lives, granted by the late Archbishop Sir William Dawes. Here were no less than 3 parks belonging to the Archbishop, which though disparked, still retain the name, one of which is Norwood Park, in which is a good house, which has been very much enlarged and beautified by the said Mr. Burton, who lives in it some part of the year. There is a free school adjoining to the church, under the care of the chapter, where the choristers are taught gratis, and other boys belonging to the town. The master is chosen by the chapter, and is to be approved by the Archbishop of York. There are also 2 fellowships and 2 scholarships in St. John's College in Cambridge, founded by Dr. Ketton, Canon of Salisbury, in the 22d year of King Henry VIII. To be chosen by the master and fellows of the said college, out of such who have been choristers of the Church of Southwell, if any such able person for learning and manners, can be found in Southwell, or in the University of Cambridge. And for want of such, then out of any scholars abiding in Cambridge, which said fellowships are to be 13 shillings and 4 each better than any other fellowship of the college. Hence crossing the forest I came to Mansfield, a market town, but without any remarkables. In my way I visited the noble seat of the Duke of Kingston at Thoresby, of the Duke of Newcastle at Welbeck, and the Marquis of Halifax at Rufford, of Rochford Abbey, all very noble seats, though antient, and that at Welbeck especially beautified with large additions, fine apartments, and good gardens. But particularly the park, well stocked with large timber, and the finest kind, as well as the largest quantity of deer that are anywhere to be seen. For the late Duke's delight being chiefly on horseback and in the chase, it is not to be wondered if he rather made his parks fine than his gardens, and his stables than his mansion house, yet the house is noble, large, and magnificent. Hard by Welbeck is Worksop Manor, the antient and stately seat of the noble family of Talbot, descended by a long line of ancestors from another family illustrious, though not ennobled, of Lovetots. This house, though in its antient figure, is outdone by none of the best and greatest in the county, except Woollerton Hall, already mentioned, and that though it is, as it were, deserted of its noble patrons. The family of Shrewsbury being in the person of the last Duke, removed from this side of the country to another fine seat in the west, already mentioned. From hence leaving Nottinghamshire, the west part abounding with lead and coal, it crossed over that fury of a river called the Derwent, and came to Derby, the capital of the county. This is a fine, beautiful, and pleasant town. It has more families of gentlemen in it than is usual in towns so remote, and therefore here is a great deal of good and some gay company, perhaps the rather, because the Peak being so near, and taking up the larger part of the county, and being so inhospitable, so rugged and so wild a place, the gentry choose to reside at Derby, rather than upon their estates, as they do in other places. It must be allowed, that the 12 miles between Nottingham and this town, keeping the midway between the Trent on the left, and the mountains on the right, are as agreeable with respect to the situation, the soil, and the well planting of the country, as any spot of ground, at least that I have seen of that length, in England. The town of Derby is situated on the west bank of the Derwent, over which it has a very fine bridge, well built, but antient, and a chapel upon the bridge, now converted into a dwelling house. Here is a curiosity in trade worth observing, as being the only one of its kind in England, namely, a throwing or throster's mill, which performs by a wheel turned by the water. And though it cannot perform the doubling part of a throster's work, which can only be done by a hand wheel, yet it turns the other work, and performs the labor of many hands. Whether it answers the expense or not, that is not my business. This work was erected by one Soracule, a man expert in making mill work, especially for raising water to supply towns for family use, but he made a very odd experiment at this place. For going to show some gentleman the curiosity, as he called it, of his mealie, and crossing the planks which lay just above the mill wheel. regarding, it seems, what he was to show his friends more than the place where he was, and too eager in describing things, keeping his eye rather upon what he pointed at with his fingers than what he stepped upon with his feet. He stepped awry and slipped into the river. He was so very close to the sluice which let the water out upon the wheel, and which was then pulled up, that though help was just at hand, there was no taking hold of him, till by the force of the water he was carried through, and pushed just under the large wheel, which was then going round at a great rate. The body being thus forked in between two of the plashers of the wheel, stopped the motion for a little while, till the water pushing hard to force its way, the plasher beyond him gave way and broke. Upon which the wheel went again, and, like Jonah's whale, spewed him out, not upon dry land, but into that part they call the apron, and so to the mill tail, where he was taken up, and received no hurt at all. Derby, as I have said, is a town of gentry, rather than trade, yet it is populous, well built, has 5 parishes, a large marketplace, a fine town house, and very handsome streets. In the church of All Hallows, or, as the Spaniards call it, de Todos los Santos, All Saints, is the pantheon, or burial place of the noble, now ducal family of Cavendish, now Devonshire, which was first erected by the Countess of Shrewsbury, who not only built the vault or sepulchre, but an hospital for 8 poor men and 4 women, close by the church, and settled their maintenance, which is continued to this day. Here are very magnificent monuments for the family of Cavendish. And at this church is a famous tower or steeple, which for the height and beauty of its building, is not equalled in this county, or in any of those adjacent. By an inscription upon this church, it was erected, or at least the steeple, at the charge of the maids and bachelors of the town. On which account, whenever a maid, native of the town, was married, the bells were rung by bachelors. How long the custom lasted, we do not read, but I do not find that it is continued, at least not strictly. The government of this town, for it is a corporation, and sends 2 burgesses to Parliament, is in a mayor, high steward, 9 aldermen, a recorder, 14 brothers, 14 capital burgesses, and a town clerk. The trade of the town is chiefly in good malt and good ale. Nor is the quantity of the latter unreasonably small, which, as they say, they dispose of among themselves, though they spare some to their neighbours too. The Peak District. It is observable, that as the Trent makes the frontier or bounds of the county of Derby south, so the Dove and the Irwash make the bounds east and west, and the Derwent runs through the centre. All of them beginning and ending their course in the same county, for they rise in the Peak, and end in the Trent. I that had read Cotton's Wonders of the Peak, in which I always wondered more at the poetry than at the Peak, and in which there was much good humour, though but little good verse, could not satisfy myself to be in Derbyshire, and not see the river Dove, which that gentleman has spent so much doggerel upon, and celebrated to such a degree for trout and grayling. So from Derby we went to Dove Bridge, or, as the country people call it, Dowbridge, where we had the pleasure to see the river drowning the lowgrounds by a sudden shower, and hastening to the Trent with a most outrageous stream, in which there being no great diversion, and travelling being not very safe in a rainy season on that side, we omitted seeing Ashbourne and Uttoxeter, the Utocetum of the ancients, 2 market towns upon that river, and returning towards Derby, we went from thence directly up into the high Peak. In our way we passed an antient seat, large, but not very gay, of Sir Nathaniel Curson, a noted and, for wealth, over great family, for many ages inhabitants of this county. Hence we kept the Derwent on our right hand, but kept our distance, the waters being out, for the Derwent is a frightful creature when the hills load her current with water. I say, we kept our distance, and contented ourselves with hearing the roaring of its waters, till we came to Quorn or Cordon, a little ragged, but noted village, where there is a famous chalybeate spring, to which abundance of people go in the season to drink the water, as also a cold bath. There are also several other mineral waters in this part of the country, as another chalybeate near Cordon or Quorn, a hot bath at Matlock, and another at Buxton, of which in its place. Besides these, there are hot springs in several places which run waste into the ditches and brooks, and are taken no notice of, being remote among the mountains, and out of the way of the common resort. We found the wells, as custom bids us call them, pretty full of company, the waters good, and very physical, but wretched lodging and entertainment. So I resolved to stay till I came to the south, and make shift with Tunbridge or Epsom, of which I have spoken at large in the counties of Surrey and Kent. From Croydon we advanced due north, and, mounting the hills gradually for 4 or 5 miles, we soon had a most frightful view indeed among the black mountains of the peak. However, as they were yet at a distance, and a good town lay on our left called Wirksworth, we turned thither for refreshment. Here indeed we found a specimen of what I had heard before, viz. that however rugged the hills were, the valleys were everywhere fruitful, well inhabited, the markets well supplied, and the provisions extraordinary good. Not forgetting the ale, which everywhere exceeded, if possible, what was past, as if the farther north the better the liquor, and that the nearer we approached to Yorkshire, as the place for the best. So the ale advanced the nearer to its perfection. Wirksworth is a large well-frequented market town, and market towns being very thin placed in this part of the county, they have the better trade, the people generally coming 12 or 15 miles to a market, and sometimes much more. Though there is no very great trade to this town but what relates to the lead works, and to the subterranean wretches, who they call peakrills, who work in the mines, and who live all round this town every way. The inhabitants are a rude boorish kind of people, but they are a bold, daring, and even desperate kind of fellows in their search into the bowels of the earth, for no people in the world outdo them. And therefore they are often entertained by our engineers in the wars to carry on the sap, and other such works, at the sieges of strong fortified places. This town of Wirksworth is a kind of a market for lead. The like not known anywhere else that I know of, except it be at the Custom House Keys in London. The Barmoot Court, kept here to judge controversies among the miners, that is to say, to adjust subterranean quarrels and disputes, is very remarkable. Here they summon a master and 24 jurors. And they have power to set out the bounds of the works underground. The terms are these: they are empowered to set off the meres, so they call them, of ground in a pipe and a flat, that is to say, 29 yards long in the first, and 14 square in the last. When any man has found a vein of or in another man's ground, except orchards and gardens, they may appoint the proprietor cartways and passage for timber, and this court also prescribes rules to the mines, and limits their proceedings in the works underground. Also they are judges of all their little quarrels and disputes in the mines, as well as out, and, in a word, keep the peace among them. Which, by the way, may be called the greatest of all the wonders of the peak, for they are of a strange, turbulent, quarrelsome temper, and very hard to be reconciled to one another in their subterraneous affairs. And now I am come to this wonderful place, the peak, where you will expect I should do as some others have, I think, foolishly, done before me, viz. tell you strange long stories of wonders as, I must say, they are most weakly called. And that you may not think me arrogant in censuring so many wise men, who have wrote of these wonders, as if they were all fools, I shall give you 4 Latin lines out of Mr. Camden, by which you will see there were some men of my mind above 100 years ago. Mira alto pecco tria sunt, barathrum, spicus, antrum. Commoda tot, plumbum, gramen, ovile picus. Tot speciosa simul sunt, castrum, Balnea, Chatsworth. Plura sed occurrent, cut speciosa minus. CMBD, Brit. Fall, 495. Which by the same hand are Englished thus. 9 things that please us at the peak we see. A cave, a den, a hole, the wonder be. Lead, sheep and pasture, are the useful 3. Chatsworth the castle, and the Bath delight. Much more you see. All little worth the sight. Now to have so great a man as Mr. Hobbes, and after him Mr. Cotton, celebrate the trines here, the first in a fine Latin poem, the last in English verse, as if they were the most exalted wonders of the world, I cannot but, after wondering at their making wonders of them, desire you, my friend, to travel with me through this howling wilderness in your imagination, and you shall soon find all that is wonderful about it. Near Wirksworth, and upon the very edge of Derwent, is, as above, a village called Matlock, where there are several arm springs, lately one of these being secured by a stone wall on every side, by which the water is brought to rise to a due height, is made into a very convenient bath, with a house built over it, and room within the building to walk round the water or bath, and so by steps to go down gradually into it. This bath would be much more frequented than it is, if two things did not hinder. Namely, a base, stony, mountainous road to it, and no good accommodation when you are there. They are intending, as they tell us, to build a good house to entertain persons of quality, or such who would spend their money at it. But it was not so far concluded or directed when I was there, as to be anywhere begun. The bath is milk, or rather blood warm, very pleasant to go into, and very sanative, especially for rheumatic pains, bruises, and for some miles before we come to Matlock, you pass over the hills by the very mouths of the lead mines, and there are melting houses for the preparing the ore, and melting or casting it into pigs. And so they carry it to Wirksworth to be sold at the market. Over against this warm bath, and on the other, or east side of the Derwent, stands a high rock, which rises from the very bottom of the river, for the water washes the foot of it, and is there in dry weather very shallow. I say, it rises perpendicular as a wall, the precipice bare and smooth like one plain stone, to such a prodigious height, it is really surprising. Yet what the people believed of it surmounted all my faith too, though I looked upon it very curiously, for they told me it was above 400 foot high, which is as high as two of our monuments, one set upon another. That which adds most to my wonder in it is, that as the stone stands, it is smooth from the very bottom of the Derwent to the uppermost point, and nothing can be seen to grow upon it. The prodigious height of this tor, for it is called Matlock Tor, was to me more a wonder than any of the rest in the peak, and, I think, it should be named among them, but it is not. So it must not be called one of the wonders. A little on the other side of Wirksworth, begins a long plain called Brassington Moor, which reaches full 12 miles in length another way, viz., from Brassington to Buxton. At the beginning of it on this side from Wirksworth, it is not quite so much. The Peak people, who are mighty fond of having strangers shoot everything they can, and of calling everything a wonder, told us here of another high mountain, where a giant was buried, and which they called the Giant's Tomb. This tempted our curiosity, and we presently rode up to the mountain in order to leave our horses, dragoon-like, with a servant, and to clamber up to the top of it, to see this Giant's Tomb. Here we missed the imaginary wonder, and found a real one, the story of which I cannot but record, to shew the discontented part of the rich world how to value their own happiness, by looking below them, and seeing how others live, who yet are capable of being easy and content. Which content goes a great way towards being happy, if it does not come quite up to happiness. The story is this. As we came near the hill, which seemed to be round, and a precipice almost on every side, we perceived a little parcel of ground hedged in, as if it were a garden. It was about 20 or 30 yards long, but not so much broad. Parallel with the hill, and close to it. We saw no house, but, by a dog running out and barking, we perceived some people were thereabout. And presently after we saw two little children, and then a third run out to see what was the matter. When we came close up we saw a small opening, not a door, but a natural opening into the rock, and the noise we had made brought a woman out with a child in her arms, and another at her foot. N.B. The biggest of these five was a girl, about 8 or 10 years old. We asked the woman some questions about the tomb of the giant upon the rock or mountain. She told us, there was a broad flat stone of a great size lay there, which, she said, the people called a gravestone. And, if it was, it might well be called a giant's, for she thought no ordinary man was ever so tall, and she described it to us as well as she could, by which it must be at least 16 or 17 foot long. But she could not give any farther account of it, neither did she seem to lay any stress upon the tale of a giant being buried there, but said, if her husband had been at home he might have shown it to us. I snatched at the word, at home. Says I, good wife, why, where do you live? Here, sir, says she, and points to the hole in the rock. Here. Says I, and do all these children live here too? Yes, sir, says she, they were ale born here. Pray how long have you dwelt here then? Said I. My husband was born here, said she, and his father before him. Will you give me leave, says one of our company, as curious as I was, to come in and see your house, dame? If you please, sir, says she, but 'tis not a place fit for such as you are to come into, calling him, your worship, forsooth, but that by the by. I mention it, to shew that the good woman did not want manners, though she lived in a den like a wild body. However, we alighted and went in. There was a large hollow cave, which the poor people by 2 curtains hanged cross, had parted into 3 rooms. On one side was the chimney, and the man, or perhaps his father, being miners, had found means to work a shaft or funnel through the rock to carry the smoke out at the top, where the giant's tombstone was. The habitation was poor, 'tis true, but things within did not look so like misery as I expected. Everything was clean and neat, though mean and ordinary. There were shelves with earthenware, and some pewter and brass. There was, which I observed in particular, a whole flitch or side of bacon hanging up in the chimney, and by it a good piece of another. There was a sow and pigs running about at the door, and a little lean cow feeding upon a green place just before the door, and the little enclosed piece of ground I mentioned, was growing with good barley, it being then near harvest. To find out whence this appearance of substance came, I asked the poor woman, what trade her husband was. She said, he worked in the lead mines. I asked her, how much he could earn a day there. She said, if he had good luck he could earn about 5 pence a day, but that he worked by the dish, which was a term of art I did not understand, but supposed, as I afterwards understood it was, by the grate, in proportion to the ore, which they measure in a wooden bowl, which they call a dish. Then I asked, what she did. She said, when she was able to work she washed the ore, but, looking down on her children, and shaking her head, she intimated, that they found her so much business she could do but little, which one easily granted must be true. But what can you get at washing the ore, said I, when you can work? She said, if she worked hard she could gain 3 pence a day. So that, in short, here was but 8 pence a day when they both worked hard, and that not always, and perhaps not often, and all this to maintain a man, his wife, and 5 small children, and yet they seemed to live very pleasantly. The children looked plump and fat, ruddy and wholesome. And the woman was tall, well shapped, clean, and, for the place, a very well-looking, comely woman, nor was there anything looked like the dirt and nastiness of the miserable cottages of the poor. Though many of them spend more money in strong drink than this poor woman had to maintain 5 children with. This moving sight so affected us all, that, upon a short conference at the door, we made up a little lump of money, and I had the honor to be almoner for the company. And though the sum was not great, being at most something within a crown, as I told it into the poor woman's hand, I could perceive such a surprise in her face, that, had she not given vent to her joy by a sudden flux of tears, I found she would have fainted away. She was some time before she could do anything but cry, but after that was abated, she expressed herself very handsomely, for a poor body, and told me, she had not seen so much money together of her own for many months. We asked her, if she had a good husband. She smiled, and said, yes, thanked God for it, and that she was very happy in that, for he worked very hard, and they wanted for nothing that he could do for them. And 2 or 3 times made mention of how contented they were. In a word, it was a lecture to us all, and that such, I assure you, as made the whole company very grave all the rest of the day, and if it has no effect of that kind upon the reader, the defect must be in my telling the story in a less moving manner than the poor woman told it herself. From hence inquiring no farther after the giant, or his tomb, we went, by the direction of the poor woman, to a valley on the side of a rising hill, where there were several grooves. So they call the mouth of the shaft or pit by which they go down into a lead mine. And as we were standing still to look at one of them, admiring how small they were, and scarce believing a poor man that shoot at us, when he told us, that they went down those narrow pits or holes to so great a depth in the earth. I say, while we were wondering, and scarce believing the fact, we were agreeably surprised with seeing a hand, and then an arm, and quickly after a head, thrust up out of the very groove we were looking at. It was the more surprising as not we only, but not the man that we were talking to, knew anything of it, or expected it. Immediately we rode closer up to the place, where we see the poor wretch working and heaving himself up gradually, as we thought, with difficulty. But when he shewed us that it was by setting his feet upon pieces of wood fixed crossed the angles of the groove like a ladder, we found that the difficulty was not much. And if the groove had been larger they could not either go up or down so easily, or with so much safety, for that now their elbows resting on those pieces as well as their feet, they went up and down with great ease and safety. Those who would have a more perfect idea of those grooves, need do no more than go to the church of St. Paul's, and desire to see the square wells which they have there, to go down from the top of the church into the very vaults under it, to place the leaden pipes which carry the rain water from the flat of the roof to the common shore. Which wells are square, and have small iron bars placed cross the angles for the workmen to set their feet on, to go up and down to repair the pipes. The manner of the steps are thus described. When this subterranean creature was come quite out, with all his furniture about him, we had as much variety to take us up as before, and our curiosity received full satisfaction without venturing down. As we were persuaded to buy some people, and as 2 of our company were inclined to do. First, the man was a most uncouth spectacle. He was clothed all in leather, had a cap of the same without brims, some tools in a little basket which he drew up with him, not one of the names of which we could understand but by the help of an interpreter. Nor indeed could we understand any of the man's discourse so as to make out a whole sentence, and yet the man was pretty free of his tongue too. For his person, he was lean as a skeleton, pale as a dead core, his hair and beard a deep black, his flesh lank, and, as we thought, something of the colour of the lead itself, and being very tall and very lean he looked. Or we that saw him ascend Abinforus, fancied he looked like an inhabitant of the dark regions below, and who was just ascended into the world of light. Besides his basket of tools, he brought up with him about 750 weight of ore, which we wondered at, for the man had no small load to bring, considering the manner of his coming up. And this indeed made him come heaving and struggling up, as I said at first, as if he had great difficulty to get out, whereas it was indeed the weight that he brought with him. If any reader thinks this, and the past relation of the woman and the cave, too low and trifling for this work, they must be told, that I think quite otherwise. And especially considering what a noise is made of wonders in this country, which, I must needs say, have nothing in them curious, but much talked of, more trifling a great deal. See Cotton's Wonders of the Peak, Hobbes's Chatsworth, and several others, but I shall make no more apologies. I return to our subterranean apparition. We asked him, how deep the mine lay which he came out of. He answered us in terms we did not understand. But our interpreter, as above, told us, it signified that he was at work 60 fathoms deep, but that there were 5 men of his party, who were, 2 of them, 11 fathoms, and the other 3. 15 fathoms deeper. He seemed to regret that he was not at work with those 3. For that they had a deeper vein of ore than that which he worked in, and had a way out at the side of the hill, where they passed without coming up so high as he was obliged to do. If we blessed ourselves before, when we saw how the poor woman and her 5 children lived in the hole or cave in the mountain, with the giant's grave over their heads. We had much more room to reflect how much we had to acknowledge to our Maker, that we were not appointed to get our bread thus, 150 yards underground, or in a hole as deep in the earth as the cross upon St. Paul's cupola is high out of it, nor was it possible to see these miserable people without such reflections, unless you will suppose a man as stupid and senseless as the horse he rides on. But to leave moralizing to the reader, I proceed. We then looked on the ore, and got the poor man's leave to bring every one a small piece of it away with us, for which we gave him 2 small pieces of better metal, called shillings, which made his heart glad. And, as we understood by our interpreter, was more than he could gain at 60 fathoms underground in 3 days. And we found soon after the money was so much, that it made him move off immediately towards the alehouse, to melt some of it into good pale Derby, but, to his farther good luck, we were gotten to the same alehouse before him. Where, when we saw him come, we gave him some liquor too, and made him keep his money, and promise us to carry it home to his family, which they told us lived hard by. From hence entreing upon Brassington Moor, mentioned above, we had 8 miles smooth green riding to Buxton Bath, which they call one of the wonders of the Peak. But is so far from being a wonder, that to us, who had been at Bath in Somersetshire, and at Aix-la-Chapelle in Germany, it was nothing at all. Nor is it anything but what is frequent in such mountainous countries as this is, in many parts of the world. That which was more wonderful to me than all of it, was, that so light is made of them as to use. That the people rather wonder at them than take the benefit of them. And that, as there are several hot springs in this village of Buxton, as well as at Matlock, mentioned above, and at several other places, they are not built into noble and convenient bathing places. And, instead of a house or two, a city built here for the entertainment of company, which, if it were done, and countenance given to it, as is to the baths at Bath, I doubt not it would be as well frequented, and to as good purpose. But though I shall not treat this warm spring as a wonder, for such it is not, I must nevertheless give it the praise due to the medicinal virtue of its waters. For it is not to be denied, but that wonderful cures have been wrought by them, especially in rheumatic, scorbutic and scrofulous distempers, aches of the joints, nervous pains, and also in scurfy and leprous maladies. For a proof of this, and to give a just reputation to the waters of Buxton, I crave leave to give a brief account of what the learned say of their virtues, and the manner of their operation. And though I shall not crowd this work with any thing from books, which is not more than common, and more than ordinary useful, yet I must be excused in this, as what I think excels in both. It is from the learned Dr. Lee, in his Natural History of Lancashire, and of the Peak. His words are as follows. Here, meaning at Buxton, the waters are sulphureous and saline yet not foetid, but very palatable, because the sulphur is not united with any vitriolic particles, or but very few saline. It tinges not silver, nor is it purgative, because its saline parts are dispensed in such small proportions, which saline particles make up a corn-pound salt, constituted of a marine salt, and the sal catharticum almarum. Which indeed is the nitrum calcareum that impregnates Epsom, Northall and Dulwich waters, and others in those parts, as at Streatham, Peckham, Shooter's Hill, and in the county of Kent. These waters, Buxton, if drank, create a good appetite, open obstructions, and no doubt, if mixed with the chalybeate waters that are there also, may answer all the intentions of the Bath water in Somersetshire. And that of Sir Vincent's too at Bristol, so noted for curing the diabetes. Of which I have seen several instances in these parts, and likewise for curing of bloody urines, of which I saw a most noted instance at Liverpool. This bath is of a temperate heat, and, without question, by a reverberating halidus might be brought to any degree of heat, but, I think, in its own natural heat, it may in general be said to be more agreeable to the constitutions of those parts. And where the hot baths cannot be safely used, this may. This last summer I saw remarkable instances of its effects in scorbutic rheumatisms in persons, that could not go before without the help of crutches, who came from thence to Manchester on foot without them. Distant from Buxton full 16 northern miles. For the antiquity of these baths too, though there is not a king blatted to testify for them, as at Bath in Somersetshire, whose evidence we cannot be sure is very justifiable. Yet here the same author on that article, that these baths were eminent in the Romans' time, is most certain. Lucan, and others acquaint us, they were extraordinary hot, the high road, called the Roman Bathgate, as Mr. Camden says, further confirms it, but it is especially evident from a Roman wall cemented with red Roman plaister, close by St. Anne's Well, where we may see the ruins of the antient bath, its dimensions and length. The waters are temperately hot, or rather warm, and operate rather as a cold bath, without that violent attack which the cold bath makes upon all nature at once. You feel a little chillness when you first dip or plunge into the water, but it is gone in a moment. And you find a kind of an equality in the warmth of your blood and that of the water, and that so very pleasant, that far from the fainting and weakening violence of the hot baths, which makes you ready to die away if you continue above an hour, or thereabouts, in them, and will shrivel up the fingers like those of women, who have been washing clothes. On the contrary, here you are never tired, and can hardly be persuaded to come out of the bath when you are in. The village where the principal springs are, is called Buxton. Though there are several of them, for they rise unregarded in the banks of the enclosures, and on the sides of the hill, so that the number is hardly known. There is but one bath which is walled in with stone walls, and steps made to go down into it, and a house built over it, though not so close as is fit for winter bathing. The Duke of Devonshire is lord of the village, and consequently of the bath itself. And his Grace has built a large handsome house at the bath, where there is convenient lodging, and very good provisions, and an ordinary well served for 1 shilling per head, but it is but one. And though some other houses in the town take in lodgers upon occasion, yet the conveniencies are not the same. So that there is not accommodation for a confluence of people, as at the bath house itself. If it were otherwise, and that the nobility and gentry were suitably entertained, I doubt not but Buxton would be frequented. And with more effect as to health, as well as much more satisfaction to the company. Where there is an open and healthy country, a great variety of view to satisfy the curious, and a fine down or more for the ladies to take a ring upon in their coaches, all much more convenient than in a close city as the Bath is, which, more like a prison than a place of diversion, scarce gives the company room to converse out of the smell of their own excrements, and where the very city itself may be said to stink like a general common shore. We saw indeed a variety of objects here. Some that came purely for the pleasure of bathing, taking the air, and to see the country, which has many things rare and valuable to be seen, though nothing, as I met with, can be called a wonder, Eldon Hole excepted. Of which in its place, we found others that came purely for cure, as the lame man to the pool. Of which some openly applauded the virtue of the bath, as evidently working a cure upon them. One object indeed, who, whether his physician mistook his disease, or he gave his physician a wrong account, as is most probable, was very inadvertently sent thither, found himself fatally injured by the bath. What the reason of that might be, I leave to the learned. But, upon this occasion, one of our company left the following lines written on the wall in the bathing house. Buxton, may all the silver streams unite, and be as bountiful, as they are bright. May every votary, diseased and poor, if chaste in blood, be certain of his cure. But let thy springs refuse that wretch to heal, who shall a crime in his disease conceal. May thy chaste streams quench no dishonest flame, but as thy fountains pure, be pure thy fame. South-west from hence, about 1/4 mile, or not so much, on the side, or rather at the foot of a very high ridge of mountains, is a great cave or hole in the earth, called Pool's Hole, another of the wonderless wonders of the peak. The wit that has been spent upon this vault or cave in the earth, had been well enough to raise the expectation of strangers, and bring fools a great way to creep into it. But is ill bestowed upon those that come to the place with a just curiosity, founded upon antient report. When these go in to see it, they generally go away, acknowledging that they have seen nothing suitable to their great expectation, or to the fame of the place. It is a great cave, or natural vault, antient doubtless as the mountain itself, and occasioned by the fortuitous position of the rocks at the creation of all things. Or perhaps at the great absorption or influx of the surface into the abyss at the great rupture of the earth's crust or shell, according to Mr. Burnett's theory. And to me it seems a confirmation of that hypothesis of the breaking in of the surface. But that by the way. It may be deepened and enlarged by streams and eruptions of subterraneous waters, of which here are several, as there generally are in all such cavities. As at Castleton in this country, at Wookey Hole in Somersetshire, which I have already spoken of, and at several like caves which are now to be seen among the mountains in Switzerland, in Norway, in Hungary, and other places. The story of one Pole or Pool, a famous giant or robber, they might as well have called him a man-eater, who harbored in this vault, and whose kitchen and lodging, or bed-chamber, they show you on your right hand. After you have crept about 10 yards upon all four. I say, this I leave to those who such stories are better suited to, than I expect of my readers. However, this helps among the people there, to make out the wonder. And indeed such things are wanting where really wonder is wanting, else there would be no wonder at all in it, as indeed there is not. The utmost you meet with after this, is the extraordinary height of the arch or roof. Which, however, is far from what a late flaming author has magnified it to, viz., 1/4 mile perpendicular. That it very high, is enough to say, for it is so far from 1/4 mile, that there seems nothing admirable in it. R. Lee spends some time in admiring the spangled roof. Cotton and Hobbes are most ridiculously and outrageously witty upon it. Dr. Lee calls it fretwork, organ, and choir work. The whole of the matter is this, that the rock being everywhere moist and dropping, the drops are some fallen, those you see below, some falling, those you have glancing by you and passant, and others pendant in the roof. Now as you have guides before you and behind you, carrying every one a candle, the light of the candles reflected by the globular drops of water, dazzle upon your eyes from every corner. Like as the drops of dew in a sunny bright morning reflect the rising light to the eye, and are as 10,000 rainbows in miniature. Whereas were any part of the roof or arch of this vault to be seen by a clear light, there would be no more beauty on it than on the back of a chimney, for, in short, the stone is coarse, slimy, with the constant wet, dirty and dull. And were the little drops of water gone, or the candles gone, there would be none of these fine sights to be seen for wonders, or for the learned authors above to show themselves foolish about. Let any person therefore, who goes into Pool's Hole for the future, and has a mind to try the experiment, take a long pole in his hand, with a cloth tied to the end of it, and mark any place of the shining spangled roof which his pole will reach to. And then, wiping the drops of water away, he shall see he will at once extinguish all those glories. Then let him sit still and wait a little, till, by the nature of the thing, the drops swell out again, and he shall find the stars and spangles rise again by degrees, here one, and there one, till they shine with the same fraud. A mere deceptio visus, as they did before. As for the Queen of Scots pillar, as 'tis called, because her late unfortunate Majesty, Mary, Queen of Scots, was pleased to have it be called so, it is a piece of stone like a kind of spar, which is found about the lead. And 'tis not improbable in a country where there is so much of the ore, it may be of the same kind, and, standing upright, obtain the name of a pillar. Of which almost every body that comes there, carries away a piece, in veneration of the memory of the unhappy princess that gave it her name. Nor is there anything strange or unusual in the stone, much less in the figure of it, which is otherwise very mean, and in that country very common. As to the several stones called Mr. Sutton's, Haycock's, Pool's chair, flitches of bacon, and the like, they are nothing but ordinary stones, and the shapes very little resemble the things they are said to represent. But the fruitful imagination of the country carles, who fancy to call them so, will have them to look like them. A stranger sees very little even of the similitude, any more than when people fancy they see faces and heads, castles and cities, armies, horses and men, in the clouds, in the fire, and the like. Nor is the petrifying of the water, which appears in its pendant form like icicles in the roof aloft, or rising pyramids below, if such there were, anything but what is frequent and natural both to water and to stone, placed thus underground. And seems to be the way by which even stone itself, like other vegetables, fructifies and grows. So that, in short, there is nothing in Pool's Hole to make a wonder of, any more than as other things in nature, which are rare to be seen, however easily accounted for, may be called wonderful. Having thus accounted for 2 of the 7 things, called wonders in this country, I pass by Eldon Hole, which I shall take notice of by itself, and come to 2 more of them, as wonderless, and empty of everything that may be called rare or strange, as the others. And indeed much more so. The first of these is Mam Tor, or, as the word in the mountain jargon signifies, the mother rock, upon a suggestion that the soft crumbling earth, which falls from the summit of the one, breeds or begets several young mountains below. The sum of the whole wonder is this, that there is a very high hill, nay, I will add, that I may make the most of the story, and that it may appear as much like a wonder as I can, an exceeding high hill. But this in a country which is all over hills, cannot be much of a wonder, because also there are several higher hills in the peak than that, only not just there. The south side of this hill is a precipice, and very steep from the top to the bottom. And as the substance of this hill is not a solid stone, or rocky, as is the case of all the hills thereabouts, but a crumbling loose earth mingled with small stones, it is continually falling down in small quantities, as the force of hasty showers, or solid heavy rains, loosens and washes it off, or as frosts and thaws operate upon it in common with other parts of the earth. Now as the great hill, which is thick, as well as high, parts with this loose stuff, without being sensibly diminished, yet the bottom which it falls into, is more easily perceived to swell with the quantity that falls down. The space where it is received being small, comparatively to the height and thickness of the mountain, here the pretended wonder is formed, namely, that the little heap below, should grow up into a hill. And yet the great hill not be the less for all that is fallen down. Which is not true in fact, any more than, as a great black cloud pouring down rain as it passes over our heads, appears still as great and as black as before, though it continues pouring down rain over all the country. But nothing is more certain than this, that the more water comes down from it, the less remains in it, and so it certainly is of Mama Tor, in spite of all the poetry of Mr. Cotton or Mr. Hobbes, and in spite of all the women's tales in the peak. This hill lies on the north side of the road from Buxton to Castleton, where we come to the so famed wonder called, saving our good manners, the Devil's A, E in the peak, now notwithstanding the grossness of the name given it. And that there is nothing of similitude or coherence either in form and figure, or any other thing between the thing signified and the thing signifying. Yet we must search narrowly for any thing in it to make a wonder, or even any thing so strange, or odd, or vulgar, as the name would seem to import. The short of this story is that on the steep side of a mountain there is a large opening very high, broad at bottom, and narrow, but rounding, on the top, almost the form of the old Gothic gates or arches, which come up, not to a half-circle or half-oval at the top, but to a point. Though this being all wild and irregular, cannot be said to be an arch, but a mere chasm, entreing horizontally, the opening being upwards of 30 foot perpendicular, and twice as much broad at the bottom at least. The arch continues thus wide but a little way, yet far enough to have several small cottages built on either side of it within the entrance. So that, 'tis like a little town in a vault, in the middle, as it were a street, is a running stream of water. The poetical descriptions of it will have this be called a river, though they have not yet bestowed a name upon it, nor indeed is it worthy a name. As you go on, the roof descends gradually, and is so far from admitting houses to stand in it, that you have not leave to stand upright yourself, till stooping for a little way, and passing over another rill of water, which Mr. Cotton calls a river too, you find more room over your head. But going a little farther you come to a third water, which crosses your way. And the rock stooping, as it were, down almost to the surface of the water, forbids any farther inquiry into what is beyond. This is the whole wonder, unless it may be called so, that our ancestors should give it so homely a surname. And give us no reason for it, but what we must guess at from the uncouth entrance of the place, which being no guide in the case, leave us to reflect a little upon their modesty of expression. But it seems they talked broader in those days than we do now. To conclude, if there were no such vaults and arches anywhere but in the peak, or indeed if they were not frequent in such mountainous countries, as well here, as in other nations, we might call this a wonder. But as we know they are to be found in many places in England, and that we read of them in the description of other countries, and even in the Scripture, we cannot think there is any room to call it a wonder. We read of the cave of Adullam, and of the cave of Machpelah, in the Scripture, able to receive David, and his whole troop of 400 men. We read of the persecuted worthies in the 12th of the Hebrews, who wandered about in dens and caves of the earth. We read of a cave in the Apennine Mountains near to Florence, which was able to receive an army. There are also many such caves, as I have observed above, in the Alpes, and the hills of Dauphine and Savoy, and in other parts of the world, too many to run over, and some of them, such as this is not worthy to be named among them. Indeed, had Gervase of Tilbury been credited, this place had deserved all that wonder could ascribe to it. For he tells us of a shepherd who, having ventured into the third river in this den, and being either carried over it or down the stream, he knew not whether, saw a beautiful heavenly country beyond it, with a spacious plain watered with many clear rivers and pleasant brooks, and several lakes of standing water. But who this shepherd was, how he got into that pleasant country, and, above all, how he came back to tell the story, our friend Gervase forgot, it seems, to take any notice of. And so the tale is broken off before it was half told, like another of the same kind which Hudibras tells of, which, like the tale Oth Bear and Fiddle, was told, but broke off in the middle. The next wonder, which makes up number 5, is called Tideswell, or a spring of water which ebbs and flows, as they will have it, as the sea does. A poor thing indeed to make a wonder of. And therefore most of the writers pass it over with little notice, only that they are at a loss to make up the number 7 without it. This well or spring is called Weedon Well. The basin or receiver for the water is about 3 foot square every way. The water seems to have some other receiver within the rock, which, when it fills by the force of the original stream, which is small, the air being contracted or pent in, forces the water out with a bubbling noise, and so fills the receiver without. But when the force is spent within, then it stops till the place is filled again. And, in the meantime, the water without runs off or ebbs, till the quantity within swells again, and then the same causes produce the same effects, as will always be while the world endures. So that all this wonder is owing only to the situation of the place, which is a mere accident in nature. And if any person were to dig into the place, and give vent to the air, which fills the contracted space within, they would soon see Tideswell turned into an ordinary running stream, and a very little one too. So much for fictitious wonders, or indeed simple wonders. The 2 real wonders which remain, are first, Eldon Hole, and secondly, the Duke of Devonshire's fine house at Chatsworth, one a wonder of nature, the other of art. I begin with the last. Chatsworth is indeed a most glorious and magnificent house, and, as it has had 2 or 3 founders, may well be said to be completely designed and finished. It was begun on a much narrower plan than it now takes up, by Sir William Cavendish, of Cavendish in Suffolk, who married the Countess Dowager of Shrewsbury, and with her came into a noble and plentiful fortune in this country. Sir William died, having done little more than built one end of the fabric, and laid out the plan, as I have said, or ethnography of the whole. But the lady, who, it seems, was the mover of the first design, finished the whole in the magnificent manner which it appeared in, when it was first christened a wonder, and ranked among the marvelics of the peak. But what would the world have called it, or what would Mr. Camden have said of it, had it appeared in those days in the glory and splendor its last great founder, for so we may justly call him, left it in? It is indeed a palace for a prince, a most magnificent building, and, in spite of all the difficulties or disadvantages of situation, is a perfect beauty. Nay, the very obstructions and, as I called them, disadvantages of its situation, serve to set off its beauty, and are, by the most exquisite decoration of the place, made to add to the lustre of the whole. But it would take up a volume by itself to describe it. I shall only touch at those things which other writers have omitted, for, as Mr. Hobbes has elegantly set it off in Latin verse, Mr. Cotton, after his manner, in English, and others, in as good a manner as they can, in history, they have yet, all of them, left enough for me to say, and so shall I, for many after me. And yet perhaps it shall be as many years describing as it was in building, and the description be no more finished than the building, which will have always an increase of ornament, as the noble possessors see room to add to its glory. The front to the garden is the most regular piece of architect I have seen in all the north part of England, the pilaster 72 foot high to the foot of the baluster on the top. The frieze under the cornice is spacious, and has the motto of the family upon it, the letters so large, and gilded, as takes up the whole front. Though, the words are but these two. Cayendo tutus. The sashes of the second story we were told are 17 foot high, the plates polished looking-glass. And the woodwork double gilded, which, I think, is nowhere else to be seen in England. Under this front lie the gardens exquisitely fine, and, to make a clear vista or prospect beyond into the flat country, towards Harwich, another seat of the same owner, the Duke, to whom what others thought impossible was not only made practicable, but easy, removed, and perfectly carried away a great mountain that stood in the way, and which interrupted the prospect. This was so entirely gone, that, having taken a strict view of the gardens at my first being there, and retaining an idea of them in my mind, I was perfectly confounded at coming there a second time, and not knowing what had been done. For I had lost the hill, and found a new country in view, which Chatsworth itself had never seen before. The house indeed had received additions, as it did every year, and perhaps would to this day, had the Duke lived, who had a genius for such things beyond the reach of the most perfect masters, and was not only capable to design, but to finish. The gardens, the waterworks, the cascades, the statues, vases and painting, though they are but very imperfectly described by any of the writers who have yet named them, and more imperfectly by one author, who has so lately pretended to view them. Yet I dare not venture to mention them here, lest, for want of time, and having so long a journey to go, I should, like those who have gone before me, do it imperfectly, or leave no room to do justice to other persons and places, which I am still to mention. I shall therefore, as I said above, only touch at what others have omitted. First, 'tis to be observed that on the east side rises a very high mountain, on the top of which they dig millstones, and it begins so close to, and so overlooks the house, being prodigiously high that, should they roll down a pair of those stones coupled with a wooden axis, as is the way of drawing them, they would infallibly give a shock to the building. Yet this mountain is so planted, and so covered with a wood of beautiful trees, that you see no hill, only a rising wood, as if the trees grew so much higher than one another, and was only a wall of trees, whose tops join into one another so close, as nothing is seen through them. Upon the top of that mountain begins a vast extended moor or waste, which, for 15 or 16 miles together due north, presents you with neither hedge, house or tree, but a waste and howling wilderness, over which when strangers travel, they are obliged to take guides, or it would be next to impossible not to lose their way. Nothing can be more surprising of its kind, than for a stranger coming from the north, suppose from Sheffield in Yorkshire, for that is the first town of note, and wandering or labouring to pass this difficult desert country, and seeing no end of it, and almost discouraged and beaten out with the fatigue of it, just such was our case. On a sudden the guide brings him to this precipice, where he looks down from a frightful height, and a comfortless, barren, and, as he thought, endless moor, into the most delightful valley, with the most pleasant garden, and most beautiful palace in the world, if contraries illustrate, and the place can admit of any illustration. It must needs add to the splendor of the situation, and to the beauty of the building, and I must say, with which I will close my short observation, if there is any wonder in Chatsworth, it is that any man who had a genius suitable to so magnificent a design, who could lay out the plan for such a house, and had a fund to support the charge, would build it in such a place where the mountains insult the clouds, intercept the sun, and would threaten, were earthquakes frequent here, to bury the very towns, much more the house, in their ruins. On the top of that mountain, that is to say, on the plain which extends from it, is a large pond or basin for water, spreading, as I was told, near 30 acres of ground, which, from all the ascents round it, receives, as into a cistern, all the water that falls, and from which again by pipes, the cascades, waterworks, ponds, and canals in the gardens, are plentifully supplied. On the west side, which is the front or entrance of the house, and where the first foundress built a very august portal or gate. I say, on the west side, runs the river Derwent, which, though not many miles from its source here, is yet a terrible river, when, by hasty rains, or by the melting of the snows, the hills are pleased to pour down their waters into its channel. For the current is so rapid, and it has so many contracted passages among the rocks, and so many little cataracts amongst the stones, of which sometimes we see some of an incredible bulk come ruling down its stream. I say, there are so many of these, that the river, on the least motion of its waters above their ordinary height, roars like the breaches on the shores of the sea. Over this river there is a stately stone bridge, with an antient tower upon it, and in an island in the river an antient fabric all of stone, and built like a castle. All these are the works of the first foundress, the Countess of Shrewsbury, and shew the greatness of the first design, but, except the bridge, are now, as it were, eclipsed by the modern glories of the later edifice. In my discourse of the Palace of Chatsworth, must not be forgot that famed compliment which the Mareschal Duke de Talad passed upon it, when the Duke of Devonshire entertained him at Chatsworth, namely, that when he should give his master the King of France the history of his 7 years' captivity in England, he would leave out those 3 days which he had spent so agreeably with his Grace, in seeing the finest palace in the world. But I must dwell no longer here, however pleasant and agreeable the place. The remaining article, and which, I grant, we may justly call a wonder, is Eldon Hole. The description of it, in brief, is thus: in the middle of a plain open field, gently descending to the south, there is a frightful chasm, or opening in the earth, or rather in the rock, for the country seems thereabouts to be all but one great rock. This opening goes directly down perpendicular into the earth, and perhaps to the centre. It may be about 20 foot over one way, and 50 or 60 the other. It has no bottom, that is to say, none that can yet be heard of. Mr. Cotton says, he let down 800 fathoms of line into it, and that the plummet drew still, so that, in a word, he sounded about a mile perpendicular. For as we call a mile 1,760 yards, and 884 is above half, then doubtless 800 fathoms must be 1,600 yards, which is near a mile. This I allow to be a wonder, and what the like of is not to be found in the world, that I have heard of, or believe. And would former writers have been contented with one wonder instead of 7, it would have done more honor to the peak, and even to the whole nation, than the adding 5 imaginary miracles to it that had nothing in them, and which really depreciate the whole. What nature meant in leaving this window open into the infernal world, if the place lies that way, we cannot tell, but it must be said, there is something of horror upon the very imagination, when one does but look into it. And therefore, though I cannot find much in Mr. Cotton, of merry memory, worth quoting, yet on this subject, I think, he has 4 very good lines, speaking of his having an involuntary horror at looking into this pit. The words are these: for he, who standing on the brink of hell, can carry it so unconcerned and well, as to betray no fear, is certainly a better Christian, or a worse than I. Cotton's Wonders of the Peak. They tell a dismal story here, of a traveller, who, inquiring his way to Castleton, or to Buxton, in a dark night, 2 villains offered to guide him. But, intending to rob him, led him to the edge of this gulf, and either thrust him in, or persuaded him to believe there was a little gall of water, and bade him take a large step, which the innocent unfortunate did, not mistrusting the treachery, and stepped at once into eternity. A story enough to make the blood run cold through the heart of those that hear it told, especially if they know the place too. They add, that one of these villains being hanged at Derby some years after for some other villainy, confessed this murder at the gallows. Having then viewed those things with an impartial mind, give me leave to reduce the wonders of the Peak to a less number, and of a quite different kind. Eldon Hole I acknowledge to be a wonderful place, as I have said above. But to me the greatest surprise is, that, after such a real wonder, any of the trines added to it could bear the name of wonders. Of Buxton. The wonder to me is, that in a nation so full of chronical diseases as we are, such as are scorbutics, rheumatics, cholics, and nephritics, there should be such a fountain of medicine sent from heaven, and no more notice taken of it, or care to make it useful. That in a nation so curious, so inquiring, and so critical as this, anything so unsatisfying, so foolish and so weak, should pass for wonders as those of Man Tor, Tideswell, Pool's Hole, and as to Chatsworth, the wonder, as I said before, seems to me Not that so noble and magnificent a palace should be built, but that it should be built in such a situation, and in such a country so out of the way, so concealed from the world, that whoever sees it must take a journey on purpose. Having thus viewed the two counties of Nottingham and Derby, as beginning that part of England, which we call North by Trent, I resolved to go northward on the east side of the island, taking the western shore, or the Irish Sea in my return. The peak concludes the northern part of Derbyshire, nor are there any towns on that side worth noting. There are some other curiosities in the peak indeed, which would deserve a fuller account, had I leisure to enlarge or descend to particulars, as the tottering stones at Byrch over, the Roman causeway, called Bathgate. The several minerals found in the hills, and in the lead mines, as black lead, stibium or antimony, crystal, and other things, all much more rare than the wonders they speak of. Bakewell is the best town in the northwest side of the peak, near which the Duke of Rutland has a very noble palace, called Hatton, but after Chatsworth no house in the same county can bear a description. So we left the peak, and went to Chesterfield, a handsome market town at the northernmost border of the county, north-east from Chatsworth. There is indeed an extended angle of this county, which runs a great way northwest by Chapel in the Frith, and which they call High Peak. This, perhaps, is the most desolate, wild, and abandoned country in all England. The mountains of the peak, of which I have been speaking, seem to be but the beginning of wonders to this part of the country, and but the beginning of mountains, or, if you will, as the lower rounds of a ladder. The tops of these hills seem to be as much above the clouds, as the clouds are above the ordinary range of hills. Nor is this all. But the continuance of these mountains is such, that we know no bound set to them, but they run on in a continued ridge or ledge of mountains from one to another, till they are lost in the southern parts of Scotland. And even through that to the Highlands. So that they may be said to divide Britain, as the Apennine Mountains divide Italy. Thus these hills joining to Blackstone Edge divide Yorkshire from Lancashire, and going on north divides the bishopric of Durham from Westmoreland, and so on. It is from this ridge of mountains that all the rivers in the north of England take their rise, I may say all, for it is so to a very trifle, not a considerable river north of this county, nay, and in this county too, but begin here. Those on the east side run into the German Ocean, those on the west side into the Irish. I shall begin the observation here. The Dove and the Derwent rise both at this south end of them, and come away south to the Trent. But all the rivers afterwards run, as above, east or west, and first the Mersey rises on the west side, and the Don on the east, the first runs to Warrington, and into the sea at Liverpool, the other to Doncaster, and into the sea at Humber. I shall carry on the observation as I go, for to give an account of rivers, is the true guide to the giving the reader the best account of the country. But to return to my progress. Chesterfield is a handsome populous town, well built and well inhabited, notwithstanding it stands in the farthest part of this rocky country. For being on the northwest side next to Yorkshire, it enters Scarsdale, which is a rich fruitful part of the country, though surrounded with barren moors and mountains, for such the name Scarsdale signifies, according to that master of etymologies. Mr. Camden. Here is, however, nothing remarkable in this town but a free school, and a very good market, well stored with provisions, for here is little or no manufacture. From hence, travelling still north, we entreed the great county of York, uncertain still which way to begin to take a full view of it, for as 'tis a country of a very great extent. My business is not the situation or a mere geographical description of it. I have nothing to do with the longitude of places, the antiquities of towns, corporations, buildings, charters, and nor much with the history of men, families, cities or towns, but to give you a view of the whole in its present state, as also of the commerce, curiosities and customs, according to my title. The county is divided into 3 ridings. As I entreed it from the south, it follows, I went in, by what they call the West Riding, which, as it is by much the largest, so it is the wealthiest and the most populous, has the greatest towns in it, and the greatest number of them. The greatest manufactures, and consequently the greatest share of wealth, as it has also of people. South and West Yorkshire. Two eminent towns, though only mere market towns, and one of them no corporation, open the door into the West Riding of Yorkshire. These are Sheffield and Doncaster. It is true, there is a little market town, at the very first entrance into the county before we come to Doncaster, called Bawtry, a town blessed with two great conveniencies which assists to its support, and makes it a very well frequented place. That it stands upon the great post highway, or road from London to Scotland, and this makes it be full of very good inns and houses of entertainment. That the little but pleasant river Idle runs through, or rather just by, the side of it, which, contrary to the import of its name, is a full and quick, though not rapid and unsafe stream, with a deep channel, which carries hoys, lighters, barges, or flat-bottomed vessels, out of its channel into the Trent, which comes within 7 miles of it, to a place called Stockwith, and from thence to Burton, and from thence, in fair weather, quite to Hull. But if not, 'tis sufficient to go to Stockwith, where vessels of 200-ton burthen may come up to the town loaden as well as empty. By this navigation, this town of Bawtry becomes the centre of all the exportation of this part of the country, especially for heavy goods, which they bring down hither from all the adjacent countries, such as lead. From the lead mines and smelting houses in Derbyshire, wrought iron and edge tools, of all sorts, from the forges at Sheffield, and from the country called Hampshire, being adjacent to the towns of Sheffield and Rotherham, where an innumerable number of people are employed, as I shall speak more largely of in its place. Also millstones and grindstones, in very great quantities, are brought down and shipped off here, and so carried by sea to Hull, and to London, and even to Holland also. This makes Bawtry Wharf be famous all over the south part of the West Riding of Yorkshire, for it is the place whither all their heavy goods are carried, to be embarked and shipped off. From hence to Doncaster is a pleasant road, and good ground, and never wants any repair, which is very hard to be said in any part of this lower side of the country. Doncaster is a noble, large, spacious town, exceeding populous, and a great manufacturing town, principally for knitting. Also as it stands upon the great northern post road, it is very full of great inns. And here we found our landlord at the post house was mayor of the town as well as postmaster, that he kept a pack of hounds, was company for the best gentlemen in the town or in the neighbourhood, and lived as great as any gentleman ordinarily did. Here we saw the first remains or ruins of the great Roman highway, which, though we could not perceive it before, was eminent and remarkable here, just at the entrance into the town. And soon after appeared again in many places. Here are also two great, lofty, and very strong stone bridges over the Don, and a long causeway also beyond the bridges, which is not a little dangerous to passengers when the waters of the Don are restrained, and swell over its banks, as is sometimes the case. This town, Mr. Camden says, was burnt entirely to the ground, anno 759, and is hardly recovered yet, but I must say, it is so well recovered, that I see no ruins appear, and indeed, being almost 1,000 years ago, I know not how there should. And besides, the town seems as if it wanted another conflagration, for it looks old again, and many of the houses ready to fall. I should, before I leave Doncaster, give you the famous epitaph of one Robert Byrk, a famous man of Doncaster, who lies buried in the great church here, who gave a place, called Rossington Wood, to the poor. On his grave is this epitaph in Old English. How, who's here? I, Robin of Doncaster. And Margaret my fear. That I spent, that I had. That I gave, that I have. That I left, that I lost. Quoth Robertus Byrks, who in this world did reign 80 years and 7, but lived not one. Anno 1579. Here lies also, under a plain gravestone in St. George's Church, interred, the body of one Thomas Ellis, a very memorable person. He was 5 times mayor of the town, founded an hospital in the town, called St. Thomas's the Apostle, and endowed it plentifully. Strange. That of but 2 several authors writing a description of Yorkshire but very lately, and pretending to speak positively of the places, which they ought not to have done, if they had not been there, both of them should so strangely mistake. As one to say of Doncaster, that there was a large church with a high spire steeple. And the other to say of the cathedral at York, that from the spire of the cathedral at York, you have an unbounded prospect, whereas neither has the Tower of York, or the Tower at Doncaster, any spire. Unless they will pretend any of the small pinnacles at the four corners of the two towers at the west end of the church at York, are to be called the spire of the cathedral. So fit are such men to write descriptions of a country. Leaving Doncaster, we turned out of the road a little way to the left, where we had a fair view of that antient whittle-making, cutlery town, called Sheffield. The antiquity, not of the town only, but of the trade also, is established by those famous lines of Geoffrey Chaucer on the Miller of Trumpington, which, however they vary from the print in Chaucer, as now extant. I give you as I find it. At Trumpington, not far from Cambridge, there dwelt a miller upon a bridge, with a rizzled beard, and a hooked nose, and a Sheffield whittle in his hose. This town of Sheffield is very populous and large, the streets narrow, and the houses dark and black, occasioned by the continued smoke of the forges, which are always at work. Here they make all sorts of cutlery ware, but especially that of edged tools, knives, razors, axes, and nails, and here the only mealy of the sort, which was in use in England for some time was set up, viz., for turning their grindstones, though now 'tis grown more common. Here is a very spacious church, with a very handsome and high spire. And the town is said to have at least as many, if not more people in it than the city of York. Whether they have been exactly numbered one against the other, I cannot tell. The manufacture of hardware, which has been so antient in this town, is not only continued, but much increased. Insomuch that they told us there, the hands employed in it were a prodigious many more than ever dwelt, as well in the town, as in the bounds of that they call Hampshire, and they talked of 30,000 men employed in the whole. But I leave it upon the credit of report. There was formerly a very fine castle here, with a noble mansion house, the seat of the Dukes of Norfolk, but it is now all demolished and decayed, though the estate or manor remains still in the family. In the great church of this town are several very antient monuments of the family of Talbots, Earls of Shrewsbury, who once had great possessions in this and the next county. The Queen of Scots was also for a long time detained here as prisoner, not less than 16 or 17 years, which was fatal afterward to the House of Norfolk, as is to be seen at large in our English history. The River Don, with a rapid terrible current, had swelled its banks, and done a prodigious deal of damage the same year that I took this view, having carried away 2 or 3 stone bridges, ploughed up some wharfs, and drove away several mealies. For this river is of kin to the Derwent for the fierceness of its streams, taking its beginning in the same western mountains, which I mentioned before, and which begin to rise first in the high peak, and run northward to Blackstone Edge. Those mountains pouring down their waters with such fury into these great rivers, their streams are so rapid, that nothing is able to stand in their way. Here is a fine engine or mill also for raising water to supply the town, which was done by Mr. Cyril Cole, the same who fell into the river at the throwing mill at Derby, as is said in its place. Here is also a very large and strong bridge over the Don, as there is another at Rotherham, a market town 6 miles lower. Here is also a very fine hospital, with the addition of a good revenue, settled at first by Gilbert, Earl of Shrewsbury, and confirmed afterwards by the family of Howard, Dukes of Norfolk. George, the first Earl of Shrewsbury, who died 1538. George II, grandson to the first, to whose custody the Queen of Scots was committed, who died 1590, and Gilbert his son, who founded the hospital above mentioned, all lie buried here. The gift of this hospital is thus documented. The Hospital of the Right Honourable Gilbert, Earl of Shrewsbury, erected and settled by the Right Hon. Henry, Earl of Norwich, Earl Marshal of England, great grandson of the said Earl, in pursuance of his last will and testament. And 1673. It is in this park that the great oak tree grew, which Mr. Evelyn gives a long account of in his book of forest trees, but as I did not see it, I refer to the said Mr. Evelyn's account. The chestnut tree near Addercliff, which Mr. Camden's continuator mentions, the body of which could hardly be fathomed by 3 men, I suppose was gone, for I could hear nothing of it. But the remains of the Roman fortification or encampment between Sheffield and Rotherham, is there still, and very plain to be seen, and, I suppose, may remain so to the end of time. Here is also the famous bank or trench which some call Devil's Bank, others Dane's Bank. But 'tis frequent with us to give the honour of such great trenches, which they think was never worth the while for men to dig, to the devil, as if he had more leisure, or that it was less trouble to him than to a whole army of men. This bank, 'tis said, runs 5 miles in length. In some places 'tis called Kemp Bank, in others Temple's Bank. Rotherham was the next town of any bulk in which, however, I saw nothing of note, except a fine stone bridge over the Don, which is here increased by the river Rother, from whence the town, I suppose, took its name. As the famous Bishop Rotherham did his from the town, I will not say he was a foundling child in the streets, and so was surnamed from the place, as is often suggested in such cases, though if he was so, it did not diminish his character, which was that of a great and good man. He was Archbishop of York, and was a great benefactor to this town, having founded a college here, but it seems it has been a long while ago. From Rotherham we turned northwest to Wentworth, on purpose to see the old seat of Tankersley, and the park, where I saw the largest red deer that, I believe, are in this part of Europe. One of the hinds, I think, was larger than my horse. And he was not a very small pad of 14 hands and half high. This was antiently the dwelling of the great Thomas Wentworth, Earl of Strafford, beheaded in King Charles I's time, by a law, ex post facto, voted afterward not to be drawn into a precedent. The body lies interred in Wentworth Church. Thence over vast moors, I had almost said waste moors, we entreed the most populous part of this county, I mean of the West Riding, only passing a town called Black Barnsley, eminent still for the working in iron and steel. And indeed the very town looks as black and smoky as if they were all smiths that lived in it. Though it is not, I suppose, called Black Barnsley on that account, but for the black hue or colour of the moors, which, being covered with heath, or heather, as 'tis called in that country, look all black, like Bagshot Heath, near Windsor. After, I say, we had passed these moors, we came to a most rich, pleasant and populous country, and the first town of note we came to in it was Wakefield, a large, handsome, rich clothing town, full of people, and full of trade. The Calder passes through this town under a stately stone bridge of 12 arches, upon which is a famous building, by some called a chapel, by others a castle, the former is the most likely, it was built by Edward IV. In memory of the fatal battle of Wakefield, wherein his father, Richard, Duke of York, was killed by the Lancastrian army, under the command of Margaret, Queen to Henry VI. Anno 1460. It was indeed a fatal battle. But as that is not any part of this work, I leave it to the historians to give a fuller account of it. Only one thing I must add, namely, that a little on this side of the town, I mean south between Wakefield, and a village called Sandal, they shoot us a little square piece of ground, which was fenced off by itself. And on which, before the late war, stood a large stone cross, in memory of that fatal battle. Just upon that spot, the Duke of York fighting desperately, and refusing to yield, though surrounded with enemies, was killed. The chapel on the bridge at Wakefield, the other monument of this battle, is now made use of for civil affairs, for we do not now pray for the souls of those slain in battle, and so the intent of that building ceases. Wakefield is a clean, large, well-built town, very populous and very rich. Here is a very large church, and well filled it is, for here are very few dissenters. The steeple is a very fine spire, and by far the highest in all this part of the country, except that at Sheffield. They tell us, there are here more people also than in the city of York, and yet it is no corporation town. And he highest magistrate, as I understand, was a constable. Here also is a market every Friday for woolen clothes, after the manner of that at Leeds, though not so great. Yet as all the clothing trade is increasing in this country, so this market too flourishes with the rest. Not but that sometimes, as foreign markets receive interruption either by wars, by a glut of the goods, or by any other incident, there are interruptions of the manufacture too, which, when it happen, the clothiers are sure to complain of loss of trade. But when the demand comes again they are not equally forward with their acknowledgments, and this, I observed, was the case everywhere else, as well as here. I cannot pass by my former observation here, namely, how evidently all the great rivers take their beginning in the mountains of Blackstone Edge and High Peak, which, as I have said, part the counties of Lancaster and York. And how these rivers take all their course due east. The Don was the first, the next is the Calder, coming now to be a very large river at Wakefield, and the Aire is the next, which, running another course, of which I shall speak presently, receives the Calder into it. The river Calder, of which I shall give an account by and by, having tracked it from its beginning, receiving a mighty confluence of rivers into it, is now, as I have said, become a large river. And the first town it comes near of note is Huddersfield, another large clothing place. It passes also by Eland, where there is a very fine stone bridge. This was the original seat of the Earls or Marquesses of Halifax, when the title went in the name of Seville. Huddersfield is one of the 5 towns which carry on that vast clothing trade by which the wealth and opulence of this part of the country has been raised to what it now is. And there those woolen manufactures are made in such prodigious quantities, which are known by the name of Yorkshire kerseys. Whether the scandal upon this country be just or not, viz., shrinking cloth and sharping K.S., that I will not take upon me to determine, at this town there is a market for kerseys every Tuesday. Nor, as I speak of their manufactures, must I forget that most essential manufacture called Yorkshire ale, which indeed is in its perfection here, and in all this part of the county, of which I shall speak again in its place. As the Calder rises in Blackstone Edge, so the Aire, another of the Yorkshire rivers, rises, though in the same ridge of hills, yet more particularly at the foot of the mountain Penigent, on the edge of Lancashire. Of which 'tis said proverbially, Pendle Hill and Penigent are the highest hills between Scotland and Trent. As the Calder runs by Halifax, Huddersfield, and through Wakefield, so the Aire runs by Skippon, Bradforth and Thorough Leeds, and then both join at Castleford Bridge, near Pontefract, so in an united stream forming that useful navigation from this trading part of Yorkshire to Hull, to the infinite advantage of the whole country, and which, as I took a singular satisfaction in visiting and inquiring into, so I believe you will be no less delighted in reading the account of it, which will be many ways both useful and very instructive. And the more so, because none of the pretended travel writers and journeyers through England, have yet thought this most remarkable part of our country worth their speaking of, or knew not how to go about it, nor have they so much as mentioned this whole part of England, which is, on many accounts, the most considerable of all the northern division of this nation. It is not easy to take a view of this populous and wealthy part, called the West Riding, at one, no, nor at 2 journeys, unless you should dwell upon it, and go cross the country backward and forward, on purpose to see this or that considerable place. This is perhaps the reason why, as I hinted above, the other writers of journeys and travels this way might not see how to go about it. But, as I was resolved to have a perfect knowledge of the most remarkable things, and especially of the manufactures of England, which I take to be as well worth a traveller's notice, as the most curious thing he can meet with, and which is so prodigious great in this quarter, I made no less than 3 journeys into, and through, this part of the country. In my first journey I came only west from York to Wakefield, and then, turning south by Barnsley to Doncaster, went away still south to Rotherham, Sheffield, Chesterfield, Chatsworth, and the Peak, all which journey, except York, and the towns about it, and in the way to it, I have mentioned already. The second journey, I came out of the western part of England, namely, from Cheshire through Lancashire, and, passing east over those Andes of England, called Blackstone Edge, and the mountains, which, as I hinted before, part Yorkshire and Lancashire, and reach from the High Peak to Scotland, I came to Halifax, Bradforth, Huddersfield, Leeds, Wetherby, Pontefract and Borough Bridge, and so went away into the East Riding, as you have heard. The third journey, I went from the Peak in Derbyshire again, and, traversing the same country as I returned by the first journey as far as Wakefield, went on again north to Leeds, and thence over Harwood Bridge to Knaresborough Spa. Thence to Ripon, and through that old Roman street way, called Leeming Lane, to Piers Bridge, thence to Durham, and so into Scotland. Of all which in their order. If, by all these circuits, and traversing the country so many ways, which I name for the reasons above, I am not furnished to give a particular account of the most remarkable things, I must have spent my time very ill. And ought not to let you know how often I went through it. In my second journey, as above, I came from Lancashire, where you are to note, that all this part of the country is so considerable for its trade, that the Postmaster General had thought fit to establish a cross-post through all the western part of England into it, to maintain the correspondence of merchants and men of business, of which all this side of the island is so full. This is a confirmation of what I have so often repeated, and may still repeat many times on farther occasion, of the greatness of the trade carried on in this part of the island. This cross-post begins at Plymouth, in the south-west part of England, and, leaving the great western post road of Exeter behind, comes away north to Taunton, Bridgewater and Bristol. From thence goes on through all the great cities and towns up the Severn, such as Gloucester, Worcester, Bridgnorth and Shrewsbury, thence by Westchester to Liverpool and Warrington, from whence it turns away east, and passes to Manchester, Bury, Rochdale, Halifax, Leeds, and York, and ends at Hull. By this means the merchants at Hull have immediate advice of their ships which go out of the Channel, and come in, by their letters from Plymouth, as readily as the merchants at London, and without the double charge of postage. The shopkeepers and manufacturers can correspond with their dealers at Manchester, Liverpool and Bristol, nay, even with Ireland directly, without the tedious interruption of sending their letters about by London, or employing people at London to forward their packets, and as the trade on this side is exceeding great, this correspondence is a mighty advantage. Nor is the increase of the revenue by it inconsiderable, the quantity of letters which pass and repass this way, being, as I was told, in all places very great. I followed this post road, from Liverpool to Bury and Rochdale, both manufacturing towns in Lancashire, and the last very considerable, for a sort of coarse goods, called half-thicks and kerseys, and the market for them is very great. Though otherwise the town is situated so remote, so out of the way, and so at the very foot of the mountains, that we may suppose it would be but little frequented. Here, for our great encouragement, though we were but at the middle of August, and in some places the harvest was hardly got in, we saw the mountains covered with snow, and felt the cold very acute and piercing. But even here we found, as in all those northern countries is the case, the people had an extraordinary way of mixing the warm and the cold very happily together. For the store of good ale which flows plentifully in the most mountainous part of this country, seems abundantly to make up for all the inclemencies of the season, or difficulties of travelling, adding also the plenty of coals for firing, which all those hills are full of. We mounted the hills, fortified with the same precaution, early in the morning, and though the snow which had fallen in the night lay a little upon the ground, yet we thought it was not much. And the morning being calm and clear, we had no apprehension of an uneasy passage, neither did the people at Rochdale, who kindly directed us the way, and even offered to guide us over the first mountains, apprehend any difficulty for us. So we complimented ourselves out of their assistance, which we afterwards very much wanted. It was, as I say, calm and clear, and the sun shone when we came out of the town of Rochdale. But when we began to mount the hills, which we did within a mile, or little more of the town, we found the wind began to rise, and the higher we went the more wind. By which I soon perceived that it had blown before, and perhaps all night upon the hills, though it was calm below. As we ascended higher it began to snow again, that is to say, we ascended into that part where it was snowing, and had, no doubt, been snowing all night, as we could easily see by the thickness of the snow. It is not easy to express the consternation we were in when we came up near the top of the mountain. The wind blew exceeding hard, and blew the snow so directly in our faces, and that so thick, that it was impossible to keep our eyes open to see our way. The ground also was so covered with snow, that we could see no track, or when we were in the way, or when out, except when we were shooted by a frightful precipice on one hand, and uneven ground on the other. Even our horses discovered their uneasiness at it, and a poor spaniel dog that was my fellow traveller, and usually diverted us with giving us a mark for our gun, turned tail to it and cried. In the middle of this difficulty, and as we began to call to one another to turn back again, not knowing what dangers might still be before us, came a surprising clap of thunder, the first that ever I heard in a storm of snow, or, I believe, ever shall. Nor did we perceive any lightning to precede the thunder, as must naturally be the case, but we supposed the thick falling of the snow might prevent our sight. I must confess I was very much surprised at this blow. And one of our company would not be persuaded that it was thunder, but that it was some blast of a coal pit, things which do sometimes happen in the country, where there are many coal mines. But we were all against him in that, and were fully satisfied that it was thunder, and, as we fancied, at last we were confirmed in it, by hearing more of it at a distance from us. Upon this we made a full stop, and coming all together, for we were then 3 in company, with 2 servants, we began to talk seriously of going back again to Rochdale. But just then one of our men called out to us, and said, he was upon the top of the hill, and could see over into Yorkshire, and that there was a plain way down on the other side. We rode all up to him, and found it as the fellow had said, all but that of a plain way. There was indeed the mark or face of a road on the side of the hill, a little turning to the left north. But it was so narrow, and so deep a hollow place on the right, whence the water descending from the hills made a channel at the bottom, and looked as the beginning of a river, that the depth of the precipice, and the narrowness of the way, looked horrible to us. After going a little way in it, the way being blinded too by the snow, the hollow on the right appeared deeper and deeper, so we resolved to alight and lead our horses, which we did for about a mile. Though the violence of the wind and snow continuing, it was both very troublesome and dangerous. The only reliefs we had in this track were, 1. That we perceived some landmarks, or tokens, which the honest Rochdale men had given us notice of, by which we believed we were right in the way. For till then we knew nothing where we were, or whether we were right or wrong. And, 2. That as the road we were in descended apace, for it went very steep down, we found the lower we went the violence of the snow abated, just as on the other side of the hill the higher we went, it had increased. At length, to our great joy, we found too the wind abated, as well as the snow, that is to say, the hills being so high behind us, they kept back the wind, as is the case under a high wall, though you are on the windward side of it. Yet the wind having no passage through, is not felt, as it would be on the top where the space is open for it to pass. All this way the hollow on our right continued very deep, and just on the other side of it a parallel hill continued going on east, as that did which we rode on the side of. The main hill which we came down from, which is properly called Blackstone Edge, or, by the country people, the Edge, without any surname or addition, ran along due north, crossing and shutting up those hollow gulls and valleys between, which were certainly originally formed by the rain and snow water running into them, and forcing its way down, washing the earth gradually along with it, till, by length of time, it wore down the surface to such a depth. We continued descending still, and as the weather was quieter, so the way seemed to mend and be broader, and, to our great satisfaction, inclining more to the hill on the left. The precipice and hollow part where the water run, as I have said, went a little off from us, and by, to our no small comfort, we saw an enclosed piece of ground that is enclosed with a stone wall, and soon after a house, where we asked our way, and found we were right. Soon after this we came to the bottom, by another very steep descent, where we were obliged to alight again, and lead our horses. At the bottom, we found the hollow part, which I have so often mentioned as a precipice, was come to a level with us, that is to say, we were come down to a level with it, and it turning to the left toward us. We found a brook of water running from it, which crossed our way to the north. You shall hear of it again presently. When we crossed this brook, which, by reason of the snow on the hills which melted, was risen about knee-deep, and run like a sluice for strength, we found a few poor houses, but saw no people, no not one. Till we called at a door, to get directions of our way, and then we found, that though there was no body to be seen without doors, they were very full of people within, and so we found it on several occasions afterward. Of which we shall speak again. We thought now we were come into a Christian country again, and that our difficulties were over, but we soon found ourselves mistaken in the matter. For we had not gone 50 yards beyond the brook and houses adjacent, but we found the way began to ascend again, and soon after to go up very steep, till in about half a mile we found we had another mountain to ascend. In our apprehension as bad as the first, and before we came to the top of it, we found it began to snow too, as it had done before. But, to cut short the tedious day's work, the case was this: the hill was very high, and, in our opinion, not inferior to the edge which we came just down from. But the sun being higher, and the wind not blowing so hard, what snow fell upon the hill melted as it fell, and so we saw our way plainer, and mastered the hill, though with some labor, yet not any terror or apprehensions of losing our way, falling down precipices, and the like. But our case was still this, that as soon as we were at the top of every hill, we had it to come down again on the other side, and as soon as we were down we had another to mount, and that immediately. For I do not remember that there was one bottom that had any considerable breadth of plain ground in it, but always a brook in the valley running from those gulls and deeps between the hills, with this remark: that they always crossed our way in the bottoms from the right hand to the left, the reason of which you shall see presently. From Blackstone Edge to Halifax is 8 miles, and all the way, except from Sorby to Halifax, is thus uphill and down. So that, I suppose, we mounted to the clouds and descended to the water level about 8 times, in that little part of the journey. But now I must observe to you, that after having passed the second hill, and come down into the valley again, and so still the nearer we came to Halifax, we found the houses thicker, and the villages greater in every bottom. And not only so, but the sides of the hills, which were very steep every way, were spread with houses, and that very thick, for the land being divided into small enclosures, that is to say, from 2 acres to 6 or 7 acres each, seldom more. Every 3 or 4 pieces of land had a house belonging to it. Then it was I began to perceive the reason and nature of the thing, and found that this division of the land into small pieces, and scattering of the dwellings, was occasioned by, and done for the convenience of the business which the people were generally employed in, and that, as I said before, though we saw no people stirring without doors, yet they were all full within. For, in short, this whole country, however mountainous, and that no sooner we were down one hill but we mounted another, is yet infinitely full of people, those people all full of business. Not a beggar, not an idle person to be seen, except here and there an almshouse, where people antient, decrepit, and past labor, might perhaps be found. For it is observable, that the people here, however laborious, generally live to a great age, a certain testimony to the goodness and wholesomeness of the country, which is, without doubt, as healthy as any part of England. Nor is the health of the people lessened, but helped and established by their being constantly employed, and, as we call it, their working hard, so that they find a double advantage by their being always in business. This business is the clothing trade, for the convenience of which the houses are thus scattered and spread upon the sides of the hills, as above, even from the bottom to the top. The reason is this. Such has been the bounty of nature to this otherwise frightful country, that 2 things essential to the business, as well as to the ease of the people are found here, and that in a situation which I never saw the like of in any part of England. And, I believe, the like is not to be seen so contrived in any part of the world. I mean coals and running water upon the tops of the highest hills. This seems to have been directed by the wise hand of Providence for the very purpose which is now served by it, namely, the manufactures, which otherwise could not be carried on. Neither indeed could 1/5 part of the inhabitants be supported without them, for the land could not maintain them. After we had mounted the 3rd hill, we found the country, in short, one continued village, though mountainous every way, as before. Hardly a house standing out of a speaking distance from another, and, which soon told us their business, the day clearing up, and the sun shining, we could see that almost at every house there was a tenter. And almost on every tenter a piece of cloth, or kersey, or shalloon, for they are the 3 articles of that country's labour. From which the sun glancing, and, as I may say, shining, the white reflecting its rays, to us, I thought it was the most agreeable sight that I ever saw, for the hills, as I say, rising and falling so thick. And the valleys opening sometimes one way, sometimes another, so that sometimes we could see 2 or 3 miles this way, sometimes as far another. Sometimes like the streets near St. Giles's, called the 7 Dials, we could see through the glades almost every way round us, yet look which way we would, high to the tops, and low to the bottoms, it was all the same. Innumerable houses and tenters, and a white piece upon every tenter. But to return to the reason of dispersing the houses, as above. I found, as our road passed among them, for indeed no road could do otherwise, wherever we passed any house we found a little rill or gutter of running water. If the house was above the road, it came from it, and crossed the way to run to another. If the house was below us, it crossed us from some other distant house above it, and at every considerable house was a manufactory or workhouse, and as they could not do their business without water. The little streams were so parted and guided by gutters or pipes, and by turning and dividing the streams, that none of those houses were without a river, if I may call it so, running into and through their workhouses. Again, as the dyeing houses, scouring shops and places where they used this water, emitted the water again, tinged with the drugs of the dyeing fat, and with the oil, the soap, the tallow, and other ingredients used by the clothiers in dressing and scouring, and which then runs away through the lands to the next. The grounds are not only universally watered, how dry soever the season, but that water so tinged and so fattened enriches the lands they run through, that 'tis hardly to be imagined how fertile and rich the soil is made by it. Then, as every clothier must keep a horse, perhaps 2, to fetch and carry for the use of his manufacture, viz. to fetch home his wool and his provisions from the market, to carry his yarn to the spinners, his manufacture to the fulling mealie, and, when finished, to the market to be sold, and the like. So every manufacturer generally keeps a cow or 2, or more, for his family, and this employs the 2, or 3, or 4 pieces of enclosed land about his house, for they scarce sow corn enough for their cocks and hens. And this feeding their ground still adds by the dung of the cattle, to enrich the soil. But now, to speak of the bounty of nature again, which I but just mentioned. It is to be observed, that these hills are so furnished by nature with springs and mines, that not only on the sides, but even to the very tops, there is scarce a hill but you find, on the highest part of it, a spring of water, and a coal pit. I doubt not but there are both springs and coal pits lower in the hills, 'tis enough to say they are at the top. But, as I say, the hills are so full of springs, so the lower coal pits may perhaps be too full of water, to work without drains to carry it off, and the coals in the upper pits being easy to come at, they may choose to work them. Because the horses which fetch the coals, go light up the hill, and come loaden down. Having thus fire and water at every dwelling, there is no need to inquire why they dwell thus dispersed upon the highest hills, the convenience of the manufactures requiring it. Among the manufacturers' houses are likewise scattered an infinite number of cottages or small dwellings, in which dwell the workmen which are employed, the women and children of whom, are always busy carding, spinning, and so that no hands being unemployed, all can gain their bread, even from the youngest to the antient, hardly anything above 4 years old, but its hands are sufficient to itself. This is the reason also why we saw so few people without doors. But if we knocked at the door of any of the master manufacturers, we presently saw a house full of lusty fellows, some at the dye fat, some dressing the cloths, some in the loom, some one thing, some another, all hard at work, and full employed upon the manufacture, and all seeming to have sufficient business. I should not have dwelt so upon this part, if there was not abundance of things subsequent to it, which will be explained by this one description, and which are needful to be understood by any one that desires a full understanding of the manner how the people of England are employed, and do subsist in these remoter parts where they are so numerous. For this is one of the most populous parts of Britain, London and the adjacent parts excepted. Having thus described the country, and the employment of the people, I am to tell you, that this part of it which I mentioned, is all belonging to and in the parish of Halifax. And that brings me on towards the town which I shall speak of presently. I must only say a word or two of the river Calder, to complete the description of the country I thus passed through. I hinted to you, that all the rills or brooks of water which we crossed, one at least in every bottom, went away to the left or north side of us as we went forward east. I am to add, that following those little brooks with our eye, we could observe that at some distance to the left there appeared a larger valley than the rest, into which not only all the brooks which we passed emptied themselves, but abundance more from the like hollow deep bottoms, among the hills on the north side of it, which emptied this way south, as those on our side run that way north, so that it was natural to conclude, that in this larger valley the waters of all those brooks joining, there must be some pretty large stream which received them all, and ran forward east, parallel to the way we were in. After some time we found that great opening seemed to bend southward towards us, and that probably it would cross our road, or our road would rather cross the valley. And so it was natural to expect we should pass that larger water either by a bridge or a ford, but we were soon convinced it was not the latter. For the snow, as is said, having poured down a quantity of water, we soon found at the next opening, that there was a considerable river in the larger valley, which, having received all those little brooks, was risen to a little flood. And at the next village we passed it over a stately stone bridge of several great arches. This village is called Sorby or Sowerby. And this was the main river Calder, which I mentioned at Wakefield, where it begins to be navigable, and which, without any spring or fountain, to be called the head or source of it, is formed on the declivity of these mountains, merely by the continued fall of rains and snows, which the said mountains intercepting the clouds, are seldom free from. And this stream receiving the smaller gulls and hollows, I just now mentioned, like a common shore, carries all away in the channel of a noble river. This is the beginning of the Calder. And my reason for dwelling upon it, and giving so particular a description, is, because this may, once for all, shew you how all, or most of the great rivers in the north, take their rise. There being hardly any that has their beginning in any public springs or lakes, as most of the rivers in the south of England have, as the Thames, for example, near Train in Hertfordshire, the Vandal at Croydon and Cashalton, the Amewell at Ware, and the like. As the Calder is thus nothing but a collection of water from the fall of these mountains, so was the Derwent, and the Don, from the high peak, and the hills of the same range more south of the edge, and so is the Ayr, the Wharfe, the Swale, the Ure, the Nid, the Tees, and the Were, all in the same county of York. And so the Tyne, the Cocket, the Till, and the Tweed, farther north, and even the like of the Forth, the Tay, the Clyde, the Nyd, in Scotland. Also the Mersey, the Ribble, the Rock and the Lune, the West Calder, the Lother and the Eden, on the other side of these mountains, in Lancashire, Westmoreland and Cumberland. And thus this description will serve for all the rest. Having thus, I say, accounted for them all at once, I shall only mention them now as they come in my way, for you will observe, I crossed one or other of them at every considerable town. For all the rivers as well in England as in Scotland, north of this place run from the middle of the country where these mountains rise, either east into the German, or west into the Irish Sea. None of them run like the Severn, or the Wye, or the rivers in South Wales, or the Exe in Devon, or the Avon in Wilts, or the Arun in Sussex, and others north and south. But I return to the north. Having passed the Calder at Sorby Bridge, I now began to approach the town of Halifax, in the description of which, and its dependencies, all my account of the commerce will come in, for take Halifax, with all its dependencies, it is not to be equalled in England. First, the parish or vicarage, for it is but a vicarage, is, if not the largest, certainly the most populous in England. In short, it is a monster, I mean, for a country parish, and a parish so far out of the way of foreign trade, courts, or seaports. The extent of the parish, they tell us, is almost circular, and is about 12 miles in diameter. There are in it 12 or 13 chapels of ease, besides about 16 meeting houses, which they call also chapels, and are so, having bells to call the people, and burying grounds to most of them, or else they bury within them. I think they told me, the Quakers' meetings, of which there are several too, are not reckoned into the number. In a word, it is some years ago that a reverend clergyman of the town of Halifax, told me, they reckoned that they had 100,000 communicants in the parish, besides children. History tells us also, that in Queen Elizabeth's time, when the inhabitants of Halifax addressed the Queen for some privileges, which I do not at present remember the particulars of, it was expressed in the petition as a moving argument. Why the Queen should take them into her royal care, that they were zealous Protestants, and were so loyal to her Majesty, as well as so considerable, that no less than 12,000 young men went out armed from this one parish, and, at her Majesty's call, joined her troops to fight the Popish army, then in rebellion under the Earl of Westmoreland. If they were so populous at that time, how much must they be increased since? And especially since the late Revolution, the trade having been prodigiously encouraged and increased by the great demand of their kerseys for clothing the armies abroad, insomuch that it is the opinion of some that know the town, and its bounds very well, that the number of people in the vicarage of Halifax, is increased 1/4, at least, within the last 40 years, that is to say, since the late Revolution. Nor is it improbable at all, for besides the number of houses which are increased, they have entered upon a new manufacture which was never made in those parts before, at least, not in any quantities, I mean, the manufactures of shalloons, of which they now make, if fame does not belly them, 100,000 pieces a year in this parish only, and yet do not make much fewer kerseys than they did before. The trade in kerseys also was so great, that I was told by very creditable, honest men, when I was there, men not given to gasconading or boasting, and less to lying, that there was one dealer in the vicarage, who traded, by commission, for £70,000 a year in kerseys only, and all that to Holland and Hamburg. But not to enter into particulars, it is evident that the trade must be exceeding great, in that it employs such a very great number of people, and that in this one town only. For, as I shall fully describe in my account of other places, this is not what I may call the eldest son of the clothing trade in this county. The town of Leeds challenges a preeminence, and I believe, merits the dignity it claims, besides the towns of Huddersfield, Bradford, Wakefield, and others. But I must not leave Halifax yet, as the vicarage is thus far extended, and the extent of it so peopled. What must the market be, and where must this vast number of people be supplied? For, as to corn, I have observed already, they sow little and hardly enough to feed their poultry, if they were to be corn-fed, and as to beef and mutton, they feed little or none. And as they are surrounded with large, populous, manufacturing towns on every side, all of them employed as these are, in the clothing trade, they must then necessarily have their provisions from other parts of the country. This then is a subsistence to the other part of the country, and so it is for us. The West Riding is thus taken up, and the lands occupied by the manufacture. The consequence is plain, their corn comes up in great quantities out of Lincoln, Nottingham, and the East Riding, their black cattle and horses from the North Riding, their sheep and mutton from the adjacent counties every way, their butter from the East and North Riding, their cheese out of Cheshire and Warwickshire, more black cattle also from Lancashire. And here the breeders and feeders, the farmers and country people find money flowing in plenty from the manufacturers and commerce. So that at Halifax, Leeds, and the other great manufacturing towns so often mentioned, and adjacent to these, for the 2 months of September and October, a prodigious quantity of black cattle is sold. This demand for beef is occasioned thus. The usage of the people is to buy in at that season beef sufficient for the whole year, which they kill and salt, and hang up in the smoke to dry. This way of curing their beef keeps it all the winter, and they eat this smoked beef as a very great rarity. Upon this foot, 'tis ordinary for a clothier that has a large family, to come to Halifax on a market day, and buy 2 or 3 large bullocks from £8 to £10 apiece. These he carries home and kills for his store. And this is the reason that the markets at all those times of the year are thronged with black cattle, as Smithfield is on a Friday, whereas all the rest of the year there is little extraordinary sold there. Thus this one trading, manufacturing part of the country supports all the countries round it, and the numbers of people settle here as bees about a hive. As for the town of Halifax itself, there is nothing extraordinary except on a market day, and then indeed it is a prodigious thing, by reason of the multitude of people who throng thither, as well to sell their manufactures as to buy provisions. And so great is the confluence of people hither, that, except Leeds and Wakefield, nothing in all the north part of England can come near it. The church is old, but stately and venerable, and has in it many extraordinary monuments, but most of them of great antiquity. Here is a very good hospital, and a workhouse of an anti-ant establishment, and there are several charities, of like sort, in other parts of the parish. But I must not quit Halifax, till I give you some account of the famous course of justice antiently executed here, to prevent the stealing of cloth. Modern accounts pretend to say, it was for all sorts of felons. But I am well assured, it was first erected purely, or at least principally, for such thieves as were apprehended stealing cloth from the tenters, and it seems very reasonable to think it was so, because of the conditions of the trial. The case was thus. The erecting the woolen manufacture here was about the year 1480, when King Henry VII, by giving encouragement to foreigners to settle in England, and to set up woolen manufactures, caused an act to pass prohibiting the exportation of wool into foreign parts, unwrought, and to encourage foreign manufacturers to come and settle here. Of whom several coming over settled the manufactures of cloths in several parts of the kingdom, as they found the people tractable, and as the country best suited them. As the bays at Colchester, the Sez at Sudbury, the broadcloth in Wilts, and other counties, so the trade of kerseys and narrow cloth fixed at this place, and other adjacent towns. When this trade began to settle, nothing was more frequent than for young workmen to leave their cloths out all night upon the tenters, and the idle fellows would come in upon them, and tearing them off without notice, steal the cloth. Now as it was absolutely necessary to preserve the trade in its infancy, this severe law was made, giving the power of life and death so far into the hands of the magistrates of Halifax, as to see the law executed upon them. As this law was particularly pointed against the stealing of cloth, and no other crime, so no others were capable of being punished by it, and the conditions of the law intimate as much. For the power was not given to the magistrates to give sentence, unless in one of these three plain cases. Hand napping, that is, to be taken in the very fact, or, as the Scots call it in the case of murder, red hand. Back-bearing, that is, when the cloth was found on the person carrying it off. Tongue confessing, that part needs no farther explanation. This being the case, if the criminal was taken, he was brought before the magistrates of the town, who at that time were only a baillie in the ealdorman, how many we do not read, and these were to judge, and sentence, and execute the offender. Or clear him, within so many days. I think it was 3 market days if the offence was committed out of the vicarage, but within the bounds of the forest then there were frith borhes also to judge of the fact, who were to be summoned of the forest holders, as they are called. Who were to hold of that frith, that is, of the forest. But those were to be good and sober men, and by the magistrates of the town to be approved as such. If those acquitted him of the fact he was immediately discharged, if those censured him, no body could reprieve him but the town. The country people were, it seems, so terrified at the severity of this proceeding, that hence came that proverbial saying, which was used all over Yorkshire, viz. From hell, Hull, and Halifax, good Lord, deliver us. How Hull came to be included in this petition, I do not find, for they had no such law there, as I read of. The manner of execution was very remarkable. The engine indeed is carried away, but the scaffold on which it stood is there to this time, and may continue many ages. Being not a frame of wood, but a square building of stone, with stone steps to go up, and the engine itself was made in the following manner. They tell us of a custom which prevailed here, in the case of a criminal being to be executed, viz. that if after his head was laid down, and the signal given to pull out the pin, he could be so nimble as to snatch out his head between the pulling out the pin and the falling down of the axe, and could get up upon his feet, jump off of the scaffold. run down a hill that lies just before it, and get through the river before the executioner could overtake him, and seize upon him, he was to escape. And though the executioner did take him on the other side the river, he was not to bring him back, at least he was not to be executed. But as they shewed me the form of the scaffold, and the weight of the axe, it was, in my opinion, next to impossible, any man should be so quick-eyed as to see the pulling out the pin, and so quick with his head, as to snatch it out. Yet they tell a story of one fellow that did it, and was so bold after he had jumped off of the scaffold, and was running down the hill, with the executioner at his heels, to turn about and call to the people to give him his hat. That having afterwards jumped into the river, which is but a little one, and not deep, he stopped, intending to drown the hangman, if he had come up to him, at which the poor fellow stopped too, and was afraid to go into the water to seize him. But this story is said to be too long ago to have any vouchers, though the people indeed all receive it for truth. The force of this engine is so strong, the head of the axe being loaded with a weight of lead to make it fall heavy, and the execution is so sure, that it takes away all possibility of its failing to cut off the head. And to this purpose, the Halifax people tell you another story of a country woman, who was riding by upon her doffers or hampers to Halifax market. For the execution was always on a market day, the third after the fact, and passing just as the axe was let fall upon the neck of the criminal, it chopped it through with such force, that the head jumped off into one of her hampers. And that the woman not perceiving it, she carried it away to the market. All the use I shall make of this unlikely story, is this, that it seems executions were so frequent, that it was not thought a sight worth the people's running out to see. That the woman should ride along so close to the scaffold, and that she should go on, and not so much as stop to see the axe fall, or take any notice of it. But those difficulties seem to be much better solved, by saying, that 'tis as reasonable to think the whole tale is a little Yorkshire, which, I suppose, you will understand well enough. This engine was removed, as we are told, in the year 1620, during the reign of King James I, and the usage and custom of prosecution abolished, and criminals or felons left to the ordinary course of justice, as it is still. And yet they do not find the stealing cloth from the tenters is so frequent now as it was in those times. But the manner of execution is preserved. For in the reign of the same prince, the Earl Morton, Regent or Prime Minister of Scotland, under King James, passing through Halifax, and seeing one of their executions, was so pleased with the performance, that he caused a model to be taken and carried into Scotland, where it is preserved and constantly made use of for executions to this day. But one thing must not be forgotten in this part of the story, namely, that his lordship's own head was the first that was cut off with it. And it being many years before that happened, the engine was called the Maiden, as not having so long handselled, and still retains the name, though it has cut off many a head since that. We quitted Halifax not without some astonishment at its situation, being so surrounded with hills, and those so high, as, except the entrance by the west, makes the coming in and going out of it exceeding troublesome. And indeed for carriages hardly practicable, and particularly the hill which they go up to come out of the town eastwards towards Leeds, and which the country people call Halifax Bank, is so steep, so rugged, and sometimes too so slippery, that to a town of so much business as this is, 'tis exceeding troublesome and dangerous. Leeds and North Yorkshire. From Halifax it is 12 miles to Leeds north-east, and about as many to Wakefield, due east, or a little southerly. Between Halifax and Leeds, is a little town called Birstall. Here the Kersey and Shalloon trade being, as it were, confined to Halifax, and the towns already named, of Huddersfield and Bradforth, they begin to make broad cloth. I call it broad, in distinction from kerseys and druggettes, and such things, though the cloths in this country are called narrow, when they are spoken of in London, and compared with the broad cloths made in Wilts, Gloucester, Somerset and Devonshire, of which I have spoken in former letters. This town is famed for dyeing, and they make a sort of cloths here in imitation of the Gloucester white cloths, bought for the Dutch and the Turkey trades, and though their cloths here may not be as fine, they told us their colours are as good. But that is not my business to dispute, the West Country clothiers deny it, and so I leave it as I find it. From hence to Leeds, and every way to the right hand and the left, the country appears busy, diligent, and even in a hurry of work. They are not scattered and dispersed as in the vicarage of Halifax, where the houses stand one by one. But in villages, those villages large, full of houses, and those houses thronged with people, for the whole country is infinitely populous. A noble scene of industry and application is spread before you here, and which, joined to the market at Leeds, where it chiefly centres, is such a surprising thing, that they who have pretended to give an account of Yorkshire, and have left this out, must betray an ignorance not to be accounted for, or excused. 'Tis what is well worth the curiosity of a stranger to go on purpose to see, and many travellers and gentlemen have come over from Hamburg, nay, even from Leipzig in Saxony, on purpose to see it. And this brought me from the villages where this manufacture is wrought, to the market where it is sold, which is at Leeds. Leeds is a large, wealthy and populous town. It stands on the north bank of the river Aire, or rather on both sides the river, for there is a large suburb or part of the town on the south side of the river. And the whole is joined by a stately and prodigiously strong stone bridge, so large, and so wide, that formerly the cloth market was kept in neither part of the town, but on the very bridge itself. And therefore the refreshment given the clothiers by the innkeepers, of which I shall speak presently, is called the brig shot to this day. The increase of the manufactures and of the trade, soon made the market too great to be confined to the brig or bridge, and it is now kept in the High Street, beginning from the bridge, and running up north almost to the market house, where the ordinary market for provisions begins, which also is the greatest of its kind in all the north of England, except Halifax, of which I have spoken already. Nay, the people at Leeds will not allow me to accept Halifax, but say that theirs is the greatest market, and that not the greatest plenty only, but the best of all kinds of provisions are brought hither. But this is not the case. It is the cloth market I am now to describe, which is indeed a prodigy of its kind, and is not to be equalled in the world. The market for serges at Exeter is indeed a wonderful thing, and the value sold there is very great, but then the market there is but once a week, here it is twice a week, and the quantity of goods vastly great too. The market itself is worth describing, though no description can come up to the thing itself. However, take a sketch of it with its customs and usages as follows. The street is a large, broad, fair, and well-built street, beginning, as I have said, at the bridge, and ascending gently to the north. Early in the morning, there are trestles placed in 2 rows in the street, sometimes 2 rows on a side, but always 1 row at least. Then there are boards laid cross those trestles, so that the boards lie like long counters on either side, from one end of the street to the other. The clothiers come early in the morning with their cloth. And as few clothiers bring more than 1 piece, the market being so frequent, they go into the inns and public houses with it, and there set it down. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the clothiers being supposed to be all come by that time, even in the winter, but the hour is varied as the seasons advance, in the summer earlier, in the depth of winter a little later, I take it, at a medium. And as it was when I was there, at 6 or 7, I say, the market bell rings. It would surprise a stranger to see in how few minutes, without hurry or noise, and not the least disorder, the whole market is filled. All the boards upon the trestles are covered with cloth, close to one another as the pieces can lie long ways by one another, and behind every piece of cloth, the clothier standing to sell it. This indeed is not so difficult, when we consider that the whole quantity is brought into the market as soon as 1 piece, because as the clothiers stand ready in the inns and shops just behind, and that there is a clothier to every piece. They have no more to do, but, like a regiment drawn up in line, every one takes up his piece, and has about 5 steps to march to lay it upon the first row of boards, and perhaps 10 to the second row. So that upon the market bell ringing, in half a quarter of an hour the whole market is filled, the rows of boards covered, and the clothiers stand ready. As soon as the bell has done ringing, the merchants, and factors, and buyers of all sorts, come down, and coming along the spaces between the rows of boards, they walk up the rows, and down as their occasions direct. Some of them have their foreign letters of orders, with patterns sealed on them, in rows, in their hands, and with those they match colors, holding them to the cloths as they think they agree to. When they see any cloths to their colours, or that suit their occasions, they reach over to the clothier and whisper, and in the fewest words imaginable the price is stated, one asks, the other bids, and 'tis agree, or not agree, in a moment. The merchants and buyers generally walk down and up twice on each side of the rows, and in little more than an hour all the business is done. In less than half an hour you will perceive the cloths begin to move off, the clothier taking it up upon his shoulder to carry it to the merchant's house, and by half an hour after 8 o'clock the market bell rings again. Immediately the buyers disappear, the cloth is all sold, or if here and there a piece happens not to be bought, 'tis carried back into the inn, and, in a quarter of an hour, there is not a piece of cloth to be seen in the market. Thus, you see, 10 or 20,000 pounds value in cloth, and sometimes much more, bought and sold in little more than an hour, and the laws of the market the most strictly observed as ever I saw done in any market in England. 4. Before the market bell rings, no man shews a piece of cloth, nor can the clothiers sell any but in open market. After the market bell rings again, no body stays a moment in the market, but carries his cloth back if it be not sold. And that which is most admirable is, 'tis all managed with the most profound silence, and you cannot hear a word spoken in the whole market, I mean, by the persons buying and selling, 'tis all done in whisper. The reason of this silence, is chiefly because the clothiers stand so near to one another, and 'tis always reasonable that one should not know what another does, for that would be discovering their business, and exposing it to one another. If a merchant has bidden a clothier a price, and he will not take it, he may go after him to his house, and tell him he has considered of it, and is willing to let him have it, but they are not to make any new agreement for it, so as to remove the market from the street to the merchant's house. By 9 o'clock the boards are taken down, the trestles are removed, and the street cleared, so that you see no market or goods any more than if there had been nothing to do, and this is done twice a week. By this quick return the clothiers are constantly supplied with money, their workmen are duly paid, and a prodigious sum circulates through the county every week. If you should ask upon all this, where all these goods, as well here as at Wakefield, and at Halifax, are vented and disposed of? It would require a long treatise of commerce to enter into that part, but that I may not bring you into the labyrinth, and not show you the way out, I shall, in 3 short heads, describe the consumption. For there are 3 channels by which it goes. For the home consumption. Their goods being, as I may say, everywhere made use of, for the clothing the ordinary people, who cannot go to the price of the fine medley cloths made, as I formerly gave you an account, in the western counties of England. There are for this purpose a set of travelling merchants in Leeds, who go all over England with droves of pack horses, and to all the fairs and market towns over the whole island, I think I may say none excepted. Here they supply not the common people by retail, which would denominate them pedlars indeed, but they supply the shops by wholesale or whole pieces. And not only so, but give large credit too, so that they are really travelling merchants, and as such they sell a very great quantity of goods. 'Tis ordinary for one of these men to carry 1,000 pounds value of cloth with them at a time, and having sold it at the fairs or towns where they go, they send their horses back for as much more, and this very often in a summer. For they choose to travel in the summer, and perhaps towards the winter time, though as little in winter as they can, because of the badness of the roads. Another sort of buyers are those who buy to send to London, either by commissions from London, or they give commissions to factors and warehouse keepers in London to sell for them. And these drive also a very great trade. These factors and warehouse keepers not only supply all the shopkeepers and wholesale men in London, but sell also very great quantities to the merchants. As well for exportation to the English colonies in America, which take off great quantities of those coarse goods, especially New England, New York, Virginia, and as also to the Russia merchants, who send an exceeding quantity to Petersburg, Riga, Danzig, Narva, and to Sweden and Pomerania. The third sort of buyers, and who are not less considerable than the other, are truly merchants, that is to say, such as receive commissions from abroad to buy cloth for the merchants chiefly in Hamburg, and in Holland, and from several other parts. And these are not only many in number, but some of them are very considerable in their dealings, and correspond as far as Nuremberg, Frankfurt, Leipzig, and even to Vienna and Augsburg, in the farthest provinces of Germany. On account of this trade it was, that some years ago an Act of Parliament was obtained for making the rivers Aire and Calder navigable, by which a communication by water was opened from Leeds and Wakefield to Hull, and by which means all the woolen manufactures which those merchants now export by commission, as above, is carried by water to Hull, and there shipped for Holland, Bremen, Hamburg, and the Baltic. And thus you have a brief account, by what methods this vast manufacture is carried off, and which way they find a vent for it. There is another trade in this part of the country, which is now become very considerable since the opening the navigation of these rivers, and that is, that from hence they carry coals down from Wakefield, especially, and also from Leeds. At both which they have a very great quantity, and such, as they told me, could never be exhausted. These they carry quite down into the Humber, and then up the Ouse to York, and up the Trent, and other rivers, where there are abundance of large towns, who they supply with coals. With this advantage too, that whereas the Newcastle coals pay 4 shillings per chaldron duty to the public, these being only called river-borne coal, are exempted, and pay nothing. Though, strictly speaking, they are carried on the sea too, for the Humber is properly the sea. But they have been hitherto exempted from the tax, and so they carry on the trade to their very great profit and advantage. I need not add, that by the same navigation they receive all their heavy goods, as well such as are imported at Hull, as such as come from London, and such as other counties supply, as butter, cheese, lead, iron, salt, all sorts of grocery. As sugars, tobacco, fruit, spice, hops, and oil, wine, brandy, spirits, and every sort of heavy or bulky goods. The town of Leeds is very large, and, as above, there are abundance of wealthy merchants in it. Here are 2 churches, and 2 large meeting houses of dissenters, and 6 or 7 chapels of ease, besides dissenters' chapels, in the adjacent, depending villages. So that Leeds may not be much inferior to Halifax in numbers of people. It is really a surprising thing to see what numbers of people are thronged together in all the villages about these towns, and how busy they all are, being fully employed in this great manufacture. Before I go forward from hence, I should tell you, that I took a little trip to see the antient town of Pontefract, with that dismal place called the Castle, a place that was really dismal on many accounts, having been a scene of blood in many several ages. For here Henry, the great Earl of Lancaster, who was at the same time lord of the castle, and whose ancestors had beautified and enlarged it exceedingly, and fortified it too, was beheaded, in King Edward the Ide's time, with 3 or 4 more of the English barons. Here Richard Lydd, being deposed and imprisoned, was barbarously murdered, and, if history lies not, in a cruel manner. And here Anthony, Earl Rivers, and Sir Richard Grey, the first uncle, and the last brother-in-law to King Edward V, were beheaded by that tyrant Richard III. Here, in the late wars, a small party of brave fellows took the castle, by surprise, for the king, and having desperately defended it to the last extremity, and being obliged to yield, 5 of them attempted to break through the besiegers' camp, 3 of whom perished in the attempt. The town is large and well built, but much smaller than it has been. The castle lies in its ruins, though not demolished. Within a mile of it is Ferry Bridge, where there is a great stone bridge over the Aire and Calder, then united, and a large stone causeway, above a mile in length, to a town called Brotherton, where Queen Margaret, wife of King Edward I, was delivered of a son, being surprised as she was abroad taking the air, some histories say, a hunting. But, I must confess, it seems not very probable, that queens big with child, and within a few hours of their time, should ride a hunting. Be that as it will, here Her Majesty was catched, as the women call it, and forked to take up, and brought forth a son, who was christened Thomas, and surnamed from the place, de Brotherton. He afterwards was a famous man, and was made Earl of Norfolk, and Earl Marshal of England, which office is hereditary to the title of Norfolk to this day. A little on the south side of this village the road parts, and one way goes on to the right towards Tadcaster, and so to York, of which in its order. The other, being the high-post road for Scotland, goes on to Wetherby, over Bramham Moor, famous for a fight between the Royalists and the famed Sir Thomas Fairfax, in which the last was worsted and wounded, but made a retreat, which gained him as great reputation as a victory would have done. Near the road is a noble seat of Benson, Lord Bingley, an antient family, raised to the dignity of a peer in the person of the present Lord Bingley, who was Chancellor of the Exchequer in the time of the late Queen Anne, and nominated Her Majesty's Ambassador Extraordinary to the Court of Spain. But the Queen dying, that embassy was laid aside. It is a fine, new-built, beautiful house, with very curious gardens, though not large. Wetherby is a small town, but being a great thoroughfare to the north, has several good inns, and a very lofty stone bridge over the river wharf, which comes down from the hills also, as the rest do. But I must go back to Pontefract, to take notice, that here again the great Roman highway, which I mentioned at Doncaster, and which is visible from thence in several places on the way to Pontefract, though not in the open road, is apparent again. And from Castleford Bridge, which is another bridge over the united rivers of Ayr and Calder, it goes on to Aberforth, a small market town famous for pin-making, and so to Tadcaster and York. But I mention it here on this present occasion, for otherwise these remains of antiquity are not my province in this undertaking. I say, 'tis on this occasion. 1. That in some places this causeway being cut into and broken up, the eminent care of the Romans for making firm causeways for the convenience of carriage, and for the passing of travellers, is to be seen there. The layings of different sorts of earth, as clay at the bottom, chalk upon that, then gravel upon the chalk, then stones upon the gravel, and then gravel again, and so of other kinds of earth, where the first was not to be had. 2. In some places between this bridge and the town of Aberforth, the causeway having not been used for the ordinary road, it lies as fair and untouched, the surface covered with turf, smooth as at its first making. Not so much as the mark of a hoof or of a wheel upon it. So that it is to be seen in its full dimensions and height, as if it had been made but the same week, whereas, 'tis very probable it had stood so 15 or 1600 years. And I take notice of it here, because I have not seen anything like it in any other place in England, and because our people, who are now mending the roads almost everywhere, might take a pattern from it. As I made this little excursion to see the town of Pontefract from Leeds, you must suppose me now returned thither, and setting out thence northward. I had no sooner passed out of the district of Leeds about 4 or 5 miles, and passed the wharf, at a fine stone bridge of 11 arches at a little pretty town called Harwich. I say, I was no sooner gotten hither, but it was easy to see we were out of the manufacturing country. Now the black moorish lands, like Black Barnsley, shewed dismal again and frightful, the towns were thin, and thin of people too. We saw but little enclosed ground, no tenters with the cloths shining upon them, nor people busied within doors, as before, but, as in the vicarage, we saw inhabited mountains, here we saw waste and almost uninhabited valleys. In a word, the country looked as if all the people were transplanted to Leeds and Halifax, and that here was only a few just left at home to cultivate the land, manage the plough, and raise corn for the rest. The river wharf seemed very small, and the water low, at Harwood Bridge, so that I was surprised to see so fine a bridge over it, and was thinking of the great bridge at Madrid over the Manzanares, of which a Frenchman of quality looking upon it said to the Spaniards that were about him, that the King of Spain ought either to buy them some water, or they should sell their bridge. But I was afterward satisfied that was not the case here. For coming another time this way after a heavy rain, I was convinced the bridge was not at all too big, or too long, the water filling up to the very crown of the arches, and some of the arches not to be seen at all. From the wharf we went directly north, over a continued waste of black, ill-looking, desolate moors, over which travellers are guided, like race horses, by posts set up for fear of bogs and holes, to a town called Ripley. That stands upon another river called the Nud by some, by others the Nyd, smaller than the wharf, but furiously rapid, and very dangerous to pass in many places, especially upon sudden rains. notwithstanding such lofty, high-built bridges as are not to be seen over such small rivers in any other place. And, on this occasion, it may be observed here, once for all, that no part of England, I may say so because I can say I have seen the whole island, a very little excepted, I say, no part can shew such noble, large, lofty, and long stone bridges as this part of England, nor so many of them. Nor do I remember to have seen any such thing as a timber bridge in all the northern part of England, no not from the Trent to the Tweed. Whereas in the south parts of England there are abundance, as particularly over the great river of Thames at Kingston, Chertsey, Staines, Windsor, Maidenhead, Reading, Henley, Marlow, and other places, and over the river Lea, though a navigable river. Of 13 bridges, we see but one built of stone, viz. that at Bow. A little below Ripley, on the same river Nyd, and with a very fine bridge over it also, we saw Knaresborough, known among foreigners by the name of Knaresborough Spa. In the south of England I have heard it called the Yorkshire Spa. I shall not enter here upon the definition of the word spa. 'Tis enough to speak familiarly, that here is a well of physical or mineral waters, or, to speak more exactly as one viewing the country, here are at the town, and in the adjacent lands, no less than 4 spas or mineral waters. The first thing recommended to me for a wonder, was that 4 springs, the waters of which are in themselves of so different a quality, should rise in so narrow a compass of ground. But I, who was surfeited with country wonders in my passing the peak, was not so easily surprised at the wonderful strangeness of this part, and when my landlord at Knaresborough took me short, with a "But is it not a strange thing, sir?" I answered him with a question, "Is it not as strange, sir," said I, "that in Derbyshire 2 springs, one hot, and another cold, should rise within a hand's breadth of one another? 'Tis certain, that though the eruption of the water may be near, yet the subterranean passages may be as remote as east and west, and the mineral lying in veins may run remote also, so as to take off all the wonder." 2. The springs themselves, and indeed one of them, is nothing extraordinary, namely, that in a little cave a petrifying water drops from the roof of the cavity, which, as they say, turns wood into stone. This indeed I made light of too, because I had already been at Pool's Hole and Castleton in the Peak, and at Harwich. But now to speak of the other 2 springs, they are indeed valuable rarities, and not to be equalled in England. The first is the Sweet Spa, or a vitriolic water. It was discovered by one Mr. Slingsby, anno 1630. And all physicians acknowledge it to be a very sovereign medicine in several particular distempers. Vid. Dr. Lee's Nat. History of Lancashire. The Stinking Spa, or, if you will, according to the learned, the Sulphur Well. This water is clear as crystal, but foetid and nauseous to the smell, so that those who drink it are obliged to hold their noses when they drink. Yet it is a valuable medicine also in scorbutic, hypochondriac, and especially in hydropic distempers. As to its curing the gout, I take that, as in other cases, ad referendum. The people formerly, and that for many years, only drank these waters, and used them no otherwise, but are now come into the use of bathing in them as a cold bath, and thus they must necessarily be very good for rheumatic pains, paralytic numbnesses, and many other distempers which afflict mankind. We were surprised to find a great deal of good company here drinking the waters, and indeed, more than we found afterwards at Scarborough. Though this seems to be a most desolate out-of-the-world place, and that men would only retire to it for religious mortifications, and to hate the world, but we found it was quite otherwise. Those 2 bridges at Harwood and Ripley are very firm, fine, and, I assure you, very chargeable bridges. And at Ripon there are 2 stone bridges, whereof one of them has, I think, 13 arches, or more, over the Ure, and is indeed a very stately and chargeable work. It is true, a bridge over the same river at Boroughbrig, for a mile lower than Ripon, has but 4 or 5 arches, but then those arches are near 40-foot diameter, and one of the middlemost much more, and high in proportion. And the ends of the bridge continued by high causeways, built of stone, to keep the water in its course. And yet sometimes all is too little. From the bridges may be observed, that however low these waters are in the summer, they are high and furious enough in the winter. And yet the river Aire, though its beginning is in the same ridge of mountains as the other, and particularly in the hill called Penigent, which overtops all its neighbours. I say this river is gentle and mild in its stream, when the other are all raging and furious. The only reason I can give for it, which however I think is a very just account, is, that it runs in 1,000 windings and turnings more than any other river in those parts. And these reaches and meanders of the river greatly help to check the sharpness of the stream. The next reason is, that after it has descended from the mountains it has a deeper channel. Both which, I think, put together, will sufficiently account for the abating the current. Ripon is a very neat, pleasant, well-built town, and has not only an agreeable situation on a rising ground between two rivers, but the marketplace is the finest and most beautiful square that is to be seen of its kind in England. In the middle of it stands a curious column of stone, imitating the obelisks of the ancients, though not so high, but rather like the pillar in the middle of Covent Garden, or that in Lincoln's Inn, with dials also upon it. But I must not omit to tell you also, however other pretended travelling writers were pleased not to see it as they went by, that here is a large collegiate church, and though it is not a bishopric but a deanery only, in the diocese of York. Yet it is a very handsome, antient and venerable pile of building, and shews itself a great way in the country. Mr. Camden says, this town of Ripon owes its greatness to religion. That here was a famous monastery built by Wilfrid, Archbishop of York, and that in the first ages of Christianity, at least in this island, is certain. But this pious gift of the bishop was swallowed up some years after, when the Danes overrunning Yorkshire, rifled and burnt it to the ground, as likewise the whole town of Ripon. It afterwards flourished again as a monastery. But those being all given up in the reign of King Henry VIII. The church only was preserved. Mr. Camden says it was built, which I conceive rather to be formed into a church, from the ruin of the monastery, by the contribution of the gentry thereabouts. While it was a monastery, here was a famous sanctuary, a thing however useful in some cases, yet so abused in foreign countries, by making the church a refuge of rogues, thieves and murderers, that 'tis happy for England it is out of use here. This privilege of sanctuary was, it seems, granted to the Church of Ripon by King Athelstan, and with this extraordinary sanction, that whosoever broke the rights of sanctuary of the Church of Ripon, and which he extended to a mile on either side the church, should forfeit life and estate. So that, in short, not the church only, but the whole town, and a circle of 2 miles diameter, was like the rules of the King's Bench here in Suffolk, a refuge for all that fled to it, where they lived safe from all manner of molestation. Even from the king, or his laws, or any person whatsoever. Annexed to this monastery was an hospital, the intent and purposes of which are very remarkable, and would be worthy imitation in our days of Protestant charity, when indeed I see nothing come up to it. The house was called the Hospital of St. Mary Magdalene, where, according to the foundation, were to be maintained 2 chaplains to perform divine service, and if any begging clergymen, or other needy persons, should happen to travel or stray out of their way, and call at the said hospital, they should be relieved there for 1 night only, with food and a bed, and to be gone in the morning, and to every poor person that came craving an alms, on St. Mary Magdalene's day yearly, they should give 1 loaf, value a halfpenny, when corn was at the price of 5 shillings per quarter, and 1 herring. Also, 'tis recorded, that one branch of this hospital was founded and endowed, and given to a society of religious sisters by a certain Archbishop of York, but the Inquisition taken does not find his name. To the intent that they should maintain 1 chaplain to perform divine service, and to the farther intent that they should maintain all the lepers born and bred in Hampshire, that should come to it for maintenance. And that they should allow to each of them a garment called rack, and 2 pair of shoes yearly, with every day a loaf fit for a poor man's sustenance, half a pitcher of beer, a sufficient portion of flesh on flesh days, and 3 herrings on fish days. After this, other gifts were added to this foundation, also the sisters were removed, and a brotherhood established in their stead, which continued some time, and after that a mastership. And the maintenance of lepers finding no clients, the country proving healthy, that part was turned into a charity, to be dealt out to the poor honesty. Mary Magdalene's day, as above, at length all was demolished together, and the house, with the monastery, suppressed, as it now stands, a collegiate church being erected on the room of it, besides, it seems upon another inquisition. And a jury impanelled to give their verdict, it appeared in the 10th of Edward III. That the revenue of one branch of the hospital had been embezzled and squandered away by the master of the hospital, the charities interrupted, and the poor defrauded. And so in the visitation of the church, for it seems there were frauds and embezzlements in those days, even of the goods of the church, as well as since. Mr. Dugdale, in his Monasticon, gives an account, that William, Archbishop of York, in a visitation of the church of Ripon, anno 1331, found it almost abandoned, notwithstanding much cure of souls depended on it. That there were good revenues belonging to it, but that they were consumed by the absent canons. N.B. There was then also non-residence, and the non-residents too devouring the goods of the church. Upon this, the good archbishop took order for the future, that all the lands, meadows, revenues, and services, I give you the very words of the archbishop's decree upon his visitation, with the tithes of garbs and hay, of Nyd and Grantulay, with a pension of 20 shillings due from the vicar of Nyd, and the spiritual jurisdiction, and the profits of the same, should, for the future, be divided among those who should reside at the church of Ripon, and no other. There were at that time, in this church, 9 chantries, besides 2 out-chantries in the parish, the same which we call now chapels of ease. And besides the chantry of the 2 priests in the hospital, the out-chantries were one at Hutton Conyers, and one at Clothram. N.B. A chantry is any consecrated place where is an oratory, and a priest allowed to sing mass, and therefore called a chantry or singing house. There were in the church at that time L. S. D. 3 deacons. 5. 10. 0. Each. 3 subdeacons. 4. 10. 0. 6 choristers. 3. 10. 0. And 1 L. 4s, each for their livery. 6 tribblers. 2. 12. 6. The organist. 0. 14. 4. The grammar schoolmaster. 2. 0. 0. These were noble stipends in those days. How our clergy would serve at this time under such great encouragement, is left to inquiry, especially the organist's salary was notable. From whence I may, I hope without offence, suppose, that he being a layman, might get business in the town, perhaps he was a dancing master, or a music master, or both, to teach the young ladies of Ripon. And his wife might keep a boarding school too, and so the grammar schoolmaster might be a writing master in the town, and the like. Be that as it will, the church is still standing, though the monastery and hospital are suppressed, and the canons and choir are maintained at a much better rate than as above, for they now eat as good beef, and drink as good Yorkshire ale as their neighbours. It is an antient building, but firm and strong, the work Gothic, according to the times, and plain, no imagery or statues of any note to be seen about it. There are 3 homely spires, one on the tower in the middle, and the other 2 on the angle towers of the west end. They are covered with lead, but not very high or handsome. But I must not leave Ripon without giving the famed tale of St. Wilfrid's needle. Saint Wilfrid was the saint to whom the monastery was dedicated, and this needle was, it seems, for the trial of chastity. There was a dark vault underground in one part of the monastery, into which there was an easy passage one way, but a narrow long entry, also dark and uneven to come out of it, if any person's chastity was suspected. It does not say whether it was not for men as well as women, but to be sure it was for the latter. They were put into this vault, and the first entrance being closed, they were at liberty to come out by the other, which was called the needle, or the eye of the needle. If they were chaste and untainted, they came out boldly, and without any difficulty. But if faulty, they were stopped, and could not get along in the narrow eye or passage, and, as I think the story says, were left there, unable to get out till they had confessed their fault. Whether the priests had no craft in this case, to put some secret barrier across the narrow passage in the dark, so to impose upon the poor girls that were put to the trial, that I am not to inquire too far into, however it was. The priests made a miracle of it. And the poor Yorkshire lasses have, no doubt, good reason to be satisfied that Street Wilfrid has left off shewing those miraculous things at this time. In the churchyard of this minster lies a plain monument or gravestone over the remains of a generous soul, who, in charity, gave £2,000 to pious uses. The modest epitaph is, however, very important, as follows. Hic jacet Zacharias Jobson, cujus aet, fut 49. Per paucos annos tantum vixit. To conclude our observations of this church, be pleased to take the grant of King Athelstan, mentioned above, of the Sanctuary of Peace. I suppose all such grants were poetical. The charter granted by King Athelstan to St. Wilfrid of Ripon. Wit all that es and es gone. Yadic King Adelstan. As given als freelith as I may. And to the capital of St. Wilfrid. Of my free devotion. Yak pes ar Ripon. On ilk side the kirk a mile. For all ill deedies and ilk agile. And within Yair kirk gate. At ye stan yet grithstole hate. Within ye kirk door, and ye quare. Yair have peas for less and mare. Ilken of ease steed sal have peas. Of fraud mortal and ill deeds. Yet Yair don is toll and tem. With iron and with water demi. And yet ye London of St. Wilfrid. Of Alken geld fre sal bi. Oot na man at langs me to. In Yair herps ac sal have to do. And for ik will at yai be save. I will, at yai Alken freedom have. And in all things be als free. As hurt may thnk, or a may see. At ye power of a kinge. Marts make free any thinge. And my seal have sat yurto. For I will yet no man it undo. If you will have this grant speak more modern English, take it thus. Know all men that are or are to be, 9. That I, King Athelstan, has given as freely as I am able. To the body politic 10 of St. Wilfrid. Of my mere bounty 11 and goodwill. Their peace who are at Ripon 12. For a mile on every side of the church. For all ill deeds, and every guile 13. And also within the churchyard gate. 14. He that shall stand and do penance. Within the church door, or in the choir. Shall be protected, let it be less or more 15. All his goods and chattels shall have peace 16. Though guilty of mortal feud 17, or any ill deeds. That I give them also freedom from toll. By land or by water, for themselves, horses and carts. And that all the lands of the monastery of St. Wilfrid shall be for ever free from all taxes. So that no man that belongs to me 18 shall have anything to do with their purse. 19. And because 'tis my pleasure they shall be safe. I will, that they every freedom have. And in all things be as free. As heart can wish, or eye can see. So as the power of a king can make free to anything. And my seal I have set here too. Because no man shall it undo. 20. A mile from this town, or less, is a stately beautiful seat, built a few years since by Sir Edward Blackett. The park is extended to the bank of the river Ure, and is sometimes in part laid under water by the river, the water of which, they say, coming down from the western mountains, through a marly, loamy soil, fructifies the earth. As the river Nile does the Egyptian fields about Grand Cairo, though, by their leave not quite so much. As Sir Edward spared no cost in the building, and Sir Christopher Wren laid out the design, as well as chose the ground for him, you may believe me the better, when I add, that nothing can either add to the contrivance or the situation. The building is of brick, the avenues, now the trees are grown, are very fine, and the gardens not only well laid out, but well planted, and as well kept, the statues are neat, the parterre beautiful. But, as they want fine gravel, the walks cannot shew themselves, as in this southern part of England they would. The house has a fine prospect over the country, almost to York, with the river in view most of the way. And it makes itself a very noble appearance to the Great North Road, which lies within 2 miles of it, at Boroughbridge. As you now begin to come into the North Riding, for the your parts the West Riding from it, so you are come into the place noted in the north of England for the best and largest oxen, and the finest galloping horses, I mean swift horses. Horses bred, as we call it, for the light saddle, that is to say, for the race, the chase, for running or hunting. Sir Edward was a grazier, and took such delight in the breeding and feeding large sized black cattle, that he had 2 or 3 times an ox out of his park led about the country for a sight, and shoot as far as Newcastle, and even to Scotland, for the biggest bullock in England. Nor was he very often, if ever, overmatched. From this town of Ripon, the North Road and the Roman highway also, mentioned before, which comes from Castleford Bridge, parting at Aberforth, leads away to a town called Bedell, and, in a straight line, leaving Richmond about 2 miles on the west, called Leaming Lane, goes on to Piersbridge on the River Tees, which is the farthest boundary of the county of York. But before I go forward I should mention Boroughbridge, which is but 3 miles below Ripon, upon the same river Ure, and which I must take in my way, that I may not be obliged to go farther out of the way, on the next journey. There is something very singular at this town, and which is not to be found in any other part of England or Scotland, namely, 2 borough towns in one parish, and each sending 2 members to Parliament, that is, Boroughbrig and Aldborough. Boroughbrig, or Bridge, seems to be the modern town risen up out of Aldborough, the very names importing as much, viz., that borough at the bridge, and the old borough that was before. And this construction I pretend to justify from all the antiquaries of our age, or the last, who place on the side of Aldborough or Old Borough, an antient city in Roman colony, called Isurium Brigantum. The arguments brought to prove the city stood here, where yet at present nothing of a city is to be seen, no not so much as the ruines, especially not above ground, are out of my way for the present. Only the digging up coins, urns, vaults, pavements, and the like, may be mentioned, because some of them are very eminent and remarkable ones, of which an account is to be seen at large in Mr. Camden, and his continuator, to whom I refer. That this old borough is the remain of that city, is then out of doubt, and that the borough at the bridge, is since grown up, and perhaps principally by the confluence of travellers, to pass the great bridge over the Ure there. This seems too out of question by the import of the word. How either of them came to the privilege of sending members to Parliament, whether by charter and incorporation, or mere prescription, that is to say, a claim of age, which we call time out of mind. That remains for the Parliament to be satisfied in. Certain it is, that the youngest of the 2, that is, Boroughbridge, is very old. For here, in the Barons' Wars, was a battle, and on this bridge the great Bohun, Earl of Hereford, was killed by a soldier, who lay concealed under the bridge, and wounded him, by thrusting a spear or pike into his body, as he passed the bridge. From whence Mr. Camden very gravely judges, that it was not a stone bridge as is now, but a bridge of timber, a thing any man might judge without being challenged for a wizard. I had not the curiosity so much as to go to see the 4 great stones in the fields on the left hand, as you go through Boroughbridge, which the country people, because they wonder how they could come there, will have be brought by the devil, and call them the devil's bolts. Mr. Camden describes them, and they are no more than are frequent. And I have been obliged to speak of such so often, that I need say no more, but refer to other authors to describe the Romans' way of setting up trophies for victory, or the dead, or places of sacrifices to their gods, and whichsoever it may be. The matter is the same. From the Ure entreing the North Riding, and keeping the Roman causeway, as mentioned before, one part of which went by this Isurium Brigantum from York, we come to Bedall, all the way from Hutton, or thereabout. This Roman way is plain to be seen, and is called now Leaming Lane, from Leaming Chapel, a village which it goes through. I met with nothing at or about Bedall, that comes within the compass of my inquiry but this, that not this town only, but even all this country, is full of jockeys, that is to say, dealers in horses, and breeders of horses. And the breeds of their horses in this and the next country are so well known, that though they do not preserve the pedigree of their horses for a succession of ages, as they say they do in Arabia and in Barbary, yet they christen their stallions here, and know them, and will advance the price of a horse according to the reputation of the horse he came of. They do indeed breed very fine horses here, and perhaps some of the best in the world, for let foreigners boast what they will of Barbs and Turkish horses, and, as we know, £500 has been given for a horse brought out of Turkey. And of the Spanish jennets from Cordova, for which also an extravagant price has been given. I do believe that some of the gallopers of this country, and of the bishopric of Durham, which joins to it, will outdo for speed and strength the swiftest horse that was ever bred in Turkey, or Barbary, take them all together. My reason for this opinion is founded upon those words altogether, that is to say, take their strength and their speed together. For example, match the two horses, and bring them to the race post. The Barb may beat Yorkshire for a mile course, but Yorkshire shall distance him at the end of 4 miles. The Barb shall beat Yorkshire upon a dry, soft carpet ground, but Yorkshire for a deep country. The reason is plain, the English horses have both the speed and the strength. The Barb perhaps shall beat Yorkshire, and carry 7 stone and a half. But Yorkshire for a 12 to 14 stone weight. In a word, Yorkshire shall carry the man, and the Barb a feather. The reason is to be seen in the very make of the horses. The Barb, or the jennet, is a fine delicate creature, of a beautiful shape, clean limbs, and a soft coat. But then he is long jointed, weak pastured, and under-limbed, whereas Yorkshire has as light a body, and stronger limbs, short joints, and well bond. This gives him not speed only but strength to hold it. And, I believe, I do not boast in their behalf, without good vouchers, when I say, that English horses, take them one with another, will beat all the world. As this part of the country is so much employed in horses, the young fellows are naturally grooms, bred up in the stable, and used to lie among the horses. So that you cannot fail of a good servant here, for looking after horses is their particular delight. And this is the reason why, whatever part of England you go to, though the farthest counties west and south, and whatever inn you come at, 'tis 2 to 1 but the hostler is a Yorkshire man. For as they are bred among horses, 'tis always the first business they recommend themselves to, and if you ask a Yorkshire man, at his first coming up to get a service, what he can do, his answer is, "Sir, he can look after your horse, for he handles a currycomb as naturally as a young scrivener does a pen and ink." Besides their breeding of horses, they are also good graziers over this whole country, and have a large, noble breed of oxen, as may be seen at North Allerton fairs, where there are an incredible quantity of them bought 8 times every year, and brought southward as far as the fens in Lincolnshire, and the Isle of Ely, where, being but, as it were, half fat before, they are fed up to the grossness of fat which we see in London markets. The market whither these north country cattle are generally brought is to St. Ives, a town between Huntingdon and Cambridge, upon the river Ouse, and where there is a very great number of fat cattle every Monday. Richmond, which, as I said, is 2 or 3 miles wide of the Leaming Lane, is a large market town, and gives name to this part of the country, which is called after it Richmondshire, as another part of it east of this is called North Allertonshire. Here you begin to find a manufacture on foot again, and, as before, all was clothing, and all the people clothiers. Here you see all the people, great and small, a knitting. And at Richmond you have a market for woolen or yarn stockings, which they make very coarse and ordinary, and they are sold accordingly. For the smallest sized stockings for children are here sold for 18 pence per dozen, or 3 halfpence a pair, sometimes less. This trade extends itself also into Westmoreland, or rather comes from Westmoreland, extending itself hither, for at Kendal, Kirkby Stephen, and such other places in this county as border upon Yorkshire, The chief manufacture of yarn stockings is carried on. It is indeed a very considerable manufacture in itself, and of late mightily increased too, as all the manufactures of England indeed are. This town of Richmond, Camden calls it a city, is walled, and had a strong castle, but as those things are now all slighted, so really the account of them is of small consequence, and needless. Old fortifications being, if fortification was wanted, of very little signification. The river Swale runs under the wall of this castle, and has some unevenness at its bottom, by reason of rocks which intercept its passage, so that it falls like a cataract, but not with so great a noise. The Swale is a noted river, though not extraordinary large, for giving name to the lands which it runs through for some length, which are called Swale Dale, and to an antient family of that name, one of whom had the vanity, as I have heard, to boast, that his family was so antient as not to receive that name from, but to give name to the river itself. One of the worthless successors of this line, who had brought himself to the dignity of what they call in London, a fleeter, used to write himself, in his abundant vanity, Sir Solomon Swale, of Swale Hall, in Swale Dale, in the county of Swale in the North Riding of York. This addition of Dale, first given here to the low lands about the head of the Swale, is grown up into a custom or usage from all the rivers which rise in those western hills north of this, quite to and into Scotland. For example, Teesdale for the river Tees, Weardale for the Wear, which runs through Durham, Tynedale for the Tyne, which runs to Newcastle, Tweedale for the Tweed, which passeth by Berwick, Clydesdale, Nitsdale, and many others. Leaving Richmond, we continue through this long Leaming Lane, which holds for about the length of 6 miles to the bank of Tees, where we passed over the river Tees at Piersbridge. The Tees is a most terrible river, so rapid, that they tell us a story of a man who coming to the ferry place in the road to Darlington, and finding the water low began to pull off his hose and shoes to wade through. The water not being deep enough to reach to his knees, but that while he was going over, the stream swelled so fast as to carry him away and drown him. This bridge leads into the bishopric of Durham, and the road soon after turns into the great post road leading to the city of Durham. I shall dwell no longer upon the particulars found on this side except Barnard Castle, which is about 4 miles distant from the Tees bank west, and there I may speak of it again, as all the country round here are grooms, as is noted before. So here and hereabouts they have an excellent knack at dressing horses' hides into leather, and thinking or making us think it is invulnerable, that is to say, that it will never wear out. In a word, they make the best bridle reins, belts broad or narrow, and all accoutrements for a complete horse-master, as they do at Ripon for spurs and stirrups. Barnard's Castle stands on the north side of the Tees, and so is in the bishopric of Durham. 'Tis an antient town, and pretty well built, but not large. The manufacture of yarn stockings continues thus far, but not much farther. But the jockeys multiply that way, and here we saw some very fine horses indeed, but as they wanted no goodness, so they wanted no price, being valued for the stallion they came of, and the merit of the breed. One very beautiful stone horse which they here kept, they asked 200 guineas for, but, as I heard afterwards, though they carried him to London, which was no small addition to the charge of him, they sold him for much less money. The length of the late war, it seems, caused the breeders here to run into a race or kind of horses, differing much from what they were used to raise, that is to say, from fine fleet horses for galloping and hunting, to a larger breed of charging horses, for the use of the general officers, and colonels of horse, aides du camp, and the like, whose service required strong charging horses, and yet if they were fleet horses too, they had a vast advantage of the enemy. For that if the rider was conquered and forced to fly, there was no overtaking him, and if his enemies fled they could never get away from him. I saw some of this breed, and very noble creatures they were, fit for any business whatever. Strong enough for charging, fleet enough for hunting, tempered enough for traveling. And indeed, there is one thing to be said for the horse breeders in this country, their horses are all well broke, perfectly brought to hand, and to be under command, which is a thing absolutely necessary in the army, and in the hunting field also. I was come now to the extent of the county of York northward. But as I have kept all along to the west side of the county, even from the peak of Derby hither, and that I have all the east riding in the eastern part of the north and west riding to go over, I shall break off here, and conclude my first circuit, and am, with due respect, Sir, your most humble servant. Letter 9. Eastern Yorkshire, Durham and Northumberland. Sir, I began my first circuit at the bank of Trent, namely, at Nottingham Bridge, and keeping the middle of the island, travelled due north into the west riding of Yorkshire, and to the farthest part of the county to the bank of Tees, as you have seen. I am now come back, as the French say, sur mes pas, to the same bank of the Trent, though lower down, towards the east, and shall gather up some fragments of Nottinghamshire and the west riding of Yorkshire, as I go. And then hasten to the sea side, where we have not cast our eye yet. Passing Newark Bridge, we went through the lower side of Nottinghamshire, keeping within the river Idle. Here we saw Tuxford in the clays, that is to say, Tuxford in the dirt, and a little dirty market town it is, suitable to its name. Then we saw Retford, a pretty little borough town of good trade, situate on the river Idle. The mayor treated us like gentlemen, though himself but a tradesman. He gave us a dish of fish from the river Idle, and another from the Trent, which I only note, to intimate that the salmon of the Trent is very valuable in this country, and is oftentimes brought to London, exceeding large and fine. At Newark they have it very large, and likewise at Nottingham. From Retford, the country on the right or east lies low and marshy, till, by the confluence of the rivers Trent, Idle, and Don, they are formed into large islands, of which the first is called the Isle of Axholme, where the lands are very rich, and feed great store of cattle, but travelling into those parts being difficult, and sometimes dangerous, especially for strangers, we contented ourselves with having the country described to us, as above, and with being assured that there were no towns of note, or anything to be called curious, except that they dig old fir trees out of the ground in the Isle of Axholme, which they tell us have lain there ever since the deluge. But, as I shall meet with the like more eminently in many other places, I shall content myself with speaking of it once for all, when we come into Lancashire. There are some few market towns in these low parts between this place and the Humber, though none of great consideration, such as Thorn upon the Don, Snath upon the Aire, Selby upon the Ouse, and Howdon near the same river. The two last are towns of good trade, the first being seated where the Ouse is navigable for large vessels, has a good share in the shipping of the river, and some merchants live and thrive here. The latter is one of the towns in England, where their annual fairs preserve the name of a mart, the other Lynn, Boston, Gainsborough, Beverley, though of late they begin to lose the word. The fair or mart held here is very considerable for inland trade, and several wholesale tradesmen come to it from London. But I take this town to be more famous for the birth of one of our antient historians, viz. Roger of Hoveden or Howdon, Mr. Camden's continuator is much in the wrong to say this town stands upon the Derwent, whereas it is above 3 miles east of the Derwent, and no river of any note near it but the Humber. Having found nothing in this low part of the country but a wonderful conflux of great rivers, all pouring down into the Humber, which receiving the Aire, the Ouse, the Don and the Trent, becomes rather a sea than a river, we left it on the right. And knowing we should necessarily visit its shores again, we turned up into the post road, where, as I said, I left it before near Brotherton, and went on for Tadcaster. On this road we passed over Towton, that famous field where the most cruel and bloody battle was fought between the two houses of Lancaster and York, in the reign of Edward IV. I call it most cruel and bloody, because the animosity of the parties was so great, that though they were countrymen and Englishmen, neighbours, nay, as history says, relations, for here fathers killed their sons, and sons their fathers. Yet for some time they fought with such obstinacy and such rancour, that, void of all pity and compassion, they gave no quarter, and I call it the most bloody, because 'tis certain no such numbers were ever slain in one battle in England, since the great battle between King Harold and William of Normandy, called the Conqueror, at battle in Sussex. For here, at Towton, fell 36,000 men on both sides, besides the wounded and prisoners, if they took any. Tradition guided the country people, and they us, to the very spot, but we had only the story in speculation. For there remains no marks, no monument, no remembrance of the action, only that the ploughmen say, that sometimes they plough up arrowheads and spearheads, and broken javelins, and helmets, and the like. For we could only give a short sigh to the memory of the dead, and move forward. Tadcaster has nothing that we could see to testify the antiquity it boasts of, but some old Roman coins, which our landlord the postmaster shewed us, among which was one of Domitian, the same kind, I believe, with that Mr. Camden gives an account of, but so very much defaced with age, that we could read but D.O. and A.V. at a distance. Here is the hospital and school, still remaining, founded by Dr. Oglethorpe, Bishop of Carlisle, who, for want of a Protestant archbishop, set the crown on the head of Queen Elizabeth. Here also we saw plainly the Roman highway, which I have mentioned, as seen at Aberforth. And, as antient writers tell us, of a stately stone bridge here, I may tell you, here was no bridge at all, but perhaps no writer after me will ever be able to say the like. For the case was this, the antient famous bridge, which, I suppose, had stood several hundred years, being defective, was just pulled down, and the foundation of a new bridge, was laid, or rather begun to be laid, or was laying. And we were obliged to go over the river in a ferry boat, but coming that way since, I saw the new bridge finished, and very magnificent indeed it is. Mr. Camden gives us a little distich of a learned passenger upon this river, and the old bridge, at Tadcaster. I suppose he passed it in a dry summer, as the Frenchman did the bridge at Madrid, which I mentioned before. Nil Tadcaster havs muris vel carmine dignum. Praetor magnifice structum sine flumine pontum. But I can assure the reader of this account, that although I passed this place in the middle of summer, we found water enough in the river, so that there was no passing it without a boat. From Tadcaster it is but 12 miles to York. The country is rich, fruitful and populous, but not like the western parts about Leeds, Wakefield, Halifax, and which I described above. It bears good corn, and the city of York being so near, and having the navigation of so many rivers also to carry it to Hull, they never want a good market for it. The antiquity of York, though it was not the particular inquiry I proposed to make, yet shewed itself so visibly at a distance, that we could not but observe it before we came quite up to the city, I mean the mount and high hills. Where the antient castle stood, which, when you come to the city, you scarcely see, at least not so as to judge of its antiquity. The cathedral, or the minster, as they call it, is a fine building, but not so antient as some of the other churches in the city seem to be. That mount I mentioned above, and which, at a distance, I say was a mark of antiquity, is called the Old Bail, which was some ages ago fortified and made very strong. But time has eaten through not the timber and plank only, which they say it was first built with, but even the stones and mortar, for not the least footstep of it remains but the hill. York is indeed a pleasant and beautiful city, and not at all the less beautiful for the works and lines about it being demolished, and the city, as it may be said, being laid open, for the beauty of peace is seen in the rubbish. The lines and bastions and demolished fortifications, have a reserved secret pleasantness in them from the contemplation of the public tranquillity, that outshines all the beauty of advanced bastions, batteries, cavaliers, and all the hard-named works of the engineers about a city. I shall not entertain you either with a plan of the city, or a draft of its history. I shall only say in general, the first would take up a great deal of time, and the last a great deal of paper. It is enough to tell you, that as it has been always a strong place, so it has been much contended for, been the seat of war, the rendezvous of armies, and of the greatest generals several times. It boasts of being the seat of some of the Roman emperors, and the station of their forces for the north of Britain, being itself a Roman colony, and the like, all which I leave as I find it. It may be examined critically in Mr. Camden, and his continuator, where it is learnedly debated. However, this I must not omit, namely, that Severus and Constantius Chlorus, father to Constantine the Great, both kept their courts here, and both died here. Here Constantine the Great took upon him the purple, and began the first Christian empire in the world, and this is truly and really an honour to the city of York, and this is all I shall say of her antiquity. But now things infinitely modern, compared to those, are become marks of antiquity, for even the castle of York, built by William the Conqueror, anno 1069. Almost 800 years since Constantine, is not only become antiant and decayed, but even sunk into time, and almost lost and forgotten. Fires, sieges, plunderings and devastations, have often been the fate of York. So that one should wonder there should be anything of a city left. But 'tis risen again, and all we see now is modern. The bridge is vastly strong, and has one arch which, they tell me, was near 70 foot in diameter. It is, without exception, the greatest in England. Some say it's as large as the Rialto at Venice, though I think not. The cathedral too is modern. It was begun to be built but in the time of Edward I, anno 1313. Or thereabouts, by one John Roman, who was treasurer for the undertaking. The foundation being laid, and the whole building designed by the charitable benevolence of the gentry, and especially, as a noted antiquary there assured me, by the particular application of two eminent families in the north, namely, the Piercies and Vavassors, as is testified by their arms and portraits cut in the stone work. The first with a piece of timber, and the last with a huge stone in their hands, the first having given a large wood, and the latter a quarry of stone, for encouraging the work. It was building during the lives of 3 archbishops, all of the Christian name of John, whereof the last, viz. John Thoresby, lived to see it finished, and himself consecrated it. It is a Gothic building, but with all the most modern addenda that order of building can admit, and with much more ornament of a singular kind, than we see anything of that way of building gracked with. I see nothing indeed of that kind of structure in England go beyond it, except it be the building we call King Henry VIII's Chapel, additional to the Abbey Church of Westminster, and that is not to be named with this, because it is but a chapel. And that but a small one neither. The Royal Chapel at Windsor, and King's College Chapel, at Cambridge, are indeed very gay things, but neither of them can come up to the Minster of York on many accounts. Also the great tower of the Cathedral Church at Canterbury is named to match with this at York, but this is but a piece of a large work, the rest of the same building being mean and gross, compared with this at York. The only deficiency I find at York Minster, is the lowness of the great tower, or its want of a fine spire upon it, which, doubtless, was designed by the builders. He that lately writing a description of this church, and that at Doncaster, placed high fine spires upon them both, took a great deal of pains to tell us he was describing a place where he had never been. And that he took his intelligence grossly upon trust. As then this church was so completely finished, and that so lately that it is not yet 400 years old, it is the less to be wondered that the work continues so firm and fine. That it is now the beautifulest church of the old building that is in Britain. In a word, the West End is a picture, and so is the building. The outsides of the choir especially, are not to be equalled. The choir of the church, and the proper spaces round and behind it, are full of noble and magnificent monuments, too many to enter upon the description of them here, some in marble, and others in the old manner in brass. And the windows are finely painted. But I could find no body learned enough in the designs that could read the histories to us that were delineated there. The chapter house is a beauty indeed, and it has been always esteemed so, witness the Latin verse which is written upon it in letters of gold. Uar rosa flos florum, sic est domus ista demorum. But, allowing this to be a little too much of a boast, it must be owned to be an excellent piece of work, and indeed so is the whole minster. Nor does it want anything, as I can suppose, but, as I said before, a fine spire upon the tower, such a one as is at Grantham, or at Newark. The dimensions of this church shall conclude my description of it. Feet. It is in length, exclusive of the buttresses, 524.5. Breadth at the east end, 105. At the west end, 109. In the cross, 222. Height of the nave of the roof, 99. The lantern to the vault, 188. To the top leads. 213. Of the chapter house to the canopy. 86.5. Breadth of the chapter house. 58 3/4. But to return to the city itself. There is abundance of good company here, and abundance of good families live here. For the sake of the good company in cheap living, a man converses here with all the world as effectually as at London. The keeping up assemblies among the younger gentry was first set up here, a thing other writers recommend mightily as the character of a good country, and of a pleasant place. But which I look upon with a different view, and esteem it as a plan laid for the ruin of the nation's morals, and which, in time, threatens us with too much success that way. However, to do the ladies of Yorkshire justice, I found they did not gain any great share of the just reproach which in some other places has been due to their sex. Nor has there been so many young fortunes carried off here by half-pay men, as has been said to be in other towns, of merry fame, westward and southward. The government of the city is that of a regular corporation, by mayor, aldermen and common council. The mayor has the honour here, by antient prescription, of being called my lord. It is a county within itself, and has a jurisdiction extended over a small tract of land on the west suburb, called the Liberty of Anstey, which I could get no uniform account of, one pretending one thing, one another. The city is old but well built, and the clergy, I mean such as serve in, and depend upon the cathedral, have very good houses, or little palaces rather here, adjoining the cemetery, or churchyard of the minster. The bishop's is indeed called a palace, and is really so. The deanery is a large, convenient and spacious house, and among these dwellings of the clergy is the assembly house. Whence I would infer, the conduct of it is under the better government, or should be so. No city in England is better furnished with provisions of every kind, nor any so cheap, in proportion to the goodness of things. The river being so navigable, and so near the sea, the merchants here trade directly to what part of the world they will. For ships of any burthen come up within 30 miles of the city, and small craft from 60 to 80 ton, and under, come up to the very city. With these they carry on a considerable trade. They import their own wines from France and Portugal, and likewise their own deals and timber from Norway, and indeed what they please almost from where they please. They did also bring their own coals from Newcastle and Sunderland, but now have them down the Aire and Calder from Wakefield, and from Leeds, as I have said already. The public buildings erected here are very considerable, such as halls for their merchants and trades, a large town house or guild hall, and the prison, which is spacious, and takes up all the ground within the walls of the old castle, and in a building newly erected there, the assizes for the county are kept. The old walls are standing, and the gates and posterns, but the old additional works which were cast up in the late rebellion, are slighted. So that York is not now defensible as it was then, but things lie so too, that a little time, and many hands, would put those works into their former condition, and make the city able to stand out a small siege. But as the ground seems capable by situation, so an ingenious head, in our company, taking a stricter view of it, told us, he would undertake to make it as strong as Tourney in Flanders, or as Namur, allowing him to add a citadel at that end next the river. But this is a speculation, and 'tis much better that we should have no need of fortified towns than that we should seek out good situations to make them. While we were at York, we took one day's time to see the fatal field called Marston Moor, where Prince Rupert, a third time, by his excess of valour, and defect of conduct, lost the royal army, and had a victory wrung out of his hands. After he had all the advantage in his own hands that he could desire, certain it is, that charging at the head of the right wing of horse with that intrepid courage that he always shewed, he bore down all before him in the very beginning of the battle, and not only put the enemy's cavalry into confusion, but drove them quite out of the field. Could he have bridled his temper, and, like an old soldier, or rather an experienced general, have contented himself with the glory of that part, sending but one brigade of his troops on in the pursuit, which had been sufficient to have finished the work, and have kept the enemies from rallying, and then with the rest of his cavalry, wheeled to the left, and fallen in upon the croup of the right wing of the enemy's cavalry, he had made a day of it. and gained the most glorious victory of that age. For he had a gallant army. But he followed the chase clear off, and out of the field of battle. And when he began to return, he had the misfortune to see that his left wing of horse was defeated by Fairfax and Cromwell, and to meet his friends flying for their lives. So that he had nothing to do but to fly with them, and leave his infantry, and the Duke, then Marquis of Newcastle's, old veteran soldiers to be cut in pieces by the enemy. I had one gentleman with me, an old soldier too, who, though he was not in the fight, yet gave us a complete account of the action from his father's relation, who, he said, had served in it. And who had often shewed him upon the very post every part of the engagement where every distinct body was drawn up, how far the lines extended, how the infantry were flanked by the cavalry, and the cavalry by the woods. Where the artillery were planted, and which way they pointed. And he accordingly described it in so lively a manner to me, that I thought it was as if I had just now seen the two armies engaging. His relation of Prince Rupert's ill conduct, put me in mind of the quite different conduct of old General Tilly, who commanded the imperial army at the great battle of Leipzig in Germany, against that glorious Prince Gustavus Adolphus. Upon the first charge, the cavalry of the right wing of Tilly's army, commanded by the Count of Furstenberg, fell on with such fury, and in such excellent order, being all old troops, and most of them cuirassiers, upon the Saxon troops, which had the left of the Swedish army, and made 22,000 men, that, in short, they put them into confusion, and drove them upon their infantry of the main battle, so that all went off together except General Arnheim, who commanded the Saxon right wing, and was drawn up next to the Swedes. The Saxons being thus put into confusion, the Imperialists cried Victoria, the enemy fly, and their general officers cried out to Tilly to let them follow. No, says Tilly, let them go, but let us beat the Swedes too, or we do nothing. And immediately he ordered the cavalry that had performed so well, should face to the left, and charge the rest of the army in flank. But the King of Sweden, who saw the disorder, and was ready at all places to encourage and direct his troops, ordered 6,000 Scots, under Sir John Hepburn, who made his line of reserve, to make a front to the left, and faced the victorious troops of the Imperialists, while, in the meantime, with a fury not to be resisted, he charged, in person, upon the Imperial left wing, and bore down all before him. Then it appeared that Count Tilly was in the right, for though he had not let his right wing pursue the Saxons, who, notwithstanding being new men, never rallied, yet with his whole army he was not able to beat the rest. But the King of Sweden gained the most glorious victory that ever a Protestant army had till then obtained in the world over a Popish. This was 1632. I came back extremely well pleased with the view of Marston Moor, and the account my friend had given of the battle. 'Twas none of our business to concern our passions in the cause, or regret the misfortunes of that day. The thing was over beyond our ken, time had levelled the victors with the vanquished, and the royal family being restored, there was no room to say one thing or other to what was past, so we returned to York the same night. York, as I have said, is a spacious city. It stands upon a great deal of ground, perhaps more than any city in England out of Middlesex, except Norwich. But then the buildings are not close and thronged as at Bristol, or as at Durham, nor is York so populous as either Bristol or Norwich. But as York is full of gentry and persons of distinction, so they live at large, and have houses proportioned to their quality, and this makes the city lie so far extended on both sides the river. It is also very magnificent, and, as we say, makes a good figure every way in its appearance, even at a distance, for the cathedral is so noble and so august a pile, that 'tis a glory to all the rest. There are very neat churches here besides the cathedral, and were not the minster standing, like the Capitol in the middle of the city of Rome, some of these would pass for extraordinary, as the churches of St. Mary's and Allhallows, and the steeples of Christ Church, St. Mary's, St. Peg's, and Allhallows. There are also 2 fine market houses, with the town hall upon the bridge, and abundance of other public edifices, all which together makes this city, as I said, more stately and magnificent, though not more populous and wealthy, than any other city in the King's dominions, London and Dublin excepted. The reason of the difference is evidently for the want of trade. Here is no trade indeed, except such as depends upon the confluence of the gentry, but the city, as to lodgings, good houses, and plenty of provisions, is able to receive the king, lords and commons, with the whole court, if there was occasion. And once they did entertain King Charles I with his whole court, and with the assembly of peers, besides a vast confluence of the gentry from all parts to the king, and at the same time a great part of his army. We went out in a double excursion from this city, first to see the Duke of Leeds's house, and then the Earl of Carlisle's, and the Earl of Burlington's in the East Riding. Carlisle House is by far the finest design, but it is not finished, and may not, perhaps, in our time. They say his lordship sometimes observes noblemen should only design, and begin great palaces, and leave posterity to finish them gradually, as their estates will allow them. It is called Castle Howard. The Earl of Burlington's is an old-built house, but stands deliciously, and has a noble prospect towards the Humber, as also towards the woods. At Hambledon Down, near this city, are once a year very great races, appointed for the entertainment of the gentry, and they are the more frequented, because the king's plate of 100 guineas is always run for their once a year. A gift designed to encourage the gentlemen to breed good horses. Yorkshire is thronged with curiosities, and 2 or 3 constantly attend these races, namely, first, that, as all horse matches do, it brings together abundance of noblemen and gentlemen of distinction, and a proportion of ladies. And, I assure you, the last make a very noble appearance here, and, if I may speak my thoughts without flattery, take the like number where you will, yet, in spite of the pretended reproach of country breeding. The ladies of the north are as handsome and as well dressed as are to be seen either at the court or the ball. From York we did not jump at once over the whole country, and, like a late author, without taking notice of anything, come out again 60 or 70 miles off, like an apparition, without being seen by the way. The first thing we did, we took a view of the suburb of York over the river, opposite to the city, and then entreing the East Riding, took our audience to Congé in form, and so stood over that division towards Hull. In our road we had a clear view of the Earl of Burlington's noble and magnificent house, mentioned just now, soon after our passing the river Derwent, on a very high rising ground, very advantageously situated. The river Derwent, contrary to the course of all the rivers in Yorkshire, as I have observed, runs north and south, rising in that part of the country called Cleveland, and running through, or hard by, several market towns, as Pickering, Pocklington, North Malton, and others, and is, by the course, a good guide to those who would take a view of the whole country. I observed the middle of this riding or division of Yorkshire is very thin of towns, and consequently of people, being overspread with woods, that is to say, plains and downs, like those of Salisbury, on which they feed great numbers of sheep, and breed also a great many black cattle and horses, especially in the northern part, which runs more mountainous, and makes part of the North Riding of York. But the east and west part is populous and rich, and full of towns, the one lying on the sea coast, and the other upon the river Derwent, as above. The sea coast or west side, is called Holderness. After passing the Derwent we saw little of moment, but keeping under the woods or hills mentioned above, we came to your old acquaintance John a Beverley, I mean the famous monastery at that town. It is a large and populous town, though I find no considerable manufacture carried on there. The great collegiate church is the main thing which ever did, and still does, make the town known in the world. The famous story of John of Beverley is, in short, this, that one John, Archbishop of York, a learned and devout man, out of mere pious zeal for religion, and contempt of the world, quitted or renounced his honors and superiority in the church, and, laying aside the pall, and the mitre, retired to Beverley, and lived here all the rest of his time a recluse. This story will prompt you to inquire how long ago 'twas, for you know as well as I, and will naturally observe, that very few such bishops are to be found now. It was indeed a long time ago, for it is this very year just 5 year above 1,000 year ago that this happened, for the good man died Anno Dom. 721. You may soon cast up the rest to 1726. The memory of this extraordinary man has been much honored, and had they gone no farther, I should have joined with them most heartily. But as to sainting him, and praying to him, and offering at his shrine, and such things, that we Protestants must ask their leave to have nothing to say to. However, King Athelstan, after making a vow to him if he got the victory over the Danes, made him his tutelar saint, and gave great gifts and immunities to this place on his account. Among the rest, the king granted his peace to it, as was the word in those days, that is to say, made it a sanctuary, as he did much about the same time to the church at Ripon. And I shall here give you the copy of his grant in the Old English rhymes, as I did of the other. As to this privilege of sanctuary, Mr. Camden gives us the description of a stone chair, with a Latin inscription upon it in capital letters, which he Englishes also. Here on the I3th of September, anno 1664, upon opening a grave they met with a vault of square freestone 15 foot long, and 2 foot broad. Within it was a sheet of lead 4 foot long, and in that the ashes, 6 beads, whereof 3 crumbled to dust with a touch, of the 3 remaining 2 were supposed to be cornelian, with 3 great brass pins, and 4 large iron nails. Upon the sheet laid a leaden plate, with this inscription. Anno ab incarnation Dominum Cuxviae. Combusta fuit ecclesia in mens Septembri, in sequenti noct post festum sancti Matthi Apostoli. Etian anno mexquiae. Sexto I Deus Martii, pacta fuit inquisitio reliquiarum bidi Johannes, in hoc loco, etian venta sunt hjec ossa in orientali parts sepulchri hic recondita, eti pulvis cemento mixtus ibidem inventus est et reconditus. Cross over this there lay a box of lead about 7 inches long, 6 broad, and 5 high, wherein were several pieces of bones mixed with a little dust, and yielding a sweet smell. All these things were carefully reinterred in the middle alley of the body of the minster, where they were taken up. This circumstance does not by any means agree with what Bishop Godwin has left us about this saint, namely, that he was buried in the church porch. For though what is mentioned in the inscription was only a reinterment upon the Inquisition made, yet it looks a little odd they should not lay the relics in the same place where they found them, unless one should solve it this way, that but part of the church was then standing. And they might lay him there with a design to remove him when it should be rebuilt, but afterwards either neglected or forgot it. The minster here is a very fair and neat structure. The roof is an arch of stone, in it there are several monuments of the Piercies, Earls of Northumberland, who have added a little chapel to the choir, in the windows of which are the pictures of several of that family drawn in the glass at the upper end of the choir. On the right side of the altar place stands the freed stool, mentioned by our author, made of one entire stone, and said to have been removed from Dunbar in Scotland, with a well of water behind it. At the upper end of the body of the church, next the choir, hangs an antient table with the picture of St. John, from whom the church is named, and of King Athelstan the founder of it, and between them this distich. Ace free make I thee, as heart can wish, or egg can see. Hence the inhabitants of Beverley pay no toll or custom in any port or town in England, to which immunity, I suppose, they owe, in great measure, their riches and flourishing condition. For indeed, one is surprised to find so large and handsome a town within 6 miles of Hull. In the body of the church stands an antient monument, which they call the Virgin's Tomb, because 2 virgin sisters lay buried there who gave the town a piece of land, into which any freeman may put 3 milch kine from Lady Day to Michaelmas. At the lower end of the body of the church, stands a fair, large font of agate stone. Near the minster, on the south side of it, is a place named Hall Garth, wherein they keep a court of record, called the Provost's Court. In this may be tried causes for any sum arising within its liberties, which are very large, having about 100 towns and parts of towns in Holderness, and other places of the East Riding belonging to it. It is said to have also a power in criminal matters, though at present that is not used. But to come to the present condition of the town, it is above a mile in length, being of late much improved in its buildings, and has pleasant springs running quite through its streets. It is more especially beautified with 2 stately churches, and has a free school that is improved by 2 fellowships, 6 scholarships, and 3 exhibitions in St. John's College, in Cambridge, belonging to it. Besides 6 almshouses, the largest whereof was built lately by the executors of Michael Wharton, Esq., who, by his last will, left £1,000 for that use. The mayor and aldermen having sometimes been deceived in their choice, admit none into their almshouses but such as will give bond to leave their effects to the poor when they die, a good example to other places. The principal trade of the town is making malt, oatmeal, and tanned leather. But the poor people mostly support themselves by working bone lace, which of late has met with particular encouragement, the children being maintained at school to learn to read, and to work this sort of lace. The clothing trade was formerly followed in this town, but Leland tells us, that even in his time it was very much decayed. They have several fairs, but one more especially remarkable, called the Mart, beginning about 9 days before Ascension Day, and kept in a street leading to the Minster Garth, called Londoners' Street, for then the Londoners bring down their wares, and furnish the country tradesmen by wholesale. About a mile from Beverley to the east, in a pasture belonging to the town, is a kind of spa, though they say it cannot be judged by the taste whether or no it comes from any mineral. Yet taken inwardly it is a great dryer, and washed in, dries scorbutic scurf, and all sorts of scabs, and also very much helps the king's evil. It is easy to conceive how Beverley became a town from this very article, namely, that all the thieves, murderers, housebreakers and bankrupts, fled hither for protection. And here they obtained safety from the law whatever their crimes might be. After some time, the town growing bigger and bigger, the church was also enlarged, and though it fell into the king's hands, King Henry VIII, having done by this as he did by others, and the monks of Beverley were suppressed, yet the town continues a large, populous town, and the river Hull is made navigable to it for the convenience of trade. I remember, soon after the Revolution, when the late King William hired 6,000 Danish auxiliaries to assist him in his wars in Ireland, they landed at Hull, and, marching from thence for Westchester, in order to embark for Carrickfergus, they came through this town, and halted here a few days for refreshment. Here 2 of their foot soldiers quarrelled and fought a duel, in which one of them was killed. The other being taken, was immediately tried and sentenced to a court-martial of their own officers, and by the rules of war, such as were in force among them, was sentenced and put to death, and was then buried in the same grave with the man he had killed. And upon their grave is set up a stone with an English inscription thus, under this stone 2 Danish soldiers lie. There are other lines mentioning the story, as above, but I do not remember them, it being some years since I made this observation. But to return to St. John of Beverley, and King Athelstan's merry grant, which I shall make speak English as well as I can, it is as follows. The Charter of Privileges granted by King Athelstan to St. John of Beverley, in the year of our Lord 925. Yat whiten alla yet ever been. Yat ease charter hurin and seen. Yat j ye King Adelstan. Has yaten and given to St. John of Beverlike. Yat si no. Toll and theme, yet wit ye now. Sock and sake over all yet land. Yat is given into his hand. On ever ilk's king's guy. Be it all free yon and I. Be it almasend, be all free. With ilk man, and ec with me. Yat will j, be him yet me scop. Bot till an arcibiscop. And till ye 7 minster prests. Yat serves God their St. John restevs. Yat give j God and St. John. Her before you ever ilken. All my hurst corn in el deal. To uphold his minster wheel. Ye 4 threve, be heaven kinge. Of ilk a plough of estrading. If it swa betid or swa gaz. Yat ani man her again toss. Be he baron, be he earl. Clare, prest, parson, or cherel. Na, be he na yet ilk gome. I will furs I yet he come. Yat wiki wheel, or an or. Tull St. John Minster door. And yar I will, swa Christ me read. Yet he bet his misdeed. Or he be cursed for on. Widat yet ser vis St. John. Yit hit swa betid and swaes. Yet ye man in mansing yes. J say, you over 40 days. Swilk yen be St. John Loggies. Yet the capital of Beverlike. Till ye si riff of Everwyke. Send yair writ son anon. Yat ease man said man becan. Ye the si riff yen say I ye. Without and any writ one me. Sal minnen him, swa Christ me read. And into my prison lead. And hold him, yat is my will. Till he bet his misguilt. If men rise new loggies. In any oyer king's days. Be ye framed, be ye yemmed. Wit yam of the minstry demied. Ye mercy of the misdeed. Jif J. St. John, swa Christ me read. Yif man be called of limes or lif. Or men challenges land in strife. Wit my bodlack wit writ of right. Why will St. John have ye might? Yat man yer for not fight in field. Now yet with staff no with shield. But 12 men will J yet it tell. Swo sail it be, swo her abel. And he yet him swo wern may. Overcomen be he ever and I. Als he in field war overcomen. Ye craventies of him be no men. Yet J God, and St. John. Her before IOW ever ilcon. If men be founden then I drunken. Stirved on St. John, reich his agmen men. Without end swike his akend by life make ye sight. Nad oyer coroner have ye might. Swa milkle freedom give I ye. Swa hurt may think, or eeg see. Yet have J thought and forbeseen. Why will yet yer ever been? Salmoning, and minster life. Last fall like without end strife. God help alley that ilk men. Yet helps to ye though when. Amen. The same in modern English. Let all men know that e'er have been. That this charter have heard and seen. That I, King Athelstan, have taken and given to St. John. Of Beverley, I say again, or now. Toll and team, that know ye too. Sock and sake o'er all that land. That is given into his hand. As ever as any king's whatever. It shall be all free then and for ever. As my alms are all free. Witness every man, and witness me. I will also, in spite of any that shall hinder me. That as well an archbishop. As 7 ministers of priests' orders. Shall serve God there where St. John lies. And that I give to God, and to St. John. Here, in all your presence ever one. All my last crop of corn in Erdale. To maintain his ministers very well. And 4 trave 21, by the King of Heaven. Of every plough land in the east riding. 22. If it shall happen, or so fall out. That any man withholds it, or takes it away. Be he lord, or be he earl. Clerk, priest, parson, or layman. Nay, be he never so great a person. I will forbid that he shall touch it. That pray observe over and over. Till St. John's ministers have their due. And moreover I will, so Christ hear me. That he shall pay for the trespass. Or be he cursed from son to son. Know ye this all that serve St. John. Witness all you servants of St. John. If it should so happen, or so is. That any man is secured in or fled to a house. I command, that in 40 days. According to St. John's laws. That the chapter of Beverley. Shall send out his writ with all speed. To the sheriff of Everwyke. That the man may be apprehended. And to the sheriff I hereby say. Without any farther warrant from me. Shall carry him, so Christ me bless. Into my prison directly. And shall keep him there, such is my will. till he make satisfaction for the trespass. If other men make other laws, in any other king's reign, be they made or intended to be made, witness those then in trust, the amends or fines of every such trespass. I give St. John, as Christ me help. If any man be accused for life or limb, or titles of land be disputed at law, taken in execution or legal process, I will, that St. John shall have the decision. And no man shall combat for any cause whatever, neither with weapon, or with armor. But 12 men shall decide the cause, that so it shall be well and fairly tried. And he that is cast by their sentence, shall be so for ever, as much as if he were overcome in fight. And the estate shall be called his, as if 'twas given him by me, God, and St. John, in presence of you every one. If any man be found killed, or dead with drink, or starved with hunger, or cold in St. John's bounds, his next doers shall be told thereof. Ye shall have no other coroner to judge. As much freedom give I to you, as heart can think, or eye can see, that I have thought or have foreseen. I will also that there shall always be peaceable and quiet living among ye, to the last, without any strife. And God help every man that gives to you his help. Amen. From Beverley I came to Hull, distant 6 miles. If you would expect me to give an account of the city of Hamburg or Danzig, or Rotterdam, or any of the second-rate cities abroad, which are famed for their commerce, the town of Hull may be a specimen. The place is indeed not so large as those. But, in proportion to the dimensions of it, I believe there is more business done in Hull than in any town of its bigness in Europe. Liverpool indeed of late comes after it apace, but then Liverpool has not the London trade to add to it. In the late war, the fleets from Hull to London were frequently 100 sail, sometimes including the other creeks in the Humber, 150 to 160 sail at a time. And to Holland their trade is so considerable, that the Dutch always employed 2 men of war to fetch and carry, that is, to convoy the trade, as they called it, to and from Hull, which was as many as they did to London. In a word, all the trade at Leeds, Wakefield and Halifax, of which I have spoken so justly and so largely, is transacted here, and the goods are shipped here by the merchants of Hull. All the lead trade of Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire, from Bawtry Wharf, the butter of the East and North Riding, brought down the ooze to York, the cheese brought down the Trent from Stafford, Warwick and Cheshire. And the corn from all the counties adjacent, are brought down and shipped off here. Again, they supply all these countries in return with foreign goods of all kinds, for which they trade to all parts of the known world. Nor have the merchants of any port in Britain a fairer credit, or fairer character, than the merchants of Hull, as well for the justice of their dealings as the greatness of their substance or funds for trade. They drive a great trade here to Norway, and to the Baltic, and an important trade to Danzig, Riga, Narva and Petersburg. From whence they make large returns in iron, copper, hemp, flax, canvas, pot ashes, Muscovy linen and yarn, and other things, all which they get vent for in the country to an exceeding quantity. They have also a great importation of wine, linen, oil, fruit, and trading to Holland, France and Spain, the trade of tobacco and sugars from the West Indies, they chiefly manage by the way of London. But besides all this, their export of corn, as well to London as to Holland and France, exceeds all of the kind, that is or can be done at any port in England, London excepted. Their shipping is a great article in which they outdo all the towns and ports on the coast except Yarmouth, only that their shipping consists chiefly in smaller vessels than the coal trade is supplied with. Though, they have a great many large vessels too, which are employed in their foreign trade. The town is situated at the mouth of the river Hull, where it falls into the Humber, and where the Humber opens into the German Ocean, so that one side of their town lies upon the sea, the other upon the land. This makes the situation naturally very strong, and, were there any occasion, it is capable of being made impregnable, by reason of the low situation of the grounds round it. King Charles II, on occasion of the frequent Dutch wars in that reign, had once resolved to appoint a station for a squadron of men of war here, with a yard and dock, for building men of war, ships, in the Humber. And, on this occasion, resolved to make the place strong, in proportion to the necessity of those affairs, upon which a large citadel was marked out on the other side the river, but it was never finished. The greatest imperfection, as to the strength of hull in case of a war, is, that, lying open to the sea, it is liable to a bombardment, which can only be prevented by being masters at sea, and while we are so, there's no need of fortifications at all, and so there's an end of argument upon that subject. The town is exceeding close built, and should a fire ever be its fate, it might suffer deeply on that account. 'Tis extraordinary populous, even to an inconvenience, having really no room to extend itself by buildings. There are but 2 churches, but one of them is very large, and there are 2 or 3 very large meeting houses, and a market stored with an infinite plenty of all sorts of provision. They shew us still in their town hall the figure of a northern fisherman, supposed to be of Greenland, that is to say, the real Greenland, being the continent of America to the north of those we call the northwest passages. Not of Spiltbergen, where our ships go a whale fishing, and which is, by mistake, called Greenland. He was taken up at sea in a leather boat, which he sate in, and was covered with skins, which drew together about his waist, so that the boat could not fill, and he could not sink. The creature would never feed nor speak, and so died. They have a very handsome exchange here, where the merchants meet as at London, and, I assure you, it is wonderfully filled, and that with a confluence of real merchants, and many foreigners, and several from the country. For the navigation of all the great rivers which fall into the Humber centres here, such as the Trent, the Idle, the Don, the Aire and Calder, and the Ouse. And consequently the commerce of all the great towns on those rivers is managed here, from Gainsborough and Nottingham on the Trent, York and Selby on the Ouse, and so of the rest. There is also a fine free school, over which is the Merchants' Hall. But the Trinity House here is the glory of the town. It is a corporation of itself, made up of a society of merchants. It was begun by voluntary contribution for relief of distressed and aged seamen, and their wives or widows, but was afterwards approved by the government, and incorporated. They have a very good revenue, which increases every day by charities, and bounties of pious-minded people. They maintain 30 sisters now actually in the house, widows of seamen. They have a government by 12 Eider brethren and 6 assistants. Out of the 12 they choose annually 2 wardens, but the whole 18 vote in electing them, and 2 stewards. These have a power to decide disputes between masters of ships and their crews, in matters relating to the sea affairs only, and with this limitation, that their judgment be not contrary to the laws of the land. And, even in trials at law, in such affairs they are often called to give their opinions. They have a noble stone bridge here over the river Hull, consisting of 14 arches. They had once set up a Greenland fishery, and it went on with success for a time. But it decayed in the time when the Dutch wars were so frequent, and the house built by the Greenland merchants is now turned into granaries for corn, and warehouses for other goods. The old hospital, called God's House, stands near it, with a chapel rebuilt since the late war, and the arms of Michael de la Pole, the first founder, set up again. So that the foundation is restored, the building is nobly enlarged, and an entire new hospital built as an addition to the old one. The story of this de la Pole may not be unwelcome, because, though it be a piece of antiquity, 'tis a piece of honour both to the merchants of Hull, and to the town itself. Sir Michael de la Pole was a merchant of Hull, but first at a place called Ravens Rood in Brabant, where, growing rich, he advanced to King Richard II. Several £1,000s in gold for his urgent occasions in his wars. Upon which the king invited him to come and live in England, which he did. Here the king knighted him, made his son, Michael de la Pole, Earl of Suffolk, and gave him several lordships in Holderness, and Mr. Camden observes, he is styled by the king in those grants, William de la Pole, Delectus Velectus and Mercator Noster, so that he was called the king's merchant. This de la Pole founded a monastery of Carthusians, and an hospital, which, when that was suppressed, remained, and this they call God's House. Farther east from Hull there is a little pleasant town called Heaton, handsome, well built, and having a little haven from the sea, which threatens Hull, that it will in time grow up to be a great place, for it indeed increases daily. But I fear for them, that their haven will do nothing considerable for them, unless they can do something very considerable for that. They tell us at Heaton, that the sea encroaches upon the land on all that shore, and that there are many large fields quite eaten up, that several towns were formerly known to be there, which are now lost. From whence they may suppose, that as the sea by encroachment had damnified their harbour, so if it grows upon them a little more they shall stand open to the sea, and so need no harbour at all, or make a mole, as 'tis called abroad, and have a good road without it. But this is a view something remote. The Spurn Head, a long promontory thrusting out into the sea, and making the north point of Humber, is a remarkable thing. But I leave that to the description of the sea coasts, which is none of my work. The most that I find remarkable here, is, that there is nothing remarkable upon this side for above 30 miles together, not a port, not a gentleman's seat, not a town of note. Burlington or Burlington is the only place, and that is of no note, only for a bay or road for shipping, which is of use to the colliers on this coast to defend them, in case of extremity of weather. The country people told us a long story here of gypsies which visit them often in a surprising manner. We were strangely amused with their discourses at first, forming our ideas from the word, which, in ordinary import with us, signifies a sort of strolling, fortune-telling, hen-roost robbing, pocket-picking vagabonds, called by that name. But we were soon made to understand the people, as they understood themselves here, namely, that at some certain seasons, for none knows when it will happen, several streams of water gush out of the earth with great violence, spouting up a huge height, being really natural jet d'eaux or fountains. That they make a great noise, and, joining together, form little rivers, and so hasten to the sea. I had not time to examine into the particulars. And as the eruption was not just then to be seen, we could say little to it. That which was most observable to us, was, that the country people have a notion that whenever those gypsies, or, as some call, vipsies, break out, there will certainly ensue either famine or plague. This put me in mind, that the very same thing is said to happen at Smitham Bottom in Surrey, beyond Croydon, and that the water gushing out of the chalky hills about 8 miles from Croydon, on the road to Reigate, fills the whole bottom, and makes a large river running just to the town's end of Croydon, and then turning to the left runs into the river which rises in the town, and runs to Cashalton, and I name it, because the country people here have exactly the same notion, that this water never breaks out but against a famine. And as I am sure it has not now broken out for more than 50 years, it may, for aught I know, be true. Scarborough next presents itself, a place formerly famous for the strong castle, situate on a rock, as it were hanging over the sea, but now demolished, being ruined in the last wars. The town is well built, populous and pleasant, and we found a great deal of good company here drinking the waters, who came not only from all the north of England, but even from Scotland. It is hard to describe the taste of the waters. They are apparently tinged with a collection of mineral salts, as of vitriol, alum, iron, and perhaps sulphur, and taste evidently of the alum. Here is such a plenty of all sorts of fish, that I have hardly seen the like, and, in particular, here we saw turbots of 3/4 weight, and yet their flesh eat exceeding fine when taken new. To describe the herring, the mackerel, the cod, the whiting, is only to repeat what is said in other places, and what we shall have occasion to repeat more than once, now we begin to go far north. At the entrance of a little nameless river, scarce indeed worth a name, stands Whitby, which, however, is an excellent harbour, and where they build very good ships for the coal trade, and many of them too, which makes the town rich. From hence the North Riding holds on to the Bank of Tees, the northern bounds of Yorkshire, and where there are 2 good towns, viz. Stockton and Yareham, towns of no great note. But what they obtain by the river and adjacent sea, but are greatly increased of late years, especially the first, by being the chiefest place in the North Riding of York, or in the county of Cumberland, for the shipping off Lead and butter for London. I began now to consider the long journey I had to go, and that I must not stop at small matters. We went from Stockton to Durham. North Allerton, a town on the post road, is remarkable for the vast quantity of black cattle sold there being a fair once every fortnight for some months, where a prodigious quantity are sold. I have not concerned this work at all in the debate among us in England, as to Whig and Tory. But I must observe of this town, that, except a few Quakers, they boasted that they had not one dissenter here, and yet at the same time not one Tory, which is what, I believe, cannot be said of any other town in Great Britain. I must now leave Yorkshire, which indeed I might more fully have described, if I had had time, for there are abundance of rarities in nature spoken of in this North Riding, which I had not leisure to inquire into. As the alum mines or pits near Maltgrave or Musgrave, from whence the Lord Musgrave, now Duke of Buckinghamshire, has his title, as he has also a great part of his estate from the alum works not far off. Next here are the snake stones, of which nothing can be said but as one observes of them, to see how nature sports herself to amuse us, as if snakes could grow in those stones. Then the glates or gargates, that is, in short jet, a black smooth stone found in Cleveland, also a piece of ground, which, if the wild geese attempt to fly over, they fall down dead. But I cannot dwell any longer here. Darlington, a post town, has nothing remarkable but dirt, and a high stone bridge over little or no water. The town is eminent for good bleaching of linen, so that I have known cloth brought from Scotland to be bleached here. As to the hell kettles, so much talked up for a wonder, which are to be seen as we ride from the Tees to Darlington, I had already seen so little of wonder in such country tales, that I was not hastily deluded again. 'Tis evident, they are nothing but old coal pits filled with water by the river Tees. Durham is next, a little compact neatly contrived city, surrounded almost with the river which with the castle standing on an eminence, encloses the city in the middle of it. As the castle does also the cathedral, the bishop's palace, and the fine houses of the clergy, where they live in all the magnificence and splendor imaginable. I need not tell you, that the Bishop of Durham is a temporal prince, that he keeps a court of equity, and also courts of justice in ordinary causes within himself. The county of Durham, like the country about Rome, is called St. Cuthbert's patrimony. This church, they tell us, was founded by David, King of Scots, and afterward Zook, the valiant bishop, fought the Scots army at Neville's Cross, where the Scots were terribly cut in pieces, and their king taken prisoner. But what do I dip into antiquity for, here, which I have avoided as much as possible everywhere else? The Church of Durham is eminent for its wealth, the bishopric is esteemed the best in England. And the prebends and other church livings, in the gift of the bishop, are the richest in England. They told me there, that the bishop had 13 livings in his gift, from £500 a year to £1,300 a year. And the living of the little town of Sedgefield, a few miles south of the city, is said to be worth £1,200 a year, beside the small tithes, which maintain a curate, or might do so. Going to see the Church of Durham, they shewed us the old popish vestments of the clergy before the Reformation, and which, on high days, some of the residents put on still. They are so rich with embroidery and embossed work of silver, that indeed it was a kind of a load to stand under them. The town is well built but old, full of Roman Catholics, who live peaceably and disturb no body, and no body them. For we being there on a holiday, saw them going as publicly to mass as the dissenters did on other days to their meeting-house. From hence we kept the common road to Chester in the street, an old, dirty, thoroughfare town, empty of all remains of the greatness which antiquaries say it once had, when it was a Roman colony. Here is a stone bridge, but instead of riding over it we rode under it, and riding up the stream passed under or through one of the arches, not being over the horse hoofs in water. Yet, on inquiry, we found, that sometimes they have use enough for a bridge. Here we had an account of a melancholy accident, and in itself strange also, which happened in or near Lumley Park, not long before we passed through the town. A new coal pit being dug or digging, the workmen worked on in the vein of coals till they came to a cavity, which, as was supposed, had formerly been dug from some other pit. But be it what it will, as soon as upon the breaking into the hollow part, the pent-up air got vent, it blew up like a mine of 1,000 barrels of powder, and, getting vent at the shaft of the pit, burst out with such a terrible noise, as made the very earth tremble for some miles round, and terrified the whole country. There were near 60 poor people lost their lives in the pit, and 1 or 2, as we were told, who were at the bottom of the shaft, were blown quite out, though 60 fathom deep, and were found dead upon the ground. Lumley Castle is just on the side of the road as you pass between Durham and Chester, pleasantly seated in a fine park, and on the bank of the river were. The park, besides the pleasantness of it, has this much better thing to recommend it, namely, that it is full of excellent veins of the best coal in the country, for the Lumley coal are known for their goodness at London, as well as there. This, with the navigable river just at hand, by which the coals are carried down to Sunderland to the ships, makes Lumley Park an inexhaustible treasure to the family. They tell us, that King James I Lodged in this castle, at his entrance into England to take possession of the crown, and seeing a fine picture of the antient pedigree of the family, which carried it very far beyond what his Majesty thought credible, turned this good jest upon it to the Bishop of Durham, who shooted him, viz. That indeed he did not know that Adam's surname was Lumley before. From hence the road to Newcastle gives a view of the inexhausted store of coals and coal pits, from whence not London only, but all the south part of England is continually supplied. And whereas when we are at London, and see the prodigious fleets of ships which come constantly in with coals for this increasing city, we are apt to wonder whence they come, and that they do not bring the whole country away. So, on the contrary, when in this country we see the prodigious heaps, I might say mountains, of coals, which are dug up at every pit, and how many of those pits there are, we are filled with equal wonder to consider where the people should live that can consume them. Newcastle is a spacious, extended, infinitely populous place. 'Tis seated upon the river Tyne, which is here a noble, large and deep river, and ships of any reasonable burthen may come safely up to the very town. As the town lies on both sides the river, the parts are joined by a very strong and stately stone bridge of 7 very great arches, rather larger than the arches of London Bridge. And the bridge is built into a street of houses also, as London Bridge is. The town itself, or Liberty, as it is a corporation, extends but to part of the bridge, where there is a noble gate built all of stone, not much unlike that upon London Bridge, which so lately was a safeguard to the whole bridge, by stopping a terrible fire which otherwise had endangered burning the whole street of houses on the city side of the bridge, as it did those beyond it. There is also a very noble building here, called the Exchange, and as the wall of the town runs parallel from it with the river, leaving a spacious piece of ground before it between the water and the wall, that ground, being well wharfed up, and faced with freestone, makes the longest and largest quay for landing and lading goods that is to be seen in England, except that at Yarmouth in Norfolk, and much longer than that at Bristol. Here is a large hospital built by contribution of the Keel men, by way of friendly society, for the maintenance of the poor of their fraternity, and which, had it not met with discouragements from those who ought rather to have assisted so good a work, might have been a noble provision for that numerous and laborious people. The Keel men are those who manage the lighters, which they call keels, by which the coals are taken from the steiths or wharfs, and carried on board the ships, to load them for London. Here are several large public buildings also, as particularly a house of state for the mayor of the town, for the time being, to remove to, and dwell in during his year. Also here is a hall for the surgeons, where they meet, where they have 2 skeletons of humane bodies, one a man and the other a woman, and some other rarities. The situation of the town to the landward is exceeding unpleasant, and the buildings very close and old, standing on the declivity of 2 exceeding high hills, which, together with the smoke of the coals, makes it not the pleasantest place in the world to live in. But it is made amends abundantly by the goodness of the river, which runs between the 2 hills, and which, as I said, bringing ships up to the very quays, and fetching the coals down from the country, makes it a place of very great business. Here are also 2 articles of trade which are particularly occasioned by the coals, and these are glass houses and salt pans. The first are at the town itself, the last are at Shields, 7 miles below the town. But their coals are brought chiefly from the town. It is a prodigious quantity of coals which those salt works consume. And the fires make such a smoke, that we saw it ascend in clouds over the hills, for miles before we came to Durham, which is at least 16 miles from the place. Here I met with a remark which was quite new to me, and will be so, I suppose, to those that hear it. You well know, we receive at London every year a great quantity of salmon pickled or cured, and sent up in the pickle in kits or tubs, which we call Newcastle salmon. Now when I came to Newcastle, I expected to see a mighty plenty of salmon there, but was surprised to find, on the contrary, that there was no great quantity, and that a good large fresh salmon was not to be had under 5 or 6 shillings. Upon inquiry I found, that really this salmon, that we call Newcastle salmon, is taken as far off as the Tweed, which is 60 miles, and is brought by land on horses to Shields, where it is cured, pickled, and sent to London, as above. So that it ought to be called Berwick salmon, not Newcastle. There are 5 or 6 churches in Newcastle, I mean on the town side, being north by Tyne, besides meeting houses, of which, I was told, there are also 5 or 6, including the Quakers, some of which are thronged with multitudes of people. The place, as has been said, being exceeding populous. It is not only enriched by the coal trade, but there are also very considerable merchants in it, who carry on foreign trade to divers parts of the world, especially to Holland, Hamburg, Norway, and the Baltic. They build ships here to perfection, I mean as to strength, and firmness, and to bear the sea, and as the coal trade occasions a demand for such strong ships, a great many are built here. This gives an addition to the merchant's business, in requiring a supply of all sorts of naval stores to fit out those ships. Here is also a considerable manufacture of hardware, or wrought iron, lately erected after the manner of Sheffield, which is very helpful for employing the poor, of which this town has always a prodigious number. West of this town lies the town of Hexham, a pass upon the Tyne, famous, or indeed infamous, for having the first blood drawn at it, in the war against their prince by the Scots in King Charles I's time. And where a strong detachment of English, though advantageously posted, were scandalously defeated by the Scots. Whether the commanders were in fault, or the men, I know not, but they gave way to an inferior number of Scots, who gained the pass, fought through the river, and killed about 400 men, the rest basely running away. After which, the town of Newcastle was as easily quitted also, without striking a stroke. The country round this town is vulgarly called Hexhamshire. I was tempted greatly here to trace the famous Picts' Wall, built by the Romans, or rather rebuilt by them, from hence to Carlisle, of the particulars of which, and the remains of antiquity seen upon it, all our histories are so full. And I did go to several places in the fields through which it passed, where I saw the remains of it, some almost lost, some plain to be seen. But antiquity not being my business in this work, I omitted the journey, and went on for the north. Northumberland is a long coasting county, lying chiefly on the sea to the east, and bounded by the mountains of Stainmore and Cheviot on the west, which are in some places inaccessible, in many unpassable. Here is abundant business for an antiquary. Every place shews you ruined castles, Roman altars, inscriptions, monuments of battles, of heroes killed, and armies routed, and the like, the towns of Morpeth, Alnwick, Warkworth, Tickhill, and many others. Shew their old castles, and some of them still in tolerable repair, as Alnwick in particular, and Warkworth. Others, as Bamborough, Narham, Chillingham, Horton, Dunstar, Wark, and innumerable more, are sunk in their own ruins, by the mere length of time. We had Cheviot hills so plain in view, that we could not but inquire of the good old women everywhere, whether they had heard of the fight at Chevy Chase. They not only told us they had heard of it, but had all the account of it at their fingers' end. And, taking a guide at Wooler to shew us the road, he pointed out distinctly to us the very spot where the engagement was. Here, he said, Earl Piercy was killed, and there Earl Douglas. Here Sir William Withington fought upon his stumps. Here the Englishmen that were slain were buried, and there the Scots. A little way off of this, north, he shewed us the field of battle, called Flodden Field, upon the banks of the Till, where James IV, King of Scotland, desperately fighting, was killed, and his whole army overthrown by the English, under the noble and gallant Earl of Surrey, in the reign of King Henry VIII. Upon their perfidiously invading England, while the king was absent on his wars in France. I must not quit Northumberland without taking notice, that the natives of this country, of the antient original race or families, are distinguished by a shibboleth upon their tongues, namely, a difficulty in pronouncing the letter R, which they cannot deliver from their tongues without a hollow jarring in the throat, by which they are plainly known, as a foreigner is, in pronouncing the th, this they call the Northumbrian R. And the natives value themselves upon that imperfection, because, forsooth, it shews the antiquity of their blood. From hence lay a road into Scotland, by the town of Kelso, which I after passed through, but at present not willing to omit seeing Berwick upon Tweed, we turned to the east and visited that old frontier, where indeed there is one thing very fine. And that is, the bridge over the Tweed, built by Queen Elizabeth, noble, stately work, consisting of 16 arches, and joining, as may be said, the two kingdoms. As for the town itself, it is old, decayed, and neither populous nor rich. The chief trade I found here was in corn and salmon. I am now on the borders of Scotland, and must either enter upon it now, and so mix it with other parts of England, or take up short, and call to mind that I have not yet taken the western coast of England in my way, I mean the 3 northwest counties of Lancaster, Westmoreland and Cumberland. I cannot but say, that since I entreed upon the view of these northern counties, I have many times repented that I so early resolved to decline the delightful view of antiquity, here being so great and so surprising a variety. And every day more and more discovered. And abundance since the tour which the learned Mr. Camden made this way, nay, many since his learned continuator. For as the trophies, the buildings, the religious, as well as military remains, as well of the Britons, as of the Romans, Saxons, and Normans, are but, as we may say, like wounds hastily healed up, the callus spread over them being removed. They appear presently. And though the earth, which naturally eats into the strongest stones, metals, or whatever substance, simple or compound, is or can be by art or nature prepared to endure it, has defaced the surface. The figures and inscriptions upon most of these things, yet they are beautiful, even in their decay, and the venerable face of antiquity has something so pleasing, so surprising, so satisfactory in it. Especially to those who have with any attention read the histories of past ages, that I know nothing renders travelling more pleasant and more agreeable. But I have condemned myself, unhappily, to silence upon this head, and therefore, resolving however to pay this homage to the dust of gallant men and glorious nations, I say therefore, I must submit and go on. And as I resolve once more to travel through all these northern countries upon this very errand, and to please, nay, satiate myself with a strict search into everything that is curious in nature and antiquity, I mortify myself now with the more case, in hopes of letting the world see, some time or other, that I have not spent those hours in a vain and barren search, or come back without a sufficient reward to all the labors of a diligent inquirer. But of this, by the way, I must, for the present, make this circuit shorter than usual, and leave the description of the other 3 counties to my next. I am, Andk. Letter 10. Lancashire, Westmoreland and Cumberland. Sir, having thus finished my account of the east side of the North Division of England, I put a stop here, that I may observe the exact course of my travels. For as I do not write you these letters from the observations of one single journey, so I describe things as my journeys lead me, having no less than 5 times travelled through the north of England, and almost every time by a different route. Purposely that I might see everything that was to be seen, and, if possible, know everything that is to be known, though not, at least till the last general journey, knowing or resolving upon writing these accounts to you. Now as by my exact observations on all these several traverses of the country, I hope I am not the less able, so I am sure I am much the better furnished, as well to tell you wherein others have ignorantly or superficially represented things, as to give you such other and fuller accounts, as in your own intended travels you will find confirmed, and by which you will be able the better to guide your farther equines. I entreed Lancashire at the remotest western point of that county, having been at Westchester upon a particular occasion, and from thence ferried over from the Cestrian Chersonesus, as I have already called it, to Liverpool. This narrow slip of land, rich, fertile and full of inhabitants, though, formerly, as authors say, a mere waste and desolate forest, is called Wirral, or by some Wirehall. Here is a ferry over the Mersey, which, at full sea, is more than 2 miles over. We land on the flat shore on the other side, and are contented to ride through the water for some length, not on horseback but on the shoulders of some honest Lancashire clown, who comes knee-deep to the boat's side, to truss you up. And then runs away with you, as nimbly as you desire to ride, unless his trot were easier. For I was shaken by him that I had the luck to be carried by more than I cared for, and much worse than a hard-trotting horse would have shaken me. Liverpool is one of the wonders of Britain, and that more, in my opinion, than any of the wonders of the Peak. The town was, at my first visiting it, about the year 1680, a large, handsome, well-built and increasing or thriving town. At my second visit, anno 1690, it was much bigger than at my first seeing it, and, by the report of the inhabitants, more than twice as big as it was 20 years before that. But, I think, I may safely say at this my third seeing it, for I was surprised at the view, it was more than double what it was at the second. And, I am told, that it still visibly increases both in wealth, people, business, and buildings. What it may grow to in time, I know not. There are no fortifications either to landward or seaward, the inhabitants resting secure under the protection of the general peace. Though when the late northern insurrection spread down their way, and came to Preston, they could have been glad of walls and gates. And indeed, had the rebel party had time to have advanced to Warrington, seized the pass there, and taken Manchester, as they would certainly have done in 3 days more, it would have fared but very ill with Liverpool. Who could have made but little resistance against an armed and desperate body of men, such as they appeared to be, and by that time would have been. Besides, the invaders would here have found not the sweets of plunder only, but arms, ammunition, powder and lead, all which they extremely wanted. They would have had ships also to have facilitated a communication with their fellows in Ireland, who would have thronged over upon the least view of their success, if it had been only in hopes of plunder. But heaven had Liverpool in its particular protection, as well as the whole kingdom. The rebels were met with, fought and defeated, before they gat leave to get so far, or to make any offer that way. The story of which, as it does not belong to this work, so it is too recent in memory, to need any account of it here, other than in general. The town has now an opulent, flourishing and increasing trade, not rivaling Bristol, in the trade to Virginia, and the English island colonies in America only, but is in a fair way to exceed and eclipse it, by increasing every way in wealth and shipping. They trade round the whole island, send ships to Norway, to Hamburg, and to the Baltic, as also to Holland and Flanders, so that, in a word, they are almost become like the Londoners, universal merchants. The trade of Liverpool is not my particular province, so I shall be short in that part. It consists not only in merchandising and correspondencies beyond seas, but as they import almost all kinds of foreign goods, they have consequently a great inland trade, and a great correspondence with Ireland, and with Scotland, for their consumption, exactly as it is with Bristol. And they really divide the trade with Bristol upon very remarkable equalities. Bristol lies open to the Irish Sea, so does Liverpool. Bristol trades chiefly to the south and west parts of Ireland, from Dublin in the east, to Galloway west. Liverpool has all the trade of the east shore and the north from the harbour of Dublin to Londonderry. Bristol has the trade of South Wales, Liverpool great part of the trade of North Wales. Bristol has the south-west counties of England, and some north of it, as high as Bridge North, and perhaps to Shrewsbury. Liverpool has all the northern counties, and a large consumption of goods in Cheshire and Staffordshire are supplied from Liverpool. It is some advantage to the growing commerce of this town, that the freemen of it are, in consequence of that freedom, free also of Bristol, and they are free also of the corporations of Waterford and Wexford in the kingdom of Ireland. Not that these corporation privileges are of any great value to Liverpool in its foreign trade, but in particular cases it may be some advantage, as in town duties, in admitting them to set up trades in those corporations, and the like. The people of Liverpool seem to have a different scene of commerce to act on from the city of Bristol, which to me is a particular advantage to both, namely, that though they may rival one another in their appearances, in their number of shipping, and in several particulars, yet they need not interfere with one another's business, but either of them seem to have room enough to extend their trade, even at home and abroad, without clashing with one another. One has all the north, and the other all the south of Britain to correspond in. As for Wales, 'tis, as it were, divided between them by nature itself. Bristol lies open to South Wales, and into the very heart of it, by the navigation of the rivers Wye and Lug, and by the many open harbours all the way to Milford Haven and St. David's, and into all the east side of Wales, and the counties of Monmouth, Hereford and Salop, by the Severn. Liverpool has the same with North Wales, by the water of Dee, the Clwyd, the Conway, Canal of the Mona, and all the rivers in Carnarvon Bay. Ireland is, as it were, all their own, and shared between them, as above. And for the northern coast of it, if the Liverpool men have not the whole fishery, or, at least, in company with the merchants of Londonderry, the fault is their own. The situation of Liverpool gives it a very great advantage to improve their commerce, and extend it in the northern inland counties of England, particularly into Cheshire and Staffordshire, by the new navigation of the rivers Mersey, the Weaver, and the Dane, by the last of which they come so near the Trent with their goods, that they make no difficulty to carry them by land to Burton, and from thence correspond quite through the kingdom, even to Hull. And they begin to be very sensible of the advantage of such a commerce. But I must not dwell here. I might otherwise take up great part of the sheets I have left in describing the commerce of this town, and some of its neighbours. I return therefore to the description of it as a town, the situation being on the north bank of the river, and with the particular disadvantage of a flat shore. This exposed the merchants to great difficulties in their business. For though the harbour was good, and the ships rode well in the offing, yet they were obliged to ride there as in a road rather than a harbour. Here was no mole or haven to bring in their ships and lay them up, as the seamen call it, for the winter. Nor any quay for the delivering their goods, as at Bristol, Biddeford, Newcastle, Hull, and other seaports. Upon this, the inhabitants and merchants have, of late years, and since the visible increase of their trade, made a large basin or wet dock at the east end of the town, where, at an immense charge, the place considered, they have brought the tide from the Mersey to flow up by an opening that looks to the south, and the ships go in north. So that the town entirely shelters it from the westerly and northerly winds, the hills from the easterly, and the ships lie, as in a mill-pond, with the utmost safety and convenience. As this is so great a benefit to the town, and that the like is not to be seen in any place in England but here, I mean London excepted, it is well worth the observation and imitation of many other trading places in Britain who want such a convenience, and, for want of it, lose their trade. The new church built on the north side of the town is worth observation. 'Tis a noble, large building, all of stone, well finished, has in it a fine font of marble placed in the body of the church, surrounded with a beautiful iron palisado. The gift of the late Mr. Hesham, a merchant of London, but considerably concerned in trade on this side, and for many years Member of Parliament for Lancaster. There is a beautiful tower to this church, and a new ring of 8 very good bells. The town house is a fine modern building, standing and upon pillars of free stone. The place under it is their tolsey or exchange, for the meeting of their merchants. But they begin to want room, and talk of enlarging it or removing the exchange to the other part of the town, where the ships and the merchants' business is nearer hand. In a word, there is no town in England, London excepted, that can equal Liverpool for the fineness of the streets, and beauty of the buildings. Many of the houses are all of free stone, and completely finished. And all the rest, of the new part one mean, of brick, as handsomely built as London itself. Mr. Camden says, it was a neat and populous town in his time. His reverend continuator confirms what I have said thus, that it was more than doubly increased in buildings and people in 28 years, and that the customs were augmented tenfold in the same time. To which I am to add, that they are now much greater, that being written about 32 years ago, before the new church, or the wet dock, mentioned above, were made, and we know they have gone on increasing in trade, buildings, and people, to this day. I refer the reader therefore to judge of the probable greatness of it now. From hence the Mersey opening into the Irish Sea, we could see the great and famous road of Hyle Lake, made famous for the shipping off, or rather rendezvous of the army and fleet under King William, for the conquest of Ireland, and 1689, for here the men of war rode as our ships do in the Downs, till the transports came to them from Chester and this town. The sea coast affords little remarkable on the west side of this port, till we come farther north. So we left that part of the county, and going east we came to Warrington. This is a large market town upon the river Mersey, over which there is a stately stone bridge, which is the only bridge of communication for the whole county with the county of Chester. It is on the great road from London leading to Carlisle in Scotland, and, in case of war, has always been esteemed a pass of the utmost importance. It was found to be so upon several extraordinary occasions in the time of the late Civil War. And had the rebels advanced thus far in the late Preston affair, so as to have made themselves masters of it, it would have been so again, and, on that account, the king's forces took special care, by a speedy advance to secure it. Warrington is a large, populous old-built town, but rich and full of good country tradesmen. Here is particularly a weekly market for linen, as I saw at Wrexham in Wales, a market for flannel. The linen sold at this market, is, generally speaking, a sort of table linen, called hookaback or hookabook. 'Tis well known among the good housewives, so I need not describe it. I was told there are generally as many pieces of this linen sold here every market day as amounts to £500 value, sometimes much more, and all made in the neighbourhood of the place. From hence, on the road to Manchester, we passed the great bog or waste called Chatmose, the first of that kind that we see in England, from any of the south parts hither. It extends on the left hand of the road for 5 or 6 miles east and west, and they told us it was, in some places, 7 or 8 miles from north to south. The nature of these mosses, for we found there are many of them in this country, is this, and you will take this for a description of all the rest. The surface, at a distance, looks black and dirty, and is indeed frightful to think of, for it will bear neither horse or man, unless in an exceeding dry season, and then not so as to be passable, or that any one should travel over them. The substance of the surface seems to be a collection of the small roots of innumerable vegetables matted together, interwoven so thick, as well the bigger roots as the smaller fibres, that it makes a substance hard enough to cut out into turf. Or rather peat, which, in some places, the people cut out, and piling them up in the sun, dry them for their fuel. The roots I speak of are generally small and soft, not unlike the roots of asparagus or of bearbind. They have no earth among them, except what they contract from the air, and dust flying in it, but the rain keeps them, as it were, always growing, though not much increasing. In some places the surface of this kind lies thicker, in some not very thick. We saw it in some places 8 or 9 foot thick, and the water that drains from it looked clear, but of a deep brown, like stale beer. What nature meant by such a useless production, 'tis hard to imagine, but the land is entirely waste, except, as above, for the poor cottagers' fuel, and the quantity used for that is very small. Under this moss, or rather in the very body of it, not here only, but in several like places, and perhaps in all of them, those antiant fir trees are found, of which so much dispute has been what they are or were, but especially how they should come there. Much mob learning is sometimes expended upon these questions, which, in my weak judgment, amounts to no more than this: that nature, whose works are all directed by a superior hand, has been guided to produce trees here underground, as she does in other places above ground. That these live rather than grow, though 'tis manifest they increase too, otherwise they would not be found of so great a bulk, that as the trees above the surface grow erect and high, these lie prone and horizontal. Those shoot forth branches and leaves, these shoot forth no branches or leaves, yet have a vegetation by methods directed by nature, and particularly to that kind. And 'tis remarkable, that as if they lie buried they will grow and increase, so if you take them up, and plant them in the air, they will wither and die. And why should this be more strange than that a fish will strangle in the air, and a bird drown in the water, or than that everything lives in its proper element, and will not live, or at least not thrive out of it? It is observable, that these trees are a kind of fir, and are very full of turpentine. Whether there is any tar in them I am not positive, but I suppose there is. And yet I do not see, that for this reason they should not be a natural ordinary product, as other vegetables are. If it be inquired, why no kind of trees should grow thus but fir? It may be as well asked, why no stone grows in such or such quarries, or countries, but marble, or in others than free stone. Nature alone can resolve that part. As to their being brought hither by the general convulsion of the globe at the deluge, the thought is so mean, and the thing so incongruous, that I think it neither needs or deserves any other notice. From hence we came on to Manchester, one of the greatest, if not really the greatest mere village in England. It is neither a walled town, city, or corporation, they send no members to Parliament. And the highest magistrate they have is a constable or head borough, and yet it has a collegiate church, several parishes, takes up a large space of ground, and, including the suburb, or that part of the town called, over the bridge, it is said to contain above 50,000 people. And though some people may think this strange, and that I speak by guess, and without judgment, I shall justify my opinion so well, that I believe, it will convince you my calculation is at least very probable. And much under what fame tells us is true. The Manchester trade we all know, and all that are concerned in it know that it is, as all our other manufactures are, very much increased within these 30 or 40 years, especially beyond what it was before. And as the manufacture is increased, the people must be increased of course. It is true, that the increase of the manufacture may be by its extending itself farther in the country, and so more hands may be employed in the county without any increase in the town. But I answer that though this is possible, yet as the town and parish of Manchester is the centre of the manufacture, the increase of that manufacture would certainly increase there first, and then the people there not being sufficient, it might spread itself further. But the increase of buildings at Manchester within these few years, is a confirmation of the increase of people. For that within very few years past, here, as at Liverpool, and as at Frome in Somersetshire, the town is extended in a surprising manner. Abundance, not of new houses only, but of new streets of houses, are added, a new church also, and they talk of another, and a fine new square is at this time building. So that the town is almost double to what it was a few years ago, and more than double to what it was at the time I am to mention. Now to go back to the last age, the Right Reverend Continuator of Mr. Camden tells us positively, that 60 years before his writing, and that is now 32 years ago, there were computed 20,000 communicants in Manchester parish, for then the whole town was but one parish. Now if there were 20,000 communicants, we may be allowed to suppose 10,000 children, from 15 years old downwards, which is 30,000 people. And if the town is since more than doubled in buildings, and the trade manifestly increased, as I believe every one will grant, and also that I take in the suburb or village of, to it, which is another parish, I think my computation of 50,000 people to be not reasonable only, but much within compass. And some of the antient inhabitants are of the opinion there are above 60,000. If then this calculation is just, as I believe it really is, you have here then an open village, which is greater and more populous than many, nay, than most cities in England, not York, Lincoln, Chester, Salisbury, Winchester, Worcester, Gloucester, no not Norwich itself, can come up to it. And for lesser cities, 2 or 3 put together, would not equal it, such as Peterborough, Ely, and Carlisle, or such as Bath, Wells and Lichfield, and the like of some others. I must not quit Manchester without giving some account of the college there, which has been very famous for learning and learned men, even in our age, and has just now given a bishop to the church in the person of the late Master Dr. Peploe, now Lord Bishop of Chester. The town of Manchester boasts of 4 extraordinary foundations, viz. A college, an hospital, a free school, and a library, all very well supported. The college was the charity of Thomas, Lord Delaware, who being but the cadet of the family, was bred a scholar, and was in orders. Afterwards became rector of the parish, and enjoyed the same many years, succeeding to that honour by the decease of his elder brother without heirs. He founded the college anno 1421, after he was come to the honour and estate of his brother. By the foundation it was dedicated to the Virgin Mary, and the two patron saints of France and England, Saint Denis and Saint George. The foundation escaped the general ruin in the time of Henry VIII. But was dissolved in the reign of his successor Edward VI. And the revenues fell to the crown, but they were restored by Queen Mary, and the house re-established upon the first foundation, though with several additions. Queen Elizabeth inquiring into the nature of the gift, and having a favourable representation of it as a seminary not of popery but of learning and true religion, founded it anew, at the same time as she did the great free school at Shrewsbury. This was anno 1578. And as, I say, she refounded it, so she new christened it, gave it the name it still enjoys, of Christ's College in Manchester, and settled its antient revenues as far as they could be recovered. But there had been great dilapidations in the time of the former unsettled governors of it by several former foundations, as follows. The college was first founded, A.D. 1421, by Thomas de la Ware, at first, rector of the said parish church, and brother to the Lord de la Ware, whom he succeeded in the estate and honour. And then himself founded a college there, consisting of 1 master or keeper, 8 fellows chaplains, for clerks, and 6 choristers, in honour of Saint Mary, to whom the said parish church was formerly dedicated, Saint Denis of France, and St. George of England. This foundation was dissolved 1547, in the first year of King Edward VI. The lands and revenues of it taken into the king's hands, and by him demised to the Earl of Derby, and the college house, and some lands sold to the said Earl. After this, the college was refounded by Queen Mary, who restored most of the lands and revenues, only the college itself, and some of its revenues, remained still in the hands of the Earl of Derby. It was also founded anew by Queen Elizabeth, A.D. 1578. By the name of Christ's College, in Manchester, consisting of 1 warden, for fellows, 2 chaplains, for singing men, and 4 choristers, the number being lessened, because the revenues were so. Chiefly by the covetousness and base dealing of Thomas Hurl, then warden, and his fellows, who sold away, or made such long leases of the revenues, as could never yet, some of them, be retrieved. It was last of all refounded by King Charles I, A.D. 1636, consisting then of 1 warden, for fellows, 2 chaplains, for singing men, and 4 choristers, and incorporating them, as before, by the name of the warden and fellows of Christ's College in Manchester. The statutes for the same being drawn up by Archbishop Laud. The hospital was founded by Humphrey Cheetham, Esq. And incorporated by King Charles II, designed by the said bountiful benefactor for the maintenance of 40 poor boys out of the town and parish of Manchester, and some other neighbouring parishes. But since 'tis enlarged to the number of 60, by the governors of the said hospital, to be taken in between the age of 6 and 10, and there maintained with meat, drink, lodging and clothes, to the age of 14. And then to be bound apprentices to some honest trade or calling, at the charge of the said hospital. For the maintenance of which he endowed it with the yearly revenue of 420 which is since improved by the care and good husbandry of the fefis or governors, to the yearly sum of 517 8s, 4d. They having laid out in the purchase of lands the sum of 1825 which was saved out of the yearly income, over and above the maintenance of the poor children, and others, belonging to the said hospital, wherein there are annually near 70 persons provided for. By the bounty of the said founder, is also erected a very fair and spacious library, already furnished with a competent stock of choice and valuable books, to the number of near 4,000, and daily increasing with the income of no, per annum. Settled upon the same by the said worthy benefactor, to buy books for ever, and to afford a competent salary for a library keeper. There is also a large school for the hospital boys, where they are daily instructed, and taught to read and write. The public school was founded, A.D. 1519. By Hugh Oldham, D.D. and Bishop of Exeter, who bought the lands on which the school stands, and took the mills therein lease on the Lord de la Ware, for 60 years. Afterwards, with the bishop's money, Hugh Benwick, and Joan his sister, purchased of the Lord de la Ware, his land in Ascot's, and the mills upon right and left of them in feffment to the said free school for ever. Which revenues are of late very much increased by the feffees of the schools, who, out of the improvements, have as well considerably augmented the masters' salaries, as the exhibitions annually allowed to the maintenance of such scholars at the university. As the warden of the college and the high master shall think requisite, and have besides, for some years past, added a third master, for whom they have lately erected a new and convenient school at the end of the other. Besides these public benefactions and endowments, there have been several other considerable sums of money, and annual revenues, left and bequeathed to the poor of the said town, who are thereby, with the kindness and charity of the present inhabitants, competently provided for, without starving at home, or being forced to seek relief abroad. As for the antiquity of the place, I have no room to mention it here, though the authors who have mentioned it say much of that part too, nor is it my business. The antiquity of the manufacture indeed is what is of most consideration. And this, though we cannot trace it by history, yet we have reason to believe it began something earlier than the great woolen manufactures in other parts of England, of which I have spoken so often. Because the cotton might itself come from the Mediterranean, and be known by correspondence in those countries, when that of wool was not pushed at, because our neighbours wrought the goods, and though they bought the wool from England, yet we did not want the goods. Whereas, without making the cotton goods at home, our people could not have them at all, and that necessity, which is the mother of invention, might put them upon one. Whereas having not the same necessity, ignorance and indolence prevented the other. I am the rather of this opinion too, because Mr. Camden speaks of this manufacture too, by the name of Manchester cottons, and that being written in Queen Elizabeth's time, when the woolen manufacture was, though much improved, yet, as we may say, in its infancy, or, at least, not at full age. We may reasonably believe, that cotton was the either manufacture of the two, and that by some considerable time. This manufacture of Manchester cottons, as it seems they were then called, I suppose is the same that is now called fustian or dimity, or that both these are but different kinds of the other. I cannot doubt but this increasing town will, some time or other, obtain some better face of government, and be incorporated, as it very well deserves to be. The river Irwell runs close by this town, and receives the little river Irk just above the town, on the north and northeast side. There is a very firm, but antient stone bridge over the Irwell, which is built exceeding high, because this river, though not great, yet coming from the mountainous part of the country, swells sometimes so suddenly, that in one night's time they told me the waters would frequently rise 4 or 5 yards, and the next day fall as hastily as they rose. The author of the Geographical Dictionary places this town upon the bank of the river Spolden, which Mr. Camden's continuator, mentions so often, takes notice of as a mistake, and so it is. But I suppose 'twas occasioned by this. There is a river named Spodden, not Spolden, which rising under Blackstone Edge, runs into the rock at Rochdale, and so losing its name in the rock, runs into the Irwell, about Ratcliffe. 6 or 7 miles above Manchester, and, in some maps, they have made not the Spodden lose its name in the rock, but the rock in the Spodden, and so give it yet its own name after it joins the Irwell, and on to Manchester. About 8 miles from Manchester, northwest, lies Bolton, the town which gives title to the noble family of Powlett, Dukes of Bolton, raised to the height of Duke by the late King William, at the same time, or near it, with the Dukes of Bedford, Devonshire, Rutland, and Newcastle. We saw nothing remarkable in this town, but that the cotton manufacture reached hither, but the place did not, like Manchester, seem so flourishing and increasing. On the left hand of this town, west, even to the sea-shore, there are not many towns of note, except Wigan, on the High Post Road, and Ormskirk, near which we saw Latham House. famous for its being not only gallantly defended in the times of the late fatal wars, but that it was so by a woman. For the Lady Charlotte, Countess of Derby, defended the house to the last extremity against the Parliament forces. Nor could she ever be brought to capitulate, but kept the hold till Prince Rupert, with a strong body of the king's army, came to her relief, and obliged the enemy to raise their siege. Anno 1644, it was indeed ruined in a second siege, and is not yet fully recovered from the calamity of it. In this town of Bolton the old Earl of Derby was beheaded by the Parliament, or by the army rather, in the time of those fatal wars, October 15. 1651. In the neighbourhood of this town, that is to say, between Wigan and Bolton, in the estate of Sir Roger Bradshaw, is found that kind of coal they call cannel or candle gold, which, though they are found here in great plenty, and are very cheap, are yet very singular. For there are none such to be seen in Britain, or perhaps in the world besides. They so soon take fire, that, by putting a lighted candle to them, they are presently in a flame, and yet hold fire as long as any coals whatever, and more or less. As they are placed in the grate or hearth, whether flat or edged, whether right up and down, and polar, or level and horizontal. They are smooth and slick when the pieces part from one another, and will polish like alabaster. Then a lady may take them up in a cambric handkerchief and they will not soil it, though they are as black as the deepest jet. They are the most pleasant agreeable fuel that can be found, but they are remote, and though some of them have been brought to London, yet they are so dear, by reason of the carriage, that few care to buy them. We saw some of them at Warrington too, but all from the same pits. We saw nothing remarkable in Ormskirk but the monuments of the antient family of the Stanleys, before they came to the title of Earls of Derby. Here they are all buried, and have some very fine, though antient, and even decayed remains of monuments, and here they continue to bury the family still, whose seat of Latham, as I said before, is but hard by. Mr. Camden gives a full account how Latham House, and a great estate with it, came to the Earls of Derby by marriage, and has continued in the family to this day. It is not to be forgot that Warrington is near Winwick, a small town, but a large parish, and great benefice, but though it might be the greatest in England in those days, 'tis very far from being now so. For we never heard that it was worth above 8 ol per annum, whereas Sedgefield, near Durham, is valued at this time at 12 ol per annum at least. I must not pass over here the Burning Well, as 'tis called, near Wigan, though I must acknowledge, that being turned from Bolton towards Rochdale, before I heard anything of it that I gave any credit to, I did not go back to see it. Not that I had not curiosity enough, if I had been satisfied it was valuable, but the country people, who usually enlarge upon such things rather than lessen them, made light of this, and so I cooled in my curiosity. But the account given in public of it is also so particular, that it abundantly makes amends to me for my not seeing it. Mr. Camden's continuator gives the following account of it: within a mile and a half of Wigan is a well, which does not appear to be a spring but rather rain water, at first sight. There is nothing about it that seems extraordinary, but, upon emptying it, there presently breaks out a sulphureous vapour, which makes the water bubble up as if it boiled. A candle being put to it, it presently takes fire, and burns like brandy. The name, in a calm season, will continue a whole day, by the heat whereof they can boil eggs, meat, and though the water itself be cold by this bubbling the water does not increase, but is only kept in motion by the constant halidus of the vapours breaking out. The same water taken out of the well will not burn, as neither the mud upon which the halidus has beat. Dar. Lee, in his Natural History of Lancashire, not only describes it, but accounts very judiciously for the thing itself, and by it for the warmth of all not baths. As I have noted above, we turned east here, and came to Bury, a small market town on the river Rock, mentioned above, where we observed the manufacture of cotton, which are so great at Manchester, Bolton, and was ended, and woolen manufacture of coarse sorts, called half-thicks and kerseys, began, on which the whole town seemed busy and hard at work, and so in all the villages about it. From thence we went on to Rochdale, a larger and more populous town than Bury, and under the hills, called Blackstone Edge, of which I have spoken sufficiently in my former letter, having travelled this way to Halifax, but I must now look northward. This great county, as we advance, grows narrow, and not only so, but mountainous, and not so full of towns or inhabitants as the south part, which I have been over. Preston and Lancaster are the only towns of note remaining. Preston is a fine town, and tolerably full of people, but not like Liverpool or Manchester. Besides, we come now beyond the trading part of the county. Here's no manufacture. The town is full of attorneys, proctors, and notaries, the process of law here being of a different nature than they are in other places, it being a duchy in County Palatine, and having particular privileges of its own. The people are gay here, though not perhaps the richer for that, but it has by that obtained the name of proud Preston. Here is a great deal of good company, but not so much, they say, as was before the late bloody action with the northern rebels. Not that the battle hurt many of the immediate inhabitants, but so many families there and thereabout, have been touched by the consequences of it, that it will not be recovered in a few years. And they seem to have a kind of remembrance of things upon them still. Lancaster is the next, the county town, and situate near the mouth of the river Lone or Lune. The town is Antient. It lies, as it were, in its own ruins, and has little to recommend it but a decayed castle, and a more decayed port, for no ships of any considerable burthen. The bridge is handsome and strong, but, as before, here is little or no trade, and few people. It surprised me to hear that there is not above 60 parishes in all this large county, but many of them are necessarily very large. This part of the country seemed very strange to us, after coming out of so rich, populous and fruitful a place, as I have just now described. For here we were, as it were, locked in between the hills on one side high as the clouds, and prodigiously higher, and the sea on the other, and the sea itself seemed desolate and wild, for it was a sea without ships. Here being no seaport or place of trade, especially for merchants. So that, except colliers passing between Ireland and Whitehaven with coals, the people told us they should not see a ship under sail for many weeks together. Here, among the mountains, our curiosity was frequently moved to inquire what high hill this was, or that, and we soon were saluted with that old verse which I remembered to have seen in Mr. Camden, viz. Ingle Rough, Pendle Hill and Penitent are the highest hills between Scotland and Trent. Indeed, they were, in my thoughts, monstrous high. But in a country all mountainous and full of innumerable high hills, it was not easy for a traveller to judge which was highest. Nor were these hills high and formidable only, but they had a kind of an unhospitable terror in them. Here were no rich pleasant valleys between them, as among the Alps, no lead mines and veins of rich ore, as in the Peak. No coal pits, as in the hills about Halifax, much less gold, as in the Andes, but all barren and wild, of no use or advantage either to man or beast. Indeed here was formerly, as far back as Queen Elizabeth, some copper mines, and they wrought them to good advantage. But whether the vein of or failed, or what else was the reason, we know not, but they are all given over long since, and this part of the country yields little or nothing at all. But I must not forget Winandermere, which makes the utmost northern bounds of this shire, which is famous for the char fish found here and hereabout, and nowhere else in England. It is found indeed in some of the rivers or lakes in Switzerland among the Alps, and some say in North Wales, but I question the last. It is a curious fish, and, as a dainty, is potted, and sent far and near, as presents to the best friends. But the quantity they take also is not great. Mr. Camden's continuator calls it very happily the golden alpine trout. Here we entreed Westmoreland, a country eminent only for being the wildest, most barren and frightful of any that I have passed over in England, or even in Wales itself. The west side, which borders on Cumberland, is indeed bounded by a chain of almost unpassable mountains, which, in the language of the country, are called fells, and these are called Forness Fells, from the famous promontory bearing that name. And an abbey built also in antient times, and called Forness. But 'tis of no advantage to represent horror, as the character of a country, in the middle of all the frightful appearances to the right and left, yet here are some very pleasant, populous and manufacturing towns, and consequently populous. Such is Kirby Lonsdale, or Lundale, because it stands on the river Lune, which is the boundary of the county, and leaves the hills of Mallerstang Forest, which are, in many places, unpassable. The manufacture which the people are employed in here, are chiefly woolen cloths, at Kirkby Lonsdale, and Kendal, and farther northward, a security for the continuance of the people in the place, for here is a vast concourse of people. In a word, I find no room to doubt the hills above mentioned go on to Scotland, for from some of the heights hereabouts, they can see even into Scotland itself. The upper, or northern part of the county, has two manufacturing towns, called Kirkby Stephen, and Appleby. The last is the capital of the county, yet neither of them offer anything considerable to our observation, except a great manufacture of yarn stockings at the former. My Lord Lonsdale, or Lansdowne, of the Antient family of Lowther, has a very noble and antient seat at Lowther, and upon the river Lowther, altogether added dignity to the family, and are tests of its antiquity. The house, as now adorned, is beautiful, but the stables are the wonder of England, of which, having not taken an exact view of them myself, I am loath to say, at second hand, what fame has said. But, in general, they are certainly the largest and finest that any gentleman or nobleman in Britain is master of. When we entreed at the south part of this county, I began indeed to think of Merionethshire, and the mountains of Snowdon in North Wales, seeing nothing round me, in many places, but unpassable hills, whose tops, covered with snow, seemed to tell us all the pleasant part of England was at an end. The great Winander Mere, like the Mediterranean Sea, extends itself on the west side for 12 miles and more, reckoning from North Bridge on the south, where it contracts itself again into a river up to Grasmere North, and is the boundary of the county, as I have said, on that side. And the English Apennine, as Mr. Camden calls them, that is, the mountains of Yorkshire North Riding, lie like a wall of brass on the other, and indeed, in one sense, they are a wall of brass. For it is the opinion of the most skilful and knowing people in the country, that those mountains are full of inexhaustible mines of copper, and so rich, as not only to be called brass, copper being convertible into brass, but also to have a quantity of gold in them also. It is true, they do at this time work at some copper mines here, but they find the ore lies so deep, and is so hard to come at, that they do not seem to go cheerfully on. But notwithstanding this terrible aspect of the hills, when having passed by Kendal, and descending the frightful mountains, we began to find the flat country show itself. We soon saw that the north and northeast part of the county was pleasant, rich, fruitful, and, compared to the other part, populous. The river Eden, the last river of England on this side, as the Tyne is on the other, rises in this part out of the side of a monstrous high mountain, called Mohill Hill, or Wild Boar Fell, which you please. After which, it runs through the middle of this vale, which is, as above, a very agreeable and pleasant country, or perhaps seems to be so the more, by the horror of the eastern and southern part. In this vale, and on the bank of this river, stands Appleby, once a flourishing city, now a scattering, decayed, and half-demolished town, the fatal effects of the antient inroads of the Scots, when this being a frontier county, those invasions were frequent, and who several times were masters of this town, and at length burnt it to the ground, which blow it has not yet recovered. The searchers after antiquity find much more to recreate their minds, and satisfy their curiosity, in these northern countries than in those farther south, which are more populous and better inhabited. Because the remains of antient things have met with less injury here, where there are not so many people, or so many buildings, or alterations, enclosings and plantings, as in other places. But, for my purpose, who am to give the present state of things, here is not much to observe. Nor are there many houses or seats of the nobility in this part, though many antient families dwell here, as particularly Strickland, from the lands of Strickland, Wharton from Wharton Hall, Lowther from the river Lowther, as above, Warcop of Warcop, Langdale of Langdale, Musgrave from Musgrave, and many others. The Roman highway, which I have so often mentioned, and which, in my last letter, I left at Leaming Lane in Piers Brig, in the North Riding of York, enters this county from Rear Cross upon Stanmore, and crossing it almost due east and west. Goes through Appleby, passing the Eden a little north from Perth, at an antient Roman station called Brovoniacam, where there was a large and stately stone bridge. But now the great road leads to the left hand to Perth, in going to which we first passed the Eden, at a very good stone bridge called Lowther Bridge, and then the Elnot over another. Perth, or Penrith, is a handsome market town, populous, well built, and, for an inland town, has a very good share of trade. It was unhappily possessed by the late party of Scots Highland rebels, when they made that desperate push into England, and which ended at Preston. In the moor or heath, on the north part of this town, the militia of the county making a brave appearance, and infinitely outnumbering the Highlanders, were drawn up. Yet, with all their bravery, they ran away, as soon as the Scots began to advance to charge them, and never fired a gun at them, leaving the town at their mercy. However, to do justice even to the rebels, they offered no injury to the town, only quartered in it one night, took what arms and ammunition they could find, and advanced towards Kendal. From hence, in one stage, through a country full of castles, for almost every gentleman's house is a castle, we came to Carlisle, a small, but well-fortified city, the frontier place and key of England on the West Sea. As Berwick upon Tweed is on the east. And in both which there have, for many years, I might say ages, been strong garrisons kept to check the invading Scots. From below this town the famous Picts Wall began, which crossed the whole island to Newcastle upon Tyne, where I have mentioned it already. Here also the great Roman highway, just before named, has its end, this being the utmost station of the Roman soldiers on this side. But before I go on to speak of this town, I must go back, as we did for our particular satisfaction, to the sea coast, which, in this northern county, is more remarkable than that of Lancashire, though the other is extended much farther in length. For here are some towns of good trade, whereas in Lancashire, Liverpool excepted, there is nothing of trade to be seen upon the whole coast. I inquired much for the pearl fishery here, which Mr. Camden speaks of, as a thing well known about Ravenglass and the River Ire, which was made a kind of bubble lately, but the country people, nor even the fishermen, could give us no account of any such thing. Nor indeed is there any great quantity of the shellfish to be found here, now, in which the pearl are found, I mean the large oyster or mussel. What might be in former times, I know not. The cape or headland of St. Bees, still preserves its name. As for the lady, like that of St. Tabs beyond Berwick, the story is become fabulous, viz. about her procuring, by her prayers, a deep snow on Midsummer Day, her taming a wild bull that did great damage in the country. These, and the like tales, I leave where I found them, viz., among the rubbish of the old women and the Romish priests. In the little town, which bears her name there, is a very good free school, founded by that known and eminent benefactor to, and promoter of pious designs, Archbishop Grindal. It is endowed very well by him, and the charity much increased by the late Dr. Lamplugh, Archbishop of York. The library annexed to this foundation is very valuable, and still increasing by several gifts daily added to it. And they show a list of the benefactors, in which are several persons of honor and distinction. The master is put in by the provost and fellows of Queen's College in Oxon. Under this shore, the navigation being secured by this Cape of St. Bees, is the town of Whitehaven, grown up from a small place to be very considerable by the coal trade, which is increased so considerably of late, that it is now the most eminent port in England for shipping off coals. Except Newcastle and Sunderland, and even beyond the last, for they wholly supply the city of Dublin, and all the towns of Ireland on that coast. And 'tis frequent in time of war, or upon the ordinary occasion of cross winds, to have 200 sail of ships at a time go from this place for Dublin, loaden with coals. They have of late fallen into some merchandising also, occasioned by the great number of their shipping, and there are now some considerable merchants, but the town is yet but young in trade, and that trade is so far from being ancient, that Mr. Camden does not so much as name the place, and his continuator says very little of it. About 10 miles from Whitehaven northeast, lies Cockermouth, upon the little river Cocker, just where it falls into the Derwent. This Derwent is famous for its springing out of those hills, called Derwent Fells, where the ancient copper mines were found in Queen Elizabeth's time, and in which, it was said, there was a large quantity of gold. But they are discontinued since that time, for what reason, I know not, for there are several copper mines now working in this county, and which, as they told me, turn to very good account. Some tell us, the copper mines on Derwent Fells were discontinued, because there being gold found among the ore, the Queen claimed the royalty, and so no body would work them. Which seems to be a reason why they should have been applied to the search with more vigor. But be that how it will, they are left off, and the more probable account is, what a gentleman of Penrith gave us, namely, that the charge of working them was too great for the profits. Here are still mines of black lead found, which turn to very good account, being, for aught I have yet learned, the only place in Britain where it is to be had. Here we saw Skiddaw, one of those high hills of which, wherever you come, the people always say, they are the highest in England. Skiddaw indeed is a very high hill, but seems the higher, because not surrounded with other mountains, as is the case in most places where the other hills are, as at Cheviot, at Penigent, and at other places. From the top of Skiddaw they see plainly into Scotland, and quite into Dumfriesshire, and farther. Cockermouth stands upon the river Derwent, about 12 miles from the sea, but more by the windings of the river, yet vessels of good burthen may come up to it. The Duke of Somerset is chief lord of this town, in right of his lady, the only heiress of the ancient family of the Piercies, Earls of Northumberland, and which the Duke of Somerset enjoys now in right of marriage. The castles and great houses of this estate go everywhere to ruin, as indeed all the castles in this county do. For there being no more enemy to be expected here, the two kingdoms being now united into one, there is no more need of strongholds here, than in any other part of the kingdom. At Cockermouth there is a castle which belongs to the same family, and, I think they told us, the Duke has no less than 13 castles in all, here and in Northumberland. This river Derwent is noted for very good salmon, and for a very great quantity, and trout. Hence, that is, from Workington at the mouth of this river, and from Carlisle, notwithstanding the great distance, they at this time carry salmon, fresh as they take it, quite to London. This is performed with horses, which, changing often, go night and day without intermission, and, as they say, very much outgo the post. So that the fish come very sweet and good to London, where the extraordinary price they yield, being often sold at 2 shillings and 6pence to 4 shillings per pound, pay very well for the carriage. They have innumerable marks of antiquity in this county, as well as in that of Westmoreland, mentioned before. And if it was not, as I said before, that antiquity is not my search in this work, yet the number of altars, monuments, and inscriptions, is such, that it would take up a larger work than this to copy them, and record them by themselves. Yet, passing these, I could not but take notice of 2 or 3 more modern things, and which relate to our own nation, such as that of Harthorn Tree, where they shoot us the head of a stag nailed up against a tree. Or rather shoot us the tree where they said it was nailed up, in memory of a famous chase of a stag by one single dog. It seems the dog, not a greyhound, as Mr. Camden's continuator calls it, but a stanch buckhound, to be sure, chased a stag from this place, Whitfield Park, as far as the Red Kirk in Scotland, which, they say, is 60 miles at least, and back again to the same place, where, being both spent, and at the last gasp, the stag strained all its force remaining to leap the park pales, did it, and wide on the inside. The hound, attempting to leap after him, had not strength to go over, but fell back, and wide on the outside just opposite, after which the heads of both were nailed up upon the tree, and this distich made on them. The hound's name, it seems, was Hercules. Hercules killed Heart o' Greece. And Heart o' Greece killed Hercules. Another thing they told us was in the same park, viz. 3 oak trees which were called the Three Breather, the least of which was 13 yards about, but they owned there was but one of them left, and only the stump of that. So we did not think it worth going to see, because it would no more confirm the wonder, than the people's affirming it by tradition only. The tree or stump left, is called the three-breather tree, that is to say, one of the three brothers, or brethren. West of this heart-horn tree, and upon the old Roman way, is the famous column, called the Countess Pillar, the best and most beautiful piece of its kind in Britain. It is a fine column of free stone, finely wrought, enchased, and in some places painted. There is an obelisk on the top, several coats of arms, and other ornaments in proper places all over it, with dials also on every side, and a brass plate with the following inscription upon it. This pillar was erected anno Mckelvie by the Right Honourable and Countess Dowager of Pembroke, and sole heir of the Right Honourable George Earl of Cumberland, etc. For a memorial of her last parting in this place with her good and pious mother the Right Honourable Margaret Countess Dowager of Cumberland, the Seacount of April, Mxv, in memory whereof she also left an annuity of £4. To be distributed to the poor within this parish of Brougham every 2nd day of April for ever upon the stone table hereby. This Countess of Pembroke had a noble and great estate in this county, and a great many fine old seats or palaces, all which she repaired and beautified, and dwelt sometimes at one, and sometimes at another, for the benefits of her tenants. And of the poor, who she always made desirous of her presence, being bettered constantly by her bounty, and her noble housekeeping. But those estates are all since that time gone into other families. This lady was of the family of Clifford. She had no less than 4 castles in this county, of which Pendragon Castle was the chief, which is a fine building to this day. At Penrith also we saw several remarkable things, some of which I find mentioned by the Right Reverend Continuator of Mr. Camden, and which I was glad to see, so confirmed my observation, viz. 1. 2 remarkable pillars 14 or 15 foot asunder, and 12 foot high the lowest of them, though they seem equal. The people told us, they were the monument of Sir Owen Caesar, the author above named calls him, Sir Ewan Gesarius, and perhaps he may be right, but we have no inscription upon them. This Sir Owen, they tell us, was a champion of mighty strength, and of gigantic stature, and so he was, to be sure, if, as they say, he was as tall as one of the columns, and could touch both pillars with his hand at the same time. They relate nothing but good of him, and that he exerted his mighty strength to kill robbers, such as infested the borders much in those days, others related wild boars, but the former is most probable. 2. On the north side of the vestry of this church is erected in the wall an ancient square stone, with a memorial, intimating, that in the year 1598 there was a dreadful plague in those parts, in which there died persons. In Kendal, 2,500. In Penrith, 2,266. In Richmond, 2,200. In Carlisle, 1,196. 8,162. N.B. By this account it should seem that every one of those towns had separately more people than the city of Carlisle, and that Kendal, which is the only manufacturing town of them, was the most populous. We did not go into the grotto on the bank of the River Eden, of which mention is made by Mr. Camden's continuator. The people telling us, the passage is blocked up with earth, so I must be content with telling you, that it seems to have been a lurking place or retreat of some robbers in old time. As to its being a place of strength, I do not see any possibility of that, but its strength seems to be chiefly in its being secret and concealed. It had certainly been worth seeing, if it had been passable. The entry is long and dark, but whether straight or crooked, I cannot say. The iron gates leading to it are gone, nor is there any sign of them, or what they were hung to. But though I am backward to dip into antiquity, yet no English man, that has any honor for the glorious memory of the greatest and truest hero of all our kings of the English or Saxon race, can go to Carlisle, and not step aside to see the monument of King Edward I. At Burgh upon the Sands, a little way out of the city Carlisle, where that victorious prince died. Indeed I cannot wonder that 2 writers, both Scots, viz. Ridpath and Mr. K., should leave it, as it were, not worth their notice, that prince being the terror of Scotland, and the first complete conqueror of their country, who brought away the sacred stone at Scone Abbey, on which their kings were crowned. Also the regalia, and, in a word, made their whole country submit to his victorious arms. Near this town, and, as the inhabitants affirm, just on the spot where the king's tent stood in which he expired, for he died in the camp, is erected a pillar of stone near 30 foot high, besides the foundation. On the west side is the following inscription. Memoriae Eterni Advardii, Regis Anglii Lunge Clarissimi, ca in belli apparatu contra Scotos occupatus. Hic in castris obiit. 7 July, A.D. 1307. On the south side. Nobilissimus Princeps Henricus Howard, Dux Norfolkii, comes Marshal Anglii, comes errand. Enc. Ab Edvardoi Reg Anglii Oriundis p. 1685. On the north side. Johannes Aglienby, J.C.F. i.e. Jurisconsultus Fieri Facit. Beneath, though. Langstone Facit. 1685. It is not to be asked why Mr. Camden takes no notice of this because it was not erected till near 100 years after his survey of the country, only the place was marked by the country people, or perhaps by the soldiers of his army. By a great heap of stones rolled together upon the place. But this monument was erected, as is said above, by a private gentleman, for the eternal memory of a prince, who, when he lived, was the darling of the world, both for virtue and true fame. But I return to Carlisle. The city is strong, but small, the buildings old, but the streets fair. The great church is a venerable old pile, it seems to have been built at twice, or, as it were, rebuilt, the upper part being much more modern than the lower. King Henry VIII fortified this city against the Scots, and built an additional castle to it on the east side, which Mr. Camden, though I think not justly, calls a citadel. There is indeed another castle on the west. Part of the town rounds the sea, as the wall rounds the whole, is very firm and strong. But Carlisle is strong by situation, being almost surrounded with rivers. On the east it has the river Potterell, on the north Eden, and on the south the Cand, or Canda, or Calda, which all fall into the arm of the sea, which they call the Solway, or Solway Firth. Here is a bridge over the Eden, which soon lets you into Scotland, for the limits are not above 8 miles off, or thereabout. The south part of Scotland on this side, coming at least 50 miles farther into England, than at Berwick. There is not a great deal of trade here either by sea or land, it being a mere frontier. On the other side the Eden we saw the Picts Wall, of which I have spoken already, and some remains of it are to be seen farther west, and of which I shall perhaps have occasion to speak again in my return. But being now at the utmost extent of England on this side, I conclude also my letter, and am. Sir, and Introduction to the Account and Description of Scotland. Hitherto all the descriptions of Scotland, which have been published in our day, have been written by natives of that country, and that with such an air of the most scandalous partiality, that it has been far from pleasing the gentry or nobility of Scotland themselves, and much farther has it been from doing any honour to the nation or to the country. One known author has taken pains to describe their commerce as an immense thing for magnitude, has set off their manufactures in such a figure, and as such extraordinary things, that the English are trifles to them, and their merchandising, according to his account, must be inferior to very few, if any nation in Europe. Nay, he is not ashamed to give us an account of the particulars of their exportations to China and the East Indies, to Turkey, and the Levant, where, I believe, never Scots ship yet sailed, unless it was in the service of English merchants, or some other foreign nation. A more modern, and I must acknowledge, more modest writer than this, knowing he could not, with a front that, perhaps, he had not yet arrived to, set forth his country to her advantage, by giving a real description of that part which would necessarily shew her deficiencies, as well as her beauties, and retaining still that piece of northern vanity peculiar to the climate, to think mighty well of his own country, takes up with describing the seats of the nobility and gentry. A subject, which, it must be confessed, give him a greater scope, and in which he has good materials to work on, but, even in this, it must be added he would have done better. If he would have given the noblemen and gentlemen of Scotland leave to have known their own houses again, when they saw his description of them. I have so much honour for the noblemen and gentlemen of Scotland, that I am persuaded they will be as well pleased to see justice done them and their country, as to see themselves flattered, and the world imposed upon about them. Their country is not so void of beauty, or their persons of merit, as to want it, and, I believe, they will not seek to be flattered, or be obliged by it, when 'tis attempted. But be that as it will, the world shall, for once, hear what account an Englishman shall give of Scotland, who has had occasion to see most of it, and to make critical inquiries into what he has not seen. And, if describing it, as it really is, and as in time it may be, with probable reasons for the variation, will give satisfaction to the Scots, they will be obliged. On the contrary, I shall neither flatter them or deceive them. Scotland is here described with brevity, but with justice, and the present state of things there, placked in as clear a light as the sheets I am confined to, will admit. If this pleases, more particulars may be adventured on hereafter. If it should not, it would make me suspect the other authors I have mentioned, knew what would please their countrymen better than I, but I must run the venture of that, rather than trespass upon my own truth and their modesty. I hope it is no reflection upon Scotland to say they are where we were, I mean as to the improvement of their country in commerce, and they may be where we are. Here are but a few things needful to bring Scotland to be, in many parts of it at least, as rich in soil, as fruitful, as populous, as full of trade, shipping, and wealth, as most, if not as the best counties of England. These few things, indeed, are such as are absolutely necessary, and, perhaps, as things stand, may be difficult, such as time. Public changes cannot be brought about in a day. A change in the disposition of the common people, from a desire of travelling abroad, and wandering from home, to an industrious and diligent application to labour at home. Stock and substance, to encourage that application. Sloth is not a mere disease of the nation. The Scots are as diligent, as industrious, as apt for labour and business, and as capable of it, when they are abroad, as any people in the world. And why should they not be so at home? And, if they had encouragement, no doubt they would. Some little alteration in their methods of husbandry, by which their lands would be improved, and the produce thereof turned better to account. Of all which something may be said in our progress through the country, as occasion presents. In the meantime, as I shall not make a paradise of Scotland, so I assure you I shall not make a wilderness of it. I shall endeavour to shew you what it really is, what it might be, and what, perhaps, it would much sooner have been, if some people's engagements were made good to them, which were lustily promised a little before the late Union, such as erecting manufactures there under English direction, embarking stocks from England to carry on trade, employing hands to cut down their northern woods, and make navigations to bring the fur timber, and deals to England, of which Scotland is able to furnish an exceeding quantity, encouraging their fishery, and abundance of fine things more which were much talked of I say, but little done. And of which I could say more, but it is not the business of this work, nor, perhaps, will the age care to hear it, at least, South by T.W. I must, therefore, be contented to give an account of Scotland in the present state of it, and as it really is. Leaving its misfortunes, and want of being improved as it might be, and, perhaps, ought to have been, for those to consider of, in whose power it is to mend it. Letter 11. Southeastern Scotland. Sir, I am now just entered Scotland, and that by the ordinary way from Berwick. We tread upon Scots ground, after about 3 miles riding beyond Berwick. The little district between, they say, is neither in England or Scotland, and is called Berwickshire, as being formerly a dependent upon the town of Berwick, but we find no towns in it, only straggling farmhouses. And one sees the Tweed on one side, which fetches a reach northward, the sea on the other, and the land between lies so high, that in stormy weather 'tis very bleak and unpleasant. However, the land is good, and compared to our next view, we ought to think very well of it. The first town in Scotland is called Mordentown, where the minister, at that time, was a man of learning, particularly in matters of religious antiquity, and very well known for being author of a book, entitled, The Cyprianic Age. In defense of the Scots doctrines of the purity of the Christian ministers. A piece, that shews the author a man of a good share of learning, and a double stock of reading, especially in the most valuable part of church antiquity. His name is Lauder. Morden town lying to the west, the great road does not lie through it, but carries us to the brow of a very high hill, where we had a large view into Scotland, but we were welcomed into it with such a Scots gale of wind, that, besides the steepness of the hill, it obliged us to quit our horses, for real apprehensions of being blown off, the wind blowing full north, and the road turning towards the north, it blew directly in our faces, and I can truly say, I never was sensible of so fierce a wind, so exceeding keen and cold, for it pierced our very eyes, that we could scarcely bear to hold them open. When we came down the hill, the strength of the wind was not felt so much, and, consequently, not the cold. The first town we come to is as perfectly Scots, as if you were 100 miles north of Edinburgh. Nor is there the least appearance of anything English, either in customs, habits, usages of the people, or in their way of living, eating, dress, or behavior, any more than if they had never heard of an English nation. Nor was there an Englishman to be seen, or an English family to be found among them. On the contrary, you have in England abundance of Scotsmen, Scots customs, words, habits, and usages, even more than comes them. Nay, even the buildings in the towns, and in the villages, imitate the Scots almost all over Northumberland. Witness their building the houses with the stairs, to the second floor, going up on the outside of the house, so that one family may live below, and another above, without going in at the same door. Which is the Scots' way of living, and which we see in Alnwick and Warkworth, and several other towns. Witness also their setting their corn up in great numbers of small stacks without doors, not making use of any barns, only a particular building, which they call a barn, but which is itself no more than a threshing floor. Into which they take one of those small stacks at a time, and thresh it out, and then take in another. Which we have great reason to believe was the usage of the ancients, seeing we read of threshing floors often, but very seldom, of a barn, except that of the rich glutton. Being down this hill, we passed a bridge over the little river Eye, at the mouth of which there is a small haybore, with a town called Eyemouth, or, as some call it, Haymouth, which has of late been more spoken of than formerly. By giving the title of Baron to the late Duke of Marlborough, who was Duke of Marlborough, Marquis of Blandford, and Baron of Eyemouth in Scotland. And, by virtue of this title, had a right of peerage in the Parliament of Scotland. But notwithstanding all this, I never heard that he did anything for the town, which is, at present, just what it always was, a good fishing town, and some fishing vessels belong to it, for such it is a good harbour, and for little else. In Queen Elizabeth's time, indeed, the French held it and fortified it for their particular occasion. Because, being the first port in Scotland, they might safely land their supplies for the Queen Mother, who stood in great need of their assistance against the reformers, but they were obliged to quit both that and all the kingdom some time after. By a treaty. Queen Elizabeth supporting the reformers against her. From this bridge we enter upon a most desolate, and, in winter, a most frightful moor for travellers, especially strangers, called Cowdingham, or, to speak properly, Coldingham Moor. Upon which, for about 8 miles, you see hardly a hedge, or a tree, except in one part, and that at a good distance, nor do you meet with but one house in all the way, and that no house of entertainment. Which, we thought, was but a poor reception for Scotland to give her neighbours, who were strangers, at their very first entrance into her bounds. The place called Cowdingham, from whence this moor derives, is an old monastery, famous before the Reformation, the monks of Coldingham being eminent for their number and wealth, as for anything else, this deponent saith not. Here was formerly a little cell, or religious house also, sacred to the memory of Saint Ebbe, or Ebba, daughter of King Edelfrid, King of Northumberland. Who, her father being taken prisoner by the pagan Mercians, gat into a boat in the Humber, with 3 other women, and, by their own prayers only, for skill we may suppose they had none, nor could they labour much. Yet, putting to sea, were miraculously preserved, and carried as far as Scotland. Where, under a great promontory, they were driven on shore by a storm, and their boat dashed in pieces, as indeed, any one, though knowing the place, might very well be, for the shore is all rock and high precipices for a long way. However, being on shore, they labored with their hands, made themselves a little hut to lodge in, and continuing their devout prayers, the country people sustained them with food, till at length, gaining an opinion for their sanctity and austerity, they were addressed from far and near for their prayers, and, by the charity of the people, got enough to build a religious house at Coldingham. Here, as fame says, when the cruel Danes came on shore, the religious lady, who was wondrous beautiful too, it seems, cut off her nose and upper lip, and made all her nuns do the same, to preserve, by that means, their chastity. But the barbarous Danes, enraged at them for their zeal, furred their nunnery, and burnt them all alive. From this lady, who, it is said, was sainted for these miracles, the promontory, where she landed, is to this day called St. Ebba's Head. And vulgarly by our sailors, who nickname very thing, St. Tabs. Having passed this Dessart, which indeed, makes a stranger think Scotland a terrible place, you come down a very steep hill into the Lot Haines, so the counties are divided, and they are spoken of in plural. Because as Yorkshire is divided into the East and West Riding, so here is the East and West, and Mid Lothain, or Lothian, and therefore justly called Lot Haines in the plural. From the top of this hill you begin to see that Scotland is not all Dessart. And the low lands, which then show themselves, give you a prospect of a fruitful and pleasant country. As soon as we come down the hill, there is a village called Cockburnspeth, vulgarly Cobberspeth, where nature forms a very steep and difficult pass, and where, indeed, 1,000 men well furnished, and boldly doing their duty, would keep out an army, if there was occasion. The first gentleman's house we met with in Scotland was that of Dunglass, the seat of Sir James Hall. A gentleman so hospitable, so courteous to strangers, so addicted to improve and cultivate his estate, and understood it so well, that we began to see here a true representation of the gentry of Scotland. Than whom, I must say, without compliment, none in Europe understand themselves better, or better deserve the name of gentlemen. We began also to see that Scotland was not so naturally barren, as some people represent it, but, with application and judgment, in the proper methods of improving lands, might be made to equal, not England only, but even the richest, most fruitful, most pleasant, and best improved part of England. Nor, if I have any skill in the nature of improving lands, which I a little pretend to, or judgment of what land itself is capable of, is the county of Middlesex, or Hertfordshire, which is esteemed the most completely improved part of England, and the richest soil, capable of any improvement, which this country of East Lothain is not also capable of, if they had the same methods of improvement. And the Scots were as good husbandmen as the English. And even this too might easily be brought to pass, would the gentleman set about it, as this gentleman has, in part, already done, at their own expense. The truth is, the soil hereabout is very good. And though they have not merley, or chalk, or much limestone to mend and manure it, yet, the sea ware, as they call the weeds, which the sea casts up, abundantly supplies. And by laying this continually on the land, they plough every year without laying their lands fallow, as we do, and I found they had as much corn, as our ploughmen express it, as could stand upon the ground. The first town of note, from hence, is Dunbar, a royal burgh, so they are called in Scotland, which is, much what, we call a corporation in England, and which sent members to Parliament, as our corporations in England do, only that in Scotland, as is generally to be understood, they had some particular privileges separate to themselves. As that, for example, of holding a Parliament, or convention of burghs by themselves, a method taken from the union of the Hanse towns in the north, and not much unlike it, in which they meet and concert measures for the public good of the town, and of their trade, and make by-laws, or acts and declarations, which bind the whole body. Nor have they lost this privilege by the union with England, but it is preserved entire, and, perhaps, is now many ways more advantageous to them than it was before, as their trade is like to be, in time, more considerable than before. This town of Dunbar is a handsome well-built town, upon the seashore, where they have a kind of a natural harbour, though in the middle of dangerous rocks. They have here a great herring fishery, and particularly they hang herrings here, as they do at Yarmouth in Norfolk, for the smoking them. Or, to speak the ordinary dialect, they make red herrings here. I cannot say they are cured so well as at Yarmouth, that is to say, not for keeping and sending on long voyages, as to Venice and Leghorn, though with a quick passage. They might hold it thither too, however, they do it very well. The herrings also themselves may a little make the difference, because they are generally larger and fatter than those at Yarmouth, which makes it more difficult to cure them, so as to keep in a hot country, and on a long voyage. Between the town and the great road stands a little, but pleasant and agreeable seat of the Duke of Roxburgh, with a park well planted, and as the gentlemen of Scotland are now set upon planting forest trees, as well for ornament as profit. This park is, among the rest, very handsomely planted with young trees in vistas and walks, and will, when grown, add both to the value and beauty of the seat, which otherwise is but as a box. And here I would give an useful hint to the gentlemen who plant trees in Scotland, the one of which I have observed at several great houses and parks in that country, is the reason why they do not thrive. As they might otherwise do, the case is this. The gentlemen, at a great expense, get quantities of forest trees, either of their own raising, or from the nurserymen, as they call them in England. Those are set at a good length, perhaps, 12 to 15 foot high, handsome bodies, and good heads. And I acknowledge they are the best sized trees to plant, and that when set younger they seldom stand it, or come to the like perfection, but then these trees should be all secured by a triangular frame to each tree. That is to say, 3 large stakes set about them in an equilateral triangle, and fastened all together by 3 short cross pieces at the top, and these stakes should stand from 7 to 8 foot high. In the center of the triangle stands the planted tree, which way soever the wind blows, the body bends from it to the cross piece, which joins the stakes on that side, and which make the triangle, and then can bend no farther. By which means the root is not shaken, or the earth moved and loosened about it, and then the tree will strike root, and grow. But for want of this, the tree being left without support, before, as we may say, it can stand alone. And the winds, especially in winter, being very strong in that country, the tree is bended every way, the earth loosened continually about it, the root is often stirred, and the tree gets no time to strike root into the earth. And this is the reason why, in many of the gentlemen's parks, I saw the trees stent and balked. And that, though they had been planted many years, they could not thrive. If this caution may be of use, as I recommend it with a desire it may, the gentlemen will not think their time lost in the reading it. On the southwest side of this town, under the mountains, near a place called Dunhill, is the fatal field where the battle, called the Battle of Dunbar, was fought, between Oliver Cromwell and General Leslie, who then commanded the royal army. Where the desperate few, for Cromwell's army was not above 8,000 men, defeated and totally overthrew the great army of the other side, killed 6,000, and took 10,000 prisoners, to the surprise of the world. But that is matter of history, and none of my business at present. Here we turned out of the way to see the Marquis of Tweedle's fine park, and which is, indeed, the main thing, his fine planting at Yester, or, as antiquity calls it, Zester. I say the park, because, though there is the design of a noble house or palace, and great part of it built, yet, as it is not yet, and perhaps, will not soon be finished, there is no giving a complete description of it. The old Earl of Tweedale, who was a great favourite of King Charles II. Though not much concerned in politic affairs, at least, not in England, yet took in from the king the love of managing what we call forest trees, and making fine vistas and avenues, the very first year after the Restoration the king laid out, with his own hand, the planting of Greenwich and the St. James's parks, and several others, and the said Earl had seen them, and was extremely delighted with the method. This occasioned his lordship, as soon as he went down into Scotland, to lay out the plan and design of all those noble walks and woods of trees, or, as it might be called, forests of trees, which he afterwards saw planted, and of which a gentleman, whose judgment I cannot doubt, told me, that if ever those trees came to be worth but 6 pence a tree, they would be of more value than the fee simple of that estate. Not meaning by that estate the land they grow on, but the whole paternal estate of the family, nor is it unlikely, if it be true, that his lordship, and his immediate successor, planted above 6,000 acres of land all full of fir trees. And that, wherever it was found that any tree failed, they were constantly renewed the next year. It is certain, that many of the trees are, by this time, of much more value than sixpence a tree. For they have now been planted near 60 years. And though it is true, that a fir tree is but a slow grower, and that most, if not all the trees I speak of, are fir. Yet it must be allowed that, the trees thriving very well, they must, by this time, be very valuable. And, if they stand another age, and we do not find the family needy of money enough to make them forward to cut any of them down, there may be a noble estate in fir timber, enough, if it falls into good hands, to enrich the family. The park itself is said to be 8 miles about, but the plantation of fir is not simply confined to the park, nor, indeed, to this estate. For the family of Tweedale has another seat near Musselborough, at Pinkie, where the same lord planted also a great number of trees, as his successors have likewise done at another seat, which they have in Fife, near Aberdour. The house, however, must not be forgot, and if it shall be finished, as they now tell us it will soon be, it will not suffer itself to be forgot, for there will be few finer palaces in Scotland. I mean, if it be finished according to the magnificence of the first design. As the success of this planting is a great encouragement to the nobility of Scotland to improve their estates by the same method, so we find abundance of gentlemen of estates do fall into it. And follow the example, and you hardly see a gentleman's house, as you pass the Loudhanes, towards Edinburgh, but they are distinguished by groves and walks of fir trees about them. Which, though, in most places they are but young, yet they shew us, that in a few years, Scotland will not need to send to Norway for timber and deal, but will have sufficient of her own, and perhaps be able to furnish England too with considerable quantities. We saw an example of this at the Earl of Haddington's house at Tinningham, where, though the trees are younger than at Yester, yet, they seem to follow them apace, and to thrive so much, as that they may, one time or other, overtake them. The like we saw in Fife, at Sir William Bruce's, and at several other places in this part of the country. From this town of Dunbar to Edinburgh, the country may be reckoned not only as fruitful and rich in soil, but also as pleasant and agreeable a country as any in Scotland, and, indeed, as most in England. The sea on the right hand, at a moderate distance, and the hills on the left, at a farther distance. And even those hills not extremely high, not barren, not desolate mountains, as I have given an account of some farther south, and have more to speak of farther north. But these hills are passable and habitable, and have large flocks of sheep, in many places, feeding on them, and many open roads lie over them, as from Edinburgh, and other parts towards England. As particular to Yester, and to Duns and Coldstream on the Tweed, another way to Kelso, where also there is a ford and a ferry over the Tweed, and likewise by another way to Tiviotdale, to Peebles and Jedburgh, of which hereafter. The greatest thing this country wants is more enclosed pastures, by which the farmers would keep stocks of cattle well foddered in the winter, and, which again, would not only furnish good store of butter, cheese, and beef to the market, but would, by their quantity of dung, enrich their soil, according to the unanswerable maxim in grazing, that stock upon land improves land. 2 other articles would increase and enrich them, but which they never practice. Folding their sheep. Fallowing their ploughed land. The first would fatten the land, and the latter destroy the weeds, but this is going out of my way. They have, indeed, near the sea, an equivalent which assists them exceedingly, namely, the sea-weed, they call it the sea-ware, which the sea casts up from about November to January in great quantities. And which extremely fattens and enriches the lands, so that they are ploughed from age to age without lying fallow, but farther from the sea, and where they cannot fetch it, there they are forked to lay the lands down to rest. When, as we say in England, they have ploughed them out of heart, and so they get no advantage by them. Whereas could they, by a stock of cattle, raise a stock of muck, or by folding sheep upon them, mend them that way, and lay them down 1 year in 3 or 4, as we do in England, the lands would hold from one generation to another. But at present, for want of enclosures, they have no winter provision for black cattle, and, for want of that winter provision, the farmers have no dairies, no butter or cheese. That is to say, no quantity, and no heaps of dung in their yards to return upon the land for its improvement, and thus a good soil is impoverished for want of husbandry. I deliver this once for all. For I shall make all my farther observations of this kind very short, and only proper to the particular places where I shall mention them. From Dunbar we pass another river Tyne, which, to distinguish it from the 2 Tynes in Northumberland, I call Scots Tyne, though not forgetting to let you know it is not so distinguished there, the inhabitants thereabouts scarce knowing any other. It rises in the hills near Yester, and watering part of the fine and pleasant vale I mentioned before, runs by Haddington, an old half-ruined, yet remaining town, which shews the marks of decayed beauty, for it was formerly a large, handsome, and well-built town, or city rather, and esteemed very strong. For, besides the walls of stone, which were in those times esteemed strong, the English fortified it with lines and bastions, for of which bastions were very large, as may be seen, by the remains of them, to this day. Also they had a large ditch. As for counterscarps, they were scarce known in those times. However, it was so strong, that the English, commanded by an old soldier, Sir George Wilford, defended it obstinately against a great army of Fremen and Scots, till his garrison were almost all swept away by the plague. And, even then, held out till he was relieved from England, when the English army quitted the place, and demolished the fortifications. However, Haddington is still a good town, has some handsome streets, and well built. And they have a good stone bridge over the Tyne, though the river is but small. The church was large, but has suffered in the ruin of the rest, and is but in part repaired, though 'tis still large enough for the number of inhabitants. For, though the town is still what may be called populous, 'tis easy to see that it is not like what it has been. There are some monuments of the Maitlands, antient lords of this part of the country, remaining. But as the choir of the church is open and defact, the monuments of the dead have suffered with the rest. I saw here something of a manufacture, and a face of industry, and it was the first that I had seen the least appearance of in Scotland. Particularly here, was a woolen manufacture, erected by a company, or corporation, for making broadcloths, such as they called English cloth. And as they had English workmen employed, and, which was more than all, English wool, they really made very good cloth, well mixed, and good colours, but I cannot say they made it as cheap, or could bring it so cheap to market as the English. And this was the reason, that, though, before the late Union, the English cloth being prohibited upon severe penalties, their own cloth supplied them very well. Yet, as soon as the Union was made, and by that means the English trade opened, the clothiers from Worcester, and the counties adjoining such as Gloucester and Wilts, brought in their goods, and underselling the Scots. Those manufactories were not able to hold it. However, as I said, here was a woolen manufacture, and the people being employed in spinning, dyeing, weaving, and they turned their hands to other things, and there is still some business going on to the advantage of the poor. Also upon the Tyne, near Haddington, we saw very good fulling mills, whether they still have employment, I am not certain. They talked also of setting up a paper mill after the Union, the French paper being not allowed to be imported as formerly. At the mouth of this river stands the remains of Tantallon Castle, mostly buried in its own ruins. It was famous, in the Scots history, for being the seat of rebellion, in the reign of King James V. And hence came the old, and odd fancy among the soldiers, that the drums beating the Scots march, say, ding down Tantallon. That beat or march being invented by King James VII's soldiers, or, perhaps, drummers, when they marched against the Earl of Angus, who held out Tantallon Castle against the king. But this by the way, Tantallon is now no more a fortress, or able to shelter a rebel army. Neither is the base worth naming any more, which being a mere rock, standing high out of the sea, and in its situation inaccessible, was formerly made a small fortification, rather to prevent its being made a retreat for pirates and thieves. than for any use it could be of to command the sea. For the entrance of the Forth, or Firth, is so wide, that ships would go in and out, and laugh at any thing that could be offered from the base. The most of its modern fame is contained in 2 articles, and neither of them recommend it to posterity. That in the times of tyranny and cruelty, under the late King Charles II. and King James II. It was made a state prison, where the poor persecuted western people, called, in those times, Cameronians, were made close prisoners, and lived miserably enough, without hope or expectation of deliverance, but by death. That after the Revolution a little desperate crew of people got possession of it. And, having a large boat, which they hoisted up into the rock, or let down at pleasure, committed several piracies, took a great many vessels, and held out the last of any place in Great Britain, for King James. But their boat being at last seized, or otherwise lost, they were obliged to surrender. The Solent geese are the principal inhabitants of this island, a fowl rare as to the kind. For they are not found in any part of Britain, that I can learn, except here, and at some of the lesser islands in the Orcades, and in the island of Ailsie, in the mouth of the Clyde. They come as certainly at their season, as the swallows or woodcocks, with this difference, if what the people there tell us may be depended on, that they come exactly, to the very same day of the month, or, if they change it for reasons best known to themselves, then they keep exactly to the new fixed day, and so, upon any alteration of their time, which also is very seldom. They feed on the herrings, and therefore, 'tis observed they come just before, or with them, and go away with them also. Though, 'tis evident, they do not follow them, but go all away to the north, whither, as to that, none knows but themselves, and he that guides them, as they live on fish, so they eat like fish, which, together with their being so exceeding fat, makes them, in my opinion, a very coarse dish, rank, and ill-relished, and soon gorging the stomach. But as they are looked upon there as a dainty, I have no more to say. All countries have their several gusts and particular palates. Onions and garlic were dainties it seems, in Egypt, and horseflesh is so to this day in Tartary, and much more may a solent goose be so in other places. It is a large fowl, rather bigger than an ordinary goose. 'Tis duck-footed, and swims as a goose, but the bill is long, thick, and pointed like a crane, or heron, only much thicker, and not above 5 inches long. There laying but 1 egg, which sticks to the rock, and will not fall off, unless pulled off by force, and then not to be stuck on again, though we thought them fictions, yet, being there at the season, we found true. As also their hatching, by holding the egg fast in their foot. What nature meant by giving these singularities to a creature, that has nothing else in it worth notice, we cannot determine. From hence, keeping the shore of the Firth, or Forth, due west, we find a range of large and populous villages all along the coast, almost to Leith, interspersed with abundance of the houses of the nobility and gentry. At a small distance from them, farther into the country. But I must enter a caution for your notice, and please to take it here once for all. I am writing a description of places, not of persons, giving the present state of things, not their history, and therefore, though in some cases I may step back into history, yet, it shall be very seldom, and on extraordinary occasions. For Scotland is not so barren of things, worth observation, that we should run into the history, and the genealogies of families, the description of the constitution, the laws, and manner of administration of civil justice, government, and such things as are remote from the professed business of a tour. I shall not, therefore, with every nobleman's house, give a history of the family. The nobility of Scotland are antient, illustrious, and personally great, and, if spoken of at all, require and ought to have a full and authentic description of their families and glorious ancestors performed by itself. And, I must confess, 'tis great pity such a thing is not undertaken by some hands equal to so great a work, both here and in England also. For want of which, many, if not most of the great actions of the nobility and gentry of these 2 kingdoms, are either quite lost and dropped out of knowledge, or are dwindled into fable and romance, and, like the Battle of Chevy Chase, preserved only in ballad and song. But I am not to go about this here, though I shall, on all occasions, give the noble families a due homage, and speak of them as they ought to be spoken of. Yet, as it is not the business of this undertaking, you will not expect me to enter into the history of families, or to look any farther into persons than into things, namely to give an account of their present situation and condition. In order to this, 'tis sufficient to mark, that this part of the country is delightfully spread with the seats of noblemen and gentlemen, as the Duke of Roxburgh's at Dunbar, the Earl of Haddington's at Tinningham, both mentioned before. The Lord Belhaven's, at Belhaven, that of the family of Dalrymple ennobled in the Earl of Stairs, and honoured in several branches of that house, the eldest being now Lord President of their session, and another lately Lord Advocate, and these about North Berwick, where there is a small and a tolerable good market. They have also in the neighbourhood of this place several very fine seats, and finely planted. The house and estate of Durlton, now in the family of Nisbet, is in this part of the country, and well situated also. Ormistown, the seat of the present Lord Justice Clerk, of the Antient House of Cockburn, or, as commonly expressed, Coburn. And I must add here, the Antient and noble house of Seaton and Winton, both the palaces, for so they deserve to be called, of the late Earl of Winton, who did so many weak and rash things, to say no worse of him, in the affair of the late rebellion. And the kindest thing can be said of him now is, to leave it upon record, that he seemed to be turned in his head. The houses are now in a state of ruin, and as fine an estate, for its value, as any in Scotland, all lying contiguous with itself, and valued at almost 5,000 sterling per annum besides. But all now under forfeiture, and sold to the York Buildings Company. The fine gates and stone wall were demolished by the government, after it had been made a garrison by the Highlanders, who, from hence began their harebrained march to England, which expedition ended at Preston, as has been mentioned in my account of Lancashire. But I return to the seashore as above. The towns upon this coast, as I said, stand very thick, and here are 2 or 3 articles of trade which render them more populous, and more considerable than they would otherwise be. There are great quantities of white fish taken and cured upon this coast, even within, as well as at the mouth of the Firth. And, as I had occasion to inspect this part, I took notice the fish was very well cured, merchantable, and fit for exportation. And there was a large ship at that time come from London, on purpose to take in a loading of that fish for Bilbao in Spain. There is great plenty of coal in the hills, and so near the sea as to make the carriage not difficult. And much of that coal is carried to Edinburgh, and other towns, for sale. The coal being thus at hand, they make very good salt at almost all the towns upon the shore of the Firth. As at Seaton, Cockney, Preston, and several others, too many to name, they have a very great trade for this salt to Norway, Hamburg, Bremen, and the Baltic, and the number of ships loaded here yearly with salt is very considerable. Nay, the Dutch and Bremers in particular, come hither on purpose to load salt, as they do on the opposite side of the Firth also, viz., the shore of Fife, of which I shall speak in its place. They take great quantities of oysters upon this shore also, with which they not only supply the city of Edinburgh, but they carry abundance of them in large, open boats, called cobles, as far as Newcastle upon Tyne, from whence they generally bring back glass bottles. But there has, within a few years, a bottle-house been set up at Leith, which, for a while, worked with success. Also some furnaces were erected at Preston Pans, one of those villages, for making flint glass, and other glassware, but I hear they are discontinued for want of skilful hands. It must not be omitted, that at several of those villages there are little moles and harbours, or piers, and heads built up at considerable expense, for the securing the ships that come to them to load salt or other goods. As at Seaton, Cockney, at North Berwick, at Preston, and other places. We come now to Musselburgh, a large borough town and populous, and may, indeed, be said to be a cluster of towns, all built together into one, namely, Musselburgh, Innerask, or Inneresk, and Fisherall, all which amount to no more than this. Musselburgh, or the main or chief town of Musselburgh, Inneresk, or that part of Musselburgh which stands within, or on the inner side of the river Esk, and Fisherall, or the row of houses where the fishermen usually dwell. For here is still many fishermen, and was formerly many more, when the mussel fishing was counted a valuable thing, but now 'tis given over, though the mussels lie on the shore, and on the shoals of sand in the mouth of this river, in vast quantities. These 3 towns together make one large borough, very populous, for here are thought to be more people than at Haddington. Here also we saw the people busy on the woolen manufacture. And as the goods they made here were an ordinary kind of stuff for poor people's wearing, we do not find they are outdone at all from England, so that the manufacture is carried on here still with success. They call this a seaport town. But as their river, though sometimes full enough of water, is not navigable, for, at low water, people ride over the mouth of it upon the sands, and even walk over it, so they do not meddle much with trading by sea. At that part of the town called Inneresk are some handsome country houses with gardens, and the citizens of Edinburgh come out in the summer and take lodgings here for the air, as they do from London at Kensington gravel pits, or at Hampstead and Highgate. Adjoining to this part is the other fine seat of the Marquis of Tweedale, called Pinkie, which I mentioned before, and which the family resides at, rather than at Yester, for, though Yester be the noblest and most magnificent building, yet this is, by far, the most agreeable situation. Besides, the former is not finished, nor like to be finished in many years, though they were to go faster on with it than they do. The house of Pinkie has a park, which they call 4 miles about, but, I think, is not much above half so much, but the spirit of planting, which the old Earl of Tweedale so happily exerted at Yester, shoot itself here also. And an innumerable number of fir trees are seen here in a very thriving condition, and promising, in time, to be of an inestimable value. As the house at Yester is not finished, all the rich furniture, and especially pictures, of which the same Earl was a great collector, are lodged here. Though, 'tis not doubted, they will hereafter be transposed and removed to adorn the chief palace and mansion of the family. Here are, indeed, a great many valuable pieces of painting, but the family pieces are particular, and very remarkable, some for their antiquity, and the antient dress of the age they were wrought in, and others, for the fineness of the workmanship. As especially that of the old Marquis of Tweedale, and his 15 children, done after the manner of that of King Charles I and his royal family, which formerly stood at the upper end of the long gallery, at Whitehall. So this stands at the upper end of a large room, filled up with other family pieces, and takes up one whole square of the room. I cannot dwell upon the rest of the fine paintings here, it must suffice to add, here are a great many, and very good. Here are also 3 very fine altar pieces, with others of that kind, suppository to belong to private oratories in popish times, with passion pieces, and others of that kind also. From hence we have but 4 miles to Edinburgh. But, before I go thither, I must dip so far into story, as to observe that here it was the famous Battle of Musselburgh was fought between the English, under the Duke of Somerset, in the time of King Edward VI. of England, and the Scots Royal Army under the Regent, which was afterwards called, the English way of wooing. The quarrel was to obtain the young Queen of Scots for a wife to King Edward, which the Scots Popish party, backed by the French, were obstinately against. And that so much, that though the English won the battle, yet they lost the prize, for the young Queen was privately embarked, carried away into France, and there married to the Dauphin. I say this battle was fought here, though we call it the Battle of Musselburgh, and some Scots gentlemen, who rode out with us afterwards to shew us the place, particularly marked out every step to us, where the action was both begun and ended. As well the fight as the pursuit. And we agreed that the Scots are in the right, who call it the Battle of Pinkie, not of Musselburgh. 'Tis none of my business to give an account of battles and sieges. Besides, the English being victors, I shall not mingle any of our trophies and triumphs with my account of Scotland, that would not be using the Scots fairly. I shall speak freely of those where they were victors, but not throw the English, as it were, in their faces. That would be to act the very part which I blame the Scots writers for, namely to be always crying up my own country, and my own people. Certain it is, the Scots' great error at this battle, as it was afterwards at the Battle of Dunbar, was want of unanimity among themselves. For we must always blush when we pretend to say the Scots ever wanted courage in the field, let the cause, or the time, or the government be what, when, and how they will. Another mistake of the Scots, at this fight, was that they ventured to engage so near the sea, as to be within reach of the cannon from the English men of war, in the road of Musselburgh, who, very much to their damage, flanked their army, and kept firing on the left wing all the while of the battle, till the troops were so mingled with one another, that they could not, from the ships, distinguish their enemies from their friends. This was a great disadvantage to their whole army, and especially discouraged and disordered their infantry, and was owing to the inadvertency of the general officers, not want of courage or bravery in their men. And it would have been the same to the English had the case been theirs. I am now at the gates of Edinburgh. But before I come to describe the particulars of that city, give me leave to take it in perspective, and speak something of its situation, which will be very necessary with respect to some disadvantage which the city lies under on that account. When you stand at a small distance, and take a view of it from the east, you have really but a confused idea of the city, because the situation being in length from east to west, and the breadth but ill proportioned to its length, you view under the greatest disadvantage possible. Whereas if you turn a little to the right hand towards Leith, and so come towards the city, from the north you see a very handsome prospect of the whole city, and from the south you have yet a better view of one part. Because the city is increased on that side with new streets, which, on the north side, cannot be. The particular situation then of the whole is thus. At the extremity of the east end of the city stands the palace or court, called Holyrood House. And you must fetch a little sweep to the right hand to leave the palace on the left, and come at the entrance, which is called the Waterport, and which you come at through a short suburb, then bearing to the left again, south. You come to the gate of the palace which faces the Great Street. From the palace, west, the street goes on in almost a straight line, and for near 1.5 miles in length, some say full 2 measured miles, through the whole city to the castle, including the going up the castle in the inside. This is, perhaps, the largest, longest, and finest street for buildings and number of inhabitants, not in Britain only, but in the world. From the very palace door, which stands on a flat, and level with the lowest of the plain country, the street begins to ascend. And though it ascends very gradually at first, and is nowhere steep, yet 'tis easy to understand that continuing the ascent for so long a way, the further part must necessarily be very high, and so it is. For the castle which stands at the extremity west, as the palace does east, makes on all the 3 sides, that only excepted, which joins it to the city, a frightful and impassable precipice. Together with this continued ascent, which, I think, 'tis easy to form an idea of in the mind, you are to suppose the edge or top of the ascent so narrow, that the street, and the row of houses on each side of it, take up the whole breadth. So that which way soever you turn, either to the right, or to the left, you go downhill immediately, and that so steep, as is very troublesome to those who walk in those side lanes which they call winds. Especially if their lungs are not very good, so that, in a word, the city stands upon the narrow ridge of a long ascending mountain. On the right side, or north side of the city, and from the very west end of it, where the castle stands, is a loch, or lake of standing water. There is, indeed, a small brook runs through it, so that it cannot be said to be quite standing water. And we were told, that in former days there was another loch on the south side of it, which, being now filled up, is built into a street, though so much lower than the high street or ridge, that, as I said before, the lanes or winds between them are very steep. It is easy to conclude, that such a situation as this could never be picked out for a city or town, upon any other consideration than that of strength to defend themselves from the sudden surprises and assaults of enemies, and though the building is so antient, that no history has recorded the foundation either when, or by who, or on what occasion it was built. Yet, I say, it seems most natural to conclude, that it was built for a retreat from the outrages and attempts of the Picts or Irish, or whatever other enemies they had to fear. On the top of the ridge of a hill, an impregnable castle and precipice at one end, a loch, or lake of water on either side, so that the inhabitants had nothing to defend but the entrance at the east end, which it was easy to fortify. If this was not the reason, what should have hindered them from building the city in a pleasant, delightful valley, with the sea flowing up to one side, and a fresh water river running through the middle of it? Such as is all that space of ground between the city, as it now stands, and the sea, or firth, and on the south shore, whereof the town of Leith now stands. Here they had had a noble, a pleasant, and a most useful situation, a very fine harbour for their trade, a good road in the firth for their ships of burthen, a pleasant river, which, with small art or charge, might have been so drawn round the city as to have filled its ditches, and made its fortifications as impregnable as the two Loughs did the city, and as the French, when they fortified Leith, found easy to do. Or had they gone to the south side of the city, beyond the deep loch, which, they say it was, and which is now called the Cowgate, and extended the city towards Libertown, and towards Good Trees, where now stands the delightful seat of Sir James Stewart, late Lord Advocate of Scotland, and the antient seat of Craigmillar, the seat of Sir Alexander, of Craigmillar. Here had been a plain large enough to have contained a second London, and watered on the south part with a pleasant brook, sufficient, by the help of pipes, to have carried water into every street, and every house. These things they did not foresee, or understand in those days, but, regarding immediate safety, fixed on the place as above as a sure strength, formed by nature, and ready at their hand. By this means the city suffers infinite disadvantages, and lies under such scandalous inconveniences as are, by its enemies, made a subject of scorn and reproach. As if the people were not as willing to live sweet and clean as other nations, but delighted in stench and nastiness. Whereas, were any other people to live under the same unhappiness, I mean as well of a rocky and mountainous situation, thronged buildings, from 7 to 10 or 12 story high, a scarcity of water, and that little they have difficult to be had. And to the uppermost lodgings, far to fetch. We should find a London or a Bristol as dirty as Edinburgh, and, perhaps, less able to make their dwelling tolerable, at least in so narrow a compass. For, though many cities have more people in them, yet, I believe, this may be said with truth, that in no city in the world so many people live in so little room as at Edinburgh. On the north side of the city, as is said above, is a spacious, rich, and pleasant plain, extending from the loch, which as above joins the city, to the river of Leith, at the mouth of which is the town of Leith. At the distance of a long Scots mile from the city, and even here, were not the north side of the hill, which the city stands on, so exceeding steep, as hardly, at least to the westward of their flesh market, to be clambered up on foot. Much less to be made passable for carriages. But, I say, were it not so steep, and were the loch filled up, as it might easily be, the city might have been extended upon the plain below, and fine beautiful streets would, no doubt, have been built there. Nay, I question much whether, in time, the high streets would not have been forsaken, and the city, as we might say, run all out of its gates to the north. This might have been expected, if the city had been in a state of increase, for the trade having flourished, as was reasonably expected upon the Union, the inhabitants had likewise increased. Whereas, there being reason to doubt that this is not the case, but rather the contrary, we cannot talk of this as prospect in hope. Having thus considered the city in its appearance, and in its present situation, I must look next into its inside, where we shall find it under all its discouragements and disadvantages, and labouring with whatever inconveniences, a large, populous, noble, rich, and even still a royal city. The main street, as above, is the most spacious, the longest, and best inhabited street in Europe. Its length I have described. The buildings are surprising both for strength, for beauty, and for height. All, or the greatest part of free stone, and so firm is everything made, that though, in so high a situation, and in a country where storms and violent winds are so frequent, 'tis very rare that any damage is done here. No blowing of tiles about the streets, to knock people on the head as they pass. No stacks of chimneys and gable ends of houses falling in to bury the inhabitants in their ruins, as we often find it in London, and other of our paper-built cities in England. But all is fixed, and strong to the top, though, you have, in that part of the city called the Parliament Close, houses, which, on the south side, appear to be 11 or 12-story high, and inhabited to the very top. From the Palace Gate, westward, this street is called the Cannon Gate, vulgarly the Canny Gate, which part, though a suburb, is a kind of corporation by itself, as Westminster to London. And has a toll booth, a prison, and a town guard by itself, though under the government of the provost and bailiffs of Edinburgh, as Leith itself also is. In this part of the street, though otherwise not so well inhabited as the city itself, are several very magnificent houses of the nobility, built for their residence when the court was in town, and on their other occasions. Just as was the case in the Strand between London and Whitehall, before the increase of the city prompted the building those fine houses into streets. Of those the Duke of Queensberry's, the Earl of Windtown's, the Duke of Roxburgh's, and the Earl of Murray's are the chief. The first and last are very magnificent, large and princely buildings, all of freestone, large in front, and with good gardens behind them, and the other are very fine buildings, too many to be described. At the upper, or west end of this street, and where it joins to the city, is a gate which, just as Ludgate, or Temple Bar, stands parting the city itself from the suburb, but not at all discontinuing the street, which rather widens, and is more spacious when you are through the gate than before. This gate, or bow, is called the Nether Bow, or, by some, the Nether Bow Port. Just at this port, on the outside, turn away two streets. One goes south to a gate or port which leads out of the city into the great road for England, by the way of Kelso, and is called St. Mary Wynd. And, on the right hand of it, another port turns away west, into the low street, mentioned before, where was a lock formerly filled up, and is called the Cowgate, because, by this street, the cattle are driven to and from the great marketplace, called the Grass Market, where such cattle are bought and sold, as also where is a horse market weekly, as in Smithfield. This street, called the Cowgate, runs parallel with the High Street, but down in a bottom, as has been said. But to go back to the Netherbow Port, as this turning is on the left hand going into the city, so on the right hand goes another street, which they call Leith Wynd, and leads down to a gate which is not in the city wall immediately, but adjoining to a church called the College Kirk, and through which gate, a suburb runs out north, opening into the plain, leads to Leith. And all along by the roadside, the road itself paved with stones like a street, is a broad causeway, or, as we call it, a footway, very firm, and made by hand at least 20 foot broad, and continued to the town of Leith. This causeway is very well kept at the public expense, and no horses suffered to come upon it. At the turning down of this street, without the Netherbow Port, which they call the head of the Cannon Gate, there stood a very great pile of building which went both ways, part made the east side of the turning called Leith Wynd, and part made the north side of the Cannon Gate. The whole was built, as many such are, for private dwellings, but were stately, high, and very handsome buildings, 7 or 8 stories, but great part of this fine pile of building was very unhappily burnt a few years ago. Whether they are yet fully rebuilt, I cannot say. We now enter the city, properly so called. In almost the first buildings of note on the north side of the street, the Marquis of Tweedale has a good city house, with a plantation of lime trees behind it, instead of a garden, the place not allowing room for a large garden. Adjoining to which are very good buildings, though, in the narrow wynds and alleys, such as if set out in handsome streets, would have adorned a very noble city, but are here crowded together, as may be said, without notice. Here the physicians have a hall, and adjoining to it a very good garden. But I saw no simples in it of value, there being a physic garden at the palace which furnishes them sufficiently, but they have a fine museum, or chamber of rarities, which are worth seeing, and which, in some things, is not to be matched in Europe. Dr. Balfour, afterwards knighted, began the collection. Sir Robert Sibbald has printed a catalogue of what was then deposited in his time. The physicians of Edinburgh have preserved the character of able, learned, and experienced, and have not been outdone by any of their neighbours, and the late Dr. Pitcairn, who was the Ratcliffe of Scotland, has left large testimonies of his skill in nature and medicine to the world. It must not be expected I can go on to describe all the buildings of the city. I shall therefore only touch at such things, and go on. From the Netherbow, you have an open view up the High Street. On the south side is the Trone Kirk, and a little farther, in the middle of the street the Guard House, where the town guard does duty every night. These are in the stead of our watchmen. And the town maintains 2 full companies of them, clothed and armed as grenadiers. Those are as a guard to keep the public peace of the city. But I cannot but acknowledge that they are not near so good a safeguard to the citizens, against private robberies, as our watchmen in London are. And Edinburgh is not without such fellows as shoplifters, house robbers, and pickpockets, in proportion to the number of people, as much as London itself. About midway, between the Netherbow and the Castle Hill, is the great church. Formerly it was called the Cathedral, and was all one church, dedicated to St. Giles, but since the abolishing episcopacy, and that the Presbyterian Church is now established by the Union, so as never legally to suffer another change. I say never legally, because it cannot be done without dissolving the Union, which I take to be indissoluble. Since this establishment, the Cathedral Church is divided into 4 parochial churches. In one of those churches, which they call the New Church, were seats for the Parliament, High Commissioners, and the nobility, when the Parliament was assembled, though that occasion is now over, in a room, formerly a kind of consistory room. On the south side of the church, the General Assembly hold their meetings once a year, as also does the Commission of the Assembly in the intervals of the General Meeting, as occasion requires. In the great tower of this church they have a set of bells, which are not rung out as in England, for that way of ringing is not known here, but they are played upon with keys, and by a man's hand, like a harpsichord. The person playing has great strong wooden cases to his fingers, by which he is able to strike with the more force, and he plays several tunes very musically, though they are heard much better at a distance than near at hand. The man plays every day, Sunday and fast days excepted, at 12 o'clock, and has a yearly salary for doing it, and very well he earns the money. On the south side of this church is a square of very fine buildings, which is called by the name of the Parliament Close. The west side of the square, and part of the south, is taken up with the Parliament House, and the several courts of justice, the council chamber, the treasury, the public offices, registers, the public library, and the court for the meeting of the royal boroughs, and several offices needful, when the independency of Scotland was in being, but now not so much in use. But as the session, or college of justice, the exchequer, and the justiciary, or courts for criminal causes still exist, the usual places for their assembling are still preserved. These buildings are very fine, all of freestone, well finished, and very magnificent. The great church makes up the north side of the square, and the east remaining part of the south side is built into private dwellings very stately, lofty, and strong, being 7-story high to the front of the square. And the hill they stand on giving so sudden a descent, they are 11 or 12-story high backward. The public part was first finished by King Charles I, and an equestrian statue of King Charles II stands in the middle of the square. All the east part was burnt down by a most terrible fire, in the year, or thereabouts. But 'tis rebuilt as fine as ever. The great opening into the High Street, being the only passage into it for coaches, is at the north-east corner, between the south-east corner of the High Kirk, and the opposite high buildings, and a little from the opening is the Market Cross, where all their proclamations and public acts are read and published by sound of trumpet. Here is the great parade, where, every day, the gentlemen meet for business or news, as at an exchange. The usual time of meeting is from 11 to 1. Here is also another passage at the northwest corner, which goes into the Land Market, and another passage down innumerable stone stairs, on the south side, leading into the Cowgate. On the west end of the great church, but in a different building, is the Tolbooth, or common prison, as well for criminals as debtors, and a miserable hole it is, to say no worse of it. Though, for those that can pay for it, there are some apartments tolerable enough, and persons of quality are sometimes confined here. The great church and this prison also standing in the middle of the street, the breadth and beauty of it is for some time interrupted, and the way is contracted for so far as those buildings reach on the north side. But those buildings past, the street opens again to a breadth rather wider than before, and this is called the Land Market, but for what reason I know not. This part is also nobly built, and extends west to the Castle Hill, or rather to a narrower street which leads up to the castle. At the upper end of this Land Market is a stone building, appropriated to several public offices of lesser value, and is called the Weighhouse. For below stairs are warehouses, with public weights and scales for heavy goods. Here the High Street ends, and parting into two streets, one goes away south-west, and descending gradually, leads by the West Bow, as 'tis called, to the Grass Market. This street, which is called the Bow, is generally full of wholesale traders. And those very considerable dealers in iron, pitch, tar, oil, hemp, flax, list, painters' colours, dyers, drugs and woods, and such like heavy goods, and supplies country shopkeepers, as our wholesale dealers in England do, and here I may say, is a visible face of trade. Most of them have also warehouses in Leith, where they lay up the heavier goods, and bring them hither, or fell them by patterns and samples, as they have occasion. There are large gates in the city which they call ports, including those to the Cannon Gate. The Water Gate, which is the east gate by the palace, leading out of the city towards Berwick, and is the great post road to England. The South Port, mentioned before, leading likewise into the road to Sotra Hill, and so to England by way of Kelso. The Cowgate Port, at the east end of the Cowgate, and entreeing from the street leading to the South Port. The College Port, or the gate going south by the wall of Heriot's Hospital. The Westbow Port, spoken of before in the middle of the street, mentioned above where the wholesale dealers dwell. The North Port, a gate leading from the butchery, or flesh market, over the end of the lock. The Netherbow Port, spoken of at large, leading into the city from the Cannon Gate. The College Kirk Port, at the bottom or foot of Leith Wynd. The West Port, which is the only gate in the west end of the city, and leads out to all the west and north parts of Scotland, and especially to Glasgow, to Stirling, and to the Queen's Ferry, the two last being the principal passages into the north. The markets in Edinburgh are not in the open street, except that in the High Street, where there is every morning an herb and fruit market, which yet abates before noon, and what remains then is no grievance. Besides this, there are several distinct marketplaces walled in, and reserved for the particular things they are appointed for, and very well regulated by the magistrates, and well supplied also, as 1. The meal market. 2. The flesh market. 3. The poultry market. 4. The butter market. 5. The grass market. Kept open, and in the same street just within the West Port, with several others. 6. The horse market. There is also, in the street called the Land Market, a weekly market for all sorts of woolen manufactures, and some mercery and drapery goods, and also for linen cloth. But I must not omit the seminaries of learning, and the attendants upon them, nor the surgeons and apothecaries, with the great hospital, all which stand on the south side of the city. The first of them is the Surgeons' Hall, or Surgeon Apothecaries, for here they make but one profession. They have set up a large building all at their own charge, in which is their great hall, hung round with the pictures of all the surgeons of the city, that are, or have been since the building was erected. As also the pictures of Duke Hamilton and the late Lord Chancellor. They have also a chamber of rarities, a theatre for dissections, and the finest bagnio in Britain. 'Tis perfectly well contrived, and exactly well finished, no expense being spared to make it both convenient and effectually useful. In their chamber of rarities they have several skeletons of strange creatures, a mummy, and other curious things, too many to be particular in them here. The Humanities School is kept in the same part, which is reckoned as a part of the university, as being employed in the finishing youth for the college. West of these is the college itself. They call it the university, but as it consists of but one college, I call it no more. However, here are all the usual methods of academic learning in their full perfection. The principal, or master, has a handsome dwelling house and garden in the college. There are, besides a professor of divinity, for regents, or professors of philosophy. A professor of Greek, another of Hebrew, another of history, of the mathematics, and of the civil law. The college has a very handsome public library. And, though not famous for number of books, is yet so for its being a valuable collection of antiquity, and has some very good manuscripts. The late Act of Parliament for settling the right of copies, has made provision for a constant supply of modern books, especially such as are printed in England, so the library is like to increase, in time, to a great one. Here was formerly a mint, but that is now laid aside, the Union having made one and the same coinage common to the whole island. The churches in this populous city are but 10, viz. The Canongate Church, the College Kirk, the Trone Kirk, the New Kirk, the Old Kirk, the Tolbrook Kirk, the Haddocks Hole Kirk, the Lady Yester's Kirk, the Grey Friars Kirk, the West Kirk. There are also many meeting houses of the Episcopal party who call themselves Church of England, though they do not all use the English Common Prayer. These are the dissenters in Scotland, as the Presbyterians are dissenters in England. There are also 2 churches at Leith, and very large and very full they are, and so indeed are all the churches in the city, for the people of Scotland do not wander about on the Sabbath days, as in England. And even those who may have no more religion than enough, yet custom has made it almost natural to them, they all go to the kirk. They have also one very good custom as to their behavior in the church, which I wish were practiced here, namely, that after the sermon is over, and the blessing given, they all look round upon their friends. And especially to persons of distinction, and make their civilities and bows as we do here, for, by the way, the Scots do not want manners. But if any person come in when the worship is begun, he takes notice of no body, nor any body of him, whereas here we make our bows and our cringes in the middle of our very prayers. I have now done with the city. The palace only, and the castle remain to be mentioned. The last is strong by situation, not much bettered by art, and far from being impregnable, as has been proved more than once. It is now of little use, unless for salutes, and firing guns upon festivals, and in some cases to lay up a magazine of arms and ammunition, and to receive prisoners of state. The governor has very good apartments, and so has the lieutenant governor, as also the fort major, and some other officers, and there are deep vaults in the rock, which they say are bomb-proof, and I doubt not but they are so. For they go down into them by a great number of steps. There is also a well of very good water in the castle, and it is carefully kept, but it is a prodigious depth. Here are not a great many guns planted, neither, indeed, is there room to place many guns, or use for them where they can be placked, the works being so very high. The palace is a handsome building, rather convenient than large. The entrance is majestic, and over the gate a large apartment, which the Duke of Hamilton claims as housekeeper, or rather gatekeeper of the palace. Within this is a large, irregular court, where, I must needs say, are very improperly placked the coach houses and stables, which should much rather have been farther off, either in the park, or without the outgate, and, if here had been a barrack, or guard-house, like the horse guards at Whitehall, it would have looked much more like a royal palace for the king. On either side of this court are gardens, yards the Scots call them, whereof one is like our apothecary's garden at Chelsea, called a physic garden, and is tolerably well stored with simples, and some exotics of value. And, particularly I was told, there was a rhubarb tree, or plant, and which throve very well. In this garden stands Queen Mary's dial, which is a very curious one, but neglected. Antiquity claims the fee simple here, and tells us that the church is still ground landlord, for, before the Reformation, this was a monastery. And, though it was converted into a palace before the suppression of religious houses, yet, that till then the monks had a fair apartment, and was therefore called Holyrood House. And they did but entertain the kings and queens in the other as a kind of guest mates, or, as we call them, lodgers. But, be that as it will, the Reformation found a good house upon the premises, which served the kings for some ages before, and which King Charles II. After the Restoration, caused to be pulled down, except the 2 rondels, or towers, and built the whole fabric new as it now stands. It is a firm, strong building, square in form, having one court only in the centre. And the lower story being divided, the inner part makes a very handsome piazza, though the work is plain, and very little ornament, therefore not to be described as one author does by the pillars of the Exchange of London, which are set off with almost all the ornament art could invent. The apartments are all upon the first floor, the offices below, and some upper rooms are allotted to the servants of the court when the court is there. I have not room to describe the particular apartments, nor is it of moment. The great staircase is at the south-west corner of the house, and the guard-chamber and rooms of state take up the south side of the house, as the king's lodgings do the east side, which the Lord Commissioner makes use of in time of Parliament. And the west side would be suppository to be the Queen's lodgings, if such a thing was to be seen again in Scotland, but at present are out of use. The north side is taken up with one large gallery, reaching the whole length of the house, famous for having the pictures of all the kings of Scotland, from King Fergus, who, they say, reigned anno ant. Chr. 320. But, in my opinion, as these pictures cannot be, and are not suppository to be originals, but just a face and dress left to the discretion of the limner, and so are all guesswork, I see no rarity, or, indeed, anything valuable in it. As to their later kings, there may be some pretence to have their pictures from old preserved draughts, or from their coins or medals, and such may be, indeed, worth preserving, and, though they were but copied again, it would have been worth seeing. But, as it is, I must confess it seems a trifling thing, rather than a gallery fit for a court. The old chapel royal, or church of the convent, stands in its dishabille, ruined and decayed, and must fall down. In King James I's time, the old council chamber was consecrated for a chapel, instead of the antient fabric. And there the Roman priests officiated for some time, promising themselves not only to restore the great antient chapel, but even to seize upon the palace itself in the right of the church, and make a noble monastery of it, which it must be confessed might have been done with very little change, but their reign was too short for the undertaking. On the side of the park was a part set out for fine gardens, and they are still called St. Anne's Yards, that is gardens, but they have never been planted or formed. I must now visit Leith, the seaport of Edinburgh, as it is properly called. It is a large and populous town, or rather two towns, for the river or harbour parts them, and they are joined by a good stone bridge, about half a mile, or more, from the mouth of the river. Up to this bridge ships of burthen may come, and, at high water, lay their sides close to the shore, but at low water people pass over on foot, even without the pier, but the water flows in the firth near 3 fathom right up and down. Here is a very fine quay well wharfed up with stone, and flanked with piles, able to discharge much more business than the place can supply, though the trade is far from being inconsiderable too. At the mouth of the harbour is a very long and well-built pier, or head, which runs out beyond the land a great way, and which defends the entrance into the harbour from filling up with sand, as, upon hard gales of wind at northeast, would be very likely. There are also ranges of piles, or breakwaters, as the seamen call them, on the other side the harbour, all which are kept in good repair. And by this means the harbour is preserved, and kept open in spite of a flat shore, and a large swell of the sea. On the other side the bridge is the remains of a strong castle, built by Oliver Cromwell to command the port, but demolished. Yet not so much, but that a little expense and a few hands would soon restore it. Here the late rebel Highlanders made a bold stop, and took possession of it for one night, but not finding their friends in the city in any condition to join them, and the troops preparing to attack them, they quitted it in the night, and marched off to the Earl of Winton's house, as has been said. Leith, though it has a particular bailiff, is yet under the jurisdiction of the magistrates of Edinburgh, and is governed by them. The town had a great disaster a few years before the Union, by a storehouse of gunpowder taking fire, which demolished almost a whole street of houses. The loss is not fully repaired to this day, many lives also were lost, and many people miserably hurt and bruised, which, I think, should serve as a hint to all governments, not to suffer quantities of powder to be kept in populous towns. This town was once very strong, when the French held it, as they did for many years against the Reformers, and were not at last driven out, but by an army from England, which Queen Elizabeth sent to assist the Protestants. From Leith, the Firth, which is there, at least, 2 leagues over, holds that breadth for 5 or 6 miles, and then narrows a little beyond Cramond. And again at the Queen's Ferry, it is reduced to 2 miles breadth, and an island in the middle also. There is also a ferry at Leith, the boats going from Leith to Burnt Island, or, as the Scots call it, Bruntillion. But as 'tis no less than 7 miles, and that sometimes they meet with bad weather, the passengers are so often fright, that I knew several gentlemen that would always choose to go round to the Queen's Ferry, rather than venture over at Leith. This, I suppose, gave beginning to that homely piece of proverb poetry, that there is never a laird in Fife, but once a year he would give his estate for his life. Queen's Ferry is not a passage over the water only, but a very good town also, and a corporation. And here I must take notice of a thing which was to me surprising, I mean as to the quantity of herrings taken, and that might be taken in those seas. There was, at that time, a fleet of between 700 and 800 sail of Dutch busses come into the Firth, loaden with herrings, and their convoy with them, for it was in the time of the late wars. The Scots themselves had taken a vast quantity, for they said they had had a very good fishery all along upon the coast of Fife, and of Aberdeen, and the Dunbar men, and the Firth boats, were every day taking more. And yet the water of the Firth was so full of fish, that passing at the Queen's Ferry in a little Norway yawl, or boat, rowed by 2 boys. The boys tossed the fish out of the water into the boat with their naked hands only, but I shall have occasion to mention this again. Between Edinburgh and this town the Marquis of Annandale has a small, but very pleasant house, and here I observed his lordship was making bricks, in order to build walls round his garden, a thing hardly to be seen in Scotland, except there. On the other hand, it is for want of brick walls that the wall fruit in Scotland does not thrive so well there as it would otherwise do, and whereas they have no peaches or nectarines, or but very few, it is evident. Had they brick walls they might have both. But the stone will not do it. The reflection of the sun is not equally nourishing, nor does the stone hold the warmth of the sun, after it is gone, as the bricks do. All the country between Edinburgh and this place, is thronged with gentlemen's houses, also as it was observed to be on the other side, but the beauty of all this part is Hopton House, built upon a delightful plain, and yet upon the edge, as we may say, of a high precipice, from whence you, as it were, look down upon the ships as they sail by, for you stand above the topmast heads of them. The house was originally a square, but the Earl is now adding 2 wings to it, which will greatly add to the beauty of the building. The situation is so good, and gives so fine a prospect, as well to the sea as to the land, that nothing can be finer. It is exquisitely finished, both within and without, and besides family pieces, the Earl has some fine pieces of painting that are very curious. The stables and riding place are by far the finest and most magnificent in Scotland. And his lordship, who delights in good horses, has the best, without comparison, in all the country. But it would be endless to dwell upon the description of gentlemen's seats, in a country where they are so numerous, and where, indeed, they are the chief thing of value that is to be seen. From hence the Firth widens again, and soon after is 3 or 4 miles wide, and makes a safe and deep road, with good anchor ground, and if there was a trade to answer it, here might ride 1,000 sail of ships of any burthen. On the south shore, upon a narrow slip or point of land, running far into the water, lies Blackness Castle, in former times infamous for the cruel confining state prisoners, and especially such as were taken up for religious differences, where many perished either by the unhealthiness of the place, or want of conveniences, or something worse. It might be of use, if the harbour, as I have said, was frequented, but as it is, there seems to be no occasion at all for it. Farther west is Boristown Ness, a long town, of 1 street, and no more, extended along the shore, close to the water. It has been, and still is, a town of the greatest trade to Holland and France, before the Union, of any in Scotland, except Edinburgh, and, for shipping, it has more ships belong to it than to Edinburgh and Leith put together. Yet their trade is declined of late by the Dutch trade, being carried on so much by way of England, but, as they tell us, the Glasgow merchants are resolving to settle a trade to Holland and Hamburg in the Firth, by bringing their foreign goods, viz. their sugars and tobacco by land to Alloway, and from thence export them as they see occasion. I say, in this case, which is very probable, the Borisdown-Ness men will come into business again. For as they have the most shipping, so they are the best seamen in the Firth. And particularly they are not sailors only, but even pilots for the coast of Holland, they are so acquainted with it, and so with the Baltic, and the coast of Norway also. As I resolve to go through my account of the south part of Scotland first, I shall not pass the Firth at all, till giving you an account of the western part, I come back to Stirling Bridge, and there I suppose I may finish my next letter. Meantime, I am, Andk. Letter 12. Containing a description of the southwestern part of Scotland. Including the city of Glasgow. Southwestern Scotland. SIR, as I entered the east side of Scotland from Berwick upon Tweed, and have carried on my accounts through the Lothians, which are deservedly called the best and most pleasant, as well as most fruitful part of Scotland. And therein have also given you my observations of the capital city and port of the kingdom, I mean Edinburgh and Leith, so the west part having been travelled over by me at another particular journey from England. And that I went from England by another road, I shall give you my account of it also by itself. Passing the river Eden, or, as it is ordinarily called, the Solway Firth at Carlisle, we entered upon Scotland, on the side of Dumfries Shire, the southmost shire of the west of Scotland. The division of this county into Eskdale, Nithsdale, and Annandale, is but the ordinary marking out the rivers Esk, Annan, and Nid, as I observed of the rivers in the north of England, Tweedale, Tyndall, Swaledale, and others. For the whole province makes but one Dumfries Shire, and as such you will understand it as I go on. The Esk is a tolerable large river, and gives name to the south-east part of this county. But we saw little worth notice but Kersop, a small market town on a river of the same name, which afterwards falls into Esk, and is famous for being the place where, by a treaty, after the Battle of Pinkie, the limits or borders of the two kingdoms were settled. Though the borderers observed it no longer than served for their purpose, robbing and plundering one another upon all occasions, as opportunity offered. This river soon after leaves Scotland, and runs into the English border, leaving nothing behind it worth my trouble of remarking, or yours of reading, only to tell you it empties itself into the Solway Firth, which indeed receives all the rivers on this part of the island, as well from England as from Scotland. The first place of note we came to in Scotland was Annand, or as some call it, Annandale, as they do the county, though, I think, improperly. It was a town of note, and a seaport, and having a good river and harbour, was esteemed a town of good trade, but it was not situated for strength. And the English took it so often, and specially the last time burnt it to the ground, in that war so fatal to the Scots, in the reign of Edward VI, that it never recovered. Here was a good salmon fishery, and a trade to the Isle of Man, and by that to Ireland, but as the face of trade is altered since that time, and by the ruins of the place the merchants, and men of substance, removed to Dumfries, the town continues, to all appearance, in a state of irrevocable decay. It was but a dull welcome into Scotland to see, not only by this town, that the remains of the old devastations, committed in the time of the hostilities between the two nations, were so visible, so unrepaired, and, as we might say, so likely to continue unrepaired. Whereas, though there are remains also on the English side, yet, not so plain, and in many places things much restored, and in a way to be more so, but the poverty of the common people, and the indolence of the gentry, will fully account for the difference. The bridge over the river at Annand is very firm and good, and there is a tolerable good market. From hence, keeping the sea as close as we could on our left, we went on due west to Dumfries, a seaport town at the mouth of the river Nid, or Nith, which gives name to the third division of the county called Nithsdale. But the town is justly the capital of the whole shire, and indeed, of all the south-west part of Scotland. Here, indeed, as in some other ports on this side the island, the benefits of commerce, obtained to Scotland by the Union, appear visible. And that much more than on the east side, where they seem to be little, if anything mended, I mean in their trade. Dumfries was always a good town, and full of merchants. By merchants, here I mean, in the sense that word is taken and understood in England, viz., not mercers and drapers, shopkeepers, but merchant adventurers, who trade to foreign parts, and employ a considerable number of ships. But if this was so before, it is much more so now, and as they have, with success, embarked in trade, as well to England as to the English plantations, they apparently increase both in shipping and people. For as it almost everywhere appears, where trade increases, people must and will increase. That is, they flock to the place by the necessary consequences of the trade, and, in return, where the people increase, the trade will increase, because the necessary consumption of provisions, clothes, furniture, necessarily increases, and with them the trade. This is such a chain of trading consequences, that they are not to be separated. And the town of Dumfries, as well as Liverpool, Manchester, Whitehaven, and other towns in England are demonstrations of it. This town is situated also for an increase of commerce on the river Nid, for though it stands near 2 leagues from the sea, yet the tide flows up to the town, and ships of burthen come close up to the quay. But at about 4 miles below the town the largest merchant ships in Britain might come up, and ride in safety. There is a very fine stone bridge here over the river Nid, as also a castle, though of old work, yet still good and strong enough. Also an exchange for the merchants, and a toll booth, or town hall for the use of the magistrates. They had formerly a woolen manufacture here, but as the Union has, in some manner, suppressed those things in Scotland, the English supplying them fully, both better and cheaper. So they have more than an equivalent by an open trade to all the English plantations, and to England itself. The castle in this town, as well as that at Carlovrock, near the mouth of the river, and opening to the Firth of Solway, was formerly belonging to the Antient family of Nithsdale. The only remaining branch of which being unhappily embarked in the late rebellion, and taken in arms at Preston, made his escape out of the Tower, and is now abroad, but under forfeiture. That last mentioned castle has been a very magnificent structure, though now, like its owner, in a state of ruin and decay. The river Nid here parts the 2 counties of Galloway and Dumfries shire. And there is a gate in the middle of the bridge which is the limit between them, and this neighbourhood of Galloway, which is a great and rich province, promotes the trade of Dumfries very much. We could not pass Dumfries without going out of the way upwards of a day, to see the castle of Drumlanrig, the fine palace of the Duke of Queensberry, which stands at 12 miles distance, upon the same river. The vale on either side the river is pleasant, and tolerably good, but when these rapid rivers overflow their banks, they do not, like Nile, or even like the Thames, and other southern streams, fatten and enrich the soil. On the contrary, they lodge so much sand and splinters of stone upon the surface of the earth, and among the roots of the grass, that spoils and beggars the soil. And the water is hurried on with such force also, as that in a good light soil it washes the best part of the earth away with it, leaving the sand and stones behind it. Drumlanrig, like Chatsworth in Derbyshire, is like a fine picture in a dirty grotto, or like an equestrian statue set up in a barn. 'Tis environed with mountains, and that of the wildest and most hideous aspect in all the south of Scotland. As particularly that of Enterkin, the frightfulest pass, and most dangerous that I met with, between that and Penmanure in North Wales, but of that in its place. We were not so surprised with the height of the mountains, and the barrenness of the country beyond them, as we were with the humour of the people, who are not in this part, by many degrees, so populous, or so polished, as in the other parts of Scotland. But that which was more surprising than all the RCST, was to see a palace so glorious, gardens so fine, and everything so truly magnificent, and all in a wild, mountainous country, the like we had not seen before. Where, in a word, we saw the peak of Derby restored, viz. the finest palace in all that part of Britain, erected under the mountains, full of lead mines, and quarries of freestone, and where nothing, but what was desolate and dismal, could be expected. especially if you come to it by the said pass of Enterkin, or by the mountains of Cumach and Carrick, more to the northwest of the place. This was certainly a foil to the buildings, and sets them off with all possible advantage, upon which the same hand which before gave us the lines upon the waters of Buxton Bath, being in the company, bestowed the following upon Drumlanrig Castle. Just thus, with horrid Dessart hills embracked, was paradise on Eufra's border placked. The God of harmony to grace the view, and make the illustrations just and true. Strong contraries presented to the eye, and circled beauty in deformity. The happy discord entertains the sight. And as these shew more black, that shews more bright. As you come to the palace from the road of Edinburgh, which is by the said pass of Enterkin, you come first to the river Nid, which is just there both broad and exceeding deep, over which there is a stately stone bridge. Built by the noble founder of the castle, I mean the first Duke of Queensberry, who built the house. The building is foursquare, with roundels in the inner angles of the court, in every one of which is a staircase, and a kind of a tower on the top. This way of building, 'tis confessed, does not seem so modern as the rest of the building. But as 'tis not seen in the front, 'tis well enough. The house stands on the top of a rising ground, which, at its first building, lay with a steep and uncouth descent to the river. And which made the lookers-on wonder what the Duke meant to build in such a disproportioned place, but he best understood his own design. For the house, once laid out, all that unequal descent is so beautifully levelled and laid out in slopes and terraces, that nothing can be better designed, or, indeed, better performed than the gardens are, which take up the whole south and west sides of the house. And, when the whole design will be done, the rest will be more easy, the ground being a plain the other way, and the park and avenues completely planted with trees. At the extent of the gardens there are pavilions and banqueting houses, exactly answering to one another, and the greens trimmed, spaliers and hedges are in perfection. The inside is answerable to the outside, the apartments finely placked and richly furnished, and the gallery may well be called a gallery of beauties, itself a beauty. And being filled from end to end, the whole length of one side of the building, with the family pieces of the Duke's ancestors, most of them at full length, and in their robes of state, or of office, as their history directed. William, the first raiser of the family, was only a knight and laird of Drumlanrig, who was sent ambassador to England, to ransom King James I, at that time detained in England. He was afterwards killed on the side of the French, in the great battle of Agincourt, fighting against Henry V, King of England, 1427. They were first ennobled for the real merit of their services, in the person of the first Lord of Drumlanrig, Anne. 1640, and King Charles I, made the then Lord of Drumlanrig Earl of Queensberry, a title taken from Queensberry Hill, a high, round hill, in a particular lordship of the estate, and in view of the house. After the Restoration, the grandson of the Earl was created Marquis and Duke by King Charles II. This was the person who built the noble palace I am speaking of, who, every way, merited the honours which the Prince rather loaded him with, than bestowed on him. He lies buried in the parish church of Distire or Didier, with a fine monument over him, but not like that lately erected for his son the late Duke. This last mentioned Duke would require a history rather than a bare mention, in a work of this kind, but I have forbid myself entreing far into the characters of persons and families. And therefore, though I think myself bound to honour the merit of so great a person, I shall sum it up all in this: that as I had the honour to be known to his grace, so I had the opportunity to see and read by his permission, several letters written to him by the late King William, with his own hand, and several more by Queen Anne, written also by Her Majesty's own hand, with such expressions of their satisfaction in his fidelity and affection to their Majesty's service, his ability and extraordinary judgment in the affairs entrusted to him, his knowledge of, and zeal for the true interest of his country, and their dependence upon his counsels and conduct, that no minister of state in Europe could desire greater testimonies of his services, or a better character from his sovereign. And this from differing princes, and at the distance of several years from one another, and, to be sure, without any manner of corresponding one with the other. That this noble person was Lord Commissioner at the time of the Union, sat in the throne at the last Parliament of Scotland, and touched with the sceptre the Act of Parliament, which put an end to parliaments for ever in that part of Great Britain, will always be matter of history to the end of time. Whether the Scots will remember it to the advantage of the Duke's character, in their opinion, that must be as their several opinions guide them. This Duke's monument, curiously done in marble at full length, is also plaqued in the same church at Disdire, where he is buried with his Duchess, a daughter of the House of Burlington in England. But I dwell too long here. While I was at Drumlanrig, being desired by the late Duke to make some observations on his Grace's estate there, which is very great, in order to some English improvement, I, in particular, viewed some of the hills to the north of the castle. And having a Derbyshire gentleman with us, who was thoroughly acquainted with those things, we discovered in several places evident tokens of lead mines, such as in Derbyshire, and in Somersetshire, are said never to fail. And to confirm our opinions in it, we took up several small pieces of ore in the gulls and holes, which the rains had made in the sides of the mountains, and also of a plain spar, such as is not found anywhere without the ore, but the Duke's death put an end to these inquiries, as also to several other improvements then in view. Here we were surprised with a sight, which is not now so frequent in Scotland as it has been formerly, I mean one of their field meetings, where one Mr. John Hepburn, an old Cameronian, preached to an auditory of near 7,000 people, all sitting in rows on the steep side of a green hill, and the preacher in a little pulpit made under a tent at the foot of the hill. He held his auditory, with not above an intermission of half an hour, almost 7 hours, and many of the poor people had come 15 or 16 miles to hear him, and had all the way to go home again on foot. I shall say nothing to it, for my business is not to make remarks on such things. Only this I may add, that if there was an equal zeal to this in our part of the world, and for that worship which we acknowledge to be true, and of a sacred institution, our churches would be more thronged, and our alehouses and fields less thronged on the Sabbath day than they are now. But that also by the way. From Drumlanrig I took a turn to see the famous pass of Enterkin, or Introkin Hill. It is, indeed, not easy to describe, but by telling you that it ascends through a winding bottom for near half a mile, and a stranger sees nothing terrible, but vast high mountains on either hand, though all green, and with sheep feeding on them to the very top. When, on a sudden, turning short to the left, and crossing a rill of water in the bottom, you mount the side of one of those hills, while, as you go on, the bottom in which that water runs down from between the hills, keeping its level on your right, begins to look very deep, till at length it is a precipice horrible and terrifying. On the left the hill rises almost perpendicular, like a wall, till being come about half-way, you have a steep, unpassable height on the left, and a monstrous calm or ditch on your right. Deep, almost as the monument is high, and the path, or way, just broad enough for you to lead your horse on it, and, if his foot slips, you have nothing to do but let go the bridle, lest he pulls you with him. And then you will have the satisfaction of seeing him dashed to pieces, and lie at the bottom with his 4 shoes uppermost. I passed twice this hill after this, but the weather was good, and the way dry, which made it safe. But one of our company was so fright with it, that in a kind of an ecstasy, when he got to the bottom, he looked back, and swore heartily that he would never come that way again. Indeed, there were several things this last time we passed it, which rendered it more frightful to a stranger. One was, that there had been, a few days before, a sudden frost, with a great deal of snow. And though, a little before the snow, I passed it, and there was nothing to be seen. Yet then I looked down the frightful precipice, and saw no less than 5 horses in several places, lying at the bottom with their skins off, which had, by the slipperiness of the snow, lost their feet, and fallen irrecoverably to the bottom. Where the mountaineers, who make light of the place, had found means to come at them, and get their hides off. But that which is most remarkable of this place is yet behind, viz., that noted story of the Whigs in the old persecuting times, in King Charles Ide's time, and which I must give you a short account of, for I have not room for the whole history. A troop of dragoons had been sent, by order of their commanding officer, to disturb a field meeting, such a one as I just now described. These meetings were strictly forbidden at that time, and the minister, if taken, was punished with death, without mercy, the poor people of this country being all what they then called Cameronians and Whigs, for here, by the way, the word Whig began first to be known, I say, the people being zealous in their way, would, and did hold their field meetings, notwithstanding all the prohibitions the court could make. Upon which the government quartered the dragoons upon them, with orders, on all such occasions, to disperse them, and what prisoners they took they were to carry to Edinburgh, especially their ministers. Accordingly, at this time, there was an extraordinary meeting of many thousand people, and the dragoons marched to disturb them. As the whole country were their friends, the dragoons could not stir, but immediately notice would be taken, and the alarm given. The people at the meeting had always some stout fellows armed with firearms, to prevent a surprise. And they had so now, enough to have beaten off the dragoons, if they had attacked them, but as they did not covet fighting in blood, otherwise than on necessity for their own defence, and that they had now timely notice given them, they chose to break up and disperse, and they were really dispersed, when the dragoons came to the place. However, the dragoons resolving not to lose their labour, pursued the straggling people, and ill-used some of them, took others prisoners, and, among the rest, very unhappily surprised their minister, which was a booty to them. And, as soon as they had him, they marched off directly to carry him to Edinburgh, where he might depend upon being hanged. The poor people, terribly alarmed at the loss of their minister, for no people in the world love their ministers like them. The cries of the one part animating and exasperating the other part, and a small body of those who were the guard before, but chose peaceably to separate, rather than dispute it with the dragoons, resolved to rescue their minister, whatever it cost. They knew the dragoons would carry him to Edinburgh, and they knew, that to do so, they must necessarily go through this narrow pass of Interken. They were but 13 men on foot. But being nimble fellows, and knowing the private ways perfectly well, they reached the top of the hill long before the dragoons. 8 of them therefore placked themselves in the head of the narrow way, where the dragoons were coming on one by one, or at most 2 by 2, and very softly, you may believe, by the nature of the place. The other 5 sliding down from the top of the hill, on the left of the pass, placked themselves, as they found to their advantage, being resolved to speak with the troop as they came by. It was a thick mist, as is often upon those hills, indeed seldom otherwise, so that the dragoons could not discover them, till they were within hearing, nor then, so as to know how many they were. When the dragoons came up within hearing, one of the 5 boldly calls to the commander by his name, and bids him halt with his troop, and advance no farther at his peril. The captain calls out again, "Who are you? And what would you have?" They answered, "Deliver our minister." The captain damned them a little, and marched on. The Cameronian called to him again with a threatening air, "Will you deliver our minister?" At which he replied as loud, "No, you dog, and if you were to be damned." At which the man furred immediately, and shot him through the heart, so that he fell from his horse, and never spoke a word, and the fright horse, fluttering a little at the fall of his rider, fell down the precipice. And there was an end both of horse and man together. At that very moment the 8 men, at the head of the pass, shewed themselves, though at a distance, and gave a shout, which put the whole body into a panic fear. For had they furred, and the horses been put into the least confusion, half of them would have been down the precipice immediately. In short, the lieutenant that commanded next, being wiser than his captain, gave them better words, and desired them to forbear firing for a minute or 2. And after a very short conference with his men, for they had no more officers to call a council of war with, resolved upon a parley, in which, upon their promising to march off and leave the pass free, they delivered their minister. And they carried him off. And glad the dragoons were of their deliverance, for, indeed, if they had been 500 instead of 50, the 13 men might have destroyed them all. Nay, the more they had been, the more certain would have been their destruction. But I must go back to Dumfries again, for this was but an excursion from thence. As I observed there, I resolved, before I quitted the west coast, to see all that was worth seeing on that side, and the next trip we made was into Galloway, and here, I must confess, I could not but look with grief and concern upon the country, and indeed upon the people. Galloway, as I hinted before, begins even from the middle of the bridge of Dumfries. The first town on the coast, of any note, is Kirkcudbright, or, as vulgarly called, Kirkcudbright. It must be acknowledged this very place is a surprise to a stranger, and especially one whose business is observation, as mine was. Here is a pleasant situation, and yet nothing pleasant to be seen. Here is a harbour without ships, a port without trade, a fishery without nets, a people without business, and, that which is worse than all, they do not seem to desire business, much less do they understand it. I believe they are very good Christians at Kirkcudbright, for they are in the very letter of it, they obey the text, and are contented with such things as they have. They have all the materials for trade, but no genius to it. All the opportunities for trade, but no inclination to it. In a word, they have no notion of being rich and populous, and thriving by commerce. They have a fine river, navigable for the greatest ships to the town quay. A haven, deep as a well, safe as a mill pond, 'tis a mere wet dock, for the little island of Ross lies in the very entrance, and keeps off the west and northwest winds, and breaks the surge of the sea. So that when it is rough without, 'tis always smooth within. But, alas! There is not a vessel, that deserves the name of a ship, belongs to it. And, though here is an extraordinary salmon fishing, the salmon come and offer themselves, and go again, and cannot obtain the privilege of being made useful to mankind, for they take very few of them. They have also white fish, but cure none. And herrings, but pickle none. In a word, it is to me the wonder of all the towns of North Britain, especially, being so near England, that it has all the invitations to trade that nature can give them, but they take no notice of it. A man might say of them, that they have the Indies at their door, and will not dip into the wealth of them, a gold mine at their door, and will not dig it. It is true, the reason is in part evident, namely, poverty. No money to build vessels, hire seamen, buy nets and materials for fishing, to cure the fish when it is catched, or to carry it to market when it is cured, and this discourages the mind, checks industry, and prevents all manner of application. People tell us, that slothfulness begets poverty, and it is true. But I must add too, that poverty makes slothfulness, and I doubt not, were 2 or 3 brisk merchants to settle at Kirkcudbright, who had stocks to furnish out ships and boats for these things, they would soon find the people as industrious and as laborious as in other places. Or, if they did not find them so, they would soon make them so, when they felt the benefit of it, tasted the sweet of it, had boats to fish and merchants to buy it when brought in, when they found the money coming, they would soon work. But to bid men trade without money, labor without wages, catch fish to have them stink, when they had done, is all one as to bid them work without hands, or walk without feet, 'tis the poverty of the people makes them indolent. Again, as the people have no hands, that is, no stock, to work, so the gentry have no genius to trade, 'tis a mechanism which they scorn, though their estates are not able to feed them, they will not turn their hands to business or improvement. They had rather see their sons made foot soldiers, than which, as officers treat them now, there is not a more abject thing on earth, than see them apply to trade, nay, to merchandise, or to the sea. Because those things are not, forsooth, fit for gentlemen. In a word, the common people all over this country, not only are poor, but look poor, they appear dejected and discouraged, as if they had given over all hopes of ever being otherwise than what they are. They are, indeed, a sober, grave, religious people, and that more, ordinarily speaking, than in any other part of Scotland, far from what it is in England, conversation is generally sober and grave. I assure you, they have no assemblies here, or balls, and far from what it is in England, you hear no oaths, or profane words in the streets. And, if a mean boy, such as we call shoeblackers, or blackguard boys, should be heard to swear, the next gentleman in the street, if any happened to be near him, would cane him, and correct him. Whereas, in England, nothing is more frequent, or less regarded now, than the most horrid oaths and blasphemies in the open streets, and that by the little children that hardly know what an oath means. But this we cannot cure, and, I doubt, never shall, and in Scotland, but especially in this part of Scotland, you have none of it to cure. It is the honour of Scotland that they are the strictest observers of the Lord's Day of any nation in the world. And, if any part of Scotland are more strict observers of it than the rest, it is in this part, and all the country from Dumfries, and the parts adjacent to Glasgow, and the Clyde, inclusive of both the towns of Dumfries and Glasgow. And though this country of Galloway may be the poorest and empty of commerce, it is, perhaps, the most religious part of all Scotland. Some people, I know, will not think that an equivalent for their poverty. As to that, let every body think for themselves. 'Tis my business only to relate the fact, and represent things as they are. It must be acknowledged, and there my opinion concurs, they might be as religious and as serious as they are. And the more so, the better, and yet, they might at the same time be industrious, and apply themselves to trade, and to reap the advantages that nature offers them. Might build ships, catch and cure fish, and carry them to all the markets in Europe, as the Glasgow merchants shew them the example. But the hindrance is in the nature of the thing. The poverty of the commons, and the indolence of the gentry forbid it, and so Canterbury, and all the shores of Galloway must remain unnavigated. The fine harbours be unfrequented, the fish be secure and safe from nets till time and better opportunities alter the case, or a people better able, and more inclined to business, comes among them, and leads them into it. But I must speak no more in generals. I left Canterbury with a sort of concern, it is so noble a prospect, of what business, and commerce might, and I am persuaded, some time or other will do for it. The river, that enters the sea here, and makes the fine harbour I mentioned, is called the Dee, or the Dea, and is of a considerable long course, coming out of mountains, in the remotest north angle of this shire, towards Carrick. And, as it is full of turnings and meanders, more than any river in Scotland, is said to run near 200 miles in its course as a river, though not above 70 miles in a line. It is sometimes on occasion of land waters, a very great river, and remains so longer than is usual in other rivers. The country of Galloway lies due west from Dumfries, and, as, that they call the Upper Galloway, runs out farther than the rest, into the Irish seas. All that bay or sea, on the south side of it may be reckoned part of Solway Firth, as all on the north side is called the Firth of Clyde, though near 100 miles from the river itself. As all that sea in England, between South Wales, and the north coasts of Devon and Cornwall, is called the Severn Sea, even to the Land's End of England, though above 100 miles from the Severn. The Wester Galloway, which is also called the Shire of Wigtown, from the town of Wigtown, its capital, runs out with a peninsula, so far into the sea, that from the utmost shores, you see the coast of Ireland very plain. As you see Calais from Dover. And here is the town of Port Patrick, which is the ordinary place for the ferry or passage to Belfast or other ports in Ireland. It has a tolerable good harbour, and a safe road. But there is very little use for it, for the packet boat, and a few fishing vessels are the sum of the navigation. It is true, the passage or ferry is wide, and the boats very indifferent, without the least convenience or accommodation. And yet, which is strange, they very rarely, if ever miscarry, nay, they told us there, they had never lost one in the memory of the oldest man in the town, except one full of cattle. Which, heeling to one side more than ordinary, all the cattle run to that side, and as it were, slid out into the sea. But the loading being out, the boat came to rights again, and was brought safe into the port, and none but the 4-footed passengers were drowned. Port Patrick has nothing in it to invite our stay, 'tis a mean dirty homely place. And as we had no business here, but to see the coast, we came away very ill satisfied with our accommodations. Upon a hill near the town, we could plainly see Ireland to the west, England, viz. the coast of Cumberland to the south, and the Isle of Man to the southwest, and the Isle of Isla, and the Mull of Kintyre to the northwest. As we passed the peninsula, which is formed by two arms of the sea, one on the north side called Loch Rain, and the other on the south, called the Bay of Glenluce, we stopped at Stranraer. In the very neck of land, between both these gulfs, are good roads for ships, and full of fish, but still here is no genius for trade, or for sea affairs of any kind. But now having said thus much of the stupidity of the people of Galloway, and especially on the sea coast, for not falling into merchandising, fishing, and which would doubtless turn to great account, I must premise two things, that I may not lead the reader into an error. 1. It is not so with all the people on this western coast of Scotland, as we shall soon see in the other countries, upon the coast of Clyde, farther north, up to, and inclusive of Glasgow itself. 2. The people of Galloway itself are not perfectly idle, and neither the country, or the people capable of any thing. If it were so, the place would be uninhabited, and, indeed, unhabitable. Whereas, on the contrary, it is very populous, and full of inhabitants, as well of noblemen and gentlemen, as of common people, all, which, I shall explain in few words. 1. It is not so with all the people, they are not all stupid, and without any notions of commerce, navigation, shipping, fishing, and that is to say, though, in Galloway they are generally so, from the coast, a little west of Dumfries, that is, from the mouth of the river Fleet, yet to the northward, and upon the coast of Ayr, Kyle, and Cunningham. It is quite another thing, as you shall hear presently. 2. The people of Galloway do not starve, though, they do not fish, build ships, trade abroad, and yet they have other business, that is to say, they are mere cultivators of the earth, and in particular, breeders of cattle, such as sheep, the number of which I may say is infinite, that is to say, innumerable. And black cattle, of which they send to England, if fame lies not, 50 or 60,000 every year, the very toll of which before the Union, was a little estate to some gentlemen upon the borders. And particularly the Earl of Carlisle had a very good income by it. Besides the great number of sheep and runts, as we call them in England, which they breed here. They have the best breed of strong low horses in Britain, if not in Europe, which we call pads, and from whence we call all small truss-strong riding horses Galloways. These horses are remarkable for being good pacers, strong, easy-goers, hardy, gentle, well broke, and above all, that they never tire, and they are very much bought up in England on that account. By these three articles, the country of Galloway is far from being esteemed a poor country. For the wool, as well as the sheep, is a very great fund of yearly wealth to them, and the black cattle and horses are hardly to be valued. The gentlemen generally take their rents in cattle, and some of them have so great a quantity that they go to England with their droves, and take the money themselves. It is no uncommon thing for a Galloway nobleman to send 4,000 sheep, and 4,000 head of black cattle to England in a year, and sometimes much more. Going from the lower Galloway hither, we were like all to be driven down the stream of a river, though a countryman went before for our guide, the water swelling upon us as we passed. The stream was very strong, so that I was obliged to turn my horse's head to the current, and so sloping over edg near the shore by degrees, whereas, if my horse had stood directly cross the stream, he could not have kept his feet. This part of the country is very mountainous, and some of the hills prodigious high. But all are covered with sheep. In a word, the gentlemen here are the greatest sheepmasters in Scotland, so they call themselves, and the greatest breeders of black cattle and horses. But I was sick of Galloway, through which the travelling is very rough, as well for the road, as for the entertainment. Except, that sometimes we were received by the gentlemen, who are particularly very courteous to strangers, merely as such, and we received many extraordinary civilities on that only account. We now entered the shire of Ayr, full north from the Mull of Galloway, and as before, we coasted the South Bay or Firth of Solway, parting England from Scotland. Now we coasted the Firth or Sea of Clyde, which, for above 60 miles lies on the west side the shore, standing away north-east from the point of the Mull, or north point of Galloway. The shire of Ayr is divided into three parts, Carrick, Kyle, and Cunningham. Carrick is a more fruitful and better cultivated country than Galloway, and not so mountainous, but it is not quite so rich in cattle, and especially, not in sheep, or horses. There is no considerable port in this part of the country, yet, the people begin to trade here, and they are, particularly on the coast, great fishermen, and take abundance of fish, but not merchants to carry it abroad. Sometimes they are employed by the merchants at Glasgow, and other places, to catch herrings for them. Balgony is the chief town, but though it stands on the coast, it has no harbour, and is a poor decayed town. The market is good, because there are many gentlemen in the neighbourhood, and the coast near it is full of people. The houses are mean, and low, and very coarse. The family of Kennedy, Earls of Castles, are lords of great part of the country. And has a good antient seat farther north, but we did not go to it. The late Earl of Kenmure had some interest here, but, as the family was much sunk in fortune, so, both what was left here, and in Galloway, is gone, and the honour extinct in the last Earl, who being beheaded for the late rebellion, and, 1716, left nothing behind him worth naming in this country. Corning to the north bounds of Carrick, we passed the river Dun, upon a bridge of one arch, the largest I ever saw, much larger than the Rialto at Venice, or the middle arch of the great bridge at York. We find many such in this country, though, I think none so very wide, except a bridge between Glasgow and Stirling, which, indeed, I did not measure, though we might have done it, there being then no water in the river. But this the people assert us, was almost 30 yards in diameter, which, as I take it, is 13 foot wider than the Rialto. This bridge led us into the county of Kyle, the second division of the Shire of Ayr. And here I observed, that, contrary to what is usual, the farther north we travelled, the better, finer, and richer the country was, whereas, ordinarily the farther north we expected to be the worse. Kyle is much better inhabited than Carrick, as Carrick is better than Galloway. And as the soil here is better, and the country plainer and leveller, so on the banks of the river, here are abundance of gentlemen's seats, some of them well planted, though most of the houses are old built, that is, castle-wise, because of enemies. But now that fear is over they begin to plant, and endos after the manner of England. And the soil is also encouraging, for the land is fruitful. Our Scotch writers tell us a long story of a great battle in this country, between King Qualus or Kylus a British king, and their Fergus I, where the former was killed, and from thence the country took his name, also another bloody battle, and 1263, between King Alexander III of Scotland, and one Aco king of Norway, who came to the port of Ayr with a great fleet of ships, and 20,000 men on board, who, after ravaging the country, was routed, and lost both his army and 140 sail of his ships. But these Scots legends I shall say nothing to. The capital of this country is Ayr, a seaport, and as they tell us, was formerly a large city, had a good harbour, and a great trade. I must acknowledge to you, that though I believe it never was a city, yet it has certainly been a good town. And much bigger than it is now, at present like an old beauty, it shews the ruins of a good face. But is also apparently not only decayed and declined, but decaying and declining every day, and from being the 5th town in Scotland, as the townsmen say, is now like a place so socken. The reason of its decay, is, the decay of its trade, so true is it, that commerce is the life of nations, of cities, towns, harbours, and of the whole prosperity of a country, what the reason of the decay of trade here was, or when it first began to decay, is hard to determine. Nor are the people free to tell, and, perhaps, do not know themselves. There is a good river here, and a handsome stone bridge of 4 arches. The town is well situated, has a very large antient church, and has still a very good market for all sorts of provision. But nothing will save it from death, if trade does not revive, which the townsmen say it begins to do since the Union. From Ayr, keeping still north, we came to Irwin, upon a river of the same name. There is a port, but barred and difficult, and not very good, when you are in, and yet, here is more trade by a great deal than at Ayr. Nay, than at all the ports between it and Dumfries, exclusive of the last. Particularly here is a considerable trade for Scots coal, of which they have plenty in the neighbouring hills, and which they carry by sea to Ireland, to Belfast, to Carrickfergus, and to Dublin itself. And the commerce occasioned by this navigation between the two countries is very considerable, and much to the advantage of the town of Irwin. They have also of late, as I was told, launched into a considerable trade abroad to other countries, and have some share in the fishery, but this I cannot come into the particulars of here. The town is the capital of that division of the Shire of Ayr, which they call Cunningham, and is really within the Firth of Clyde, though not actually within the river itself. They stand so advantageously for the herring fishing, that they cannot but go beyond their neighbours of Greenock, who sometimes cannot come out as the wind may blow, when the fishing boats of Irwin can both go out and return. As the town is better employed in trade than the other parts one have been speaking of, so it is better built. Here are 2 handsome streets, a good quay, and not only room in the harbour for a great many ships, but a great many ships in it also. And, in a word, a face of thriving appears everywhere among them. As is the town, so is the country in which it is situated, for when we came hither, we thought ourselves in England again. Here we saw no more a Galloway, where you have neither hedge or tree, but about the gentlemen's houses, whereas here you have beautiful enclosures, pleasant pastures, and grass grounds, and consequently store of cattle well fed and provided. The whole country is rich and fruitful, filled with gentlemen's seats and well-built houses. It is said this enclosing the country was owing to the English soldiers, who were placed here and in Kyle by Oliver Cromwell. For at Ayr he built a citadel, the visible appearances of which remain still, and the English soldiers prompted and encouraged the people to endose and improve their lands, and instructed them in the manner of husbandry practised in England, which they have never left off to this day. A little from Irwin is Kilmarnock Castle, the seat of the family of Boyd, Earl of Kilmarnock, and on the other side the castle of Eglinton, the seat of the family of Montgomery, Earl of Eglinton, an antient house. And the present Earl is one of the richest peers in Scotland. Just upon the borders of this county, north-east, and where it joins to Clydesdale, is the castle of Loudon, the family seat of the Earl of Loudon, of the family of Campbell, formerly Secretary of State to Queen Anne. It is a noble and beautiful seat. But I cannot describe houses, they come too thick upon me. Besides, in a country, as this is, full of noblemen's and gentlemen's seats, I should never travel any farther if I did, I mean in this volume. With the division of Cunningham I quitted the Shire of Ayr, and the pleasantest country in Scotland, without exception, joining to it north, and bordering on the Clyde itself, I mean the river, lies the little Shire of Renfrew, or rather a barony, or a sheriffdom, call it as you will. It is a pleasant, rich, and populous, though small country, lying on the south bank of the Clyde. The soil is not thought to be so good as in Cunningham, but that is abundantly supplied by the many good towns, the neighbourhood of Glasgow, and of the Clyde, and great commerce of both. We kept our route as near along the coast as we could, from Irwin, so that we saw all the coast of the Firth of Clyde, and the very opening of the Clyde itself, which is just at the west point, or corner of this county, for it comes to a narrow point just in that place. There are some villages and fishing towns within the mouth of the Clyde, which have more business than large port towns in Galloway and Carrick, but the first town of note is called Greenock. 'Tis not an antient place, but seems to be grown up in later years, only by being a good road for ships, and where the ships ride that come into, and go out from Glasgow, just as the ships for London do in the Downs. It has a castle to command the road, and the town is well built, and has many rich trading families in it. It is the chief town on the west of Scotland for the herring fishing. And the merchants of Glasgow, who are concerned in the fishery, employ the Greenock vessels for the catching and curing the fish, and for several parts of their other trades, as well as carrying them afterwards abroad to market. Their being ready on all hands to go to sea, makes the Glasgow merchants often leave their ships to the care of those Greenock men, and why not? For they are sensible, they are their best seamen. They are also excellent pilots for those difficult seas. The Abbey of Paisley is famous in history, and to history I refer the Inquirer. It lies on the west side of the Clyde, over against Glasgow. The remains of the building are to be seen, and the town bears still the marks of being fortified. When I tell you this was one of the most eminent monasteries in Scotland, that the building was of a vast extent, and the revenue in proportion, you need not ask if the soil was good, the lands rich, the air healthful, and the country pleasant. The priests very seldom failed to choose the best situation, and the richest and most pleasant part of the country wherever they came, witness St. Albans, St. Edmunds, Bury, Glastonbury, Canterbury. And innumerable other instances in England, and also many in Scotland, as St. Andrews, Holyrood, Pwllheli, and others. The country between Pwllheli and Glasgow, on the bank of Clyde, I take to be one of the most agreeable places in Scotland. Take its situation, its fertility, healthiness, the nearness of Glasgow, the neighbourhood of the sea, and altogether. At least, I may say, I saw none like it. Glasgow and central Scotland. I am now come to the bank of Clyde. My method here as in England, forbids me wandering north, till I have given you a full view of the south. Two rivers seem to cross Scotland here, as the Trent and the Mersey cross England in the south, or as the Tyne and the Eden cross it in the north, or as the two Calders cross it in Yorkshire and Lancashire, which rise both out of the same hill, and with a mile of each other, and run one into the German Ocean at Hull, and the other entraying first into the Ribble, runs into the Irish Sea below Preston. Thus the Clyde and the Tweed may be said to cross Scotland in the south, their sources being not many miles asunder. And the two firths, from the Firth of Clyde to the Firth of Forth, have not an interval of above 12 or 14 miles, which, if they were joined, as might easily be done, they might cross Scotland, as I might say, in the very centre. Nor can I refrain mentioning how easy a work it would be to form a navigation, I mean a navigation of art from the Forth to the Clyde, and so join the two seas, as the King of France has done in a place 5 times as far, and 500 times as difficult, namely from Thoulouse to Narbonne. What an advantage in commerce would this be, opening the Irish trade to the merchants of Glasgow, making a communication between the west coast of Scotland, and the east coast of England, and even to London itself. Nay, several ports of England, on the Irish Sea, from Liverpool northward, would all trade with London by such a canal. It would take up a volume by itself, to lay down the several advantages to the trade of Scotland that would immediately occur by such a navigation, and then to give a true survey of the ground, the easiness of its being performed, and the probable charge of it, all which might be done, but it is too much to undertake here. It must lie till posterity, by the rising greatness of their commerce, shall not only feel the want of it, but find themselves able for the performance. I mention the neighbouring situation of the Clyde, and the Forth in this place, only to observe that I make that line the bound of this circuit, and shall speak of nothing beyond it till my next. Supposing a line drawn from Dunbarton to Stirling, exclusive of the first, and inclusive of the last, or rather suppose it drawn from Glasgow to Stirling, inclusive of both, because both relate to the south or lowland part of Scotland. I am now crossed the Clyde to Glasgow, and I went over dry-footed without the bridge, on which occasion I cannot but observe how differing a face the river presented itself in, at those two several times when only I was there. At the first, being in the month of June, the river was so low, that not the horses and carts only passed it just above the bridge, but the children and boys playing about, went everywhere, as if there was no river. Only some little spreading brook, or wash, like such as we have at Enfield Wash, or Chelston Wash in Middlesex. And, as I told you, we crossed it dry-foot, that is, the water was scarce over the horses' hoofs. As for the bridge, which is a lofty, stately fabric, it stood out of the water as naked as a skeleton, and looked somewhat like the bridge over the Manzanares, near Madrid, which I mentioned once before, of which a French ambassador told the people the king should either buy them a river, or sell their bridge, or like the stone bridge at Chester in the street, in Northumberland, where the road goes in the river, and the people ride under the bridge in dry weather instead of riding over it. So when I saw such a magnificent bridge at Glasgow, and especially when I saw 3 of the middle arches so exceeding large and high, beyond all the rest, I could not but wonder, hardly thinking it possible, that where the passage or channel is so exceeding broad, for the bridge consists of 8 arches. The river, which in its ordinary channel is so narrow as it is higher up, and at a distance from it, could ever fill up such a height, where it has so grand a space to spread itself as at the bridge. But my next journey satisfied me. When coming into Glasgow from the east side, I found the river not only had filled up all the arches of the bridge, but, running about the end of it, had filled the streets of all that part of the city next the bridge, to the infinite damage of the inhabitants, besides putting them into the greatest consternation imaginable, for fear of their houses being driven away by the violence of the water. And the whole city was not without apprehensions that their bridge would have given way too, which would have been a terrible loss to them, for 'tis as fine a bridge as most in Scotland. Glasgow is, indeed, a very fine city. The 4 principal streets are the fairest for breadth, and the finest built that I have ever seen in one city together. The houses are all of stone, and generally equal and uniform in height, as well as in front. The lower story generally stands on vast square Doric columns, not round pillars, and arches between give passage into the shops, adding to the strength as well as beauty of the building. In a word, 'tis the cleanest and beautifulest, and best built city in Britain, London excepted. It stands on the side of a hill, sloping to the river, with this exception, that the part next the river is flat, as is said above, for near 1/3 part of the city, and that exposed it to the water. Upon the extraordinary flood mentioned just now, where the streets meet, the crossing makes a spacious marketplace by the nature of the thing, because the streets are so large of themselves. As you come down the hill, from the north gate to the said cross, the Tolbooth, with the Stadthouse, or Guildhall, make the north-east angle, or, in English, the right-hand corner of the street, the building very noble and very strong. Ascending by large stone steps, with an iron balustrade. Here the town council sit, and the magistrates try causes, such as come within their cognizance, and do all their public business. On the left hand of the same street is the university. The building is the best of any in Scotland of the kind. It was founded by Bishop Turnbull, and 1454. But has been much enlarged since, and the fabric almost all new built. It is a very spacious building, contains 2 large squares, or courts, and the lodgings for the scholars, and for the professors, are very handsome. The whole building is of freestone, very high and very august. Here is a principal, with regents and professors in every science, as there is at Edinburgh, and the scholars wear gowns, which they do not at Edinburgh. Their gowns here are red, but the masters of arts, and professors, wear black gowns, with a large cape of velvet to distinguish them. The cathedral is an antient building, and has a square tower in the middle of the cross, with a very handsome spire upon it, the highest that I saw in Scotland, and, indeed, the only one that is to be called high. This, like St. Giles's at Edinburgh, is divided now, and makes 3 churches, and, I suppose, there is 4 or 5 more in the city, besides a meeting or 2, but there are very few of the episcopal dissenters here. And the mob fell upon one of their meetings so often, that they were obliged to lay it down, or, if they do meet, 'tis very privately. The Duke of Montrose has so great an interest here, and in the country round, that he is, in a civil sense, governor of this city, as he is legally of their university. His fine house at the north end of the city is not finished, so I need not enter upon a description of it. As his Grace's family is antient, and respected very much in these parts, so is his interest preserved in his own person, who is generally as much respected by the people as most, if not as any of the nobility of Scotland. Glasgow is a city of business. Here is the face of trade, as well foreign as home trade, and, I may say, 'tis the only city in Scotland, at this time, that apparently increases and improves in both. The Union has answered its end to them more than to any other part of Scotland, for their trade is new formed by it. And, as the Union opened the door to the Scots in our American colonies, the Glasgow merchants presently fell in with the opportunity. And though, when the Union was making, the rabble of Glasgow made the most formidable attempt to prevent it, yet, now they know better, for they have the greatest addition to their trade by it imaginable. And I am assured that they send near 50 sail of ships every year to Virginia, New England, and other English colonies in America, and are every year increasing. Could this city but have a communication with the Firth of Forth, so as to send their tobacco and sugar by water to Alloway, below Stirling, as they might from thence again to London, Holland, Hambro, and the Baltic, they would. For aught I know that should hinder it, in a few years double their trade, and send 100 sail, or more. The share they have in the herring fishery is very considerable, and they cure their herrings so well, and so much better than is done in any other part of Great Britain. That a Glasgow herring is esteemed as good as a Dutch herring, which in England they cannot come up to. As Scotland never enjoyed a trade to the English plantations till since the Union, so no town in Scotland has yet done anything considerable in it but Glasgow. The merchants of Edinburgh have attempted it. But they lie so out of the way, and the voyage is not only so much the longer, but so much more hazardous, that the Glasgow men are always sure to outdo them, and must consequently carry away that part of trade from them. As likewise the trade to the south, and to the Mediterranean, whither the ships from Glasgow go and come again with great advantage in the risque, so that even in the insuring there is 1% difference. Which is a great article in the business of a merchant. The towns of Irwin and Dumfries are, as I hinted before, newly stepped into this trade too, and will, no question, taste the sweets of it. The Glasgow merchants have of late suffered some scandal in this branch of trade, as if they were addicted to the sin of smuggling. As to that, of others, for want of opportunity, are not in capacity to do the same, let those who are not guilty, or would not, if they had room for it, throw the first stone at them. For my part one accuse none of them. The Clyde is not navigable for large ships quite up to the town, but they come to a wharf and quay at Newport Glasgow, which is within a very little of it, and there they deliver their cargoes, and either put them on shore there, or bring them up to the city in lighters. The custom house also is at Port Glasgow, and their ships are repaired, laid up, fitted out, and the like, either there or at Greenock, where work is done well, and labour cheap. I have not time here to enlarge upon the home trade of this city, which is very considerable in many things. I shall only touch at some parts of them, viz. Here is one or two very handsome sugar-baking houses, carried on by skilful persons, with large stocks, and to a very great degree. I had the curiosity to view one of the houses, and I think it equal to, if not exceeding most in London. Also there is a large distillery for distilling spirits from the molasses drawn from the sugars, and which they called Glasgow brandy, and in which they enjoyed a vast advantage for a time, by a reserved article in the Union, freeing them from the English duties, I say for a time. Here is a manufacture of plaiting, a stuff cross-stripped with yellow and red, and other mixtures for the plaids or veils, which the ladies in Scotland wear, and which is a habit peculiar to the country. Here is a manufacture of muslins, and, perhaps the only manufacture of its kind in Britain, if not in Europe, and they make them so good and so fine, that great quantities of them are sent into England, and sold there at a good price. They are generally stripped, and are very much used for aprons by the ladies, and sometimes in head clothes by the English women of a meaner sort, and many of them are sent to the British plantations. Here is also a linen manufacture. But as that is in common with all parts of Scotland, I do not insist so much upon it here, though they make a very great quantity of it, and send it to the plantations also as a principal merchandise. Nor are the Scots without a supply of goods for sorting their cargoes to the English colonies, even without sending to England for them, or at least not for many of them. And 'tis needful to mention it here, because it has been objected by some that understood trade too, that the Scots could not send a sortable cargo to America without buying from England. Which goods, so bought from, must come through many hands, and by long carriage, and consequently be dear bought, and so the English merchants might undersell them. But to answer this in the language of merchants, as it is a merchant-like objection, it may be true, that some things cannot be had here so well as from England, so as to make out a sortable cargo, such as the Virginia merchants in London ship off, whose entries at the custom house consist sometimes of 200 particulars. And they are at last fain to sum them up thus: certain tin, turnery, millinery, upholstery, cutlery, and crooked lane wares. That is to say, that they buy something of everything, either for wearing, or kitchen, or house furniture, building houses or ships, with everything else in short, that can be thought of, except eating. But though the Scots cannot do this, we may reckon up what they can furnish, and what is sufficient, and some of which they can go beyond England in. They have several woolen manufactures which they send, of their own making, such as the Stirling serges, Musselbrow stuffs, Aberdeen stockings, Edinburgh shalloons, blankets, and So that they are not quite destitute in the woolen manufacture, though that is the principal thing in which England can outdo them. The trade with England, being open, they have now, all the Manchester wares, Sheffield wares, and Newcastle hard wares. As also the cloths, kerseys, half-thicks, duffels, stockings, and coarse manufactures of the north of England, as cheap brought to them by horse-packs as they can be carried to London. Nor is the carriage farther, and, in some articles, not so far by much. They have linens of most kinds, especially diapers and table linen, damasks, and many other sorts not known in England, cheaper than England, because made at their own doors. What linens they want from Holland, or Hamburg, they import from thence as cheap as can be done in England, and for muslins, their own are very acceptable, and cheaper than in England. Gloves they make better and cheaper than in England, for they send great quantities thither. Another article, which is very considerable here, is servants, and these they have in greater plenty, and upon better terms than the English. Without the scandalous art of kidnapping, making drunk, wheedling, betraying, and the like, the poor people offering themselves fast enough, and thinking it their advantage to go. As indeed it is, to those who go with sober resolutions, namely, to serve out their times, and then become diligent planters for themselves. And this would be a much wiser course in England than to turn thieves, and worse, and then be sent over by force, and as a pretence of mercy to save them from the gallows. This may be given as a reason, and, I believe, is the only reason why so many more of the Scots servants, which go over to Virginia, settle and thrive there, than of the English, which is so certainly true, that if it goes on for many years more, Virginia may be called a Scots than an English plantation. I might go on to many other particulars, but this is sufficient to shew that the Scots merchants are at no loss how to make up sortable cargoes to send with their ships to the plantations, and that if we can outdo them in some things, they are able to outdo us in others. If they are under any disadvantages in the trade I am speaking of, it is that they may perhaps not have so easy a vent in consumption for the goods they bring back, as the English have, at London, or Bristol, or Liverpool. And that is the reason why they are now, as they say, setting up a wharf and conveniences at Alloway in the Forth, in order to send their tobaccos and sugars thither by land carriage, and ship them off there for Holland, or Hamburg, or London, as the market presents. Now, though this may be some advantage, viz., carrying the tobacco from 14 to 15 miles over land, yet, if on the other hand it be calculated how much sooner the voyage is made from Glasgow to the Capes of Virginia, than from London, take it one time with another, the difference will be found in the freight, and in the expense of the ships. And especially in time of war, when the Channel is thronged with privateers, and when the ships wait to go in fleets for fear of enemies. Whereas the Glasgow men are no sooner out of the Firth of Clyde, but they stretch away to the northwest, are out of the wake of the privateers immediately, and are oftentimes at the Capes of Virginia before the London ships get clear of the Channel. Nay, even in times of peace, and take the weather to happen in its usual manner, there must always be allowed, one time with another, at least 14 to 20 days difference in the voyage, either out or home. Which, take it together, is a month to 6 weeks in the whole voyage, and for wear and tear, victuals and wages, is very considerable in the whole trade. I went from Glasgow to the Palace of Hamilton, or as we should call it in England, to Hamilton House. It is the Palace of Hamilton, and the Palace at Hamilton, for the family is according to the Scots dialect, Hamilton of that ilk. That is of a place or town of the same name, for the town of Hamilton joins to the outhouses, or offices of the House of Hamilton. The house is large as it is, though part of the design is yet unfinished. It is now a fair front, with 2 wings more there are laid out in the iconography of the building, but are not attempted. The successor, if he thinks fit, may build them. The front is very magnificent indeed, all of white freestone, with regular ornaments according to the rules of art. The wings are very deep, and when the other wings come to be added, if ever that shall be, the 2 sides of the house will then be like 2 large fronts rather than wings. Not unlike Beddington House, near Croydon in Surrey, only much larger. The apartments are very noble, and fit rather for the court of a prince than the palace or house of a subject. The pictures, the furniture, and the decoration of everything is not to be described, but by saying that everything is exquisitely fine and suitable to the genius of the great possessors, the late Duchess, whose estate it was heiress of the family, but marrying a branch of the house of Douglas, obliged him to take the name of Hamilton, so to continue the estate in the name. And it has sufficiently answered that end. That match being blessed with a truly glorious succession of 6 sons, 4 of whom were peers by birth, or creation, viz. The late Duke, or rather Earl of Arran, his mother being alive, the Earls of Orkney, Selkirk, and Ruglen, besides the Lords Basil and Archibald Hamilton. But this by the way. The situation of the house is fixed to all the advantage imaginable. It stands in a plain, level country, near enough to the banks of the Clyde to enjoy the prospect of its stream, and yet far enough and high enough to be out of the reach of its torrents and floods, which, as you have heard, are sometimes able to terrify a whole city. The great park is said to be 6 miles in circumference, walled round with stone, but rough, and not well laid. The lesser park is rather a great enclosure than a park, yet they are both extremely well planted with trees, and add to the ornament of the whole. The great park also is well stocked with deer, and among them some very curious for the kind, whether natives of the place, or of foreign breed, I could not learn. The gardens are finely designed, but I cannot say they are so finely finished, or so nicely kept as those at Drumlanrig, particularly the courtyard. The canals and ponds, designed with some other gardens laid out in the first plan, are not complete, and some not so much as begun upon, so that the next heirs have room enough to divert themselves, and dispose of some of their spare treasure, to carry on and complete the true design of their ancestor. The misfortune of the late heir, the father of the present Duke, happened so, as that he never came to the estate, for he was killed before the Duchess Dowager died. So that the estate, as I observed, being her own, remained in her hands till afterward. Whether this might not be the better for the present heir, I shall not determine, let others judge of that. I was here in some doubt, whether I should take the south or the north in the next part of my progress. That is to say, whether to follow up the Clyde, and so into, and through Clydesdale, and then crossing east, view the shire of Peebles, the country on the banks of Tweed and Teviot, or keeping to the north, go on for the Forth. And after a short debate we concluded on the latter. So we turned to the left for Stirlingshire, and passing the Clyde we came to Colchester, a good plain country burgh, tolerably well built, but not large. Here we rested, and upon a particular occasion went to see the antient seat of Callander, which seems, as well as that of Colchester, to be in its widow's weeds, those 2 families, collateral branches both of the name of Livingston, having had their several decays, though on different occasions. The town of Falkirk is near Callander House, but nothing in it remarkable, but the other old decayed house of the Earl of Callander. Here I must take notice, though, as I have often said, antiquity is not my business, that we saw the remains, and that very plain, of the antient work, which they call Severus's Wall, or Hadrian's Wall, or Graham's Dyke. For it is known by all these, the short of which story is this: that the Romans, finding it not only difficult, but useless to them, to conquer the northern highlands, and impossible to keep them, if conquered, contented themselves to draw a line, so we now call it, cross this narrow part of the country, and fortify it with redoubts, and stations of soldiers to confine the Picts and Irish, and those wild nations which were without, and defend the south country from their incursions. This wall reached from Dunbridden Firth, so they called the Firth of Clyde, to the Forth, and was several times restored and repaired, till the Roman Empire's declining, as is well known in story. Though neither this, or the yet stronger wall at Newcastle, called the Picts' Wall, could preserve the country from the invasion of the Picts, and the barbarous nations that came with them. From Colchester we mounted the hills black and frightful as they were, to find the road over the moors and mountains to Stirling, and being directed by our guides, came to the river Carron. The channel of a river appeared, indeed, and running between horrid precipices of rocks, as if cut by hand, on purpose for the river to make its way. But not a drop of water was to be seen. Great stones, square and formed, as if cut out by hand, of a prodigious size, some of them at least a ton, or ton and a half in weight, lay scattered, and confusedly, as it were, jumbled together in the very course of the river. Which the fury of the water, at other times, I doubt not, had hurried down from the mountains, and tumbled them thus over one another. Some of them might, I suppose, have been some ages upon their journey down the stream. For it may not be once in some years that a flood comes with a force sufficient to move such stones as those, and, 'tis probable, 'tis never done, but when a weight of ice, as well as water, may come down upon them together. Here we passed another bridge of one arch, though not quite so large as that we saw in Galloway, yet not much unlike, nor much short of it. 'Tis finely built of freestone, but rises so high, the shores being flat, and the walls on either side are so low, that it is not every head can bear to ride over it. The truth is, there was need to build the bridge but with one arch, for no piers, they could have built in the middle of the channel, ever could have borne the shock of those great stones, which sometimes come down this stream. From hence, descending on the north side, we had a view of Firth, or Forth, on our right, the castle of Stirling on the left. And in going to the latter we passed the famous water, for river it is not, of Bannockbourne, famous in the Scots history for the great battle fought here between King Robert de Bruce and the English army, commanded by King Edward II. In person, in which the English were utterly overthrown, and that with so terrible a slaughter, that of the greatest army that ever marched from England into Scotland, very few escaped, and King Edward II, with much ado, saved himself by flight. How, indeed, he should save himself by a little boat, as Mr. Camden says, that, indeed, I cannot understand, there being no river near that had any boats in it but the Forth, and that had been to make the king fly north. Whereas, to be sure, he fled for England with all the speed he could, he might, perhaps, make use of a boat to pass the Tweed, but that was at least 30 or 40 miles off. Whether the Scots magnify this victory, or not, is not my business. That it was a total overthrow of the English army is certain, and that abundance of the English nobility and gentry lost their lives there. But 'tis as true, that it was the ill conduct of the English at that time, and the unfortunate king that led them on, which were the occasion. His glorious predecessor, Edward I, or Edward III. His more glorious successor, never lost such a battle. But let the fault be where it will, this is certain, that the English lost the day, and were horribly massacred by the Scots, as well after as in the fight, for the animosity was implacable between the two nations. And they gave but little quarter on either side. Stirling was our next stage, an antient city, or town rather, and an important pass, which, with Dunbarton, is indeed the defence of the lowlands against the highlands. And, as one very knowingly said, Dunbarton is the lock of the Highlands, and Stirling Castle keeps the key. The town is situated as like Edinburgh as almost can be described, being on the ridge of a hill, sloping down on both sides, and the street ascending from the east gradually to the castle, which is at the west end. The street is large and well built, but antient, and the buildings not unlike Edinburgh, either for beauty or site. The church is also a very spacious building, but not collegiate. There was formerly a church, or rather chapel, in the castle, but it is now out of use, also a private chapel, or oratory in the palace, for the royal family, but all that is now laid aside too. The castle is not so very difficult of access as Edinburgh, but it is esteemed equally strong, and particularly the works are capable to mount more cannon, and these cannon are better pointed. Particularly there is a battery which commands, or may command the bridge, the command of which is of the utmost importance, nay, it is the main end and purpose for which, as we are told, the castle was built. They who built the castle, without doubt built it, as the Scots express it, to continue until somebody else should build another there, which, in our language, would be for ever and a day after, the walls, and all the outer works are firm. And if no force is us to demolish them, may continue inconceivably long, at least we have reason to believe they will. For though the other buildings grow old, the castle seems as firm and fair, as if it had been but lately built. The palace and royal apartments are very magnificent, but all in decay, and must be so, were the materials of any use, we thought it would be much better to pull them down than to let such noble buildings sink into their own rubbish. By the mere injury of time, but it is at present the fate of all the royal houses in Scotland. Holyrood at Edinburgh excepted, it is so at Lithgow, at Falkland, at Dunfermline, and at several other places. In the park, adjoining to the castle, were formerly large gardens, how fine they were I cannot say. The figure of the walks and grass-plats remains plain to be seen, they are very old-fashioned, but I suppose the gardens might be thought fine, as gardens were then. Particularly they had not then the usage of adorning their gardens with evergreens, trimmed and shapped, trees espaliered into hedges and such like, as now, they had, indeed, statues and busts, vases, and fountains, flowers and fruit. But we make gardens fine now many ways, which those ages had no genius for, as by scrowls, embroidery, pavilions, terraces and slopes, pyramids and high espaliers, and 1,000 ornaments, which they had no notion of. The park here is large and walled about, as all the parks in Scotland are, but little or no wood in it. The Earl of Mar, of the name of Ereskin, who claims to be hereditary keeper of the king's children, as also hereditary keeper of the castle, has a house at the upper end of the town, and very finely situated for prospect. But I cannot say it is so for anything else, for it is too near the castle. And was the castle ever to suffer a close siege, and be vigorously defended, that house would run great risque of being demolished on one side or other. It stands too near the castle also for the sight of it to be agreeable. The governor's lady, who was the Countess Dowager of Mar, when we were there, and mother of the late exiled Earl of Mar, had a very pretty little flower garden, upon the body of one of the bastions, or towers of the castle, the Ambrosiers, serving for a dwarf wall round the most part of it. And they walked to it from her ladyship's apartment upon a level, along the castle wall. As this little, but very pleasant spot, was on the north side of the castle, we had from thence a most agreeable prospect indeed over the valley and the river. As it is truly beautiful, so it is what the people of Stirling justly boast of, and, indeed seldom forget it, I mean the meanders, or reaches of the river Forth. They are so spacious, and return so near themselves, with so regular and exactly a sweep, that, I think, the like is not to be seen in Britain, if it is in Europe, especially where the river is so large also. The river Seine, indeed, between Paris and Rhone, fetches a sweep something like these some miles longer, but then it is but one. Whereas here are 3 double reaches, which make 6 returns together, and each of them 3 long Scots miles, or more in length. And as the bows are almost equal for breadth, as the reaches are for length, it makes the figure complete. It is an admirable sight indeed, and continues from a little below the great bridge at Stirling to Alloway, the seat of the present, or rather late Earl of Mar, the present Earl being attainted for treason, and so dead, as a peer or earl, though alive in exile. The form of this winding may be conceived of a little by the length of the way, for it is near 20 miles from Stirling to Alloway by water, and hardly 4 miles by land. One would think these large sweeps, or windings of the stream, should check the tide very much, but, on the contrary, we found the tide of flood made up very strong under Stirling Bridge, even as strong almost as at London Bridge. But does not flow above 7 or 8 miles farther, the stream of the river growing narrow apace, and the rapid current of all rivers in that country checking the tide, when it comes into narrow limits. The same is the case in the Tyne at Newcastle, and the Tweed at Berwick, in both which, though the tide flows as strong in at the mouth of the rivers, yet the navigation goes but a very little way up, nothing near what it does in this river. The bridge at Stirling has but 4 arches, as I remember, but they are very large, and the channel widens considerably below it. At Alloway 'tis above a mile broad, and deep enough for ships of any burthen. So that the Glasgow merchants cannot but be in the right to settle a warehouse, or warehouses, or whatever they will call them here, to ship off their goods for the eastern countries. I was, indeed, curious to inquire into the course of this river, as I had been before into that of the Clyde as to the possibility of their waters being united for an inland navigation. Because I had observed that the charts and plans of the country brought them almost to meet. But when I came more critically to survey the ground, I found the mapmakers greatly mistaken, and that they had not only given the situation and courses of the rivers wrong, but the distances also. However, upon the whole, I brought it to this: that notwithstanding several circumstances which might obstruct it, and cause the workmen to fetch some winding turns out of the way, yet, that in the whole, a canal of about 8 miles in length would fairly join the rivers, and make a clear navigation from the Irish to the German Sea. And that this would be done without any considerable obstruction. So that there would not need above 4 sluices in the whole way, and those only to head a basin, or receptacle, to contain a flash, or flush of water to push on the vessels this way or that, as occasion required. Not to stop them to raise or let fall, as in the case of locks in other rivers. How easy then such a work would be, and how advantageous, not to Scotland only, but even to Ireland and England also, I need not explain, the nature of the thing will explain itself. I could enter upon particular descriptions of the work, and answer the objections raised from the great excess of waters in these streams in the winter, and the force and fury of their streams, but 'tis needless. Nor have we room for such a work here. Besides, all those who are acquainted with such undertakings, know that artificial canals are carefully secured from any communication with other waters, except just as their own occasion for the navigating part demands. And that they are so ordered, as to be always in a condition to take in what water they want, and cast off what would be troublesome to them, by proper channels and sluices made for that purpose. Those gentlemen who have seen the Royal Canal in Languedoc from Narbonne to Thulaus, as many in Scotland have, will be able to support what I say in this case, and to understand how easily the same thing is to be practiced here. But I leave it to time, and the fate of Scotland, which, I am persuaded, will one time or other bring it to pass. There is a very good hospital at the upper end of this town for poor decayed tradesmen merchants. They told us it was for none but merchants, which presently brought Sir John Morden's hospital upon Blackheath to my thoughts. But I had forgotten where I was, and that in Scotland every country shopkeeper, nay, almost every pether is called a merchant, which, when I was put in mind of, I understood the foundation of the hospital better. There is a very considerable manufacture at Stirling, for what they call sterling serges, which are in English, shalloons, and they both make them and dye them there very well. Nor has the English manufacture of shalloons broken so much upon them by the late Union, as it was feared they would. This manufacture employs the poor very comfortably here, and is a great part of the support of the town as to trade, showing what Scotland might soon be brought to by the help of trade and manufactures. For the people are as willing to work here as in England, if they had the same encouragement, that is, if they could be constantly employed and paid for it too, as they are there. The family of Ereskin is very considerable here. And besides the Earl of Mar and the Earl of Buchan, who are both of that name, there are several gentlemen of quality of the same name, as Sir John Ereskine of Alva, Colonel Ereskine, at that time governor of the castle. And another Colonel Ereskine, uncle to the Earl of Buchan, a very worthy and valuable gentleman, who, though he does not live at Stirling, has a considerable interest there, and was at that time honorary Lord Provost of the town. We had here a very fine prospect both east and west. Eastward we could plainly see the castle of Edinburgh, and the hill called Arthur's Seat, in the Royal Park at Holyrood House, also the opening firth presents all the way from Alloway to the Queen's Ferry, mentioned above. North we could see Dunfermline, and the field of battle, called Sheriffmuir, between it and Stirling, and some told us we might see Dumbarton Castle west. But it was hazy that way, so that we could not see it, the prospect south is confined by the hills. But our business was not to the north yet. Still having a part of the border to view, that we might leave nothing behind us to oblige us to come this way again, so we went from Stirling, first east and then southeast. Over some of the same hills, which we passed at our coming hither, though not by the same road. The Duke of Argyll has a small house, which the family called the Lowland House. I suppose in distinction from the many fine seats and strong castles which they were always possessed of in the Highlands, this seat was formerly belonging to the Earls of Stirling, and the country round it, south of the Forth, is called Stirlingshire, or Strivlingshire, and sends a member to Parliament, as a shire or county. The family of the Earls of Stirling is extinct, at least, if there are any of the name, as is alleged, they live obscurely in England. They make great complaint at Stirling, which they derive from the Papists, that the old Earl of Mar, who built the family house under the castle, as I have just now said, was a clergyman and prior, or abbot of the famous monastery of Cambuscanath. A religious house, of the order of the Augustines, which stood not far off. That upon the Reformation the said abbot turned Protestant and married, and was created Earl of Mar, that he was so zealous afterwards for the change of religion, that he set his hand to the demolishing of his own monastery. And that he brought away the stones of it to Stirling, and built this fine house with them, upon which the Romanists branded him with sacrilege and avarice together, and gave him their curse, which is not unusual in Scotland. Which curse, they tell you, now fell upon even the house itself, for that the family being hereditary governors of Stirling Castle. And besides, having another house at Alloway, for miles from it, the new-built house was never inhabited to this day, at least not by the family to whom it belonged, and is at last forfeited to the Crown. This clamour, however, did not hinder him from going on with his house, which he finished, as you see, but 'tis suppository those reproaches occasioned his setting up several inscriptions, as well without the house as within. Some of them are worn out with time, others are legible, whereof this distich in a Scots dialect, I think, points at the case. Speak forth, and spare not. Consider well, I care not. The words seem to want a paraphrase, which I shall make as short almost as the lines, though not in rhyme. I take it to import much like the Duke of Buckingham's inscription on the frieze of his new house in the park at St. James's, Spectator fastidiosus sibi molestus. The builder had heard the rumours and reproaches of the people, but bids them speak out plainly, and say their worst. For that, if they considered well, and would say nothing but what was true, he had nothing to be concerned at. From Stirling, as I said, we came away west, and went directly to Lithgow, or Linlithgow, and from thence to Clydesdale, that is to say, the country upon the banks of the Clyde. In doing which last we passed the old Roman work a second time, which I still call Severus's wall, because we are assured Severus was the last that repaired it, though he might not make it. And more especially, because the men of learning there generally call it so, the remains of it are very plain to be seen. There is nothing remarkable between Stirling and Lithgow but Bannockbourne, which I have mentioned already, and some private gentlemen's seats, too many to repeat. Lithgow is a large town, well built, and anciently famous for the noble palace of the kings of Scotland, where King James VI and his queen kept their court in great magnificence. This court, though decaying with the rest, is yet less decayed, because much later repaired than others. For King James repaired, or rather rebuilt some of it, and his two sons, Prince Henry, and Prince Charles, afterwards King of England, had apartments here. And there are the Prince of Wales's arms, over those, called the Prince's lodgings to this day. Here it was that the good Lord Murray, the regent, who they called good, because he was really so, as he was riding through the town into the palace, was shot most villainously from a window, and the murderer was discovered. He died of the wound with the utmost tranquillity and resignation, after having had the satisfaction of being the principal man in settling the Reformation in Scotland in such a manner, as it was not possible for the Popish party to recover themselves again. And after seeing the common people over the whole kingdom embrace the Reformation, almost universally, to his great joy, for he was the most zealous of all the nobility in the cause of the Reformation, and unalterably resolved never to give way to the least allowance to the Popish court, who then began to crave only a toleration for themselves, but could never obtain it. For this reason the Papists mortally hated him, and, at length, murdered him. But they got little by his death, for the Reformers went on with the same zeal, and never left, till they had entirely driven Queen Mary, and all her Popish adherents out of the kingdom. Yet we do not find the true murderer was ever discovered, but this is matter of history. At Lithgow there is a very great linen manufacture, as there is at Glasgow. And the water of the loch, or lake here, is esteemed with the best in Scotland for bleaching or whitening of linen cloth, so that a great deal of linen made in other parts of the country, is brought either to be bleached or whitened. This loch is situate on the northwest side of the town, just by the palace, and there were formerly fine walks planted on both sides, with bordures and flowers from the house to the water's edge, which must be very delightful. The Church of St. Michael makes a part of the royal building, and is the wing on the right hand of the first court, as all the proper offices of the court made the left, but the inner court is the beauty of the building, was very spacious, and, in those days, was thought glorious. There is a large fountain in the middle of the court, which had then abundance of fine things about it, whereof some of the carvings and ornaments remain still. Here the kings of Scotland, for some ages, kept their courts on occasion of any extraordinary ceremony. And here King James V reinstituted, or rather restored the order of the Knights of St. Andrew, as the order of Knights of the Bath were lately restored in England. Here he erected stalls, and a throne for them in St. Michael's Church, and made it the chapel of the order, according to the usage at Windsor. The king himself wore the badges of 4 orders, viz., that of the Garter conferred on him by the King of England, that of St. Andrew being his own. That of the Golden Fleece conferred on him by the Emperor, then King of Spain, and of St. Michael, by which it appears he was a prince very much honoured in the world. Also he first ordered the thistle to be added to the badge of the order. And the motto, which since is worn about it in the royal arms, was of his invention, viz. Nemo me impune laces sit. The quarton verd, or green rib band, was then worn by the knights companions, but the late King James II. Or, as I should say, being in Scotland, the VIth, chonged it to the blue rib band, as the Knights of the Garter wear it in England. Queen Anne, however, restored the green rib band again, and intended to have called a chapter of the order, and have brought it into its full lustre again, but Her Majesty was taken to heaven before it could be done. Lithgow is a pleasant, handsome, well-built town. The Tolbooth is a good building, and not old, kept in good repair, and the streets clean. The people look here as if they were busy, and had something to do. Whereas in many towns we passed through they seemed as if they looked disconsolate for want of employment. The whole green, fronting the loch or lake, was covered with linen cloth, it being the bleaching season, and, I believe, 1,000 women and children, and not less, tending and managing the bleaching business. The town is served with water by one very large basin, or fountain, to which the water is brought from the same spring which served the royal palace. From Lithgow we turn to the right, as I said above, into the shire of Clydesdale, some business also calling us this way, and following the Clyde upwards, from a little above Hamilton, where we were before, we came to Lanark, which is about 8 miles from it due south. From Lithgow, by this way to Lanark, is 30 long miles, and some of the road over the wildest country we had yet seen. Lanark is the capital indeed of the country, otherwise it is but a very indifferent place. It is eminent for the assembling of the Bothwell Bridge rebellion, and several other little disturbances of the Whigs in those days. For Whigs then were all Presbyterians, and Cameronian Presbyterians too, which, at that time, was as much as to say rebels. A little below Lanark the river Douglas falls into the Clyde, giving the same kind of usual surname to the lands about it, as I have observed other rivers do, namely Douglasdale, as the Clyde does that of Clydesdale, the Tweed that of Tweedale. And so of the rest. In this dull vale stands the Antient, paternal estate and castle, which gives name, and title too, to the great family of Douglas. The castle is very ill adapted to the glory of the family. But as it is the Antient inheritance, the heads or chief of the name have always endeavoured to keep up the old mansion, and have consequently made frequent additions to the building, which have made it a wild, irregular mass. Yet there are noble apartments in it, and the house seems, at a distance, rather a little town than one whole fabric. The park is very large. The garden, or yards, as they call them, not set out with fine plants or greens, or divided into flower gardens, parterres, wildernesses, kitchen gardens, and as is the modern usage. In short, 'tis an antient, magnificent pile, great, but not gay. Its grandeur, in most parts, consists in its antiquity, and being the mansion of one of the greatest families in Scotland above 1,000 years. The history of the family would take up a volume by itself. And there is a volume in folio extant, written upon this subject only, where the heroes of the name are fully set forth, and all the illustrious actions they have been concerned in. There are, at this time, not less than 6 or 7 branches of this family, all ranked in the peerage of Great Britain, namely, the Duke of Douglas, the chief of the whole clan or name, the Duke of Queensberry in Dover, the Earls of Morton, Dunbarton and March, and the Lords Mortingtown and Forfar. The latter was lately unhappily killed at the fight near Dumlane, against the Lord Mar and the Pretender. But I must not run out into families. The head family of this name has been in better circumstances, as to estate, than they are at present, but the young Duke does not want merit low raise himself, when times may come that personal merit may be able to raise families, and make men great. From Lanark we left the wild place called Crawford Muir on the right, the business that brought us round this way being finished, and went away west into the shire of Peebles, and so into Tweedale. The first town we came to of any note upon the Tweed, is the town of Peebles, capital of the country. The town is small, and but indifferently built or inhabited, yet the High Street has some good houses on it. There is a handsome stone bridge over the Tweed, which is not a great river here, though the current is sometimes indeed very violent. The country is hilly, as in the rest of Tweedale, and those hills covered with sheep, which is, indeed, a principal part of the estates of the gentlemen. And the overplus quantity of the sheep, as also their wool, is mostly sent to England, to the irreparable damage of the poor, who, were they employed to manufacture their own wool, would live much better than they do, and find the benefit of the Union in a different manner, from what they have yet clown. Before the Union this wool, and more with it, brought by stealth out of England, went all away to France, still, as I say, to the great loss of the poor, who, had they but spun it into yarn and sent the yarn into France, would have had some benefit by it. But the Union bringing with it a prohibition of the exportation, upon the severest penalties, the gentlemen of the southern countries complained of the loss, at the time that affair was transacted in Parliament. To make them amends for which, a large sum of money was appointed to them as an equivalent, and to encourage them to set the poor to work, as appears by the Act of Union. This money, I say, was appropriated by the Act to be employed in setting hands to work in Scotland, to manufacture their own wool by their own people. How much of the money has been so employed, I desire not to examine. I leave it to them whose proper business it is. Here are 2 monuments in this country, all Scotland not affording the like, of the vanity of worldly glory. The one is in the foundation of a royal palace or seat of a nobleman, once the first man in Scotland, next the king. It is a prodigious building, too great for a subject, begun by the Earl of Morton, whose head being afterwards laid in the dust, his design perished. And the building has not been carried on, and I suppose never will. The other is in the Palace of Traquair, built and finished by the late Earl of Traquair, for some years Lord High Treasurer of Scotland, and a person in the highest posts, both of honour and profit in the kingdom, who yet fell from it all, by the adversity of the times, for his conduct under His Majesty King Charles I. Being generally censured, and himself universally hated, he sunk into the most abject and lowest part of human life, even to want bread, and to take alms, and in that miserable circumstance died, and never saw the turn of the times. I mean the Restoration, which happened but a year after his death. The house is noble, the design great, and well finished, and no sooner done so but it was confiscated, and the owner turned out of it, to seek his bread from a generation of his enemies, who thought they were merciful enough in sparing his life. Whether it was so or not, and what his actions were, perhaps none of the best, is not my business. But, I think, it had been a kind of mercy to him, if they had rather taken his head, the condition he was reduced to, being doubtless, to a man of any spirit, much worse than death. And, I question whether, if he had been an English man, he would not have put an end to the distress he was in, brevi manu, not that I think that is the way any Christian man ought to take to put an end to human misery. Be the condition here what it will, but that we find the English less able to bear such distresses than other nations, and apter to fly into lunacies and desperation, that I believe none will dispute. Bishop Burnet gives an account of this earl as a very mean-spirited, abject person, and one that suffered himself to be made the instrument of other men's mischiefs, and that he therefore fell so much unpitied, but be that as it will. It is, as I say, a remarkable monument of the vanity of human glory. And it is the more remarkable for this, that he was particularly dropped and despised by the party he had served, and who he had too faithfully adhered to. Which is a caution to all that shall come after him, to take heed how they sacrifice themselves for parties, and against the true interest of their country, they are sure to be abandoned, even of those that employ them, as well as to be hated of those they are employed against. Here we saw the ruins of the once famous Abbey of Mailross, the greatness of which may be a little judged of by its vastly extended remains, which are of a very great circuit. The building is not so entirely demolished but that we may distinguish many places and parts of it one from another. As particularly the great church or chapel of the monastery, which is as large as some cathedrals, the choir of which is visible, and measures 140 foot in length, besides what may have been pulled down at the east end. By the thickness of the foundations there must have been a large and strong tower or steeple in the centre of the church, but of what form or height, that no guess can be made at. There are several fragments of the house itself, and of the particular offices belonging to it. The court, the cloister, and other buildings are so visible, as that 'tis easy to know it was a most magnificent place in those days. But the Reformation has triumphed over all these things, and the pomp and glory of popery is sunk now into the primitive simplicity of the true Christian profession. Nor can any Protestant mourn the loss of these seminaries of superstition, upon any principles that agree either with his own profession, or with the Christian pattern prescribed in the Scriptures. So I leave Mailross with a singular satisfaction, at seeing what it now is, much more than that of remembering what it once was. I doubt not, had Traquair House been built with the stones of this abbey, some people would have plaqued all the misfortunes of the unhappy builder to that sacrilege, as is noted in the Earl of Mar's house at Stirling, but, as it happened, they had no room for that. Following the course of the Tweed, we passed by abundance of gentlemen's seats and antient mansions, whose possessions are large in this country, and who, it is impossible I should, in so short a tract as this, do any more than name, such as the family of Douglas, of whom one branch is called Douglas of Cavers and is hereditary sheriff of the county. The family of Eliot, of whom one is, at present, one of the Lords of Session in Scotland, and is called Lord Minto, in virtue of his office, being otherwise no more than Sir Gilbert Eliot of Minto. There is also another gentleman of the same name, Sir Gilbert Eliot of Staubs, both antient families, and formerly eminent, with many others, among the borderers. Whether that should be mentioned as a fame to them or not, I am not a judge. The borderers, in former days, being rather known for their courage and boldness in the field, than for the justice of their manner, which being chiefly exerted in mutual excursions and invasions on one side, as well as the other, some have been so free with them, as to esteem them no better than thieves. But be that as you will, with respect to ancestors, the present heads of those families are now, at least some of them, as valuable gentlemen as any in both kingdoms, and as much respected. Among these are the families of the name of Kerr, Hamilton, Hume, Swinton, and many other, as on the English side were the families of Piercy, Neville, Grey, and the like. The country next this, south-east, is called Tiviotdale or otherwise the Shire of Roxburgh, and the Duke of Roxburgh has several fine seats in it, as well as a very great estate. Indeed most of the country belongs to the family. His house called Floors is an antient seat, but begins to wear a new face. And those who viewed it 15 or 16 years ago, will scarce know it again, if they should come a few years hence, when the present Duke may have finished the additions and embellishments, which he is now making, and has been a considerable time upon. Nor will the very face of the country appear the same, except it be that the river Tweed may, perhaps, run in the same channel, but the land before, lying open and wild, he will find enclosed, cultivated and improved, rows, and even woods of trees covering the champaign country, and the house surrounded with large grown vistas, and well-planted avenues, such as were never seen there before. From hence we came to Kelso, a handsome market town upon the bank of the Tweed. Here is a very large antient church, being built in the place of an old monastery of friars, the ruins of which are yet to be seen. The church now standing seems to have been the real chapel of the monastery, not a new one erected. Only modelled from the old one, for though it is itself a great building, yet it has certainly been much larger. Its antiquity argues this, for by the building it must have been much antienter than the Reformation. Kelso, as it stands on the Tweed, and so near the English border, is a considerable thoroughfare to England, one of the great roads from Edinburgh to Newcastle lying through this town, and a nearer way by far than the road through Berwick. They only want a good bridge over the Tweed. At present they have a ferry just at the town, and a good ford through the river, a little below it, but, though I call it a good ford, and so it is when the water is low, yet that is too uncertain. And the Tweed is so dangerous a river, and rises sometimes so suddenly, that a man scarce knows, when he goes into the water, how it shall be ere he gets out at the other side. And it is not very strange to them at Kelso, to hear of frequent disasters, in the passage, both to men and cattle. Here we made a little excursion into England, and it was to satisfy a curiosity of no extraordinary kind neither. By the sight of Cheviot Hills, which we had seen for many miles riding, we thought at Kelso we were very near them, and had a great mind to take as near a view of them as we could. And taking with us an English man, who had been very curious in the same inquiry, and who offered to be our guide, we set out for Wooler, a little town lying, as it were, under the hill. Cheviot Hill or hills are justly esteemed the highest in this part of England, and of Scotland also. If I may judge, I think 'tis higher a great deal than the mountain of Myrock in Galloway, which they say is 2 miles high. When we came to Wooler we got another guide to lead us to the top of the hill. For, by the way, though there are many hills and reachings for many miles, which are all called Cheviot Hills, yet there is one Pico or Master Hill, higher than all the rest by a great deal, which, at a distance, looks like the Pico Tenerife at the Canaries, and is so high, that I remember it is seen plainly from the Rosemary top in the East Riding of Yorkshire, which is nearly 60 miles. We prepared to clamber up this hill on foot, but our guide laughed at us, and told us, we should make a long journey of it that way, but getting a horse himself, told us he would find a way for us to get up on horseback. So we set out, having 5 or 6 country boys and young fellows, who ran on foot, volunteer to go with us. We thought they had only gone for their diversion, as is frequent for boys. But they knew well enough that we should find some occasion to employ them, and so we did, as you shall hear. Our guide led us very artfully round to a part of the hill, where it was evident in the winter season, not streams of water, but great rivers came pouring down from the hill in several channels, and those, at least some of them, very broad. They were overgrown on either bank with alder trees, so close and thick, that we rode under them, as in an arbor. In one of these channels we mounted the hill, as the besiegers approach a fortified town by trenches, and were gotten a great way up, before we were well aware of it. But, as we mounted, these channels lessened gradually, till at length we had the shelter of the trees no longer. And now we ascended till we began to see some of the high hills, which before we thought very lofty, lying under us, low and humble, as if they were part of the plain below, and yet the main hill seemed still to be but beginning, or as if we were but entreing upon it. As we mounted higher we found the hill steeper than at first, also our horses began to complain, and draw their haunches up heavily, so we went very softly. However, we moved still, and went on, till the height began to look really frightful, for I must own, I wished myself down again. And now we found use for the young fellows that ran before us, for we began to fear, if our horses should stumble or start, we might roll down the hill together. And we began to talk of alighting, but our guide called out and said, "No, not yet, by and by you shall," and with that he bid the young fellows take our horses by the headstalls of the bridles, and lead them. They did so, and we rode up higher still, till at length our hearts failed us altogether, and we resolved to alight, and though our guide mocked us, yet he could not prevail or persuade us. So we worked it upon our feet, and with labour enough, and sometimes began to talk of going no farther. We were the more uneasy about mounting higher, because we all had a notion, that when we came to the top, we should be just as upon a pinnacle, that the hill narrowed to a point, and we should have only room enough to stand, with a precipice every way round us. And with these apprehensions, we all sat down upon the ground, and said we would go no farther. Our guide did not at first understand what we were apprehensive of. But at last by our discourse he perceived the mistake, and then not mocking our fears, he told us, that indeed if it had been so, we had been in the right, but he assured us, there was room enough on the top of the hill to run a race, if we thought fit, and we need not fear anything of being blown off the precipice, as we had suggested. So he encouraging us we went on, and reached the top of the hill in about half an hour more. I must acknowledge I was agreeably surprised, when coming to the top of the hill, I saw before me a smooth, and with respect to what we expected a most pleasant plain, of at least half a mile in diameter. And in the middle of it a large pond, or little lake of water, and the ground seeming to descend every way from the edges of the summit to the pond, took off the little terror of the first prospect. For when we walked towards the pond, we could but just see over the edge of the hill, and this little descent inwards, no doubt made the pond, the rain water all running thither. One of our company, a good botanist, fell to searching for simples, and, as he said, found some nice plants, which he seemed mightily pleased with, but as that is out of my way, so it is out of the present design. I in particular began to look about me, and to inquire what every place was which I saw more remarkably shewing itself at a distance. The day happened to be very clear, and to our great satisfaction very calm, otherwise the height we were upon, would not have been without its dangers. We saw plainly here the smoke of the salt pans at Shields, at the mouth of the Tyne, 7 miles below Newcastle, and which was south about 40 miles. The sea, that is the German Ocean, was as if but just at the foot of the hill, and our guide pointed to shew us the Irish Sea, but if he could see it, knowing it in particular, and where exactly to look for it, it was so distant, that I could not say, I was assured I saw it. We saw likewise several hills, which he told us were in England, and others in the west of Scotland, but their names were too many for us to remember, and we had no materials there to take minutes. We saw Berwick East, and the hills called Sotra Hills North, which are in sight of Edinburgh. In a word, there was a surprising view of both the United Kingdoms, and we were far from repenting the pains we had taken. Nor were we so afraid now as when we first mounted the sides of the hill, and especially we were made ashamed of those fears, when to our amazement, we saw a clergyman, and another gentleman, and 2 ladies, all on horseback, come up to the top of the hill, with a guide also as we had, and without alighting at all, and only to satisfy their curiosity, which they did it seems. This indeed made us look upon one another with a smile, to think how we were fright, at our first coming up the hill, and thus it is in most things in nature. Fear magnifies the object, and represents things frightful at first sight, which are presently made easy when they grow familiar. Satisfied with this view, and not at all thinking our time or pains ill bestowed, we came down the hill by the same route that we went up. With this remark by the way, that whether on horseback or on foot we found it much more troublesome, and also tiresome to come down than to go up. When we were down, our guide carried us not to the town of Wooler, where we were before, but to a single house, which they call Wooler Ha Head, and is a very good inn, better indeed than we expected, or than we had met with, except at Kelso, for many days' journey. Here we had very good provision, very well dressed, and excellent wine. The house is in England, but the people that kept it were Scots, yet everything was very well done, and we were mighty glad of the refreshment we found there. Here we inquired after the famous story of Chivia Chase, which we found the people there have a true notion of, not like what is represented in the ballad of Chevy Chase, which has turned the whole story into a fable, but here they told us what all solid histories confirm, namely that it was an inroad of the Earl of Douglas into England, with a body of an army, to ravage, burn, and plunder the country, as was usual in those days. And that the Earl of Northumberland, who was then a Piercy, gathering his forces, marched with a like army, and a great many of the gentry and nobility with him, to meet the Scots. And that both the bodies meeting at the foot of Cheviot Hills, fought a bloody battle, wherein both the earls were slain, fighting desperately at the head of their troops, and so many killed on both sides. That they that outlived it, went off respectively, neither being able to say which had the victory. They shewed us the place of the fight, which was on the side of the hill, if their traditions do not mislead them, on the left hand of the road, the ground uneven and ill enough for the cavalry. 'Tis suppositoried most of the Scots were horse, and therefore, 'tis said, the English archers placed themselves on the side of a steep ascent, that they might not be broken in upon by the horse. They shew also 2 stones which, if as I say they are not mistaken, are on the ground where the 2 earls were slain. But they shewed us the same day, a much more famous field of battle than this, and that within about 6 or 7 miles of the same place, namely Flodden Field, where James IV, King of Scotland with a great army invading England, in the year 1538, when the King of England was absent in his wars abroad, at the siege of Tournay, was met with, and fought by the Earl of Surrey, of the ancient family of Howard, and the English army. In which the Scots, though, after a very obstinate fight, were totally routed and overthrown, and their king valiantly fighting at the head of his nobility was slain. The river Till, which our historians call a deep and swift river, and in which many of the Scots were drowned in the pursuit, seemed to me not to be sufficient to interrupt the flight of a routed army, it being almost everywhere passable, but perhaps, it might at that time be swelled with some sudden rain, which the historians ought to have taken notice of. Because the river is else so small that it would seem to make us question the rest of the story. That there was such a battle, and that this was the place, is out of all doubt. And the field seems to be well chosen for it is a large plain, flanked on the north side, which must be the Scots' right, and the English left, by Flodden Hills, and on the other side by some distant woods. The river Tull being on the Scots' rear, and the Tweed itself not far off. Having viewed these things, which we had not time for in our passing through Northumberland, we came back to Kelso, and spent the piece of a day that remained there, viewing the country. Which is very pleasant and very fruitful on both sides the Tweed, for the Tweed there does not part England from Scotland, but you are upon Scots ground for 4 miles, or thereabouts. On the south side of the Tweed, and the farther west the more the Tweed lies within the limits of the country. From Kelso we went north, where we passed through Lauderdale, a long valley on both sides the little river Lauder, from whence the house of Maitland, Earls first, and at last Duke of Lauderdale, took their title. The country is good here, though flanked with hills on both sides, the river Lauder runs in the middle of it, keeping its course north, and the family seat of Lauder, stands about the middle of the valley, 'tis an antient house, and not large. Nor did it receive any additions from Duke Lauderdale, who found ways to dispose of his fortunes another way. From hence we kept the great road over a high ridge of mountains, from whence we had a plain view of that part of the country called Mid Lothian, and where we also saw the city of Edinburgh at the distance of about 12 or 14 miles. We passed these mountains at a place which they call Sutra Hill, and which gives the title of Laird of Sotra to a branch of the family of Maitland, the elder brother of which house was Lieutenant General Maitland, a gentleman of great merit, and who riced himself by the sword. He lost one of his hands at the great battle of Treves in Germany, where the French army, under the Mareschal de Crequy, was defeated by the Germans, commanded by the old Duke of Zell. He supplied the want of his hand with one of steel, from which he was called Handy Maitland. He passed through all the degrees of honor that the army usually bestows. And when the Union was transacting we saw him Lieutenant General of the Queen's armies, Colonel of a regiment of foot, and Governor of Fort William at Innerlecky, of which in its place. I could not pass this way to Edinburgh without going off a little to the right, to see 2 very fine seats, one belonging to the Marquis of Lothian, of the antient name of Kerr, a younger branch of the house of Roxburgh, at Newbattle or Newbottle. 'Tis an old building, but finely situated among the most agreeable walks and rows of trees, all full, one grown, and is particularly to be mentioned for the nicest and best chosen collection of pictures of any house I have seen in Scotland. The particulars are too many to enter into a description of them. The statues and busts are also very fine. And there are the most pictures of particular families and persons, as well of the royal families of France and England, as of Scotland also, that are, I believe, not only in England, but in any palace in Europe. Not 2 miles from hence is the Duchess of Buccleuch's house at Dalkeith, the finest and largest new-built house in Scotland. The Duchess, relict of the late Duke of Monmouth, has built it, as I may say, from the foundation, or as some say, upon the foundation of the old castle of Dalkeith, which was the estate of the great Earl of Morton, Regent of Scotland, who was beheaded by King James VI. That is, of England, James I, the same that brought the engine to behead humane bodies from Halifax in Yorkshire, and set it up in Scotland, and had his own head cut off with it, the first it was tried upon. The palace of Dalkeith is, indeed, a magnificent building, and the inside answerable to the grandeur of the family. It stands on a rising ground on the edge of the river Esk. The side to the river is a precipice, from whence it overlooks the plain with a majesty, like that of Windsor, on the bank of the Thames, with necessary allowance for the difference of the country, and of the two rivers, which bear, indeed, no proportion. The park is very large, and there are fine avenues, some already made and planted, others designed, but not yet finished. Also there are to be waterworks, jet d'eau, and a canal, but these are not yet laid out. Nor are the gardens finished, or the terraces, which will be very spacious, if done according to the design. There are many fine paintings, especially of the ladies of the English court, and some royal originals. But we must not speak of pictures where New Bottle is so nigh. The town of Dalkeith is just without the park, and is a pretty large market town, and the better market for being so near Edinburgh. For there comes great quantities of provisions hither from the southern countries, which are bought up here to be carried to Edinburgh market again, and sold there. The town is spacious, and well built, and is the better, no doubt, for the neighbourhood of so many noblemen's and gentlemen's houses of such eminence in its neighbourhood. This brought us to the very site of the city of Edinburgh, where we rested a few days, having thus finished our circuit over the whole south of Scotland, on this side of the river Forth, and on the south side of the Firth of Clyde. So I shall conclude this letter. N.M. and